Wang Chen accidentally crossed over to the world of cultivation, becoming a low-level finding disciple of the Yunyang sect in the eastern Sanzhou region. Within the sect, the hierarchy is strict and full of intrigue. Outside the mountain gate, demons roam and evil spirits abound. Weak and powerless, Wang Chen decides to survive until the end of time. However, as he tries to survive, he finds that he has become a big shot. Chapter 1. Crossing over comes with a panel. Sitting under the eaves, Wang Chen stared blankly at the rice fields outside. A gentle breeze stirred up layers of green waves, and the leaves rustled with a soft sound. The sky was high and the clouds sparse, with distant mountains shrouded in immortal mist. It was a scene of tranquility and harmony. However, at this moment, Wang Chen's heart was in turmoil. 3 days had passed, a full 3 days. No one knew how he had spent those 3 days. 3 days ago, Wang Chen was still a happy homebody, sipping iced drinks and browsing through videos of young ladies, living a carefree life. That night, he had played mobile games until the early hours and unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up, he found himself in another world. At first, Wang Chen thought he was dreaming, just that this dream was long and very real. It wasn't until today, after receiving all the memories of the original owner, that he helplessly accepted reality. This was not a dream. Wang Chen really wanted to cry. Although he had once fantasized about crossing over to a cultivation world while reading novels, watching movies and playing games, practicing qi and becoming carefree, living forever alongside the heavens, it was nothing compared to a world with mobile phones, computers, the internet, iced drinks, takeout, toilet paper, and family. Taking a deep breath, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Wang Chen stood up. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. He had never been the type to blame fate when faced with difficulties. Since destiny could not be changed, he had to learn to live bravely. Back in his simple room, Wang Chen began to carefully sort through the memories left by the original owner. The original owner's name was also Wang Chen, and he had just turned 17 this year, a disciple of the Yunyang sect's outer sect in the Shanghai realm. He was at the 3rd level of qi refinement. The original owner's mother died of illness shortly after giving birth to him. His father, Wang Xiaoyuan, was also an outer sect disciple of the Yunyang sect, with a cultivation level of the 8th level of qi refinement, and had gone missing 5 years ago. While exploring the Tianyan mountain with a team, little Wang Chen, now an orphan, was introduced to the Yunyang sect by a friend of his father's and became a spirit farmer in the outer sect. His usual job was to cultivate and care for a 10-acre spirit field, regularly submitting the harvested spirit grains. 3 days ago, the original owner had attempted to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of qi refinement, but failed and fell into a coma. Upon waking, he had become the Wang Chen of Earth. After reading through the original owner's memories, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. It was too tragic. In comparison, Wang Chen's life was much happier. Although ordinary, he had no worries about food and clothing, kind parents, and 2 lovely younger siblings. He just didn't know how his sudden departure would affect his parents' hearts. But with younger siblings to keep them company, time would eventually heal their sorrow, and their later years would not be desolate. After organizing his emotions, Wang Chen made an effort to cheer himself up. He would no longer be lost and confused. His expression suddenly changed, and he slapped his forehead. In the past 3 days, Wang Chen had lived in a daze, completely forgetting about managing the spirit field. That 10-acre spirit field was his foundation in the Yunyang sect. If something went wrong, being expelled from the sect will be the least of his worries. The original owner's memories flooded his mind, and Wang Chen hurriedly grabbed the hoe leaning against the wall and rushed out of the house. Wang Chen's home was located on the southern slope of Tianyan Mountain, in the outermost area of the Yunyang spirit land. The 10 acres of spirit field assigned to him needed diligent care, otherwise weeds and pests would grow, affecting the harvest, and that would be a big problem. When he arrived at the fields, Wang Chen indeed found that the spirit field was overrun with weeds. Many of them were over 2 feet tall. Although the location of his field was poor, it still received the spiritual energy from the Tianyan Mountain's spiritual veins, so these weeds were not only stubborn, but also grew. Very quickly, weeds would compete with the spirit rice for nutrients and spiritual energy, and they had to be eradicated. Pat. Wang Chen spat into both palms, grasped the hoe, and began to weed the field. He had never done farm work before. However, with the original owner's memories and the farmer's physique cultivated from 5 years of hard work, he wielded the hoe skillfully, doing exceptionally well. Yet under the scorching sun, after clearing 1 acre of the spirit field, Wang Chen was already sweating profusely. Only cultivators could farm the spirit fields. Ordinary people could not even hoe the stubborn weeds. Each strike required a lot of effort, and his cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Naturally, it was very strenuous. Therefore, he gritted his teeth, endured the scorching sun, and toiled in the fields, resting for a moment under a nearby tree when he was too tired. He took a sip of the spring water from his gourd and continued working. He worked continuously from morning until the sun was about to set, and Wang Chen finally finished weeding the entire 10 acres of spirit field. He was exhausted, with aching back and legs cramping, feeling as if his body no longer belonged to him. But it wasn't over yet. After weeding, he still needed to summon clouds and rain. Wang Chen hadn't watered the spirit field in 3 days. The field had become dry, and many of the spirit rice's leaf edges had turned a faint yellow. This wouldn't do. Wang Chen forced himself to stand up, standing at the edge of the field, forming hand seals to channel the magical energy from his dantian. The dantian, also called the lower dantian, is located 3 inches below the navel and is where the body stores its essence. The magical energy refined by qi cultivators is mostly stored in the dantian and is activated when needed to unleash spells. What Wang Chen was using was the skill that every spirit farmer must know, the cloud rain technique. As the spell was cast, the surrounding clouds quickly gathered, swirling above the spirit field. Soon, a light rain began to fall. The rainwater contained spiritual energy from the Tianyun Mountain's spiritual veins, which the thirsty spirit rice greedily absorbed. The yellowing rice leaves gradually returned to a vibrant green. A sense of joy welled up in Wang Chen's heart. He felt that all the spirit rice receiving the rainwater's nourishment was conveying gratitude and joy to him. This feeling was incredibly wonderful. The light rain lasted for about half an incense stick's worth of time before it ended. First, Wang Chen's magical energy could no longer support it, and secondly, he was cultivating dry rice, so too much rain was not a good thing. Ding! Just as Wang Chen was finishing his spell, a message suddenly popped up in his vision. Cloud rain technique experience 1. Huh? Wang Chen stared in shock. What the heck was this? He couldn't help but rub his eyes, realizing that this message still existed in his field of vision. It wasn't an illusion, but just a few seconds later, the message disappeared without a trace. Wang Chen's mind flashed with inspiration. The next second, a data panel appeared in his vision. Name, Wang Chen. Lifespan, 1785. Cultivation, 3rd level of qi refinement. Physique, 4. Root bone, 2. Comprehension, 2. Spirit soul, 36. Technique, 5 elements technique, 3rd level, 299300. Skills, cleaning technique beginner, 85100. Mighty technique beginner, 42100. Metal finger beginner, 99100. Cloud rain technique beginner, 99100. Heavenly merit, 0. Moral virtue, 0. A new book is here. Chapter 2. Received a kickback. This. Wang Chen was extremely familiar with it. What had just appeared in his field of vision was none other than the character panel from the mobile game Cultivation that he had worked on for a month. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Could it be that he had crossed over into the game? He quickly shook his head. There wasn't much comparability. But the existence of the Cultivation panel was undeniably real. Upon closer inspection, he found that his Cultivation panel was still a simplified version, missing a lot of content. However, why were the 4 basic attributes, except for soul, so low? The 4 attributes of body, root, insight, and soul were established by rolling dice when creating a new account in Cultivation. Wang Chen had rolled many times, and the total points had never been less than 25. Now, the total was only 17 points, especially the root and insight, which were shockingly low. Wang Chen finally understood. The original owner, as a pseudo-cultivator 2nd generation, had started body refining and foundation building from a young age. After entering the outer door of the Yunyang sect for a full 5 years, he was still just a small cultivator at the 3rd layer of qi refining. The root and insight were too low. Poor root and low insight had a significant impact on cultivation. Not only was it difficult to break through realms, but even the speed of practicing techniques was significantly slower than others. The 4 skills mastered by the original owner were all at the lowest entry level. One could say they were trash. However, Wang Chen did not feel discouraged because of this. No matter how weak he was now, he was still a cultivator who had entered the immortal sect, and the future held infinite possibilities. Moreover, Wang Chen had a vague feeling that the cultivation panel was not simply for displaying personal attributes. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen attempted to close the cultivation panel. This could be studied slowly. What was urgent now was that he was extremely hungry and needed to offer a sacrifice to his stomach. He went to the kitchen next to the main room and scooped a spoonful of spirit grain from the rice storage jar. A spoonful of spirit grain weighed about a pound, which was also the usual amount for a meal for the original body. After placing it in the earthen stove pot, he thought for a moment and added half a spoon more. Then he added 3 scoops of clear mountain spring water. He lit the fire. As the pot boiled, white steam swirled in the small kitchen, diffusing the unique aroma of the grain rice. Sitting in front of the stove, Wang Chen took a deep breath and felt even hungrier. After finally cooking the spirit grain, he couldn't wait to lift the lid and scoop a steaming bowl full of grain rice. Time to eat. Although he was already ravenous, Wang Chen still followed the original owner's habit, chewing each mouthful of grain rice 27 times on both sides. He carefully chewed the hard grain husks into tiny pieces, mixing the saliva with the rice thoroughly before swallowing. This was an ancient chewing method that was beneficial for digesting the spiritual energy and nutrients contained in the food. Additionally, it maximally avoided the husks irritating his throat. Eating grain with husks was not because Wang Chen was too lazy to pound rice, but because spiritual food was rare. Not a bit could be wasted. The Yunyang sect had allocated him 10 acres of inferior spiritual fields, which were planted with white jade rice. White jade rice yields 2 harvests a year, with a total yield of around 600 pounds per acre. In the absence of mishaps, he could harvest 6,000 pounds of spirit grain each year. However, Wang Chen also needed to pay the sect 4,500 pounds of spirit grain. This was a fixed quota of 4,500 pounds. This meant that no matter how well Wang Chen farmed, he had to provide the Yunyang sect with that much spirit grain every year. Failing to do so meant he would be kicked out. Although being a spiritual planter was hard work, there were countless loose cultivators outside the sect who wanted this good job. Of course, if Wang Chen harvested more than 6,000 pounds of spirit grain, the surplus would be his. But this was nearly impossible. The allocated spiritual fields were located on the outer edge of the Yunyang spiritual land, where the spiritual energy was weak and the soil quality was average. To maintain an annual yield of 6,000 pounds, the original owner had already exerted tremendous effort. A slight misstep could mean not having enough spirit grain for himself. Moreover, even if he managed to secure the required 1,500 pounds of reserve spirit grain, the basic consumption of 3 pounds a day could not be less. Coupled with the daily need to exchange for firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea in Yunshan City, as well as resources essential for cultivation, there wouldn't be much left. In such a tight situation, how could he afford to indulge in eating shelled spirit rice? Although spirit rice was indeed tastier than spirit grain, 1 pound of grain only yielded 8 taels of rice, which Wang Chen simply couldn't afford. While the husks were hard to eat, they contained a bit of spiritual energy and were filling. A large pot of cooked spirit grain was all consumed by Wang Chen along with a plate of pickled vegetables he had made by stepping on them himself. Burp. After a satisfying burp, Wang Chen tidied up the pot, ladle, and bowls. Then he went back to the main room. His house was very small. The main room was about 30 square meters, divided into a bedroom and a quiet room. Aside from a bed, a cabinet, and a table with chairs, there wasn't much decent furniture. In the quiet room, there was only an old mat on the ground. Wang Chen sat cross-legged on the mat and began his daily 3 sessions of cultivation practice. After meals was the best time for cultivation, as it allowed for the maximum absorption and digestion of the spiritual energy and nutrients in the spirit grain, nourishing oneself and strengthening the dantian. Wang Chen was currently only at the 3rd layer of qi refining, far from opening the top or establishing the purple mansion. If he relied on absorbing the external wandering spiritual energy to cultivate, the efficiency would be too poor. He couldn't afford pills or spirit gathering formations, so he could only rely on spiritual food to support his daily cultivation. Discarding the distracting thoughts in his mind, Wang Chen sank his qi into his dantian, silently running his cultivation method, drawing out a strand of pure magical power to circulate through his 100 meridians. It flowed endlessly within his limbs and bones. The peristaltic speed of his stomach subtly quickened, and the spiritual energy decomposed from the spirit grain was gradually refined, transforming into magical power to be stored in the dantian. This cycle continued. 5 elements skill experience 1. A sudden message appeared in his vision, waking Wang Chen from his deep meditative state. He realized that he had completed this session of cultivation. Touching his chin, Wang Chen called out the cultivation panel. His attention focused on the cultivation method section. 5-element skill, 3 layers 299,300. There was no change at all from before. Wang Chen instantly felt defeated. If the cultivation panel were a person, Wang Chen would have a gun in hand. He had consumed 1.5 pounds of spirit grain and practiced the cultivation method for 12 cycles. The result was no progress. Not only was there no progress, but the message prompt of 5-element skill experience 1 felt like a joke. Where was it? Sea cucumber? Damn. Wang Chen forced himself to calm down. He followed his memory to form hand seals, and his fingertips glowed with a faint spiritual light. Go. Flicking his fingers. The spiritual light scattered and flew, silently falling into every corner of the quiet room. The dust in the room was instantly swept away. Clean and tidy. Cleaning technique experience 1. Seeing the message prompt, Wang Chen quickly called out the cultivation panel again. Cleaning technique, entry level 86,100. Increased by 1 point. Wang Chen suddenly understood. It wasn't he that the system swallowed the benefits he deserved, but rather that this body was too weak. Stuck at the bottleneck of the cultivation method and unable to break through. Chapter 3. Something big happened. Late at night, Wang Chen lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The reason he couldn't sleep was not that the bed was too hard, but because his heart was very unsettled. Although he had accepted the fact of his crossing over and was determined to survive while here, Wang Chen's nerves were not yet thick enough to be worry-free. Through the original owner's memories, he discovered that this world was anything but peaceful and serene, filled with various dangers. There were 100,000 outer sect Qi refining disciples in the Yunyang sect, 8,000 inner sect disciples, 200 Zifu experts, and 3 Jindan true people. The power was considered formidable. Logically speaking, such a sect was a great place to take refuge. However, the cultivation resources of the sect are mostly concentrated in the hands of true practitioners, masters, and their disciples and relatives. Outer disciples are eager to squeeze into the inner sect, where there are fierce competitions and dark schemes. For someone like Wang Chen, a low-level outer disciple, it is impossible to control his own fate, not to mention the unattainable golden core true practitioners. Even a speck of dust flicked up by a purple mansion master falling on his head would feel like a heavy mountain, easily crushing him to dust. Leaving the mountain gate, one faces rampant demons and monsters in the outer realms, with bandits and robbers running rampant, making the life of scattered cultivators even more dangerous and difficult. As for the mortal realm, without spiritual energy for nourishment, and without spirit grains and elixirs to consume, cultivators who stay in the mundane world will quickly fall in cultivation and eventually become ordinary mortals, living even more miserable lives. After much thought, Wang Chen decided to endure, work hard in farming to make a living, and slowly uncover the secrets of the cultivation panel, accumulating strength bit by bit. He does not seek to become an immortal or a saint. He just wants to survive. Lost in these thoughts, Wang Chen gradually calmed his mind and unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. Dogsy, Dogsy, are you home? The shouting from outside woke Wang Chen from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he found that it was already bright outside. Dogsy, Dogsy. The persistent calls forced Wang Chen to quickly put on his outer clothes and get up to open the door. Outside the small courtyard surrounded by a fence stood an old man dressed in coarse cloth, his face full of wrinkles. Grandpa's son. Wang Chen asked in confusion, what happened? This anxious-looking old man was his neighbor, also an outer disciple of the Yunyang sect, known for his expertise in spirit plants. His surname was Sun, and everyone called him Old Sunday, although Old Sun's cultivation level was only at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. He had spent a lifetime cultivating spirit fields in the outer sect and was very experienced. He currently managed 30 acres of land. We have a big problem. Old Sun shouted anxiously, I just found a ground rhinoceros in the spirit field. Ground rhinoceros? Wang Chen suddenly tensed up. The ground rhinoceros is not actually a rhinoceros, but a type of beetle that loves to munch on the leaves and ears of spirit rice. There are many pests in the spirit fields, such as gray-eyed moths, green rice bugs, leaf-eating ants, and longhorn snails, but the ground rhinoceros is the hardest to deal with. Dogsy, hurry and check your own field. After shouting, Old Sun turned to leave. I need to go to Old Zhang's house to ask for help. Ground rhinoceroses are rarely seen. However, if one is found in a spirit field, there is bound to be a nest, or even multiple nests, or even a whole swarm. This disaster would not only affect Old Sun's family. Thinking of the destructive power of the ground rhinoceros, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. The spirit rice sown in spring would be ready for harvest in a month. If he couldn't pay the rent in full, he would definitely be kicked out of the outer sect. The supervisor of the spirit fields would not care about the reasons if the task was not completed. One had to roll away, with no room for negotiation. Wang Chen immediately went to his own spirit field. The spirit field, which had been nourished by the rain he summoned the previous evening, was now vibrant and had sprouted many weeds. These weeds have extremely tenacious life forces. with fine roots deeply embedded underground, making them difficult to completely eradicate. Even after removing the main roots, they could still sprout new shoots. So they had to be diligently dug up. At this moment, Wang Chen had no time to care about the weeds. He walked along the ridges of the field, fully focused on searching for the pests hidden among the rice leaves. This was not an easy task. 10 acres of spirit field is neither very large nor very small. To quickly find a ground rhinoceros the size of an infant's fist among thousands of half-human-tall spirit rice plants requires not only experience, but also luck. His physical exhaustion was minimal, but his mind was highly tense. It would be good if there were no ground rhinoceroses, but what he feared most was having them without being able to find them. With unblinking eyes, Wang Chen scanned every single spirit rice plant, constantly activating his spiritual awareness to enhance his senses. The spiritual awareness born from qi refinement can greatly increase a cultivator's perceptive abilities. Unfortunately, spiritual awareness is not the same as divine sense. It can only passively receive information and cannot actively scan. Otherwise, with divine sense, he could sweep through dozens or hundreds of acres of spirit fields in one breath, and no pest could escape. That would require purple mansion cultivation. Wang Chen searched nearly half of the spirit field with all his might, but still found nothing. Instead of relaxing, he became even more anxious. Suddenly, Wang Chen's vision blurred, and the spirit field before him transformed into a deep green. He felt as if the surrounding spirit rice was whispering to him, conveying some kind of information. Among them, one voice was particularly clear. Wang Chen's attention naturally shifted. Focusing his gaze, he noticed a striking black point amidst the lush green. Wang Chen instinctively blinked. His vision instantly cleared, and he locked onto a black beetle clinging to the stem of a spirit rice plant. Ground rhinoceros. The ground rhinoceros resembles a rhinoceros beetle. Its body entirely black and shiny, with curved, sharp horns on its head. Its claws tightly clung to the rice stalk as it greedily chewed on the still unripe rice ears. Seeing the target, Wang Chen held his breath and slowly approached the spirit rice where the ground rhinoceros was located. The shell of the ground rhinoceros is extremely hard. Even a knife wielded by a mortal cannot break through it. Moreover, it is very agile. Once it senses danger, it will immediately burrow into the ground, making it impossible to dig out. Therefore, to take down a ground rhinoceros, one must strike decisively while it is unprepared. Wang Chen focused on the target, silently raising his right arm. His right thumb, ring finger, and little finger were retracted, while his index and middle fingers formed a sword-like gesture, aimed at the ground rhinoceros 3 feet away. The magical power from his dantian flowed along the meridians of his arm to the sword-like fingers, causing a dazzling golden light to shine from the tips. Quick! Wang Chen suddenly shouted softly and swiftly thrust his fingers forward. A sharp aura shot out instantly. Gungjin finger. The ground rhinoceros on the rice stalk instinctively sensed danger and released its claws to fall to the ground. However, the golden light flashed, and the beetle the size of an infant's fist was sliced in half. Huh! Wang Chen laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated. Chapter 4. As long as one works hard enough. So refreshing. Wang Chen felt as if he had just downed a bottle of ice-cold soda under the blazing sun. A refreshing sensation coursing from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. This was his first battle since crossing over. Although the enemy was just a small ground rhinoceros, the long time spent in focus, brewing, and accumulating energy culminated in a moment of release. It was a soul-stirring experience that truly cannot be described in words. Experience. Gungjin Finger 1. Seeing the message prompt, Wang Chen habitually opened the cultivation panel. His gaze swept across, and his expression suddenly froze. Gungjin Finger, Proficient 0200. It leveled up. The Gungjin Finger he mastered unexpectedly broke through its bottleneck. Advancing from the entry level to the proficient level, Wang Chen felt a sudden realization. Poor root talent and low comprehension are not necessarily hopeless. As the saying goes, as long as one works hard enough, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. If 1 or 2 attempts cannot break through the bottleneck, then come back for 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. There will always be an opportunity for a breakthrough. This realization greatly boosted Wang Chen's confidence. His fingers itched with the desire to test the power of the proficient Gungjin Finger, but he quickly suppressed this impulse. The Gungjin Finger is the only lethal technique he possesses, consuming a lot of magical power. He currently does not know how many ground rhinoceroses are left in the spirit field, and it would not be wise to waste magical power unnecessarily. Wang Chen first picked up the beetle's split body from the ground and stored it in the storage bag hanging at his waist. His storage bag was a gift from a friend in the Wang Xiaoyuan sect. Although its capacity is only 3 feet square, which is pitifully small, it is the only magical artifact Wang Chen possesses. The ground rhino can be roasted and ground into dry powder for medicinal use. With the purchasing price at the Yinshan City Pharmacy being 3 Jin for 1 piece of spirit stone, roughly enough for 20 pieces. The ground rhino he just killed is equivalent to 5 pieces of shattered spirit. While the appearance of the ground rhino is certainly a crisis, it also presents an opportunity to earn spirit stones. Wang Chen continued to search the remaining spirit fields, fully focused on sensing the movements around him. Perhaps due to his high soul attribute, or maybe because Wang Chen was sufficiently concentrated, he quickly resonated with the spirit rice in the spirit fields. The spirit rice eagerly informed Wang Chen of the enemy's location. The second ground rhino was thus easily revealed within his sight. Without hesitation, Wang Chen condensed his energy into a finger and unleashed the power of metal to strike at the new target. The energy shot through the air, instantly hitting the defenseless ground rhino and cleanly slicing it in half. However, to Wang Chen's surprise, the energy did not dissipate after killing the ground rhino. Instead, it grazed a stalk of spirit rice and pierced into the soil, creating a deep hole. Wang Chen was somewhat startled. He nearly harmed the spirit rice. His proficient metal finger technique was clearly much more powerful than the beginner level, with increased speed, range, and lethality. Moreover, Wang Chen felt that his mastery and understanding of this technique had deepened significantly. Correspondingly, the mana consumption was also greater. Proficient metal finger experience 1. Proficient metal finger, 1200. Seeing the display on the cultivation panel, Wang Chen's heartbeat suddenly quickened. 1 activation grants 1 point of experience. Does that mean he only needs to use the metal finger technique 198 more times to break through a bottleneck? A strengthened skill necklace. Wang Chen believed that for other cultivators practicing techniques, breaking through bottlenecks might be simpler than for him. However, they certainly wouldn't reach bottlenecks as quickly as he did. As for practicing techniques, the higher the level, the more difficult it becomes. Wang Chen couldn't help but clench his fist. He realized he had uncovered a little secret of the cultivation panel. Wang Chen's motivation grew stronger. Relying on his wondrous perception with the spirit rice, he successfully searched all the spirit fields. He had killed a total of 7 ground rhinos. Wang Chen's metal finger technique was not infallible, as he missed twice during the process, but skill experience still accumulated. However, he was exhausted to the point of nearly collapsing. With an empty dantian and almost all of his mana depleted, just as Wang Chen was sitting under the shade of a tree, drinking mountain spring water, and happily flipping through the spoils in his storage bag, Old Sun hurried over with a tall, burly middle-aged man, followed by a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Wang Chen recognized the man as Xianxiaada from the Xiang family. Xianxiaada, a 6th-layer qi refiner, was quite famous among the spirit planters of the Yunyang sect's outer gate. Not only was he skilled at farming, but he had also married the cousin of a pill master from Yinshan City. It's important to note that the status of a pill master is much higher than that of a spirit planter. Therefore, within a radius of several dozen miles, Xianxiaada was considered a prominent figure. Wang Chen did not know what price Old Sun had paid to invite Xianxiaada to help eliminate the ground rhinos. He had never interacted with Xianxiaada before, but he had had some friction with the boy following him, Zhang Xiaoshan, who was Xianxiaada's son. Old Sun, Xianxiaada, and Zhang Xiaoshan all noticed Wang Chen sitting under the tree. Old Sun nodded in greeting, while Xianxiaada ignored him entirely. Zhang Xiaoshan snorted disdainfully. What a clown. Wang Chen secretly chuckled as he watched them head to Old Sun's spirit fields. In fact, Wang Chen was somewhat curious about how Xianxiaada would deal with the ground rhinos. However, with Zhang Xiaoshan around, he decided not to seek out humiliation. He began to prepare a fire for cooking. After putting the spirit grains into the pot to boil, Wang Chen took out all the ground rhinos from his storage bag. He carefully used a skinning knife to extract the white meat from the insect's abdomen. Inside the ground rhino was a strip of fine meat, as white as jade and very elastic, tasting quite good. Moreover, it had to be removed before roasting, otherwise it would affect the quality of the dry powder and reduce its selling price. After digging out all the insect meat, Wang Chen added soy sauce to a bowl to marinate it and eliminate the fishy smell. Once the spirit grains in the pot were half cooked, he placed the bowl inside to stew together. In no time, the aroma of the rice blended with the scent of the meat, making one drool. Wang Chen's mouth watered. Suddenly, a delicate squeak caught his attention. Following the sound, he saw a white-furred mouse that had popped out from a corner, squatting on the ground, rubbing its paws and twitching its red nose to sniff the fragrant rice and meat. It looked quite amusing. Wang Chen's index finger twitched slightly, but he did not strike. If it had been a black-furred, ugly mouse, his metal finger technique would have already been unleashed. However, this white-furred mouse was rather cute and had not provoked him. So Wang Chen decided to let the little guy go. Unexpectedly, seeing that Wang Chen did not move, the white-furred mouse grew bolder and crawled a couple of feet closer before squatting down again, its little eyes eagerly staring at Wang Chen. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh. After thinking for a moment, he stood up, lifted the pot lid, grabbed a piece of nearly cooked insect meat with chopsticks, and tossed it in front of the white-furred mouse. The mouse squeaked joyfully a couple of times, picked up the insect meat, and quickly disappeared into the woodpile against the wall. Chapter 5. Breaking Through and Changing Fate. Today's lunch was the most satisfying meal Wang Chen had enjoyed since his arrival. The staple food was still the grain rice with husks, accompanied by pickles that still had a foot odor. But adding a bowl of soy sauce steamed insect meat elevated the meal. As a person who would die without meat, he had not touched any meat for 3 whole days. Before, it could only be considered a fill. Now it was a feast. By the end, Wang Chen took out all the remaining rice from the pot. He then peeled off the husks grain by grain, forming a fist-sized pure rice ball. He filled the rice ball with pickles and 2 pieces of insect meat, then poured the soy sauce meat juice over it to seal it. Holding it in his hands, he took a bite, nearly moved to tears. A rice ball filled with pickles and meat was devoured in 3 bites. It was so delicious. However, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After finishing the rice ball, when he looked at the pile of husks on the table, Wang Chen had no desire to eat them. Forget it. Let us indulge a little today, without any guilt. Wang Chen put the husks into his storage bag. The landlord's family had no surplus grain, let alone he, as a small tenant farmer. When it came to the point of having no food, the husks could still stave off hunger. After eating, he usually went to the quiet room to cultivate. 5 Elements Skill Experience 1. Glancing at the unchanged cultivation panel, Wang Chen sighed after finishing his training. The 5 Elements skill is the entry-level cultivation technique of the Yunyang sect, said to have originated from the ancient immortal sect Kunlun's ultimate secret technique, directly pointing to the profound mysteries of the great Tao, the Tai Hunyuan Jingfa. However, time is merciless, and the passage of countless years has likely altered the ancient secret technique many times, leaving it unrecognizable. The origins of the 5 Element skill are impressive. Yet among the 100,000 chi-refining disciples of the Yunyang sect's outer gate, 99 started with this. There's really no prestige to speak of. However, although the technique is common, the 5 Element skill is balanced and highly compatible. As a primary cultivation method, it can drive nearly all low-grade spells. Moreover, it is easy to learn, with a very low probability of going into a frenzy during cultivation, making it the most suitable for ordinary cultivators just starting in chi refinement. Of course, the 5 Element skill also has clear drawbacks. It is too mediocre. Thus, after most chi refining cultivators advance to the intermediate chi refining stage, they will change their primary cultivation method based on their innate attributes. The original owner had the same plan. He worked hard in the fields, accumulating contributions to his sect that he was reluctant to spend. His goal was to reach the 4th level of chi training in exchange for a new primary cultivation technique at the technique hall. Unfortunately, he was still stuck at the 3rd level bottleneck. Wang Chen did not feel discouraged. With the breakthrough experience from the metal finger technique, he believed that the chi training bottleneck was not an insurmountable barrier. The difficulty of upgrading the primary cultivation technique was certainly higher than that of spell skills. Persistence is victory. Leaving the quiet room, Wang Chen picked up a hoe and went outside to weed. The sun had already passed its most intense point. The weather was still hot, and after weeding a few acres, Wang Chen was drenched in sweat. But he remained full of energy. While weeding, Wang Chen also carefully searched for any elusive ground rhinos in the spirit field. Ground rhinos usually acted in groups of 10 or so. Their nests were deep underground, and they would come out at night to nibble on rice ears. Wang Chen had already taken down 7 ground rhinos in the morning, but it seemed EMT wiped out the entire nest. Sure enough, during his search, he found 2 more. Without hesitation, he prepared to use the metal finger technique. After a hearty lunch, with his Dantian energy replenished, the power of the proficient metal finger technique was even stronger. The small ground rhinos were not a threat at all. Instead, they became a new player package for skill experience and meat strips. Wang Chen wished there were more of them in his spirit field. He could have bug meat for dinner. Unfortunately, as evening approached, he did not find any more ground rhinos. The weeds in the 10 acres of spirit field had all been cleared, and like yesterday, Wang Chen cast the cloud and rain technique. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from the spirit field and lunged toward his face with lightning speed. Wang Chen instinctively tilted his head to dodge. The shadow grazed his ear and flew past, buzzing loudly and striking his eardrum. Wang Chen quickly turned to look, only to see that the one attacking him was a large ground rhino. Although ground rhinos lived underground, they also had the ability to fly, just not very high. This one that attacked Wang Chen was significantly larger than the ones he had killed earlier, with fierce and menacing horns. This creature was like a small fighter jet, striking and then retreating. It circled in the air for half a turn before again lunging at Wang Chen. Its dagger-like horns aimed directly at his right eye. However, this time Wang Chen was prepared and dodged again. At the same time, he swung his hoe. The hoe he used for farming was not a magical weapon, but was made from refined iron. He swung it hard at the ground rhino. Wang Chen's father, Wang Xiaoyuan, came from a mundane background and joined the Yunyang sect through martial arts. He had once taught young Wang Chen about body strengthening and close combat techniques. Coupled with 5 years of farming in the spirit field, this refined iron hoe in Wang Chen's hands was comparable to a sword or axe. Smack! The iron hoe struck the ground rhino heavily, knocking it down. The ground rhino had a shell that was impervious to blades and very hard. Although Wang Chen's strike was powerful, it did not severely injure it. The ground rhino spread its wings again, attempting to take off. Wang Chen would not give it that chance. He gathered his energy, pointed his finger, and shot out a sharp metal chi that pierced through the air. In an instant, this ground rhino was pinned to the ground. Metal finger experience 1. Virtue 1. The 2 pieces of information that appeared in his vision left Wang Chen stunned. He quickly called up the cultivation panel. Changes appeared on the panel. The 4 main attributes, body, root, comprehension, and spirit, along with all the skills in the techniques and skills section, now had numbers next to them. However, the numbers next to the 4 main attributes and techniques were gray, while the numbers next to the 4 skills, cleaning technique, mighty technique, metal finger, and cloud and rain technique, were all bright gold. The last 2 sections of the cultivation panel changed to Tiangong, 0, virtue, 1, and behind these 2 sections, a suffix was added, change fate, break through. Tiangong changes fate, virtue breaks through. Wang Chen remembered that in the mobile game Cultivation, the system panel also had a virtue section but did not distinguish between Tiangong and virtue. The virtue points obtained from completing tasks could only be used to upgrade character titles. Now, the Tiangong and virtue on the cultivation panel were clearly different. With a thought, Wang Chen focused on the skills section. Cloud and rain technique, beginner 99,100. Point. Cloud and rain technique, proficient 0-200. Virtue 0 indeed. After consuming the only 1 point of virtue, this spell, which was previously unbreakable, upgraded directly. Chapter 6, Accurate Judgment. This is the real golden finger. The new function of the cultivation panel made Wang Chen overjoyed. With poor roots and low comprehension, breaking through was no longer a concern. As long as he had virtue points, he could directly break through and level up. It was simply delightful. Moreover, Wang Chen believed that virtue could be used to allocate points to skills, so Tiangong could very likely increase the points of the 4 basic attributes. Although he did not yet know how to obtain Tiangong, with the panel in hand, the future was promising. Wang Chen happily picked up the corpse of the ground rhino from the ground. At that moment, he noticed that the large ground rhino had a thumb-sized hole in its head. Dark green juice flowed out, emitting a strong, earthy smell. Clearly, Wang Chen's earlier strike had hit a vital spot. However, the proficient metal finger technique had not fully penetrated it. Compared to the beginner metal finger technique, which could cut a ground rhino in half, this creature's defense was evidently far superior to ordinary ones. Wang Chen estimated that this ground rhino was at least an elite monster, which was why it granted him 1 point of virtue. As for ordinary small monsters, no virtue points would be awarded regardless of how many he killed. If he were to go hunt demon beasts. Stop. Wang Chen immediately suppressed the dangerous thought that had just surfaced in his mind. He was merely a chi training cultivator at the 3rd level. With only the metal finger technique for combat skills, hunting demon beasts, he wouldn't even know how he died. Obtaining virtue points by hunting demon beasts was definitely feasible, but the premise was that he needed to master more combat and defensive spells, and his cultivation level had to be raised to at least the 4th or 5th level to barely manage. He must not become complacent. For dinner, he decided to indulge a little. He scooped out 1.5 gene of spirit grains from the rice jar and put them into a clean stone mortar, then used a stone pestle to pound the rice. The stone mortar and pestle were tools left by the previous owner of the small house, but the original owner had only used them a few times. Wang Chen had already thought it through. He did not plan to eat grain with husks in the future. If life had to be a grind, he would learn to find joy in hardship. Of course, the cultivation panel had also given Wang Chen more confidence. He would raise chickens in the small courtyard, feeding them with rice bran. By then, he would have eggs to eat. This way, the rice bran produced would not go to waste. Perfect. After finishing the spirit grains, Wang Chen spent considerable effort cleaning out all the spirit rice. 1.5 gene of spirit grains yielded about 1 gene and 2 tails of white rice. The white rice grains were plump, crystal clear, and exuded a faint fragrance belonging to low-grade spirit rice. But to Wang Chen, it was already a delicacy. He lit the stove, placed the spirit rice and water in the pot, and began to process the spoils from the afternoon. The 2 ordinary ground rhinos were easy to deal with, because the ground rhinos had mostly intact bodies and very hard shells. He had to use the metal finger technique to cut them open and extract the tender meat strips inside. This meat strip, 2 fingers wide, weighed 3 times that of an ordinary ground rhino, with excellent toughness and elasticity. Wang Chen cut a slit in the meat strip and marinated it along with the other 4 pieces of meat. Then he steamed them in the pot. Sizzle. Wang Chen turned his head and was delighted. The white-furred mouse from noon had come again, squatting on the ground and bowing its paws to him. Little white. Wang Chen seriously said to the little guy, "Look, my family is not wealthy either. We have to weigh every meal carefully, and I have to pound the rice myself, making my hands almost blister." He spread out his hands and said, "Little Bai, you are also a mature spirit mouse now. You need to learn to solve your own food and clothing problems. I believe you can do it. Come on. Let's go." Little Bai is the name Wang Chen just gave to the white-haired mouse. Squeak. The white-haired mouse might have felt embarrassed by what was said. It squeaked a couple of times at Wang Chen and then darted into the firewood pile. Wang Chen let out a long sigh. The rice was cooked quickly. Just as Wang Chen was about to put a large bowl of rice and a small bowl of soy sauce steamed meat on the table, preparing to feast, he suddenly felt something unusual. Looking down, he was surprised to see Little Bai again. Moreover, following the white-haired mouse was a golden-haired mouse. The golden-haired mouse was smaller than the white-haired mouse, with fur in a mix of gold, white, and gray, and a tuft of red hair on its forehead. It looked quite good. Wang Chen was dumbfounded. "Little Bai, you are going too far. It's one thing to mooch a meal for yourself, but you actually brought your partner along to mooch too. Are you trying to tease me?" Wang Chen could confirm their gender. Little Bai didn't have any eggs. Squeak. Little Bai turned to the golden-haired mouse and squeaked a couple of times. The latter jumped a few steps forward to Wang Chen's feet and opened its mouth to spit something out. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. The golden-haired mouse spat out a piece of jade stone about an inch long and roughly the thickness of a thumb, glowing with a luminous aura. It was actually a low-grade spirit stone. Spirit stones are the universal currency in the immortal world, mainly divided into lower, middle, upper, and extreme grades. The purchasing power of spirit stones is very strong. The spirit rice that Wang Chen planted was sold to the immortal grain merchants in Yinshan City. The purchasing price from the merchants was 50 pounds for a low-grade spirit stone. In fact, he usually bought firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea using broken spirit stones. Broken spirit stones are made from scraps produced during the cutting of spirit stones, with 100 broken spirit stones equivalent to one low-grade spirit stone. Wang Chen has been planting spirit fields outside the Yunyang sect for 5 years, saving up diligently. The 7 low-grade spirit stones and 39 broken spirit stones in his storage bag are all his savings now. Now Little Bai and its partner used a low-grade spirit stone, equivalent to 50 pounds of spirit rice, to mooch a meal. Talk about being precise. Wang Chen quickly picked up the spirit stone from the ground and stuffed it into his storage bag with lightning speed. Come, come. He smiled broadly, clapping the table and enthusiastically calling out, "Come up and eat." The 2 mice actually understood. They climbed up the table leg and squatted on either side of Wang Chen, waiting for their meal. The one who spends money is the master. Wang Chen rubbed his hands together. He cut the piece of rhinoceros meat into 2 portions with a small knife, placed each in a ball of rice, and set them in 2 small dishes. Then drizzled soy sauce meat juice over them. Finally, he placed them in front of Little Bai and its partner. The fist-sized rice balls clearly revealed a section of cooked pink insect meat on top, accompanied by sweet soy sauce. They were steaming and fragrant. Wang Chen's skills honed in the great culinary empire were on full display. The saliva of the white-haired and golden-haired mice dripped onto the table. "Eat, eat." Wang Chen smiled as he watched them devour the food. He didn't feel any pain for the meat he provided. As the saying goes, if you can't bear to part with your daughter, you won't catch a rogue. If they come every now and then to mooch a piece of spirit stone, Wang Chen would have made a profit. This was not just a golden-haired mouse. It was clearly a money mouse. Watching them eat happily, Wang Chen poured the leftover meat and sauce from the small bowl over the rice and started eating heartily himself. So delicious. Chapter 7. Enlightened. At night, after completing his daily cultivation, Wang Chen was wide awake. He climbed up to the roof to look at the stars. The nightlife in the immortal world can also be quite enjoyable. There are many tea houses, taverns, brothels, gambling houses, and night markets in Yinshan City, which stay open late into the night. However, Wang Chen couldn't afford to indulge right now. Lying on the tiles with his hands as a pillow, a dazzling and unfamiliar starry sky came into view. Or perhaps it was a glimpse into his past life. Wang Chen graduated from a well-known domestic university of science and engineering and was later recruited by a large state-owned enterprise. After 2 years, he chose to resign because he simply couldn't adapt to the rigid internal system of the company and the intrigues within the departments. He started making self-media videos about technology, games, food, and crafts, and surprisingly gained millions of followers online. He made a living through advertisements and lived comfortably. In the eyes of others, Wang Chen was enthusiastic, cheerful, and had acceptable looks and high emotional intelligence. He had a bright future. However, as drowsiness gradually overtook him, Wang Chen still thought about the 15-year mortgage he hadn't paid off. Damn it! The howling outside the courtyard woke Wang Chen from his sweet dream. Damn it. Wang Chen helplessly got up and jumped down from the roof. Dogsy was the original owner's nickname. His father, Wang Xiaoyuan, came from the mundane world, and his wife was also immortal. Shortly after little Wang Chen was born, his mother passed away from a terminal illness. So, according to the customs of the mundane world, Wang Xiaoyuan gave him a lowly nickname, hoping he could grow up safely. Dogsy, you can live even eating dung. Due to his father's friends, including Old Son, all the neighbors knew this nickname. In fact, hardly anyone called him by his formal name. Here it comes. Wang Chen opened the courtyard door and was immediately taken aback. In just one day, Old Son seemed to have aged 10 years. His hair completely white and his expression haggard. He looked like he had been deeply drained. Grandpa Son, are you okay? Wang Chen was indignant. The female cultivators of the Hahuan sect are going too far. Recently, the biggest gossip in Yinshan City was undoubtedly about a batch of female cultivators from the Hahuan sect working at the Chuanfang Pavilion, stealing business from the old brothels like Chunyu Building and Lanxiang Courtyard. The female cultivators of the Hahuan sect were all beautiful and skilled in dual cultivation, known as the famous juice girls in the immortal world. With their participation, not only did they reduce the customers at Chunyu Building and Lanxiang Courtyard, but even the gamblers at the Rui gambling house were fewer. Old Son, who had no children or daughters and neither refined weapons nor alchemy, had long since given up on cultivation. All that hard-earned spirit stones he had saved were basically spent in several brothels in Yinshan City. How could Old Son, living in the moment, resist the temptation to go to Chuanfang Pavilion for a look? Therefore, Wang Chen's speculation was reasonable and impeccable. What female cultivators from the Hahuan sect? Old Son was momentarily confused, but then quickly came to his senses. The old man was so angry that he turned red. Dogsy, you little rascal, you've changed too. I came to ask you if you found any earth rhinoceroses in your spirit field yesterday? Yes. When it came to serious matters, Wang Chen dared not joke any longer. I killed 10 of them and planned to go look for more in the morning. He then asked, Grandpa Son, didn't you hire Xianxiaaudiobooks to exterminate the bugs? Wasn't it cleaned up? Cleaned up? What do you mean clean? Old Son's face was filled with frustration. The problem is serious. Xianxiaaudiobooks is a famous pest exterminator, said to be skilled at the level of mastery. So I invited him to deal with the earth rhinoceroses. In the beginning, everything went smoothly. But after killing 3 earth rhinoceroses, the rest hiding in the spirit field seemed to have become clever. As soon as Xianxiaaudiobooks got close, they immediately burrowed into the ground and disappeared without a trace, making Xianxiaaudiobooks' efforts in vain time and time again, forcing him to leave in frustration. As soon as Xianxiaaudiobooks left, Old Son's spirit field was ravaged, with many spirit rice plants eaten to shreds. The revenge of the earth rhinoceroses is quite strong. Old Son was so worried that he couldn't sleep all night, turning his hair white from stress. I plan to go to the city again to find someone to help. He sighed sadly. This year's harvest is hanging by a thread. When the time comes and I can't pay the rent, you have to help me out, dog. So that's where the conversation was heading. Wang Chen secretly complained. If you ran to Jifang a few less times, the saved spirit stones would be enough to pay the rent. According to the regulations of the Yunyang sect's outer sect spirit plant hall, any shortfall in rent can be made up with spirit stones at market price. If it were the original owner, he would probably foolishly agree. But Wang Chen, who had crossed over, would never indulge the other's bad habits. He smiled and didn't say whether he agreed or disagreed. Then he took out the suspected earth rhinoceros from his storage bag. Grandpa Son, I killed a big one yesterday. Can you see if you can sell me some more spirit fragments? So big. Old Son's eyes instantly widened, staring intently at the earth rhinoceros in Wang Chen's hand. This earth rhinoceros has turned into a demon. He looked incredulous. Dog, you actually killed a demonized earth rhinoceros? In the world of cultivation, demons and monsters are not just a general term, but describe 4 different states of life. The first one is demon, referring to non-human entities that have gained extraordinary powers through the nurturing of spiritual energy. This includes pigs, dogs, cattle, sheep, wolves, tigers, leopards, plants, and even insects. A demonized earth rhinoceros is much more formidable than an ordinary one. Old Son had cultivated spirit fields for most of his life and had only seen a few demonized earth rhinoceroses. He noticed a hole in the demonized earth rhinoceros's head, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Dog, your metal finger is at the mastery level. Although Old Son was greedy and lustful, he had eaten spirit rice for decades, and his experience was undoubtedly rich. It made sense that Wang Chen could kill a demonized earth rhinoceros with his mastery-level metal finger. Wang Chen chuckled, just got lucky and broke through. You finally got it. Old Son was both envious and jealous, his eyes rolling. Dog, since you're so capable, help me clean out the earth rhinoceroses in my spirit field. He squeezed out a hint of flattery. No time. Wang Chen shook his head like a rattle drum. Grandpa Son, your 30 acres of spirit field, I still have to take care of my own fields. This old man was wicked, actually trying to get him to work for free. What a joke. Old Sun's eyes twitched, and he painfully opened his palm. 5 pieces. I'll give you 5 pieces of spirit fragments. In fact, he had asked Xianxiaaudiobooks to come and clear the earth rhinoceroses for a reward of 15 spirit fragments, equivalent to 50 spirit fragments per acre. Since Xianxiaaudiobooks hadn't completed the task, he naturally had no face to take the reward. In Old Sun's view, even if Wang Chen was capable, the appearance fee could not be compared to Xianxiaaudiobooks. 5 pieces of spirit fragments was quite generous. 1 piece per acre, 30 acres. 30 pieces of spirit fragments. Old Sun really wanted to bang his head against the door frame of Wang Chen's house right then. He simply couldn't understand where the loyal and honest dog who was easy to bully had gone. This awakening was too intense. Chapter 8. Wang Chen's Divine Operation. Old Sun, who had always been stingy, really wanted to curse a few words at Wang Chen's outrageous demand and turn to leave. However, he couldn't take a step away. The situation was more powerful than the individual. Earth rhinoceroses were quite sinister, preferring to forage during the day. The more intense the sunlight, the better their appetite. Old Sun's 30 acres of spirit field had already suffered retaliatory damage from the earth rhinoceroses yesterday afternoon. If he didn't hurry to clear them out this morning, the situation would only worsen. If he ran to Yinshan City to find help, it would take time and be quite costly. Plus, he might not even find an expert in exterminating insects. Wang Chen had not only killed 10 earth rhinoceroses, but one of them was also demonized. The metal finger had broken through to the mastery level. Old Sun thought and thought, deciding to negotiate with Wang Chen. 30 pieces of spirit fragments is really too expensive. The old man was reluctant to pay a high price while being anxious to solve the earth rhinoceros problem, so he shamelessly entangled Wang Chen, blocking his way at the door. Wang Chen was annoyed. How about this? Let's not calculate by acreage, but by number. He held up 2 fingers. I'll help you eliminate 1 earth rhinoceros, and you give me 20 spirit fragments, and the earth rhinoceros I kill will belong to me. What do you think? Old Sun squinted and calculated, feeling that this was indeed much more cost-effective. Earth rhinoceroses have a strong territorial sense, usually living in groups of about 10. Normally, 30 acres of spirit field could accommodate at most 3 or 4 groups of earth rhinoceroses. In total, there could be 40 earth rhinoceroses across 4 groups. If Wang Chen killed them all, he could only earn 800 spirit fragments, equivalent to 8 pieces of spirit fragments. The key was that this pricing method could fully ensure Wang Chen's enthusiasm for exterminating the insects. The more Old Sun thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But he wanted to bargain a bit more. Dog, if you can't do it, then forget it. Wang Chen turned to leave. I still have to work in my own fields. All right. Seeing Wang Chen's resolute attitude, Old Sun stomped his foot in frustration. Let's do it your way. Hurry up. Old Sun had no choice. In fact, he also knew the metal finger. However, this technique required converting magical power into metal force for activation, which was a significant burden on the meridians. And since Old Sun was old and frail, his meridians were not as resilient as in his youth, unable to withstand the damage caused by frequently activating the metal finger, leaving him helpless against the earth rhinoceroses ravaging his spirit field. He couldn't risk his own life just to exterminate insects, so he had to seek external help. He secretly laughed. In fact, helping Old Sun exterminate insects and earning 5 pieces of spirit fragments was already quite good. Wang Chen's current total savings was only 7 pieces of spirit fragments. Moreover, exterminating earth rhinoceroses could increase skill proficiency and yield spoils. It was simply a triple gain. Old Sun's face turned red. How can you slander people for no reason? Am I the kind of person who shirks debt? That's hard to say. Wang Chen didn't have much good feeling towards this old man. The memories from the original owner told him that Old Sun had often taken advantage of the original owner, calculating and benefiting from him. After the conditions were agreed upon, Wang Chen straightforwardly followed Old Sun to his spirit field. Old Sun's spirit field was 3 times larger than Wang Chen's, and looking out, the spirit rice was lush and densely packed. However, upon closer inspection, some rice ears showed obvious signs of damage. Many rice stalks had only leaves left, with no rice ears in sight. Under Old Sun's anxious gaze, Wang Chen activated his spiritual sense to enhance his senses and began searching the spirit field. He naturally entered a supersensory state. In this state, Wang Chen could resonate wonderfully with the spirit rice in the surrounding fields, allowing the rice to inform him where the pests were. He quickly noticed the anomalies. And it wasn't just one place. The pest problem in Old Sun's spirit field was much worse than Wang Chen had anticipated. Just as he began to search, he discovered 3 earth rhinoceroses. Wang Chen immediately held his breath and carefully approached the nearest earth rhinoceros. When he got within about 10 feet, he struck decisively. A stream of metal chi shot through the air, instantly slicing through an earth rhinoceros lying on a rice stalk. This earth rhinoceros was actually hiding quite well. However, under Wang Chen's supersensory insight, it had nowhere to hide and was killed in one blow. Without picking up the fallen pest body, Wang Chen walked 5 steps to the left. Again, he unleashed his finger strike. The second earth rhinoceros met the same fate as its companion. Then came the third. After completing the triple kill, Wang Chen leisurely collected the spoils that had fallen in the field. Old Sun, standing on the ridge, was dumbfounded, hardly believing his eyes. Asking Wang Chen for help with pest extermination, Old Sun had somewhat of a desperate mentality. It wasn't that he had much trust in Wang Chen's abilities. However, Wang Chen's performance just now truly amazed Old Sun. Everyone says that Xianxiaaudiobooks is a master at exterminating pests, but compared to 17-year-old Wang Chen, he falls short by more than a notch. He couldn't help but follow behind Wang Chen, yet he didn't dare to get too close, fearing he might interfere with him. Maintaining his heightened perception, Wang Chen quickly found a new earth rhinoceros. However, after eliminating the 5th earth rhinoceros, Wang Chen stopped searching. He gathered all the spoils and handed them to Old Sun. "Grandpa Sun, please give me the spirit stones." Grandpa Sun was confused. "Huh? Pay me." Wang Chen, impatient, replied. 20 spirit fragments for 1 earth rhinoceros, 5 for a small transaction, no credit. Grandpa Sun was shocked. What do you mean?" Although he had previously patted his chest, claiming he wasn't the kind of person to default on payments, Wang Chen didn't believe this old man. His thought was simple: settle for a few kills and keep the spirit stones before continuing to kill. Otherwise, Grandpa Sun could play by himself. Understanding Wang Chen's intention, Old Sun was left speechless. He was completely impressed by Wang Chen's amazing skills. He could only obediently take out a piece of spirit stone. Wang Chen didn't take advantage of him and accepted the spirit stone, letting Grandpa Sun be responsible for guarding the earth rhinoceros corpses. Thus, both sides were clear about their dealings. With 5 earth rhinoceroses as the settlement unit, Wang Chen searched step by step through Grandpa Sun's spirit field. However, after obtaining the 3rd piece of spirit stone, he sat down on the ridge of the field, showing no intention of continuing. Grandpa Sun was dumbfounded. "Dog, why have you stopped?" Using the Gingjin finger consumed a lot of mana. Even though his accuracy was extremely high, after killing over a dozen earth rhinoceroses, his dantian was now empty. Wang Chen hadn't even eaten breakfast yet. Realizing this, Grandpa Sun gritted his teeth and took out a white jade bottle from his storage bag. Chapter 9, Cooperation. Grandpa Sun uncorked the bottle and poured out a pill the size of a longan, using his mana to levitate it in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chen was surprised. "Grandpa Sun, what is this?" The pill was entirely jade-like and emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. Just smelling it accelerated the mana flow within him. Grandpa Sun said impatiently, "Hurry up and eat it so you can get to work." Wang Chen smiled. "This doesn't count as part of my payment." Grandpa Sun gritted his teeth. It doesn't count. He was pained. The effect of the recovery pill was to speed up mana recovery. Its true purpose was not for cultivation, but for quickly replenishing mana during battles. Grandpa Sun had saved up a few for emergencies. Right now, he had no choice. If he didn't hurry to clear the earth rhinoceroses from the spirit field, his losses wouldn't be compensated by just 1 or 2 spirit stones. He was already on his knees, so it didn't matter to prostrate once more. Watching Wang Chen happily grab the pill and stuff it into his mouth, Grandpa Sun felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. The medicinal power quickly dissipated into pure spiritual energy, condensing into mana under the influence of the 5 elements technique. Wang Chen leaped up from the ground and threw himself back into the great task of exterminating pests in the spirit field. The speed of mana replenishment from the recovery pill was 100 times faster than meditating. Speaking of which, the original owner was also pitiful, living to 17, practicing for over a decade, and having taken only a handful of pills. Many second-generation disciples of the Yunyang sect treat pills like snacks. Even a pig could be stacked up to become a high-level Qi practitioner. He was becoming more and more proficient in pest extermination. Although limited by innate roots and comprehension, Wang Chen's intelligence and emotional quotient were far beyond that of the dull original owner. After mastering the Gungjin finger at the proficient level, his ability to grasp this technique deepened significantly. Moreover, Wang Chen was good at summarizing experiences, relying on strong perception and resonance with plants. He could easily find earth rhinoceroses hidden in the spirit rice and quietly approach them. Then, with a single strike, he would kill them. As the number of earth rhinoceroses killed by Wang Chen continued to increase, the proficiency of the proficient Gungjin finger kept rising. The mana he consumed actually decreased. This was because Wang Chen discovered that when dealing with ordinary earth rhinoceroses, he didn't need to exert full strength. If he was close enough, using just 10 of his finger strength could easily take down 1 earth rhinoceros. However, getting too close would alert the earth rhinoceros to escape. Wang Chen quickly tested out the optimal distance. Following that, the hit rate of the Gungjin finger increased. In the end, as long as an earth rhinoceros was locked onto by Wang Chen's spiritual sense, there was no escape. The success rate of a one-hit kill approached nearly 100. Under such circumstances, Wang Chen energetically cleared all 30 acres of the spirit field belonging to Grandpa Sunday. Grandpa Sun also went all out. On the other hand, he was truly shocked by Wang Chen's extermination efficiency. As a result, the spirit stones in his storage bag flew away one by one, leaving him numb to the sensation. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wang Chen cheerfully counted today's harvest. Grandpa Sun's 30 acres of spirit field had actually yielded 57 earth rhinoceroses for him. The yield of earth rhinoceroses per acre was nearly double that of Wang Chen's own spirit field. He couldn't help but wonder how much trouble this old man had caused. According to the price of 20 spirit fragments for each earth rhinoceros, Wang Chen earned 11 spirit stones and 40 fragments from Grandpa Sunday. It was a cash settlement, with no debts left unpaid. Additionally, he had obtained spoils worth about 3 spirit stones. As for the edible insect meat that could also be dug out, that didn't count for much. The spirit stones Wang Chen earned today were already double the original owner's entire savings. He felt his storage bag bulging like never before. Wang Chen. Grandpa Sun handed a water gourd to Wang Chen. Have a drink. This old man no longer called Wang Chen by his nickname, and his gaze towards him was quite complex. Thank you. Wang Chen took down the gourd hanging from his waist. I have my own water. He noticed the other's gaze and smiled. Grandpa Sun, how do you think my pest extermination skills are? Grandpa Sun was silent for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. High. Really high, but also really dark. Thinking of the spirit stones that had vanished in his storage bag, Grandpa Sun almost cried out loud. He never dreamed that there would be so many earth rhinoceroses in his own field. It was a windfall. Grandpa Sun, on the path of cultivating immortality. Wealth is of prime importance. Wealth comes first. The original owner had been too poor to spend resources to break through his bottleneck, resulting in his soul scattering. Wang Chen didn't want to follow in the original owner's footsteps. With both low roots and comprehension, spending money was undoubtedly the way to go. Therefore, Wang Chen wanted to earn spirit stones and earn more spirit stones. And he was currently just a small spirit planter in the outer sect of the Yunyang sect. A low-level qi practitioner. No matter how loudly he spoke, others couldn't hear him. He wasn't trustworthy either. Grandpa Sun was different. Although he was also a low-level spirit planter, he had cultivated spirit fields for decades, and his connections and reputation were incomparable to Wang Chen's. With this old cultivator vouching for him, Wang Chen's pest extermination business would undoubtedly unfold smoothly. 10%. Kickback. Grandpa Sun immediately perked up. He swallowed hard, his dim eyes shining with light. 20%. I want 20%. Deal. Wang Chen agreed without bargaining. The sudden outbreak of earth rhinoceroses was quite rare, at least in the original owner's memory. It had never happened before. With so many spirit planters in the outer sect of the Yunyang sect, many were proficient in the Gungjin finger. Moreover, if the situation escalated, the upper-level spirit plant hall wouldn't remain indifferent and would definitely send experts down to resolve it. If a master from the Purple Mansion personally intervened, what could mere earth rhinoceroses do? Thus, Wang Chen's money-making plan had a very short window of opportunity. To ensure Grandpa Sun's enthusiasm for contacting business, it was only right to give him a little more incentive. On the other hand, Wang Chen wanted to dissolve Grandpa Sun's resentment towards him. After all, the other party is a neighbor. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. I will go ask someone right now. Old Sun took off running, faster than a rabbit. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh silently. He was pondering one question. With so many mutated rhinoceroses in Old Sun's field, why hadn't he seen a single one that was demonized? Chapter 10. Prosperous Business. After a moment of adjusting his luck, Wang Chen stood up, ready to leave. Just as he turned around, an unexpected change occurred. 2 balls of dark light suddenly burst out from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, flying towards Wang Chen at high speed, as fast as arrows. This again. Although the incident was sudden, Wang Chen, who had killed a demonized rhinoceros yesterday, was already prepared. He suddenly clenched his fists, and magical power instantly gathered in his arms. Power technique. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen's arms rapidly swelled, muscles bulging, and the skin turned a purplish red. Kill. Bang. Bang. The 2 large demonized rhinoceroses were both sent flying. However, Wang Chen's fists also suffered, each sustaining a bloody wound. Bright red blood gushed out. Enduring the intense pain, Wang Chen extended 2 fingers from his tightly clenched right fist. The direction of his sword fingers pointed precisely at the demonized rhinoceros on the right, which was dazed by his punch. Swift. The sharp metal energy struck the demonized rhinoceros, ruthlessly penetrating its body. The demonized rhinoceros immediately lost its balance and fell down. This strike gathered all of Wang Chen's magical power and displayed the full power of the perfected metal finger technique. Squeak. The other demonized rhinoceros, sensing the danger, let out a roar and charged towards the spirit field, clearly trying to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen skillfully unleashed another sword finger. Another burst of energy flashed by. The second demonized rhinoceros hit the ground and was split in half, its body and head severed. Wang Chen let out a long sigh, his face turning extremely pale. He stumbled a bit, almost falling on the field ridge. If the first finger was an intentional strike from Wang Chen, the second was entirely instinctive. This second finger completely exhausted his magical power. At this moment, Wang Chen's dantian was completely empty, and he no longer had any ability to cast spells. He quickly adjusted his breathing to gather a bit of magical power again. Then he opened his storage bag, first taking out some healing powder to apply to his fist wounds. The rhinoceros's horns were sharp, and the demonized rhinoceros was particularly fierce. Even though Wang Chen activated the power technique to enhance his fists, he still got hurt. Fortunately, his finger bones were unharmed. The demonized rhinoceros was also not poisonous. After treating his wounds, he took out a leftover rice ball from lunchtime and devoured it hungrily. Finally, he managed to regain some strength. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wang Chen felt a lingering fear. He almost capsized in the gutter. I need to strengthen my physique. Clenching his still painful fist, Wang Chen wondered if he should practice a body forging technique. His physique was only 4 points. Although it was stronger than his bone structure and comprehension, it was still hard to shake off the identity of being weak in combat. Currently, Wang Chen was still unclear about how to obtain the heavenly skill to change fate. But he thought that practicing a body forging technique should be able to increase his physique attribute. While thinking, he picked up the corpses of the demonized rhinoceroses and stored them in his bag. These were all spiritual stones. Wang Chen certainly did not forget to check his cultivation panel. Just now, he had been highly tense and hadn't noticed the information prompts in his vision. The skill points for Metal Finger increased by 2 points. His virtue points also increased by 2 points. Wang Chen immediately beamed with joy. At this rate, he would soon be able to raise Metal Finger to a small achievement level. By then, let alone demonized rhinoceroses, he would even have the strength to fight against demon beasts. Great. Boom. Just at this moment, a deep and distant bell rang in Wang Chen's ears. It was the hour of you. This bell sound came from Yunsan City, emitted by the Dingyang Bell in the Star Observation Pavilion. It was said that the Dingyang Bell was a third-tier magical treasure refined by a golden core true person, guarding the central hub of the city's protective formation, and would automatically ring every hour, its sound echoing within 100 miles. Anyone who heard the Dingyang Bell would immediately know the current time. Moreover, the Dingyang Bell could also convey simple messages to the cultivators of the Yunyang sect through its ringing. Warnings, summons, celebrations, condolences. But the greatest function of this magical treasure was to deter and expel evil spirits. Therefore, the Dingyang Bell sound was heard 12 times a day. It not only did not make people feel noisy, but instead provided a sense of peace and stability. Today's harvest was substantial. Wang Chen earned over a dozen spiritual stones, and with his pocket bulging like never before, he excitedly took out a large bowl of insect meat and put it into the oil pan to fry. Let us change the flavor today. The aroma of the frying meat quickly attracted the white-haired mouse and the golden-haired mouse couple. Although they didn't bring any spiritual stones this time, Wang Chen still happily wrapped 2 insect meat rice balls for them. Of course, it was ordinary insect meat. Only those who spent spiritual stones were treated like lords. Without stones, they shouldn't expect any special treatment. The meat of the 2 demonized rhinoceroses was for him to enjoy, as expected of an elite monster. The meat of the demonized rhinoceroses was much more tender and juicy compared to ordinary rhinoceroses, and it contained far more spiritual energy. Wang Chen ate with satisfaction. However, when it came time for his usual cultivation after the meal, he discovered that his meridians had sustained some damage. Whenever he circulated his energy, he felt a faint pain. This was the after effect of frequently using Metal Finger. The metal energy was the most harmful to the body. That's why old folks like Old Sun would rather spend spiritual stones to hire Wang Chen to eliminate the rhinoceroses than do it themselves. Otherwise, if their meridians had issues, the cost of buying pills for treatment would far exceed just a dozen spiritual stones. Wang Chen's Metal Finger had already reached the proficient level. However, his realm was still stuck at the 3rd layer of chi refining, and he hadn't practiced any body forging technique to strengthen his physique. Clearly, his meridians could not fully withstand the high-intensity explosion of metal energy. Such damage was evidently caused by dealing with the 2 demonized rhinoceroses. The 5 elements cultivation method he practiced was balanced, capable of calming the agitation of magical power and having a slight healing effect. Coupled with the nourishment of the spiritual energy from the demonized rhinoceros meat, the damage to his meridians was soon repaired. However, Wang Chen felt that it was urgent to find a body forging technique that integrated both internal and external cultivation. He planned to go to Yunsan City tomorrow. But although Wang Chen's plan was good, the next morning, before dawn, Old Sun came knocking again. Dog, 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 damn, damn, damn. Wang Chen hurriedly put on his clothes and got out of bed to open the door. He saw Old Sun with an excited expression. Dog. The old Lu family also suffered from insect infestation. He has already talked to me, asking you to hurry over to exterminate the insects. Wang Chen was astonished. Now? He hadn't brushed his teeth or washed his face and was still thinking about going to the city in the morning to buy techniques. I've already collected the deposit. Old Sun stamped his foot. Their 45 acres of spirit fields must have more rhinoceroses than my family. It's a big business. Wang Chen replied. Then let me have breakfast first. For the sake of a 20 commission, Old Sun was clearly willing to go all out. If the old Lu family is cleaned up, I'll go find the small Wang family next door. If they leave the spiritual stones on the ground unpicked, they'll be struck by lightning. So, without having time to brush his teeth, Wang Chen was directly dragged away by Old Sunday Chapter 11, wealth flowing in. The old Lu family was 5 miles away from Wang Chen's home. Among the thousands of low-level cultivators in the Yunyang sect, Old Lu, who had contracted 45 spirit fields and 70 acres of mountain land, could be considered a large-scale planter. When Old Sun brought Wang Chen to his house, the 5-layer qi refining old man was squatting in front of his spirit field with a frown, sighing helplessly. Next to him was a tearful farmer's wife, along with a few neighbors whispering to each other. Brother Lu, Old Sun called out before he arrived. I brought Wang Chen over. Lu Laohan suddenly stood up, hope gleaming in his eyes. Everyone make way. Old Sun pulled Wang Chen in front of him, patted Wang Chen's shoulder, and smiled. Don't worry. Little Wang will ensure that the rhinoceros beetles in your fields are cleaned out thoroughly. Looking at the youthful boy in front of him, Lu Laohan hesitated. Little Wang, can you really do it? Wang Chen was simply too young and had no reputation. If it weren't for Old Sun's confident assurance, he wouldn't even consider taking out spirit stones to hire Wang Chen for pest control. Don't worry, brother. Old Sun stood tall, his voice particularly loud. Everyone's watching. I can't just step on my own face, can I? Lu Laohan thought about it and found it reasonable, so he clasped his hands to Wang Chen and said, Then I'll trouble you, young friend. Saving the rice is like saving a fire. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and entered the old Lu family's spirit field under the doubtful gazes of onlookers. Isn't that the dog from Old Sun's house? Yeah. His father is Wang Xiaoyuan. What a pity for Wang Xiaoyuan. Can this half-grown kid really handle the rhinoceros beetles? Who knows? Several neighbors watching the excitement recognized or had seen Wang Chen. They simply couldn't understand Lu Laohan's decision to hire Wang Chen for pest control. The outbreak of rhinoceros beetles had been very sudden. Many family spirit fields had suffered from pest infestations, leading to considerable losses. The old Lu family was among them. Since he was hiring someone with spirit stones, why not hire a pest control expert? They really couldn't comprehend Lu Laohan's thoughts. Lu Laohan's wife was equally puzzled, her face full of concern. The doubts and discussions of the bystanders had no effect on Wang Chen, who had entered hunting mode. On the way to the old Lu's house, he had already consumed 3 spirit rice balls. His energy and spirit had reached their peak. In just a few breaths, Wang Chen discovered the first rhinoceros beetle, Gungjin finger. Gradually, the discussions about Wang Chen disappeared. Watching him skillfully eliminate the rhinoceros beetles in the spirit field, the onlookers fell silent. They were stunned. The rhinoceros beetle was undoubtedly the most difficult pest to deal with among all spirit field pests. Even with mastery of the Gungjin finger, experience and luck were both essential to eliminate the highly alert rhinoceros beetles. Although Wang Chen was only in his teens, he handled the rhinoceros beetles in the spirit field with the skill of someone who had immersed himself in this craft for decades. Every finger thrust was precise and never missed. Moreover, he attacked from a distance of about 10 feet. Such accuracy from that distance was truly extraordinary. Who would dare to underestimate Wang Chen now? Lu Laohan and his wife were overjoyed, their eyes no longer filled with worry. Old Sun had a triumphant look on his face as he told the several dazed onlookers, if anyone else wants to hire someone for pest control, hurry and tell me. It might not be possible to arrange later. Unbeknownst to him, this old man had taken on the role of Wang Chen's agent. Bah! One of the neighbors spat. My family isn't dealing with rhinoceros beetles. Just because we didn't have them the day before or yesterday, doesn't mean we won't have them today. Rhinoceros beetles only appear in the summer. The larvae often hibernate underground for several years. Therefore, no one could guarantee that there were no nests under their own spirit fields. Many families were already facing pest crises. The saying, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer, was not an empty threat. The onlookers exchanged glances and then dispersed in a hurry. Old Sun scoffed and asked Lu Laohan, Brother, do you believe me now? Lu Laohan nodded vigorously. His previously tense heart finally relaxed. Little friend Wang Chen is impressive. Throughout the day, Wang Chen was busy in the old Lu family's spirit field. Gungjin finger experience 1. Gungjin finger experience 1. Gungjin finger experience 1. Information prompts continued to appear in his vision. As his skill experience increased, his mastery and understanding of the Gungjin finger deepened. The improvement in this skill was completely beyond common reasoning, bringing astonishing results. Wang Chen finished clearing the entire spirit field in about the same time as yesterday. His efficiency had greatly increased. It was noteworthy that the spirit field contracted by Lu Laohan covered as much as 45 acres. However, the old spirit planter was very willing. In the end, after counting the results, Wang Chen had eliminated 82 rhinoceros beetles, along with 3 mutated rhinoceros beetles. Unlike the previous 2 days, these 3 mutated rhinoceros beetles had appeared during his pest control efforts and became another set of souls under Wang Chen's fingers. Little friend Wang Chen. After paying all the rewards, Lu Laohan gratefully said, "Thanks to you this time." Wang Chen smiled. "You're too polite, senior." He wasn't working for free. His spirit stone savings had suddenly surpassed 30. Additionally, his experience in mastering the Gungjin finger had accumulated to 178 points. With another 21 points, he could break through again. Finally, his virtue had increased to 5 points. Compared to the spirit stones and experience points earned, Wang Chen now valued the virtue points even more. These could be used to break through the realm of spells. Therefore, despite the hard work of clearing the spirit field, Wang Chen found it quite enjoyable. Old Sun was equally pleased, counting the spirit stones he had received, and said, "Wang Chen, go to Xiaowan's house tomorrow." "Tomorrow won't work." Wang Chen shook his head like a rattle drum. "The weeds in my spirit field are almost 3 feet high." After a hard day's work, he was exhausted. He still had to practice his techniques at night to heal his damaged meridians. How could he have time for farm work? Moreover, besides weeding his own spirit field, he also planned to buy body refining techniques in Yinshan City. How can that be? The old man, who had just tasted the sweetness, became anxious. "It's just 10 acres of spirit field. I'll help you weed it." Old Sun was thinking about earning more commission and then trying his luck with the female cultivators at the fragrant pavilion. How could Wang Chen say he wanted to take a day off? The potential of a person is indeed limitless, Wang Chen thought. Chapter 12, Minor Achievement. Creak, creak. The summer cicadas on the willow trees by the roadside were chirping hoarsely, making people irritable. Under the blazing sun, Wang Chen, searching in the spirit field, was still in a good mood. Clearing out the rhinoceros beetles was indeed a tiring and monotonous task. This job required full concentration, carefulness, rich experience, and outstanding skills. Searching, locking on, and killing. The repetitive process was a tremendous test of spirit, magic, and will. What sustained Wang Chen's positive work attitude, besides the benefits of eliminating the rhinoceros beetles, was undoubtedly the increase in skills and virtue points. Gungjin Finger Experience 1. Gungjin Finger, advanced 198,200. It was 198 points. Wang Chen clenched his fist tightly, suppressing his inner excitement while resisting the impulse to release a Gungjin finger just to gather the final upgrade point. Magic is precious and must not be wasted. He took a deep breath, maintained his focus, and continued searching for the rhinoceros beetles hidden in the spirit field. Now, Wang Chen could resonate more deeply with the spirit rice in the field. This resonance, which did not belong to the skill category, allowed him to quickly pinpoint the target's location and efficiently complete his work. Wang Chen also discovered that the longer he resonated with the spirit rice, the more sensitive and clear his perception became. In this almost mystical state, another rhinoceros beetle was detected by Wang Chen. This rhinoceros beetle was quite special. It was not lying on the rice stalks but was hidden in the mud beneath a stalk of spirit rice, quietly lying in wait. This was the first time Wang Chen had discovered a rhinoceros beetle in the soil, and this demonized earth rhinoceros brought him a sense of threat. Demonized earth rhinoceros. Wang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Without thinking, he raised his right hand, concentrating 90% of his magical power into his finger. He suddenly thrust it down at the ground 5 steps away. The fierce metal energy pierced into the soil in an instant, penetrating the lurking demonized earth rhinoceros. Metal Finger Experience 1. Human Virtue 1. Spirit Soul 1. A series of notification messages made Wang Chen pause. The increase in skill points for Metal Finger and Human Virtue was undoubtedly expected. However, the increase of 1 point in Spirit Soul was something he never anticipated. It was a completely unexpected surprise. While feeling delighted, Wang Chen speculated that this was likely due to his continuous activation of spiritual awareness and frequent resonance with spiritual rice, which in turn honed his spirit soul. It was evident that the spirit soul, like the physique, could be enhanced through training. His current spirit soul attribute had reached 37 points. In fact, Wang Chen had always been puzzled. Why did the display of his spirit soul attribute stand out so distinctly among his 4 basic attributes? Was it due to his soul crossing? Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on this question, as there were more important matters at hand. Leveling up, licking his dry lips, Wang Chen called up the cultivation panel. His attention locked onto the skill bar, clicking on Metal Finger, Mastery 199,200. His human virtue points instantly decreased by 1 point. Metal finger, minor completion 0-300. Haha. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kind of cheat-like improvement was truly exhilarating. Any spell becomes increasingly difficult to break through the bottleneck as its level rises. Although Metal Finger belongs to the category of ordinary foundational spells, at least 9 out of 10 spiritual planters master it. However, only 2 or 3 out of 10 can elevate this spell to the mastery level, limited by their aptitude and comprehension. Wang Chen had low aptitude and comprehension. He wore the label of a mediocre talent on his forehead. In fact, mediocrities like him made up the majority of the outer disciples of the Yunyang sect. The few with excellent aptitude and outstanding comprehension either died prematurely or were recruited by the inner sect and families, who would be the spiritual planters working in the fields. Moreover, old spiritual planters like Old Sun, in order to avoid damaging their meridians, wouldn't dare to use Metal Finger easily, even if they had mastered it. If it was used less, how could they further improve? Without the cultivation panel, with Wang Chen's original talent, he would have already reached the mastery level of Metal Finger. Now, easily breaking through to the minor completion stage was akin to defying fate. Wang Chen, Brother Wang Chen. He turned around and waved at a sturdy man standing on the ridge. Brother Tainyo, I'm fine. This farmer, named Wang Tainyo, was a neighbor of the old Lu family, cultivating 27 acres of spiritual fields. He was also the second client Old Sun had brought to Wang Chen. Wang Tainyo looked up at the scorching sun and called out, "It's too hot. Let us take a break and have some water." Wang Tainyo had a rather honest personality. Although worried about the pests in the fields, he was also too embarrassed to treat Wang Chen like a beast of burden. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen agreed. He indeed needed to recover some physical strength and magical power. After digging out the demonized earth rhinoceros from the mud layer, Wang Chen went to rest under the shade of a tree by the roadside. He took out the spiritual rice balls he made last night from his storage bag. He wolfed them down with spring water from a gourd. The homemade rice balls were generously filled, containing plenty of fragrant fried insect meat and chopped pickles. With each bite, the oil filled his mouth, and the salty, fragrant, and sweet taste was endless. Since Wang Chen used broad mulberry leaves to wrap the rice balls, there was a hint of herbal fragrance within the rice grains. It was 10 times better than the free stuff Old Sun had given him. Wang Tainyo, standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow. Brother Tainyo, you should try some too. Wang Chen generously offered him a rice ball. Thank you. Wang Tainyo smiled broadly, developing a great fondness for Wang Chen. He had known Wang Chen before, but they hadn't interacted much. In Wang Tainyo's impression, Wang Chen was just a pitiful, honest, an introverted, ordinary boy. The current Wang Chen truly made him see him in a new light. A spiritual rice ball quickly shortened the distance between them, and they soon became familiar. Brother Wang. Wang Tainyo stuck out his tongue, rolling a grain of rice stuck to his lip into his mouth, and said, smacking his lips, "If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just report my name." Wang Chen chuckled and handed him another rice ball. Sure, friends should stick together. Wang Tainyo was tall and strong, with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refining. At his age, he had a good chance of breaking through to a higher stage of qi refining. In the surrounding area of 10 miles, Wang Tainyo was also considered a notable figure. Wang Chen knew he had a generous personality and was very filial to his mother. He was a true man worth befriending. Faced with the rice ball Wang Chen offered again, Wang Tainyo, still not full, scratched his head in embarrassment. Yet, his right hand uncontrollably reached for it. Dingling. At that moment, a crisp sound of a copper bell entered Wang Chen's ears. He instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a traveling merchant with a box carrier appearing at the fork in the small road ahead. Chapter 13, Traveling Merchant. A traveling merchant came from the south. Among the vast number of cultivators in the cultivation world, traveling merchants are a unique presence. They neither belong to a sect, nor are they pure rogue cultivators. Traveling merchants wander from village to village, appearing wherever there are gatherings of human beings. There are even many traveling merchants who do business with demons. The traveling merchant appearing in Wang Chen's view was in his 30s, with an ordinary appearance and a friendly smile. The copper bell hanging from the roof of his box jingled, attracting many children from farming families, who bounced behind him. Some children brought herbs they had gathered to exchange with the traveling merchant for rice candy. Most traveling merchants only do small business, and this one was no exception. A handful of dried fish scale grass could be exchanged for half a tael of rice candy. The children who got the candy were overjoyed, while those without felt envious. An elderly person also came over, exchanging for rice wine. Rice candy and rice wine were made from tribute rice sourced from the mundane world. Although they lacked spiritual energy, they were cheap and could satisfy the basic cravings of the lower strata of the cultivation world. In addition to trading items, traveling merchants also sold needles, threads, oil, salt, sauces, vinegar, as well as medicinal powders and talismans. Although these items could also be found in Yinshan City, nothing could compare to the convenience of buying them right at home. Aunts and uncles soon appeared, and the small path to the fields quickly became a bustling scene. Wang Chen watched the lively spectacle. The traveling merchant was very nimble, serving a large group of customers in just a short while. He tidied up his box and continued on his way. When he walked in front of Wang Chen and Wang Tinyo, the traveling merchant smiled and cupped his hands. "Hello, gentlemen." Traveling merchants conduct business from all directions, and the most important principle is to be friendly for prosperity. His attitude was commendable. Fellow Taoist, don't look down on traveling merchants as mere small vendors. Those in this line of work are not easy targets. They often face threats from bandits, demons, and evil spirits. Those without a bit of skill would have long been buried on the road. Of course, upon hearing Wang Chen's inquiry, the traveling merchant immediately stopped. 20 pieces of broken spirit for £1. 20 pieces of broken spirit for £1. Wang Chen frowned. The price is so low? If his memory served him right, the purchasing price at the medicine shops in Yinshan City was £3 of spirit. Yet this traveling merchant's price was for £5 of spirit. There was quite a difference. The traveling merchant explained, the price in the city is the same, and it might drop even further in a few days. Wang Chen realized. He had no doubt that the other party was trying to fool him. Although it is said that there is no business without deceit, in places with rules and order, itinerant merchants often pay great attention to their reputation. Once their reputation is ruined, no one would be willing to do business with them again, and they could even be driven away. Wang Chen had a nameplate hanging from his waist that identified him as an outer disciple of the Yunyang sect. The itinerant merchant could not possibly overlook that. Thinking about it, the other party's explanation was quite reasonable. The acquisition price of the earth rhinoceros in Wang Chen's memory was from before. Now, many spirit fields had been affected by insect plagues, and everyone was busy exterminating them, so the price was bound to drop. He decided to act. Wang Chen decisively took out all the earth rhinoceroses from his storage bag. Even with the itinerant merchant's extensive experience, he was taken aback. The number of earth rhinoceroses Wang Chen had just taken out was truly astonishing, including 7 large mutated earth rhinoceroses. And Wang Chen was so young. The merchant gave Wang Chen a deep look and began to count. After weighing, the total weight of over 100 ordinary earth rhinoceroses was nearly 30 pounds. The itinerant merchant directly calculated based on 30 pounds and gave him 6 lower spiritual stones. As for the 7 mutated earth rhinoceroses, he calculated separately. How about 1 lower spiritual stone each? Wang Chen nodded. That's fine. He had previously inquired with Old Sun, and the price for mutated earth rhinoceroses was indeed this. Now that the acquisition price for ordinary earth rhinoceroses had plummeted, it clearly did not affect the price of mutated earth rhinoceroses. After all, mutated earth rhinoceroses were materials for refining pills, and they were of a completely different grade from ordinary earth rhinoceroses used for medicinal concocting, with far fewer in number, earning another 13 lower spiritual stones. Wang Chen's total assets reached 45 lower spiritual stones. You're impressive, friend. After the transaction was completed, the itinerant merchant exclaimed, in the past 2 days, I've collected quite a few earth rhinoceroses, and your haul is the largest. With such skills, advancing to the inner sect is just around the corner. Wang Chen smiled. Thank you for your kind words. The itinerant merchant chuckled and cupped his hands, swaying away with his box. After the itinerant merchant left, Wang Chen almost fully recovered and continued to work in the field. Once he resumed his tasks, Wang Chen immediately felt a difference. His Gungjin finger had advanced to a minor completion realm, but he hadn't noticed any changes in the earth rhinoceroses yet. However, after his soul increased by 1 point, once he activated his spiritual awareness to enhance his senses, his perception range suddenly expanded significantly. Moreover, it became sharper and clearer. He quickly discovered 3 earth rhinoceroses at varying distances. This surge in insight undoubtedly greatly improved Wang Chen's efficiency in pest control. Then, the Gungjin finger at the minor completion realm surprised him again. Advancing to minor completion felt like a sudden enlightenment. Understanding a few of the mysteries of the Gungjin finger, he was able to approach, control, and even dissect this technique from a higher level. The result of this was that when Wang Chen used the Gungjin finger again, it became easier, more precise, and less laborious. Coupled with the heightened perception from his increased soul, Wang Chen cleared the spirit fields almost twice as fast as before. Thus, just past noon, he finished clearing all 27 spirit fields belonging to Wang Tinyu and captured 16 earth rhinoceroses and 2 mutated earth rhinoceroses. Notably, these 2 mutated earth rhinoceroses were also killed while in a dormant state through his soil strike. Wang Xiaoga is amazing. Wang Tinyu couldn't help but give Wang Chen a thumbs up. It was definitely worth coming to you. His cultivation was much stronger than Wang Chen's, and he was also skilled at farming spirit fields, yet he had no way to deal with the earth rhinoceroses that were plaguing the spirit rice. He never expected Wang Chen to be so capable. Having resolved his pressing concern, Wang Tiniu was overjoyed. Come on, let us go to my house for a drink. Little Wang Xiaoga. Just as Wang Tiniu finished speaking, a noisy commotion suddenly came from the side. A group of farmers and farmwomen hurried over, surrounding Wang Chen with chatter. Come quickly to my house. I got here first. Hey, it's obviously me first. Wang Xiaoga, please come save my spirit field. It's a disaster. Wang Chen's sleeves, arms, and pants were being tugged at, and he fell into an unprecedented state of embarrassment, feeling like he had turned into a ginseng doll. Fortunately, Wang Tiniu, being righteous, stepped in to rescue Wang Chen from this predicament. It turned out that these families also discovered earth rhinoceroses in their spirit fields. Upon learning that Wang Chen was quite capable of pest control, they rushed over for help. For this, Wang Chen felt both pained and happy. Chapter 14, Major Completion. The insect plague had expanded. At first, earth rhinoceroses only appeared in the outermost areas of the Yunyang spirit land. However, within just a few days, these black beetles spread rapidly towards the core areas like a plague. The number of spirit fields affected in the outer areas of the Yunyang spirit land exceeded tens of thousands of acres, impacting over 1,000 spirit planters. Because this outbreak of earth rhinoceroses was particularly vicious, most spirit planters could not deal with them. They could only think of ways to save themselves while urgently seeking help from their sect. However, the sluggish and bloated Yunyang sect had a concerning response speed. In such circumstances, Wang Chen, who had already gained some fame as a pest control expert, took on 9 jobs at once. The spirit stones were just too easy to earn, relying on his excellent soul perception ability in the minor completion realm of the Gungjin finger. Wang Chen could clear 6 to 70 acres of spirit fields in a single day. He was earning a minimum of 20 spiritual stones every day. The skill experience points for the Gungjin finger were skyrocketing, and within just 2 days, he reached the breakthrough threshold. Wang Chen felt like a little cow flying high in the sky. Major completion level Gungjin finger. Here I come. Gungjin finger. Minor completion 299,300. Level up. Gungjin finger. Major completion 0400. Wang Chen's head buzzed, and his consciousness instantly became blank. In an instant, countless pieces of information forcefully flooded into his sea of consciousness, nearly bursting his head. Fortunately, his current soul consciousness was quite strong, and he was not overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information. Even so, it took Wang Chen nearly a stick of incense to process it all. He had not anticipated that the breakthrough from minor completion to major completion of the Gungjin finger would be so perilous. Wang Chen's heart immediately sounded an alarm. The reason for this situation was likely due to the rapid increase in the realm of the technique, leading to insufficient accumulation and honing in daily practice. Wang Chen estimated that if he fully activated the major completion level Gungjin finger now, his meridians would be unable to withstand it. Soon after, Wang Chen discovered a new situation. Virtue, Breakthrough 4. Before adding points to the skill, his virtue points were 14. He had also captured several mutated earth rhinoceroses in the past 2 days, consuming 10 points just now. Wang Chen was taken aback. The first time he added points to the Gungjin finger, it only consumed 1 virtue point. The same went for adding points to the Yunyu formula. Now, the second time adding points to the Gungjin finger actually multiplied by 10. Following this pattern, would the third time require 100 points? The fourth time 1,000 points? Earlier, Wang Chen was satisfied with earning a little more than 10 virtue points, but now he felt a bit frustrated. Fortunately, Wang Chen had an optimistic personality, and he quickly threw this little frustration behind him. In life, the most important thing is to be content. Only by being content can one find lasting happiness. With such an impressive external aid, what else could he be dissatisfied with? His right index and middle fingers were itching, eager to experience the major completion level of the Gungjin finger. Within moments, an earth rhinoceros was locked on by Wang Chen's spiritual awareness. This earth rhinoceros was over 3 zhang away from Wang Chen, and it was facing him directly while hugging a rice stalk. In the past, if Wang Chen wanted to take down this guy, he would have to move to the side to avoid destroying the rice stalk along with the strike. At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Chen, and without a second thought, he urged his magical powers. However, the direction of his sword finger did not point directly at the earth rhinoceros. Instead, it deviated slightly outward. The next second, a pure golden metal energy shot out from his finger, carving a long arc of light above the spirit field. In an instant, it hit the earth rhinoceros that was holding onto a rice stalk. With a thud, the earth rhinoceros was split in half from top to bottom and fell to the ground. Huh, Wang Chen was overjoyed. Is this the perfected version of the golden finger? The little bull opened the door for the little cow, and it's all come home. It turned out that his golden finger could only move in a straight line, just like a bullet fired from a gun, with no curves at all. Now it was equivalent to mastering the art of curving shots. How fun! Not only was it fun, but it was also incredibly practical in battle. For example, if prey or enemies were hiding behind cover, thinking they were safe, they wouldn't expect Wang Chen's golden finger to be able to curve, invincible against sneaky people. The following time was spent by Wang Chen continuously familiarizing himself and verifying the power of the curved attack of the golden finger. One unlucky earth rhinoceros after another became his experimental subjects, being sliced into various shapes from different angles. By the time the last acre of spirit field was cleared, Wang Chen had completely mastered the curved attack technique of the perfected golden finger. When the young man from the Wang family sat down to rest by the edge of the field, a handkerchief was handed over. "You've worked hard. Wipe off your sweat." The voice was soft and pleasant. "Thank you." Wang Chen was not polite, taking the handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This silk handkerchief was very clean and carried a faint fragrance. Its owner was a graceful young woman standing beside Wang Chen, Madam Chen. Wang Chen stood up to return the handkerchief, saying, "Your spirit field should be fine now. If you discover any new earth rhinoceroses, I will help you eliminate them for free." After a pause, he added, "You can keep these earth rhinoceroses for your daughter to trade for some rice candy." This young woman was Wang Chen's third client of the day. Her husband's surname was Chen, so everyone called her Madam Chen. Madam Chen was a widow. Her husband was originally an outer disciple of the Yunyang sect and had died 3 years ago during a sect mission, leaving Madam Chen and her daughter to depend on each other. Madam Chen chose not to remarry but rented 15 acres of spirit field to support her daughter. Perhaps because she shared a similar fate with the original owner, Wang Chen felt a surge of compassion for her and offered a discount in the name of her daughter. It was definitely not because he found the widow beautiful. Lilia was Madam Chen's daughter, only 9 years old this year. A few days ago, when the traveling merchants came by, she was one of the children watching enviously as others ate candy. Wang Chen was the kind of person who, despite living a difficult life, couldn't bear to see others suffer. Within his means, he would help a little. Madam Chen was somewhat surprised and a bit astonished. She bit her lip but accepted Wang Chen's kindness. "I'll thank you on behalf of Lilia." The earth rhinoceroses Wang Chen gave her could not only be exchanged for rice candy. "Time to go." Wang Chen patted his bottom and prepared to leave. Just as he took a step, he stopped again. "Madam Chen, I think the price of spirit grain is going to rise sharply. If you don't have much grain stored at home, you should hurry and stock up now." Madam Chen was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, Wang Chen had already left. Soon after, she discovered that among the earth rhinoceroses Wang Chen left for her, there was surprisingly one that was demonized. This beautiful widow couldn't help but feel tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 15, Killing. No way. Back at home, Wang Chen once again called up the cultivation panel, staring at the virtue section for a long time. After confirming that the numbers inside really wouldn't change, he regretfully closed it. The kindness he showed to Madam Chen was definitely not because he found the widow beautiful. Besides sharing a common plight, Wang Chen mainly wanted to see if doing good deeds could earn him virtue points. After all, solely relying on killing demonized earth rhinoceroses was too singular a source. It was proven that this path was unfeasible. However, Wang Chen was not too disappointed about it. He didn't feel like he lost anything. Squeak. A big white mouse jumped onto the table, bowing its paws at him. Wang Chen reached out and petted it twice. "Little white, don't worry. I'll go cook soon." Wang Chen was very familiar with them. The days of cultivation were dull, and having these 2 sentient spirit mice around undoubtedly added a touch of brightness to life. So even though the silver-haired mouse hadn't brought any spirit stones since that day, he didn't mind. Squeak. The big white mouse flicked its tail, its call filled with joy. Wang Chen looked around. "Where's your husband?" For the past few days, the 2 spirit mice had been inseparable and affectionate, throwing plenty of dog food to Wang Chen. The big white mouse shook its head. Wang Chen was puzzled but thought little of it, running to the kitchen to cook. Dinner was still the same 3 dishes. During the meal, the silver-haired mouse still did not appear. Wang Chen made a rice ball with the leftover rice. The mouse hole was behind the firewood pile in the corner of the kitchen. The original owner had lived here for 5 years without ever discovering it. It was likely that these 2 spirit mice had just moved in. After filling his belly, Wang Chen went to the quiet room to start his usual cultivation. The 5 elements technique circulated through the 12 orbits, and his Dantian's magical power became abundant. However, there was no progress in his cultivation level. Technique. 5 elements technique. 3rd layer 299,300. Looking at the unchanged data on the cultivation panel, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. With his current pitiful root bone and comprehension, he should be able to break through this bottleneck with persistent effort. But he had no idea when that would be. Wang Chen's biggest problem now was that his skill levels were rising rapidly, while his cultivation strength could not keep up. This made it difficult for him to unleash the full power of the perfected golden finger. He had to be cautious when dealing with earth rhinoceroses to avoid causing excessive damage to his meridians. To solve this problem, Obtaining heavenly merit to change his fate would undoubtedly be Wang Chen's best choice. However, he had no clue how to obtain heavenly merit. Thinking about it made his head hurt, so Wang Chen simply chose not to think about it and went to bed to sleep. He closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Dog. A crisp voice tinged with a hint of charm suddenly jolted Wang Chen awake. He turned his head and was astonished to find himself sitting on a park bench. Flowers were blooming all around, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Beside him sat a cute and delicate girl. Wang Chen was stunned. The girl's face was so familiar. It was clearly his first love from college. Dog, are you stupid? His first love smiled and made a face at Wang Chen. Silly dog. Wang Chen couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. They had been in a relationship for 4 years, but like most college couples, they broke up after graduation due to reality. They had not seen each other again until Wang Chen crossed over. He had heard she went abroad. Many times, Wang Chen had dreamed of her. His first love giggled and dodged Wang Chen's outstretched hand. She rested her head on Wang Chen's shoulder and softly said, "Dog, you must take care of yourself." Then she bit Wang Chen's earlobe. Wang Chen felt his soul leave his body, wishing that time could freeze at this moment. But Wang Chen quickly realized something was wrong. Why was his first love biting harder and harder, and why was his ear hurting more and more? Wang Chen was jolted awake from the pain. He struggled to open his eyes, trying to get up, but his limbs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Wang Chen's nose caught a whiff of a sweet aroma, making his head feel dizzy. A chirping sound reached my ears, accompanied by a furry touch. It was Xiaobai. Just at that moment, the previously locked door was pushed open. Wang Chen struggled to turn his head and saw a man in black enter the room, holding a glinting dagger. Although the darkness obscured his features, the evil intent radiating from him made Wang Chen feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. The man was here to kill him. No. A silent roar echoed in Wang Chen's heart. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to be killed so inexplicably. But at that moment, Wang Chen was unable to move, as if the mana in his meridians and dantian had solidified. What to do? Xiaobai, who was near his ear, seemed to hear his thoughts and bit down hard again. Pain, pain, pain. The intense pain suddenly jolted Wang Chen awake. The stagnant mana surged to life. Without any conscious thought, driven solely by instinct, Wang Chen shot out his right hand's index and ring fingers, forming a sword finger. In an instant, a sharp metallic energy shot out. The dim room suddenly lit up. A brilliant arc of light piercing through the air and striking the left temple of the man in black. At the moment the energy hit, a clear spiritual light suddenly erupted from him. However, the metallic energy effortlessly broke through this layer of protective spiritual light, piercing through the man's skull and emerging from his right temple. The man in black trembled all over. A look of disbelief filled his eyes, and his face quickly twisted. His throat made a gurgling sound as if he wanted to say something, but after standing still for a moment, the dagger fell from his hand with a clatter. He collapsed to the ground. Dead. Cough, cough. Lying on the bed, Wang Chen let out a breath, then couldn't help but cough violently. Blood coughed out from his mouth and nose. His right hand's fingers were already torn and bleeding. After expending all his strength to kill the intruder, Wang Chen's consciousness quickly became hazy again. He fell back into unconsciousness. He didn't even notice the messages appearing in his vision. Dong. The deep and distant sound of a bell awakened the sleeping person in bed. It was the hour of the rabbit. Wang Chen blinked his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Memories gradually returned to his mind. I'm not dead. Wang Chen raised his right hand and saw his blood-stained, faintly painful fingers. Finally awake, he struggled to sit up from the bed, then noticed the corpse lying in the room and the open door. This is not a dream. The intruder lay face down, with a pool of dried blood spreading beneath his head, mixed with grayish-white brain matter. A smell of blood permeated the air. I killed someone, Wang Chen thought. Chapter 16, Windfall and Truth. Wang Chen had never imagined that one day he would personally end a living life. This was not a chicken or a duck, but a living human life. The place where Wang Chen was born and raised in his previous life was one of the safest countries in the world. His family lived harmoniously and happily, with no relatives or friends encountering misfortunes. Killing was a term that could only be seen in the news. Yet, looking at the corpse lying on the ground before him, for the first time killing someone, Wang Chen felt a bit nauseous but had no guilt or fear at all. Even if the scene from last night were to repeat 1,000 times, he would still unhesitatingly stab out with his golden finger. While it was still dark, Wang Chen hurriedly closed the door. The door to the small courtyard outside was closed. The intruder had obviously scaled the wall to sneak in. What Wang Chen couldn't understand was that neither he nor the original owner had any deep-seated grudges with anyone. Why did someone want his life? After securing the door, Wang Chen took out a fire starter and lit the oil lamp on the table. Under the orange glow, he crouched down to turn the corpse over. The intruder's face was completely twisted, looking particularly strange and ugly. His eyes seemed about to bulge out of their sockets, and his enlarged pupils still held a look of shock. He couldn't recall where he had seen this person before, but he didn't dwell on the issue. The urgent task was to quickly dispose of the corpse to prevent anyone from discovering it. Wang Chen didn't even consider reporting this matter to the sect. In the original owner's memories, the outer sect's punishment hall was like a hall of Yama. Even entering it without cause would result in skin being flayed off. For someone like him, a low-ranking outer sect cultivator, it would be too easy for others to manipulate him. Not to mention, the spoils would definitely be lost. Wang Chen's hands had already touched the storage bag hanging at the corpse's waist. It was his first time touching a corpse, and his heartbeat quickened significantly. The storage bag was easily removed. When Wang Chen tried to inject mana to open the storage bag, he was immediately met with a huge surprise. First of all, the volume of this storage bag was surprisingly about 10 feet square. Storage bags were essential magical tools for cultivators, with basically everyone having one. However, the value of similar storage bags could vary greatly. Wang Chen's own storage bag was only 3 feet square in volume and was secondhand. It had already lost much durability by now. The storage bag he had just obtained was not only significantly larger, but also in excellent condition. It was worth at least 100 spirit stones. Just the storage bag itself exceeded all of Wang Chen's current savings. Truly, one cannot become rich without a windfall. Then he pulled out 3 white jade bottles, a long sword, a crane-shaped pot, and a stack of talismans from the storage bag. Strangely, there wasn't a single spirit stone inside, not even a fragment. Wang Chen picked up the glimmering long sword and examined it. This sword was clearly a magical sword, not a flying sword. A magical sword is a weapon used by cultivators for close combat, differing significantly in size and shape from flying swords. Of course, the value is also vastly different. If a magical sword can be likened to a car on the ground, then a flying sword is a jet plane. The original owner's father, Wang Xiaoyuan, had entered the path through martial arts and had taught young Wang Chen martial arts and sword techniques. Although they were merely mundane skills, they held considerable practical value for low-ranking cultivators. However, after the incident with Wang Xiaoyuan, the original owner became an outer sect spirit planter, tirelessly cultivating spirit fields every day. Along with the daily cultivation of techniques, he had long since set aside these mundane martial arts. Otherwise, if he had practiced diligently, the physique he left for Wang Chen would only be a mere 4 points. Wang Chen thought that improving his physique and regaining martial arts skills would be a good choice. Unfortunately, mundane martial arts did not show up on the cultivation panel. Otherwise, adding points to it would be quite satisfying. Putting away the long sword, Wang Chen checked the 3 white jade bottles. Each had about 5 or 6 pills inside. However, the third medicine bottle contained a powder that smelled strange, not like anything good. Wang Chen set it aside and picked up the talismans to examine them. For cultivators, distinguishing commonly used talismans and pills is essential basic knowledge. This stack of 7 talismans were all ones Wang Chen recognized. 2 were exorcism talismans, 2 were protective talismans. 1 was a horse armor talisman, 1 was a dust smoke talisman, and 1 was a reincarnation talisman. With recovery and healing pills, a sharp magical sword, a strange powder. Plus this stack of talismans, Wang Chen faintly felt he had uncovered the truth. He then picked up the last crane-shaped pot. The palm-sized bronze pot had an ancient and elegant design, with a long, slender neck and a sharp beak concealing an opening. The crane tail of the handle flipped up, revealing a hole about the size of a pinky finger. Wang Chen wiped the handle of the pot with his sleeve, then held the crane tail and gently blew. A wisp of faint smoke immediately spewed out from the crane's beak, and then quickly dissipated. Wang Chen smelled a sweet fragrance and instantly felt dizzy. What a powerful sedative smoke. Wang Chen weighed the crane-shaped pot in his hand, and a tide of memories surged in his mind. When the original owner was 12 years old, his father, Wang Xiaoyuan, seemed to have some premonition before the incident. He spent a lot of time instilling various cultivation knowledge and martial experiences into the original owner. However, the original owner's aptitude was dull, and he was confused. So although he remembered quite a bit, he didn't find it useful for himself. Now, these sealed memories had all become Wang Chen's experiences. He deduced that this crane-shaped pot should be the mist immortal pot that Wang Xiaoyuan had mentioned before. It was said that high-level cultivators without defenses could also be knocked out by the mist inside the pot. This was a tool commonly used by evil cultivators. Wang Chen recalled his experience from last night and felt extremely fortunate. No wonder he felt weak all over after being affected, like a fish on a chopping board. If it weren't for Xiao Bai's timely rescue, he might have already perished and turned into a wandering soul. Where was Xiao Bai? Wang Chen looked around but couldn't find the big white mouse. He didn't know where it had run off to. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. The face skin of the corpse had actually wrinkled up completely, twisted to the point where it was unrecognizable. Moreover, the skin on the forehead had split into 2 pieces, with one piece raised high. Wang Chen's heart stirred as he bent down and gently tugged at the upper face skin. To his surprise, he pulled off a thin membrane as delicate as a cicada's wing. A human skin mask? Wang Chen was slightly taken aback. What surprised him even more was that the true face of the corpse was revealed. It was actually the traveling merchant he had traded with. The truth was unveiled. Chapter 17. Weakness is original sin. In Wang Chen's impression, or rather the memories left by the original owner, the image of traveling merchants was always kind and amiable. When they appeared with their boxes hanging with copper bells, they would always attract many children to follow, making the countryside lively. Traveling merchants provided various daily necessities for the scattered low-level cultivators while also purchasing all kinds of materials, facilitating people's lives. They were always smiling, and their trades were fair, with very few instances of deliberately cheating others. The traveling merchant Wang Chen saw a couple of days ago completely matched the impression in his memory. However, it was this very person who had entered his room at night, wanting to take his life. Why? For money and murder. Wang Chen couldn't think of any other reason. Undoubtedly, over the past few days, he had earned quite a few spirit stones by clearing out the ground rhinos, which had attracted others' covetous eyes. Wang Chen recalled that shortly after the traveling merchant left that day, several farmers came to ask for his help. It was highly likely that this guy had spread the word, urging him to earn more spirit stones, fattening him up before the slaughter. He guessed that the other party had also investigated him. It was chilling to think about. Wang Chen realized that he had been too high-profile lately. When he had just crossed over, upon learning about the harshness of this world, he had entertained thoughts of survival. However, Wang Chen had lived in a stable and peaceful environment for 2 or 3 decades in his previous life, and some habits had become second nature. With one careless move, he almost lost his own life. In fact, up to now, the spirit stones Wang Chen had earned were only a little over 100, which was not enough to buy a larger storage bag. Yet, with this little bit of spirit stones, it was enough for someone to resort to ruthless measures. Wang Chen was now completely awake. His strength was too weak. In the cultivation world, being weak was original sin. Spirit stones must be earned. But actions had to be kept low-key. No more shooting guns quietly in the village. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Wang Chen's gaze became resolute. The same mistake must not be repeated. Improving his strength was the top priority. He carefully searched the traveling merchant's corpse again and finally found a jade pendant. This turtle-shaped jade pendant was hanging around the corpse's neck, hidden beneath the clothing. When Wang Chen took it out, its surface was covered with cracks, clearly already ruined. Recalling the events of last night, Wang Chen deduced that this should have been a protective talisman. If his gung-metal finger hadn't broken through to the great success stage, he estimated that the one lying on the ground would have been himself. Putting away the jade pendant, Wang Chen took out the white jade bottle containing the strange-smelling powder. He opened the bottle and poured some powder onto the wound of the corpse. Sizzle! Just a little more than a fingernail's worth of powder touched the flesh and immediately emitted wisps of white smoke. The wound began to dissolve at a visibly fast rate. It was indeed corpse-melting powder. Mist Immortal Pot, corpse-melting powder, rebirth talisman. This guy was definitely not the first time committing robbery and murder. Wang Chen picked up the dagger that had fallen on the ground and stabbed several blood holes in different parts of the corpse. He poured the corpse-melting powder into each hole. The rate at which the corpse corroded and melted suddenly accelerated. In just a short time, 100-plus-pound corpse, along with its clothing, had all turned into pus. Wang Chen took out the only rebirth talisman from his storage bag. He faced the front of the talisman outward, pressed the back against his palm, and gently clapped forward. At the same time, he infused it with spiritual energy to activate it. The rebirth talisman, pressed against his palm, suddenly shone brilliantly, and the specks of spiritual light danced like fireflies. Many fell into the puddle of pus on the ground. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, and the souls return to the thick earth. Wang Chen silently recited the rebirth incantation in his heart. Identification and use of low-level pills, talismans, magical tools, and even formations are all part of the basic knowledge of cultivation. As an outer disciple of the Yunyang sect, Wang Chen could attend a free lecture in the law transmission hall once a month. Although the law-transmitting elder was not a master of the Purple Mansion, he was also a high-level practitioner at the 9th level of qi refining. He could learn a lot of useful and practical cultivation knowledge. The original owner had been an outer disciple of the Yunyang sect for 5 years and had not missed a single lecture opportunity. His efforts in studying could not be said to be lacking. Unfortunately, his talent was limited. The rebirth talisman, as a low-level talisman, was one of the spells that every cultivator must understand and master. Cultivators who die unjustly often harbor resentment when they temporarily pass away. After death, they can easily condense into vengeful spirits, subsequently transforming into evil entities. Normal deaths also have a certain probability of giving rise to evil entities. Therefore, they need to be transcended. The rebirth talisman is meant for this purpose. However, What Wang Chen did not expect was that just after he finished reciting the rebirth incantation, a surge of black smoke suddenly shot up from the puddle of pus on the ground. This black smoke coalesced into a mass in front of him, rolling and twisting violently, taking on the shape of a human head. It bore a striking resemblance to the traveling merchant whom Wang Chen had killed, looking about 60 to 70% similar. It opened its mouth wide and let out a silent howl, seemingly wanting to swallow Wang Chen alive. Wang Chen could fully feel the evil and toxicity contained in this mass of black smoke, sending chills down his spine. He involuntarily took a step back, reaching into his storage bag to pull out an exorcism talisman. He suddenly slapped it forward. A burst of light exploded, and a strong pure yang aura instantly engulfed the human head black smoke. The latter melted and dissipated in an instant, like ice and snow exposed to the blazing sun. When the black smoke completely vanished, Wang Chen could faintly hear a strange scream, full of resentment. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the rebirth talisman and the exorcism talisman he had just acquired, Wang Chen truly didn't know what would have happened. He looked down, and the puddle of pus on the ground had already vanished without a trace. Wang Chen finally felt truly relieved. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and collected all the spoils, including the dagger. With a new larger storage bag, the old tattered one was naturally no longer needed. He moved all the contents, including the spirit stones, over. Wang Chen carefully examined the new storage bag and confirmed there were no hidden marks on it before boldly hanging it at his waist. In fact, unless specially customized, the storage bags commonly used by cultivators are generally similar in style and size. Just by looking at the exterior, one cannot tell the volume inside. Cough, cough. Just as he finished setting up the storage bag, Wang Chen felt a heaviness in his chest and couldn't help but cough violently, even coughing up blood. It was at this moment that he realized he had sustained internal injuries. Wang Chen's cultivation level was too low, and his physique was not strong. Last night, in a life-and-death situation, he had forcibly activated the metal finger technique, killing his enemy while also injuring his meridians. The skin on his right index and middle fingers was torn and bleeding. He had been so excited while examining the corpse that he overlooked his own injuries. Only now feeling the pain, Wang Chen quickly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Speaking of which, the life-and-death talisman, the evil-repelling talisman, the corpse-dissolving powder, and now the healing pill he used were all obtained from wandering merchants. No wonder they turned into vengeful spirits after death. Wang Chen, are you up? Just after Wang Chen swallowed the healing pill, before he could even begin to feel its effects, he heard a familiar voice calling from outside the courtyard. Damn it. Chapter 18, Found a Treasure. You went to the Xianfang pavilion last night, didn't you? When Wang Chen opened the courtyard door, Old Sun was momentarily stunned. Wang Chen's expression was flat. Do you think you're funny? Cough, cough. He coughed twice to redeem himself. Wang Chen, let's go. I've prepared breakfast. Not going today. What? Old Sun was instantly taken aback, hardly believing his ears. If you don't go, I'm in a hurry. I've already told them and taken the deposit. Just cancel it. Wang Chen smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't want to earn spirit stones. It's just that I can't. He raised his two injured fingers. I've overused the metal finger technique, and my meridians can't take it. Wang Chen was not exaggerating. With his meridians injured, if he went to clean the earth rhinoceros, it would be like cutting off his path to immortality. Old Sun was at a loss for words. He didn't think Wang Chen was brushing him off. Wang Chen's face was pale, clearly showing he had sustained internal injuries. He had indeed been pushing himself hard these past 2 days. Then take care of your injuries. Old Sun said reluctantly. I'll explain to them. They will understand. After a pause, he awkwardly added, I'm busy today. I won't have time to tend to your spirit field. For the past few days, Old Sun had been helping to manage Wang Chen's 10 acres of spirit field. Now that Wang Chen was injured, he wasn't willing to work for free. Wang Chen smiled. It's okay. He really understood this old man's temperament. He began to circulate his energy to heal. The 5 elements technique was not a healing method and had poor effects on internal injuries. However, after catalyzing the healing pill's medicinal power, Wang Chen's damaged meridians were immediately nourished, and the intense pain was significantly alleviated. He spent the entire day behind closed doors, fully focused on recovering from his injuries. Internal injuries were no small matter. If not treated promptly and adequately, they could easily turn into chronic injuries. Although Wang Chen's cultivation level was not high, he was young and vigorous, and his injuries were not too severe. Coupled with the excellent effects of the healing pill, by sunset, his meridian injuries had recovered by more than half. He estimated that he would be mostly healed by tomorrow. Then Wang Chen went out to use the rain technique on his spirit field. If he didn't replenish the water for the spirit rice in time, it was possible that there would be no harvest. Squeak. When it was meal time, the big white rat popped out again. Little white. Wang Chen joyfully held it in his palm and couldn't help but give it a kiss. Thanks to you, I was saved. If it hadn't been for you biting my ear last night, waking me up to gather my magical power, I would have been transcended long ago. Squeak. The big white rat squeaked twice and wagged its tail, showing a hint of shyness. Wang Chen said seriously, "Little White, I won't forget your great kindness. As long as I, Wang Chen, have food, I guarantee you and your partner won't go hungry." He said this very sincerely. The big white rat seemed to understand. Rubbing its nose against Wang Chen's wrist, Wang Chen petted the little guy a couple of times, then placed it on the table. He went to the kitchen to bring over the cooked spirit rice and fragrant fried insect meat to share with the big white rat. The golden-haired rat was still nowhere to be seen. That night, he took a second healing pill. After another round of treatment, his internal injuries were basically healed. However, it was still early, and after going through a life-and-death ordeal, Wang Chen had no desire to sleep. He took out the human skin mask he had peeled off from the wandering merchant's face from his storage bag. This trophy had not been carefully examined by Wang Chen before. The human skin mask was grayish-white, only showing the rough outlines of the eyes, nose, and mouth. Apart from that, it was just a white skin. It was very thin, feeling almost weightless in hand, but it also felt incredibly tough. Out of curiosity, Wang Chen took out a dagger and lightly poked the edge of the mask with the tip of the dagger. This dagger was also captured from the wandering merchant and was extremely sharp. However, it couldn't even pierce it. Wang Chen switched from poking to scratching, but he didn't leave a single mark on it. Its toughness was beyond imagination. Wang Chen immediately became interested. He kept increasing the force, using the dagger to poke, scratch, and cut at the mask. In the end, he even used the giant force technique, yet he still couldn't harm the mask at all. Wang Chen realized that this thing was probably not simple. If his meridians hadn't fully healed, he would have really wanted to test the mask's defensive power with the metal finger technique. This discovery also made Wang Chen feel a little afraid. If last night he had stabbed the metal finger technique toward the wandering merchant's face, with this mask's obstruction, he might not have been able to kill the opponent. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen suddenly pressed the mask against his face. It felt cool to the touch. The next second, the human skin mask silently expanded and perfectly adhered to his skin. Wang Chen felt no discomfort at all. His vision and breathing were completely normal, unaffected in the slightest. What would it be like to wear the mask? Wang Chen immediately ran to the bedroom and pulled out a copper mirror that he had placed on the bedside. Looking into the mirror, he saw his face completely blank. It looked a lot like the faceless man he had seen in Stephen Chow's movies. How could he go out and face people like this? Wang Chen frowned. Last night, the wandering merchant wore the mask to commit murder. So he shouldn't have looked like this. Or was there another secret? Wang Chen pondered deeply in front of the mirror. Then his features began to change. His eyebrows, nose, and mouth gradually became clear and vivid. The color and texture of his skin emerged. In just a moment, a playful face appeared before Wang Chen. Wang Chen stared in shock. The face in the mirror was strikingly similar to his favorite Stephen Chow. Moreover, it was young Stephen Chow, exactly as Wang Chen remembered. After the shock, Wang Chen felt a sense of clarity and realization. He understood. Looking into the mirror again, Wang Chen began to imagine another face. In an instant, the Stephen Chow in the mirror transformed into Yanzu. This time he hit the jackpot. Wang Chen almost laughed out loud. This thing was too magical. It could perfectly simulate the appearance of any character he imagined in his mind. Although Wang Chen did not know much about magical tools and treasures, he could be certain that this was definitely a rare treasure. He had found a treasure. Chapter 19, Heavenly Skill. Stephen Chow turned into Yanzu. Yanzu turned into Guanxi. Guanxi turned into Ben Shan. Wang Chen was having a great time. As long as he imagined a face in his mind, this human skin mask could bring it to life, vividly and flawlessly. However, when it came to the fourth mask, Wang Chen suddenly realized that his Dantian's mana had actually been depleted. He immediately reverted to the faceless person image. This surprised Wang Chen greatly. Clearly, using this mask to change one's appearance required mana. The problem was that he hadn't noticed the loss of mana until now. Wang Chen's mind stirred, and he summoned the cultivation panel. His gaze instantly sharpened. Below the skill bar, a new column had appeared. Equipment, Qinjibian, sealed 310-0000. It showed that it was equipped. Wang Chen tried to take off the human skin mask, and then checked the cultivation panel again. The equipment bar was still there, but the space behind it was empty. When he put the mask back on, it displayed again. Now Wang Chen could completely confirm that it was this mask called Qinjibian that activated the equipment bar. However, he was even more puzzled. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen took out the sword from his storage bag and held it in his hand. As a result, there was no change in the equipment bar. Wang Chen was a bit confused. This sword was definitely a magical weapon. Why couldn't it be listed in the equipment bar? In fact, there was another magical weapon on Wang Chen's body. That was the storage bag. Just like the magic sword, even though it was already worn, it also didn't show up. Wang Chen was at a loss. He didn't overlook the suffix, sealed, of Qinjibian, as well as the number behind 310-0000. The number was bright gold. This meant he could allocate points to this equipment. Break the seal? Just the number of zeros after the 1 made Wang Chen feel extremely pained. If his guess was correct, then breaking the seal of this equipment required 100,000 points of Rinda. Just kill him. Wang Chen glanced at his current Rinda points. 15 points. In the past 2 days, he had worked hard to clear the spirit field and killed about 10 demonized land rhinos, and he had only accumulated this little. Although he was very curious about what the unsealed mask would look like, Wang Chen, with a clear self-awareness, thought it was better to forget it for now. He would talk about it later. Wait. Wang Chen suddenly made a new discovery on the cultivation panel. Heavenly Merit, Changing Fate 6. He didn't know when, but he had actually gained 6 points of Heavenly Merit. This discovery made Wang Chen both surprised and delighted. Previously, he had been troubled, not knowing how to obtain Heavenly Merit for Changing Fate. But now he had it. The numbers behind Body, Root Bone, Comprehension, Spirit, and Cultivation Method had all turned bright gold, indicating that they could all be allocated points. Truly, it was like stumbling upon something after searching everywhere, and getting it without any effort. The bottleneck of the 3rd layer of Qi refining could be broken, and the inferior Root Bone and Comprehension could be improved. The life of Changing Fate was about to begin. Wang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement. Calm down. He had to be calm. Swallowing. Wang Chen first tried to allocate 1 point to Root Bone. According to the original owner's memory, both body and spirit could be strengthened through practicing the corresponding cultivation methods. Root Bone and Comprehension could only be improved by consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And these kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures were something Golden Core realms fought desperately to seize, and nascent soul true immortals would be tempted upon encountering them. For someone like him, a low-level cultivator, unless he stumbled upon a huge opportunity, it was impossible to even catch a glimpse. As a point of Heavenly Merit was instantly reduced by 1, Root Bone simultaneously increased to 3 points. Wang Chen immediately felt a tingling sensation throughout his bones, as if something was about to drill out from his marrow. His heart raced, and blood surged within him. It felt as if he was about to fly. But this state only lasted for a moment. Wang Chen really wanted to allocate a few more points to Root Bone, but the numbers behind had turned gray. Because he had previously experienced allocating points to the Gungjin finger, he wasn't too surprised. The allocation method for Heavenly Merit was clearly similar to Rinda. The first allocation consumed 1 point. The second allocation required 10 points. As for whether the third allocation would be 100 points, that remained to be verified. Unable to allocate more to Root Bone, Wang Chen allocated 1 point to Comprehension. Unlike the increase in Root Bone, increasing Comprehension to 3 points felt completely unremarkable. He temporarily didn't touch the other allocable Body, Spirit, and Cultivation method points. The first 2 could be improved through practicing cultivation methods. Once the latter broke through, he would immediately move from low-level Qi refining to mid-level. Given Wang Chen's current physical condition, this was clearly not a wise decision. Wang Chen had already thought it through. Once his internal injuries were completely healed, he would immediately rent a cave in Yunshan City to break through. The spiritual energy there was abundant, which would be beneficial for consolidating his realm. It was very good for cultivation. However, having only allocated 2 points, Wang Chen still felt somewhat unsatisfied. He added 1 point to Qianxiabian. Equipment, Qianxiabian, sealed 410000. Rinda, breaking boundary 14. It indeed consumed Rinda points. Wang Chen felt great joy, but he also resigned. Closing the cultivation panel, he took off the Qianxiabian mask and stored it along with the magic sword in the storage bag. His dantian was empty, devoid of protective mana. If he encountered danger, he would truly be in a state of panic. He didn't know if it was an illusion or due to the improvements in his Root Bone and Comprehension. When Wang Chen practiced the 5 elements technique again, he clearly felt that his mastery and understanding of this technique had deepened considerably. His qi condensation speed had also improved somewhat. The next day, Wang Chen still stayed indoors, recovering his body to its optimal state. By the 3rd day, he felt that his meridians had completely healed before heading out to Yunshan City. Wang Chen flagged down a passing horse-drawn carriage by the roadside. This open-top carriage pulled by 2 dragon-scale horses was quite common in the surrounding area of the Yunyang spiritual land. It was primarily used for transporting passengers. As long as he gave the coachman a piece of broken spirit as fare, he could be taken to the gate of Yunshan City. The original owner had taken the dragon-scale horse carriage only a handful of times, preferring to walk 50 miles to save a piece of broken spirit. Wang Chen truly didn't care about this small expense. His savings had surpassed 100 lower spirits, and he had made a substantial profit from looting corpses. From now on, he would only eat spirit rice without chewing on the husks. When Wang Chen got on the carriage, there were already about 10 people sitting inside. They were all low-level cultivators heading to Yunshan City, many of whom were weathered spiritual farmers. Most of them showed expressions of sorrow. Some even sighed in despair. By listening to their conversations, Wang Chen learned that the land rhinoceros pest disaster had spread to the entire outer sect area. Thousands of affected spiritual fields and many spiritual farmers had suffered heavy losses. However, the Yunyang sect had yet to respond, relying entirely on everyone to self-rescue and exterminate the pests. If this situation continued, it was likely that very few households would be able to pay their field rent by the end of summer. Chapter 20, Ascension. Wang Chen truly couldn't understand the mindset of the high-ranking officials of the Yunyang sect, surrounding the Yunyang spiritual land. The outer sect area had cultivated hundreds of thousands of acres of spiritual fields. The annual output of these spiritual fields not only supplied the tens of thousands of sect disciples, but also provided the basic cultivation resources for cultivators, warriors, and servants attached to the Yunyang sect and families of real people and seniors. A populace without food cannot be at peace. This principle holds true even in the cultivation world. Although cultivators can fill their stomachs with mundane world tribute rice, without the spiritual energy nourishment provided by spirit rice, their cultivation speed and efficiency would inevitably decline significantly. How could the hearts of the people be stable? Now that a large number of spiritual fields had been affected by pests, it was utterly inconceivable that the Yunyang sect had yet to take action. However, no matter how much Wang Chen thought about it, he was just a low-level cultivator. There was nothing he could do. In fact, having had lessons learned from being schemed against for wealth, even if Wang Chen could do something now, he didn't want to draw attention and become the target of others' covetousness. The carriages were moving swiftly, reaching a speed of 70 miles per hour on the wide and smooth road. Due to the presence of a large number of cultivators, the infrastructure capabilities of the cultivation world were incredibly strong. Roads were opened through mountains and bridges were built over water, without steel, concrete, and modern machinery. Skilled artisans who mastered various spells could pave a 10-mile-long road overnight. A standard road could accommodate 6 dragon-scale carriages side by side, and the smoothness and sturdiness of the surface were no less than that of highways in the earthly realm. Wang Chen had seen more than once the scene of the second-generation cultivators racing on the road in Yinshan City. The dragon-scale carriages were very fast. Although they stopped several times along the way, within less than half an hour, a magnificent city appeared before Wang Chen's eyes. Yinshan City, one of the 3 outer cities of the Yunyang sect, was the location of the outer sect's main hall. But then there was a traffic jam. Yinshan City, backed by the Tianyan mountain range, had 3 city gates, each serving as a junction for multiple roads. The carriage that Wang Chen was riding on was on a road connecting to the west gate. With 2 miles still to the city gate, the road was already packed, with a large number of carriages jostling together. The drivers were cursing loudly. The passengers, however, were no longer surprised and began to get off and walk. Wang Chen naturally followed the crowd. Arriving at the city gate, he presented his identity badge to the guards and smoothly entered the city. As an outer disciple of the Yunyang sect, he did not need to pay any fees to enter and exit Yinshan City. However, for loose cultivators, the entrance fee was 1 piece of lower spirit stone. Although the threshold was high, countless loose cultivators still flocked to it. This was because Yinshan City was the most prosperous immortal city within a radius of 1,000 miles, with a population of hundreds of thousands. Here, there were the largest markets, brothels, gambling houses, taverns, and tea houses. As long as there were enough spirit stones in the storage bag, one could find all kinds of techniques, pills, magical tools, talismans, spiritual food, and beautiful women. Most importantly, Yinshan City was very safe. Many loose cultivators spent years risking their lives in foreign lands, just to indulge in a night of revelry in the city. Wang Chen made his way through the bustling crowd directly to the north of the city. The area north of the city, near the mountains, had hundreds of cultivation caves managed by the outer sect's main hall, providing rental services to disciples and loose cultivators. Despite the high prices, the business was quite booming. Wang Chen was in luck today. There were still some vacant caves when he arrived. The caves here were also graded. The best few could accommodate cultivators at the Purple Mansion level, while most were suitable for high and mid-level Qi cultivators. A cave suitable for mid-level Qi cultivators had a daily rental fee of 15 lower spirit stones. The few spirit stones left to Wang Chen by the original owner were only enough to rent for half a day. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and paid 30 lower spirit stones to rent it for 2 days. Wang Chen was never the kind of person to be overly calculative. He could spend money when necessary. For example, in his previous life, when he bought a house, he did not have much savings. But he did not hesitate to clear out his bank account and borrowed some money to make up the down payment. As a result, before the house was even delivered, the price had nearly doubled. And now, he was renting a cave to break through to mid-level Qi cultivation, so spending a third of his savings was not a concern. When Wang Chen entered the cave he rented, he was immediately intoxicated. The spiritual energy in the cave was so abundant. The hair on his body stood on end, and he felt as if he had immersed himself in a hot spring, warm from head to toe, as if he had drunk a cup of millennia-old immortal brew, feeling tipsy and ethereal. This was a situation that could only occur when someone who had long lived in a low spiritual energy area suddenly arrived in a high spiritual energy environment. Drunken spiritual energy. It took Wang Chen a whole incense stick's worth of time to adapt. He secretly sighed that the spirit stones were well spent. After sealing the cave's entrance, he sat on the cushion and began to circulate his energy. Time is spirit stones. The sooner one breaks through the bottleneck, the longer the time to consolidate their realm, which is equivalent to earning more spirit stones. Despite this, Wang Chen did not immediately allocate points to the 5 elements technique and directly complete the level up. The original owner had been stuck at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation for a long time, and after several unsuccessful breakthroughs, the accumulation was already very deep. Now that Wang Chen had added points to his root bone and comprehension and rented a sect cave, in such a situation, relying on the cultivation panel to level up made him feel too weak. The key was that now it took 1 point of heavenly merit to advance from level 3 to level 4. When advancing from level 4 to level 5, the required heavenly merit points would be 10 points. Moreover, Wang Chen suspected that the 6 points of heavenly merit he inexplicably obtained were likely the result of killing that traveling merchant. If heavenly merit really had to be obtained through killing, it would be much harder to earn than virtue, let alone 10 points. Even 1 point would be extremely precious. Wang Chen thought about saving 1 point of heavenly merit for when he advanced from level 4 to level 5, or even from mid-level to high level. Closing his eyes, he expelled all distracting thoughts from his mind. He entered a state of cultivation where he forgot both himself and the world. Pure magical power flowed silently through his meridians, nourishing his internal organs and limbs as it was transported by the technique. When the magical power in his dantian was elevated to the extreme, Wang Chen began to break through without any hesitation. A blocked meridian was pierced through with unstoppable momentum. There was not a trace of stagnation during the process, and it exceeded his expectations smoothly. Wang Chen's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and points of spiritual light illuminated the cave. He succeeded. Name, Wang Chen. Lifespan, 1790. Cultivation level, 4th layer of Qi cultivation. Physique, 4. Root bone, 3. Comprehension, 3. Spirit soul, 38. Cultivation technique, 5 elements technique, 4th layer 0, 400. Without consuming 1 point of heavenly merit, Wang Chen broke through to mid-level Qi cultivation in one go. His lifespan increased by 5 years, and his spirit soul also increased by 1 point. Moreover, Wang Chen could feel that his dantian had expanded significantly, allowing him to accommodate more magical power. His meridians also became more resilient. He believed that when he activated the fully developed gung metal finger, using all of his magical power would no longer cause him such severe injuries. It could be said that Wang Chen's overall combat power had improved significantly. The only problem was that he had too few combat skills, but this problem would soon be resolved. Chapter 21. The Choice of Cultivation Techniques. Bang bang. The door of the cave was knocked on. The time for the 56th hour had arrived. Standing at the door was the cave steward, who looked down at Wang Chen and said, "You can leave now." Wang Chen frowned. "Senior, I entered the cave at the hour of the..." He remembered clearly that he had checked in at the hour of the 2 days ago, and it was only just noon now. That was a full 2 hours difference. "Leave when I say so, don't talk nonsense." The cave steward glared, his attitude very arrogant. "Don't we need time to clean and tidy up?" Wang Chen glanced at the cave, which was only a few square meters, with nothing but a cushion inside. He looked at the cave steward, who had an expression of entitlement. Then he left. Wang Chen did not get angry or argue with the other party. All of a person's suffering is essentially anger at their own incompetence. Wang Chen, at this moment, did not have the ability to argue with the steward. Why humiliate himself? But he remembered the other person's appearance. Humph. The cave steward disdainfully curled his lip. For a low-level cultivator like Wang Chen, he found it easy to bully him without any difficulty. Just an hour extracted could bring him an extra income of 1 lower spirit stone. 1 lower spirit stone was little, but over the years, it would add up to a considerable amount. The cave steward was not afraid of Wang Chen complaining. He had someone backing him, or else he wouldn't have gotten this cushy job. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, who left the cave, was heading to the outer sect's main hall. Speaking of the experience of cultivating in the cave, it was truly very comfortable. In just half a day, he broke through the bottleneck and advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refining, and then spent another day and a half consolidating his realm. His cultivation efficiency was several times that of his own home. Just think about those disciples from families of Purple Mansion Masters, or even Golden Core True people, who have been cultivating in such an environment since childhood, starting at a level far beyond ordinary people. Even a pig could become a pig demon. But Wang Chen didn't complain about the heavens and fate. He had the experience of 2 lifetimes and the support of a cultivation panel. His future achievements would definitely not be lower than any genius. Let's see what the future holds. The outer sect hall of the Yunyang sect is located in the center of Yunshan City. It is a city within a city. The main hall has battle halls, punishment halls, law transmission halls, merit halls, pill halls, artifact halls, and spirit plant halls. Various hall masters, elders, managers, deacons, and disciples manage the affairs of the outer sect together. For many low-level cultivators, the biggest dream is to get into a certain hall, to enjoy more and better sect benefits and certain privileges. Wang Chen arrived at the law transmission hall. He patiently waited in line for half an hour before he was able to enter the library. "Excuse me, elder." Wang Chen respectfully handed his identity token to the elder in charge of the library. This black iron token, representing the identity of an outer sect disciple, contained the 100 merit points that the original owner had painstakingly accumulated over 5 years. Merit points are contributions to the sect, obtained by completing various tasks issued by the merit hall or as rewards from the sect. The original owner had not touched a single point, intending to exchange for a new cultivation method suitable for himself after breaking through to the mid-level of qi refining. Wang Chen was also fulfilling a wish of the original owner. The elderly law transmission elder took the identity token and casually swiped his finger across its surface, asking, "What cultivation method do you want to exchange for?" Wang Chen bowed and said, "Please help the disciple test his root bones." He then handed over the 10 spirit stones he had prepared in advance. The law transmission elder waved his sleeve, and the spirit stones in Wang Chen's hand instantly disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, a thin finger poked between his eyebrows. Wang Chen immediately felt a powerful aura entering through his third eye, circulating throughout his body. The completeness of the 5 elements root bone is the foundation for entering the Tao, and the quality of the root bone varies in rank. Wang Chen's root bone attribute was only 3 points, so a low rating was entirely expected. The key is the strength of the 5 elements. If the law transmission elder tested that Wang Chen's root bone was biased towards a certain element, then he would know what cultivation method to choose. Wang Chen immediately said, "Please recommend a fire element cultivation method." "A fire element cultivation method, huh?" The law transmission elder revealed a half smile and said, "You only have 100 merit points, and the only option you can choose is the fiery fire technique. If you want a better cultivation method, you need at least 200 merit points." The fiery fire technique. Wang Chen indeed knew about this cultivation method. He felt very disappointed because the fiery fire technique was not much stronger than the 5 elements technique. It is important to know that Wang Chen was currently choosing a main cultivation method, which would need to be cultivated all the way to the high levels of qi refining. If the main cultivation method is too mediocre, not only would he lag behind others at the same level, but his success rate in breaking through to the next stage in the future would also be much lower. Wang Chen wasn't too worried about the breakthrough issue. A terrible cultivation method would truly be frustrating. With his low root bone and comprehension, should he wait to earn more merit points before exchanging? Actually, you have another option. Just as Wang Chen was hesitating, the law transmission elder spoke. "Your 5-element affinity is quite balanced, with limited strength in the fire element. If you are willing to be a spirit plant cultivator steadily, continuing to practice the 5 elements technique is also a good choice. With 100 merit points, you can exchange for all the cultivation methods from the 6th layer onward of the 5 elements technique." Wang Chen was speechless. The law transmission elder's words were very tactful, but the meaning was quite clear. Wang Chen's root bone was poor, and his 5-element affinity was very mediocre, leaving little room for prospects. Thus, the 5 elements technique, which everyone else did not want to cultivate, was actually very suitable for him because the 5 elements technique is compatible with almost all low-level spells and pairs very well with spirit plant cultivators. Seeing Wang Chen's silence, the law transmission elder became a bit impatient. "Young man, don't aim too high. The origins of the 5 elements technique are also not simple. It is much stronger than the fiery fire technique. Will you exchange it or not?" "I'll exchange." Wang Chen gritted his teeth and agreed. The 5 elements technique it is. With the support of the cultivation panel, his speed of practicing the cultivation method was incredibly fast, and he could rely on the heavenly merit to break through and change his fate. Breaking through to the next stage was not a dream. By then, accumulating enough merit points to exchange for a high-level main cultivation method would not be late. Although the 5 elements technique was mediocre, its compatibility was unparalleled. "Hurry up." The law transmission elder reached out and grabbed a jade slip, tossing it to Wang Chen. According to the rules of the law transmission hall, the jade slip for the cultivation method exchanged by sect disciples cannot be taken away and can only be practiced on the spot. Wang Chen took the cultivation method jade slip and pressed it against his forehead. Then he injected his spiritual power. The jade slip immediately burst forth with countless brilliant lights. and a flood of information surged into Wang Chen's sea of consciousness. In an instant, the secrets of the 5 elements technique from the 1st to the 9th layers were silently imprinted in his soul. Chapter 22. Heavenly Dragon Diamond True Method. Wang Chen's sea of consciousness underwent a rebirth and transformation. Countless light golden characters emerged from his soul consciousness, coalescing into a ball of spiritual light law seed. A law seed represents a complete cultivation method. This newly formed law seed contains all the cultivation techniques from the 1st layer to the 9th layer of the 5 elements technique. In the future, as long as Wang Chen comprehends this law seed, he will naturally obtain the corresponding cultivation method for his realm. Surrounding the law seed were dark golden chains. These are the law oath sealing curse. The law oath sealing curse corresponds to the 1st oath of the heavenly way, which states that the law should not be easily transmitted. The moment Wang Chen activated the jade slip for the cultivation method, he made this ancient oath for himself. Under the restriction of the law oath, he could learn, practice, use, and even modify the cultivation methods he obtained, but he could not pass them on to others. As long as it is a cultivation method obtained from the sect, including spells, there is a corresponding law oath sealing curse. The sect uses it to ensure that the transmission of cultivation methods is not leaked or spread out. When Wang Chen's consciousness withdrew from the sea of consciousness, he found himself outside the library, with his hands empty. After bowing to the door, Wang Chen left the law transmission hall. 1,000 years ago, the Yunyang sect established its mountain gate at the spiritual vein of Tianyun Mountain and built the 3 immortal cities of Yunshan, Yunhu, and Yunhai, governing an area of 10,000 miles. Among the 3 cities of Yunyang, Yunshan City is the largest and most prosperous, with 9 blocks and 18 streets accommodating hundreds of thousands of residents. Moreover, there are dozens of masters who have established residences in Yunshan City. As Wang Chen walked along, he saw shops, inns, taverns, gambling houses, carriage services, etc., which were basically the properties of these masters' families or the cultivators affiliated with them. The streets were bustling with activity, with people from all walks of life converging here, creating a lively and prosperous scene. The original owner had been to Yunshan City many times, but had never truly appreciated the charm of this immortal city. As Wang Chen walked through it, he felt as if he were in a dream. Even cultivators find it hard to resist such prosperity. No wonder many people are eager to squeeze in. However, Wang Chen came from a modern metropolis. Although he was momentarily dazzled, he did not waver in his resolve. He walked into a shop with a plaque hanging for the 4 Seas Chamber of Commerce. May the immortal master be safe. As soon as Wang Chen stepped over the threshold, a beautiful maid immediately approached, bowing respectfully and asking, "May I ask what you need?" The residents living in Yunshan City are not all cultivators. In fact, there are a large number of mortals or quasi-cultivators. Most of them are martial artists or in the stage of shedding mortal status, serving as laborers, miscellaneous workers, servants, attendants, and other roles. There are even quite a few innate martial artists among them. In the mundane world, innate martial artists are considered superior beings, with combat abilities comparable to low-level Qi practitioners. However, here, they are at most relegated to roles as guardians or attendants. As for the enthusiastic maid who received Wang Chen, she is completely unremarkable. The exchange of the 5 elements techniques on the last 6 levels in the outer sect's main hall had already drained all his merit points. Therefore, Wang Chen could only seek the spells and skills he needed at the 4 Seas Chamber of Commerce. The 4 Seas Chamber of Commerce does not belong to any upper-class family in Yunshan City. In fact, its roots are even deeper than those of the Yunyang sect, possessing a background from the upper realm. Similar to the 4 Seas Chamber of Commerce, there is also the Wanbao Pavilion. The Wanbao Pavilion is even more impressive than the 4 Seas Chamber of Commerce, reportedly having business dealings across countless worlds. Not to mention the Yunyang sect. Even the upper-level sects of the Yunyang sect wouldn't dare to offend it easily. However, the Wanbao Pavilion primarily engages in high-end business. The buildings constructed in Yunshan City reach up to 15 stories, second only to the Stargazing Pavilion. Small cultivators like Wang Chen, carrying dozens of low-tier spirit stones in their storage bags, do not even qualify to enter. On the other hand, the 4 Seas Chamber of Commerce also deals in talismans, magical weapons, elixirs, techniques, and materials, making it much more accessible. Guided by the maid, he arrived at the 2nd floor. A smiling fat man greeted Wang Chen. The fat man introduced himself as Manager Jean, dressed and looking like a local landlord. As for his cultivation level, Wang Chen couldn't discern it at all. Wang Chen asked straightforwardly, "I want to buy a set of body refining techniques. What do you have that offers good value for money?" His physique points were very low, leading to weak defenses, and he had long wanted to purchase this type of technique as a supplementary skill. Manager Jean was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood what Wang Chen meant by value for money. He praised the term Dao friend as clever. He clapped his hands and smiled, You mentioned high value for money body refining techniques. I do have several good ones here. The fat manager enthusiastically recommended multiple body refining techniques to Wang Chen, including Xuan Wuju, copper elephant technique, and Qinggang body refining method, among others. However, all the prices exceeded Wang Chen's budget. Manager Jean, observing his predicament, smiled and said, "There are cheaper ones. But this technique belongs to the heterodox path and has several flaws in cultivation." Wang Chen's interest was piqued. What technique? He was taken aback. Buddhist techniques? The Buddhist path is indeed considered heterodox within the cultivation world. Its status and power cannot be compared to the Taoist sects at all. That's right. However, this technique is easy to enter but difficult to break through, and to reach higher levels, you need to supplement your cultivation with Buddhist teachings. So, Wang Chen asked, how many spirit stones? Easy to enter but difficult to break through? Perfect for him. As for the limitation of needing to supplement with Buddhist teachings, he had no intention of cultivating an immortal body. As long as this technique could enhance his physique, that would be more than enough. Manager Jean held up 3 short, thick fingers. Wang Chen was disappointed. 300 low-tier spirit stones? Manager Jean laughed. 30. Wang Chen. If it weren't for the reputable name of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, he would have suspected the other party was trying to make a fool of him. Manager Jean said seriously, the first 3 levels of the Tianlong King Kong True method only cost 30 low-tier spirit stones. If it weren't for the restrictions of the oath, these guys would want to give it away for free. I can guarantee the technique is sound. I'll buy it. Wang Chen decisively agreed. Trusting the reputation of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, they wouldn't deceive a low-level Qi practitioner like him. Manager Jean had someone bring over the technique Jade Slip and then said to Wang Chen, this technique is fine to practice, but it's best not to spend too much time on it. Also, do you want the supporting refining agent, King Kong Gi? Looking at the smiling fat man in front of him, Wang Chen suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a trap. Chapter 23. It's all a scheme. According to Manager Jean, King Kong Gi is an essential supplementary medicine for cultivating the Tianlong King Kong True method. Using this special medicinal oil to coat the entire body can maximize the activation of one's blood and energy, significantly improving the speed and effectiveness of cultivation. Although one can still practice the Tianlong King Kong True method without King Kong Gi, the efficiency and power would be greatly reduced. In that case, it would be more appropriate to choose other body refining techniques. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce sells King Kong Gi for 10 low-tier spirit stones per bottle, which can only meet the needs for one cultivation session. After hearing this, Wang Chen was left speechless. Isn't this just like the scheme used by the Japanese in the Earth realm to sell printers? I can't say it's exactly the same. There's absolutely no difference. The Japanese sell high-quality printers at rock-bottom prices, losing money to dominate the market and squeeze out competitors. Then they make a killing by selling high-priced consumables. The price of a set of original consumables can reach 1/5 or more of the printer's price. It feels so familiar. How despicable. However, Wang Chen couldn't accuse the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce of scamming him. They were using open tactics. In fact, the transaction between the two parties had not been completed, and the technique Jade Slip was still in Manager Jin's hands. Wang Chen could certainly refuse. The problem is, the Tianlong King Kong True method perfectly fits his current needs. First of all, the body refining power of this technique is very strong. It's easy to enter, and the price is affordable. Although it requires King Kong Gi, which feels a bit like a scam, as a supplementary technique, it's not completely unacceptable. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and took out 50 low-tier spirit stones to purchase the first 3 levels of the Tianlong King Kong True method, along with 2 bottles of King Kong Gi. He planned to try this technique first. If it didn't work out, the loss wouldn't be too great. Wang Chen also purchased a Spirit Eye technique and an object control technique. Both Spirit Eye technique and object control technique are low-level Qi spells, so they are very cheap. The Spirit Eye technique can be used to investigate the strength levels of cultivators and demons, with the range determined by one's own cultivation level and spell level. And it is countered by spells like concealment technique, making it not 100 effective. However, almost every cultivator knows this spell. The original owner didn't master it mainly due to poverty. The original owner also thought that as a spirit farmer, he didn't need to understand the Spirit Eye technique while honestly farming the land. Such thinking left Wang Chen speechless. Therefore, he decided to purchase it as well. As for the object control technique, as the name suggests, it is a spell used to control objects or magical tools. It's worth mentioning that the object control technique is a prerequisite skill for the sword control technique. To practice the sword control technique, one must first master the object control technique to at least a proficient level. Additionally, the object control technique is highly versatile and reasonably priced, so Wang Chen wouldn't miss out on it. In fact, Wang Chen also wanted to buy a few attack spells. When leaving the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, he had spent 70 low-tier spirit stones and gained 2 bottles of King Kong Gi. Meanwhile, 3 law seeds had appeared in his sea of consciousness. These 3 law seeds were also bound by the oath seal. The techniques and spells sold by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce are the same as those exchanged in the sect. They all come with the oath seal. It is said that in ancient times, most of the techniques and secrets were recorded in books. The Grand Sect's libraries housed real books and secret records, without the restrictions of oath seals. Nowadays, most techniques are recorded in jade slips. As for secret books and classic texts, they haven't completely disappeared. They are commonly found in black market stalls, used to deceive novice cultivators. Anyone with a bit of cultivation knowledge would never buy such so-called secret manuals, because a single character error in the written techniques can lead to disastrous consequences. There are countless counterfeit and erroneous versions. Practicing them, one might not even know how they died. Although jade slips come with the oath seal restrictions, conversely, the oath seals also ensure the authenticity of the techniques. Actually, disciples of sects like Wang Chen are quite fortunate. At least they have a legitimate way to exchange for authentic cultivation methods. The scattered cultivators are the ones who have it tough. They might pay the price of their lives to obtain a single cultivation technique. Moreover, the higher the level of the cultivation method sealed in the jade slip, the fewer times it can be activated. And since cultivation jade slips cannot be copied and are difficult to refine, it's no wonder that the element of law ranks second among the 4 essential elements of cultivation: wealth, law, partner, and land. It was still early, so Wang Chen continued on to a blacksmith shop. In the 100 arts of cultivation, weapon refining and craftsmanship are major categories, with practitioners everywhere. Wang Chen was not looking for a weapon refiner. What he wanted to create was not a magical weapon. He took out a drawing and explained his requirements to the master blacksmith in the shop. The drawing was something Wang Chen had sketched a few days ago while healing at home, and since he didn't have suitable paper and pen at the time, it was quite rough and needed a clear description. However, the item was not complicated. After listening, the master blacksmith communicated with Wang Chen a few more times and, patting his dark chest, said, "This is simple. Come back in half an hour to pick it up." The price was also very cheap, only costing Wang Chen 1 low-grade spirit stone. Wang Chen paid the spirit stone on the spot, and then ran to a nearby grocery store and butcher shop to buy some seasonings and 50 pounds of monster meat. To refine his body, he had to eat meat. Ordinary meat without spiritual energy wouldn't he do. Although he had slaughtered a large number of land rhinoceroses, including quite a few demonized ones, the amount of insect meat he obtained was only enough for a few rice balls. He had already eaten it all by now. The price of monster meat was indeed not cheap. Although Wang Chen bought low-grade meat, it still cost him 5 low-grade spirit stones, which was about 5 times the price of spirit grains. Now, Wang Chen's storage bag was completely emptied, with only 2 low-grade spirit stones and a few dozen broken spirit stones left inside. Wang Chen made some adjustments and found a few minor issues. The master blacksmith resolved them right on the spot, proving to be a human-like machine tool. What Wang Chen customized here was a set of main components for a hand-cranked rice mill. The efficiency of manually pounding rice was simply too low, and it was hard to control the force, resulting in a lot of broken rice, and the rice husks had to be rescreened. He couldn't afford to waste time on this. As for buying ready-made spiritual rice in the city, it was something Wang Chen, who was low on funds, couldn't bear due to the price difference. Thus, he thought of the rice mill. The structure of the rice mill was actually quite simple. As long as one understood the principle, drawing the blueprint wasn't too difficult. Wang Chen himself was an engineering guy and had majored in mechanical engineering in college, so it was naturally not a problem for him. As the saying goes, if you excel in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, you need not fear traveling the world. Even in the world of cultivation, it could come in handy. When Wang Chen returned home, it was almost dark. He passed by his house without entering and directly took out a hoe from his storage bag to start clearing the weeds in his spiritual field. Fortunately, the area of the spiritual field he rented was small, and he was already completely familiar with farming work. Thus, after a hard day's work under the stars, he finally got it done. He didn't forget to water the crops. Squeak! A big white rat was squatting on the table, and as soon as it saw him, it immediately stood up and squeaked a couple of times, its voice carrying a hint of grievance. Wang Chen smacked his forehead. "Little boy, I'm sorry." He had completely forgotten that he still had a hungry rat at home. The big white rat twitched its nose and turned its head away, as if silently accusing him. It seemed to be saying that as long as there was something to eat, it guaranteed it wouldn't go hungry. Liars, they're all liars. Wang Chen awkwardly rubbed his hands and pet the big white rat a couple of times. "Don't be angry, little boy. I'll make a big dinner tonight." He went to the kitchen, first taking out a large piece of beast meat and placing it on the cutting board, then using a wooden stick to pound it. Monster meat has very little fat. The texture is tough and dry, and there are many tendons inside. Repeatedly pounding the meat can greatly enhance its taste. Once he felt it was about right, he put it in a bowl, added soy sauce and spices for marinating. Next, Wang Chen took out the customized components from the blacksmith shop and began assembling the rice mill. The rice mill consists of parts like the machine casing, drum, rice knife, processing hopper, and rice sieve. Due to manufacturing technology limitations, the motor was replaced with a hand crank, and the structure was simplified. The assembly work was also quite simple. One must admit, the master blacksmith's craftsmanship was superb. All components were forged from refined black iron, and even the casing was beautifully processed. The precision was completely up to standard. Wang Chen personally saw the craftsman take a small knife and make a few cuts on the metal parts, perfectly solving the issues he had pointed out. The efficiency was impressive. After the rice mill was assembled, Wang Chen couldn't wait to fill the hopper with spiritual grains and started hand-cranking the rice mill. This rice mill could process the rice all at once into white rice, while simultaneously separating the rice grains from the husks. Under the continuous rotation of the drum, the spiritual grains were roughly processed through the screw teeth on the drum. Then the white spiritual rice was pushed to the outlet and fell down, while the husks leaked into the casing's bottom and were expelled. It was a success. Watching the grains of white rice fall into the bowl, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. Although the efficiency of hand-cranking the rice was not high, it was still more than 10 times better than using a stone trough for pounding rice. He used the rice mill just to meet his own needs. He wasn't running a rice-pounding workshop, so he didn't need it to be too fast. He felt that his quality of life had improved a bit because of this. After milling the spiritual rice needed for a meal, Wang Chen started a fire to cook. Then he wrapped the marinated monster meat in broad leaves and tied it with hemp thread. Finally, he covered it with water and yellow clay and stuffed it into the stove to bake. Squeak! The big white rat jumped to Wang Chen's side, staring at the red stove fire in a daze. Wang Chen, sitting in front of the stove, reached out to pick it up and placed it on his lap. Little Bai was a very clean spiritual rat. It was completely clean and had no odor at all. Wang Chen did not treat this sentient rat as a pet. It felt more like family to him. In this world where he had no relatives, having its companionship made Wang Chen feel less lonely. The big white rat enjoyed Wang Chen's petting, comfortably wagging its tail. Wang Chen curiously asked, "Little Bai, where did your husband run off to? You two aren't getting a divorce, are you?" He hadn't seen the golden-haired rat for several days. However, judging by the big white rat's usual demeanor, it seemed nothing serious had happened. Squeak. Unfortunately, Wang Chen didn't understand rat language. Monsters can be divided into demonized, spiritual demons, great demons, demon kings, and demon lords. Above them are celestial demons and demon gods. Little Bai was clearly a demonized creature. It needed to shed the bone in its throat to speak human words, becoming a true spiritual demon. Wang Chen didn't expect to communicate normally with Little Bai. He was just looking for a topic to chat about. When the aroma of rice wafted from the iron pot with a hint of a charred scent, Wang Chen extinguished the stove fire. He then took out the baked monster meat from the stove. Breaking apart the hot, hard clay shell, a strong meat fragrance immediately burst forth. The little white rat squatting beside Wang Chen was practically drooling. Wang Chen cheerfully placed the roasted meat on the table and scooped 2 bowls of fragrant rice. The big bowl was for himself, and the small bowl was for Little Bai. Of course, Wang Chen didn't forget to add some of the cut roasted meat into Little Bai's bowl. "Eat up," he said, reaching out to tap the big white rat on the head, which immediately buried its head in the bowl and began to feast. It was delicious. Wang Chen also cut a big piece of monster meat for himself. Now that he had changed flavors and added spices, he nearly swallowed his own tongue. Wang Chen was very glad that he had self-taught cooking and handicrafts back in the day for making videos. Now, all of it was coming in handy. In this strange world without phones, computers, and the internet, delicious food could soothe his soul. After finishing this hard-earned dinner, the night had deepened. Today, after exchanging for the follow-up techniques of the 5-element skill, his daily cultivation resumed. During the process of advancing from the initial stage to the intermediate stage of qi refinement, Wang Chen opened a new meridian, which significantly extended the time it took him to complete a cycle of magical energy. His cultivation speed slowed down accordingly. 5-element skill experience 1. 5-element skill, level 4 1400. Wang Chen completely ignored the notification messages that popped up in his view, concentrating fully on comprehending the true meaning of the higher-level techniques. He did not know how many more similar nights he would have to endure in the long years to come. The next morning, the sound of the ding-yong bell woke Wang Chen from his dreams. After completing his morning lessons, he went to work in the spiritual field. He no longer did the money-making tasks of clearing the land of Earth Rhinoceros. Therefore, the 10 acres of spiritual field must be well tended, otherwise, affecting the harvest would be a headache. Just then, while Wang Chen was plowing the spiritual rice in the field, the old man's son from next door appeared again. "Where did you go yesterday?" he exclaimed excitedly. The village head came to distribute formation flags for everyone to insert into the spiritual fields, saying that today a purple-robed master would come to eliminate pests. "You missed it." Wang Chen couldn't understand why this old man was so happy. "My spiritual field has no Earth Rhinoceros anymore. What if something got missed? Old Sun grinned widely. Showing his teeth, I got one flag, and cleaning it again is a good thing. It's a pity I can't collect it on your behalf, otherwise. I would have helped you get one too. He looked like he had struck a great deal. However, Wang Chen had a faint feeling that things were not that simple. Chapter 25, Caution in Spectating. Yesterday, he obtained a set of techniques and 2 spells, all of which required serious study and research. As his strength level increased and his skills expanded, the days ahead would only become busier. Wang Chen was rather glad that he only rented 10 acres of spiritual field. Otherwise, spending too much time on this would inevitably affect his normal cultivation. That would be counterproductive. In the quiet room, Wang Chen first activated the seed of the spiritual eye technique sealed in his sea of consciousness. The spiritual eye technique belongs to the low-level qi refinement spells, which can be cultivated as soon as one enters qi refinement. The principle of this spell is simple. Condense magical energy in both eyes and observe the fluctuations of the target's aura through the activation of spiritual awareness, thereby completing level assessment. To Wang Chen's surprise, he succeeded in learning the spiritual eye technique on his first attempt. Spiritual eye technique, beginner 0-100. He succeeded in one go, entering the level directly. It went so smoothly that Wang Chen began to doubt if his comprehension was really only 3 points. It was so easy that it made him feel unconfident. But after thinking about it carefully, Wang Chen felt it was quite normal. After all, he was already a mid-level qi refinement cultivator, and learning the most basic spells was naturally simple and easy. It was like having done thousands of similar exercises. He had already become proficient. Having mastered the spiritual eye technique, Wang Chen decided to tackle the object manipulation technique in one go. However, the object manipulation technique was not so easy. The formula for this spell was much more complex than that of the spiritual eye technique, involving as many as 3 magical energy channels, and it also required the power of the soul to complete. Wang Chen brought out the spirit of diligence from his past life, analyzing the formula word by word, repeatedly activating magical energy, completely unaware of the passage of time. Gradually, he began to grasp some of the principles. In fact, the difficulty of practicing the object manipulation technique was not much higher than that of the spiritual eye technique. If there were a mentor nearby to provide guidance and answer questions, even if Wang Chen's comprehension was low, he could still quickly get started. However, as a low-level outer disciple of the Yunyang sect, unless he took out spirit stones to ask someone for guidance, who would be willing to spend their time and energy helping others for free? Even if there were kind-hearted cultivators, Wang Chen had no way of knowing them. He could only rely on himself. Up. With his left hand holding a round piece of broken spirit, Wang Chen pointed at it with his right hand, shouting lightly. As a result, the piece of broken spirit moved slightly, trembling as it lifted half an inch upward. Then it fell down. Failure. Wang Chen grasped the piece of broken spirit, stroking his chin in deep thought. To manipulate objects from a distance, it was necessary to guide the magical energy outward with the power of the soul, and then control it. He failed again and again. Wang Chen was sure there was some trick to it that he had not grasped. Taking a long breath, he decided to halt today's spell practice. The cultivation of spells is not necessarily better with more diligence. Constantly activating the magical energy in the dantian and the power of the soul would lead to accumulated physical and mental fatigue if he did not get rest and recovery. Over time, it would inevitably have serious consequences. A person is like a highly precise machine that needs lubrication and maintenance. Who has seen a perpetual motion machine? Leaving the quiet room and coming outside to the small yard, Wang Chen realized the sun was already setting, and it was almost past noon. Just then, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped his house. Wang Chen's gaze immediately sharpened. He saw a large flying ship coming from the west, just blocking the sun. This flying ship was dozens of zhonglong, displaying a faint golden color, with countless complex and mysterious runes engraved on its surface, carrying heavy crossbow magical devices that struck fear in anyone who saw them. At the bow of the ship, a cloud dragon flag fluttered in the wind, making a crisp sound. The Yunyang flying ship. Wang Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. The flying ship belonged to the sect's heavy equipment. It took countless spirit stones and precious materials to forge one. As the largest sect in the Tianyan mountain range, the Yunyang sect owned very few flying ships. Moreover, the cost of deploying a flying ship was enormous, making it comparable to a large magical artifact. The original owner had lived here for over a decade and had seen flying ships in the air only a handful of times. Usually, flying ships were only deployed during major wars. What surprised Wang Chen even more was that this Yunyang flying ship did not fly far. Its speed suddenly decreased, hovering in the air without moving. What did it want to do? Wang Chen quickly opened the yard door and walked out. Hey! Neighbor Old Sun hurriedly ran along the path, excitedly shouting. The main hall has sent the flying ship. Now the earth rhinoceroses won't be a problem anymore. Let's hurry over and take a look. Why go take a look? The Yunyang flying ship was only about 10 miles away from here. Moreover, to deal with mere Earth rhinoceroses, the Yunyang sect actually deployed a flying ship, making such a big show. Was it a joke? Wang Chen instinctively felt something was wrong and immediately shook his head and said, "I'm not going." He wanted to advise old son not to go either. Spectating requires caution. Watching the excitement comes with risks. However, before he could finish his advice, Grandpa's son dashed past him in a flash. He was faster than someone rushing to be reborn. Wang Chen was speechless. In fact, the people rushing out from their homes to watch were not just old Sunday. He saw many households following suit. As if there were treasures to be picked up over there. Wang Chen had no intention of following the crowd. He even felt that the distance to the Yunyang flying ship was too close. So he closed the yard door and ran 5 miles north, climbing up a nearby small hill. Just as Wang Chen found a good spot to observe, the Yunyang flying ship in the distance began to stir. The runes on the ship lit up one by one, emitting countless bright lights. The intense magical energy fluctuations could be felt even by Wang Chen, who was over 10 miles away. His soul was greatly shaken. Following that, in the vast spiritual fields below the flying ship, beams of clear spiritual light shot up into the sky. The formation flags inserted into the fields were all activated. One by one, black beetles broke through the soil, spreading their wings and flying vigorously into the sky. Among them were quite a few large mutated earth rhinoceroses. However, when these ground rhinoceroses took flight, a great and mighty force suddenly enveloped the heavens and the earth, instantly extinguishing their vitality. Thousands of insect corpses fell like raindrops, creating a spectacular scene that attracted a crowd of onlookers eager to grab what they could. Wang Chen finally understood why the old son and others were so eager to run over and watch the commotion. There was indeed something to pick up. In just a moment, all the ground rhinoceroses were swept away. Was that it? Wang Chen did not think so. Chapter 26. A sword coming from the north. Boom. Just when many thought the matter had come to an end, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ground shook violently, and a large area of spiritual fields suddenly rose high, with a multitude of ground rhinoceroses swarming out from the cracks. These black beetles flashed with a strange light, their numbers seemingly endless, quickly forming a small mountain. They spread out at an astonishing speed in all directions. Many cultivators who were picking up insect corpses were caught completely off guard. Some were flung away, others fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they were overwhelmed by the ground rhinoceroses. A chilling cry of despair suddenly rang out, sending shivers down people's spines. Ground rhinoceroses are weak insects. Even the demonized ones can be dealt with by cultivators at the first or second level of Qi training. However, when thousands of ground rhinoceroses pounced on them, piercing with countless sharp horns, biting with hard jaws, and invading their ears, nostrils, and mouths, a dozen unfortunate cultivators became victims in an instant. The other cultivators were so terrified that they lost their wits and scrambled to escape. But at that moment, the mound of insects gathered from the countless ground rhinoceroses underwent another transformation. It suddenly surged upward, reaching a height of over 30 zhang, simultaneously sprouting heads, bodies, limbs, and appendages. It transformed into a fearsome insect giant. In the next moment, the insect giant bent down and extended its enormous palm, grabbing a fleeing cultivator. This cultivator, at the 5th level of Qi training, reacted quickly, activating a protective talisman. However, the protective spiritual light was no match for the insect giant's grip. It was crushed in an instant. The captured cultivator cried out in despair, "Save me." His voice was filled with hopelessness. Then he was stuffed into the giant's gaping mouth. The crunching sound of chewing could be heard clearly from several miles away. The insect giant was clearly not satisfied. It opened its arms wide and grabbed 2 more cultivators to shove into its mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Cloud Yang flying ship hovering in front of the insect giant fired several crossbow bolts at the mutated monster. All the crossbow bolts were imbued with spells, igniting with blazing flames as they traced red arcs through the air, striking the insect giant. Explosive bursts of destructive flames erupted. Countless ground rhinoceroses were burned to death or blown into pieces, falling to the ground with a crackling sound. The insect giant's head and body became riddled with holes. But a large number of ground rhinoceroses quickly surged out from within it, instantly filling the damage caused by the fire bolts. The insect giant was clearly enraged. It swallowed the cultivator it had just captured and stood upright, tilting its head to let out a silent roar at the flying ship in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the insect giant's right arm elongated into a black whip, fiercely swinging toward the Cloud Yang flying ship. Bang! Although the distance between the insect giant and the flying ship was considerable, the whip struck like thunder, extending hundreds of zhang in an instant, and heavily struck the ship's hull. The Cloud Yang flying ship was sent spinning away, its glow dimming slightly. Witnessing this scene, the Qi training cultivators turned pale with fear. The Cloud Yang flying ship was a heavy weapon used by the Cloud Yang sect to suppress the surrounding area, with at least 2 upper-level cultivators stationed on board. And its combat power could rival 3 times that of its peers at the Purple Mansion level. To be repelled by an evil being made up of ground rhinoceroses was simply shocking. The upper-level cultivators controlling the flying ship seemed to be frightened as well. Without waiting for the ship to stabilize, they retreated to increase the distance between them. This retreat inadvertently put those outer sect cultivators who had come to watch in great danger. The insect giant did not pursue the agile flying ship. It began to stomp through the surrounding spiritual fields, grabbing one cultivator after another, turning them into its food. Only those who mastered escape techniques or timely used escape talismans were able to escape. Many cultivators were incited to rage and bloodlust by the insect giant's brutality, using all their strength to attack it with spells, magical tools, and talismans. Fire dragons coiled, wind blades howled, thunder flashed, and ice arrows rained down. However, the insect giant, which the Cloud Yang flying ship could not contend with, could not possibly be harmed by these chi training spells. Those who resisted became the insect giant's prime targets for slaughter. In an instant, cries of sorrow filled the air, and most of these outer sect cultivators, primarily spiritual plant workers, suffered heavy casualties. Witnessing such a scene, Wang Chen, hiding on a distant hillside, felt extremely complex emotions. He had no thoughts of gloating. As the saying goes, the death of a rabbit saddens the fox. Watching those chi training cultivators, similar to himself, being ruthlessly trampled and even devoured by the insect giant, Wang Chen felt nothing but sorrow. Although many had brought this upon themselves, ignoring safety for a small profit, their slight mistake should not have been punished with their lives. The upper-level cultivators controlling the flying ship clearly had the intention of using them as cannon fodder, as they had not retaliated for a long time. In the eyes of the upper-level cultivators, the lower-level outer sect cultivators were no different from ants. To seize control of their fate, they must become powerful. Wang Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. Boom. 1,000 zhang away, the bow of the Cloud Yang flying ship shot out a beam as thick as a barrel. In an instant, it struck the insect giant's chest. This strike obliterated countless ground rhinoceroses, creating a massive void on the monster's body. The insect giant immediately crumbled, and thousands of ground rhinoceroses fell to the ground. But before anyone could rejoice at defeating this terrifying enemy, the ground heaved up again, and a new insect giant began to coalesce. Is this never-ending? Just as many cultivators fell into despair, the heavens above suddenly radiated with brilliance. A dazzling sword light came from the north, instantly sweeping across the sky, overshadowing even the great sun. An overwhelmingly powerful aura accompanied the sword, locking onto the newly manifested insect giant. The insect giant seemed to sense the impending doom. It raised its arms defensively, its body trembling violently. Time suddenly froze in that instant. In the next breath, the brilliant sword light pierced through the insect giant's head and body from above, its unmatched sword energy grinding millions of beetles into powder. Then, the sword light continued unabated, penetrating the earth deeply. The ground shook violently. People within dozens of miles heard a chilling scream. It's over. Wang Chen realized that this terrifying evil creature had been completely terminated. But this extraordinarily brilliant sword light was deeply etched in his soul. At this moment, the shock in Wang Chen's heart was truly beyond words. Xianxiao, the supreme elder of the Cloud Yang sect, one of the 3 golden core true people. Although Wang Chen had only heard of his name and had never seen him in person, his intuition told him that this strike could only have been delivered by Xianxiao, known as the first sword of Tianyun. Chapter 27, Wine Talk. Just as the battle had just calmed down, disciples from the Wei Hall appeared in droves. The Cloud Yang sect's outer sect had a total of 100,000 disciples, with more than a dozen halls. Among them, the Zhan, Wei, and Xing halls were the strongest. The Zhan hall was primarily responsible for external battles, while the Wei hall managed the entire outer sect, including the safety and order of the 3 immortal cities. They were like the police that appear at the end of action movies, sealing off the battlefield and driving away onlookers while simultaneously treating the wounded and collecting the bodies. Some disciples of the Wei sect were digging at the spot where the insect giant had been slain. The Yunyang flying ship lingered in the air for a while before flying back in the direction it came from, quickly disappearing from sight. His home was more than 10 miles away from the site of the battle, so it was not affected. The spiritual fields were also safe and sound. However, Wang Chen's heart was far from calm. This brief, yet brutal battle made him deeply aware of the dangers of the immortal realm and truly understand his own insignificance and fragility. Wang Chen did not become fearful or timid because of this. Although there was confusion and unease in his heart, his desire for strength became even more resolute. A thought flashed in his mind, and the sword light imprinted in his soul suddenly illuminated his sea of consciousness. Wang Chen took a deep breath and immediately urged his Dantian's magical power. He suddenly pointed at the oil lamp on the table and shouted, "Rise." The magical power, guided by his soul, surged outward, causing the oil lamp 3 feet away to shake violently and float up unsteadily. Object Manipulation Technique, Beginner 0100. The object manipulation technique was mastered. Wang Chen waved his fingers, and the floating oil lamp began to sway left and right. A faint smile appeared on his face. As the sun set, the night quietly enveloped the earth. Wang Chen brought his dinner to the table, preparing to soothe his stomach. No matter how difficult life was, one must fill their belly. Bang, bang. Just at that moment, someone suddenly knocked hard on the courtyard door from the outside. Startled, the little white dog that was about to feast quickly hid under the table. "Who is it?" Wang Chen helplessly put down his chopsticks and went out to open the door. As soon as the courtyard door opened, a strong smell of alcohol hit him, almost knocking him over. "Old son." Wang Chen covered his nose and took a step back, asking in a muffled voice, "What happened to you?" The person knocking on the door was Old Sunday. The old man had glazed eyes, his face flushed purple, looking as if he could hardly stand. In the afternoon, Old Sun had also gone to watch the commotion and even urged Wang Chen to go with him. Although Wang Chen didn't have a good impression of this old man who liked to take advantage of others, he still felt relieved to see that he was unharmed. After all, since he had crossed over to this completely unfamiliar world, this old man was the most familiar person to him. However, Old Sun showed no signs of joy from surviving. His drunken face was full of despair. "I'm fine." Old Sun waved his hand and looked intently at Wang Chen. "I just want to talk to you for a bit." In his other hand, he held a wine gourd. Wang Chen sighed. "Come in." He couldn't just refuse the old man in this state. He simply moved a small wooden table to the yard, brought over 2 wooden stools and a new set of bowls and chopsticks. Old Sun sat down, grabbed a piece of marinated meat, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it haphazardly. As he chewed, tears streamed down his face. "Dogsy, do you know?" Old Sun said sorrowfully. "Old Lu is dead. I watched him die right in front of me. I wanted to save him, but..." Wang Chen was at a loss for words. He knew Old Lu, having previously gone to Old Lu's spiritual field to clear out the ground rhinos. He never expected him to die just like that. "I shouldn't have called him to go." Old Sun poured himself a full bowl of wine and downed it in one gulp. His gaze became more dazed. One shouldn't be greedy. The benefits of the sect are not so easy to obtain. I was confused, and he was confused too. I was a bit luckier, and he was unlucky. This isn't my fault. I didn't want this. I really didn't think so. He kept drinking while mumbling, not caring whether Wang Chen was listening. After finishing a gourd of wine, Old Sun's head dropped onto the table. He was only drinking ordinary rice wine, not spirit wine, so he shouldn't have gotten drunk. However, if one truly wanted to get drunk, even a chi refining cultivator could be knocked out, let alone a golden core master. Old Sun came to Wang Chen to drown his sorrows in alcohol, clearly wanting to vent his guilt and fear. Wang Chen didn't know what to say. There are always flaws in pitiable people. In the memories left to Wang Chen by the original owner, this old man was greedy, stingy, and lecherous, taking advantage of him many times when he was young. But on the other hand, Old Sun taught the original owner a lot about farming spiritual fields. Even if his motives were not pure, it was still real help. After Wang Chen crossed over, he hadn't given the old man much of a good face. Old Sun, however, didn't seem to hold any grudges and even cooperated with him to earn some spirit stones. In short, this old man was not a kind person. But neither was he an utterly wicked one. As for the demeanor and grace of a cultivator, that was completely absent. Of course, Wang Chen couldn't just leave the old man there like that, so he had to help him up and carry him on his back. Wang Chen's home only had a single bed and no conditions for lodging. Fortunately, Old Sun's house was only about 200 steps away from his. When Wang Chen carried him over, he found the courtyard door still wide open. After placing the old man on the bed in the bedroom, he thoughtfully raised the pillow. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Wang Chen's wrist was suddenly grabbed tightly. Old Sun, lying on the bed, actually opened his eyes and trembled as he said, "Don't believe, don't." Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. "Don't believe what?" "No." Old Sun closed his eyes again, muttering, "It's not my fault, it's not." Wang Chen didn't pay much attention, thinking the old man was just talking nonsense from being drunk. He broke free from Old Sun's grip and quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. The quiet moonlight poured into the room through the window, illuminating Old Sun's emaciated body. He lay motionless, as if dead. Suddenly, the shadow cast on the floor by the window and door trembled. It began to twist and change. Gradually, the black shadow stretched toward the wooden bed, resembling a long tentacle, exuding an indescribable eeriness. This tentacle crawled up along the foot of the bed, slowly approaching the position of the pillow, and unexpectedly extended into Old Sun's left ear. Thump! At that moment, a deep and distant bell tolled into the room. It was the hour of the dog. The black tentacle, just about to enter Old Sun's ear, instantly emitted a wisp of gray smoke. There were no further abnormalities. Bang! A gust of wind blew, causing the open window to shake and slam shut, blocking the moonlight outside. Chapter 28. The Chess Game. The ground rhinos had disappeared. After that earth-shattering battle, no traces of a single ground rhino were found in all the spiritual fields within the outer sect area of Yunyang sect. It was as if they had all become extinct. However, the price was extremely tragic. Hundreds of cultivators were casualties, and thousands of acres of spiritual fields suffered varying degrees of damage. Some of the spiritual fields yielded nothing. Most of the deceased cultivators were spiritual farmers. But for the 100,000 outer disciples of Yunyang sect, this loss was nothing at all. Soon, some cultivators became new spiritual farmers, eagerly inheriting the estates of the single casualties. The families of the spiritual farmers who lost their loved ones hurriedly wiped away their tears and prepared for the upcoming summer harvest. As for compensation, that was absolutely non-existent. Brothers, I am kneeling before you. A middle-aged man knelt before them, pleading, my family really cannot afford so many spirit stones. When we accepted the flag, we didn't know we had to pay spirit stones. Beside him, a woman looked desolate, shielding her 2 children behind her, tears in her eyes. Don't give me that. A disciple of the Wei sect roared. Your family accepted the battle flag, and the inner sect sent flying ships and experts to eliminate the pests. In the end, it was only after the elder took action that the evil beings were dealt with, saving your whole family's lives. Now, even the mere 25 spirit stones are unwilling to be offered. Where do you place the master and the real person? The man kneeling on the ground was stunned by the shouting. The expressions of the disciples from the Wei Hall became even more ferocious. Ungrateful creatures. If you don't want to pay spirit stones, just get out of the sect immediately. You can farm the land outside freely. No need to offer even a single broken spirit. The master of the Purple Mansion and the Supreme Elder. Not to mention Golden Core real persons. Even the title of a Purple Mansion master weighs heavily on the shoulders of a small cultivator from the outer sect. How can one resist that? The man could only empty his storage bag and shamelessly borrow from the onlooking neighbors. Finally, he gathered 20 spirit stones to give to the Wei Hall disciples. Among them were many broken spirits. Then several disciples from the Wei Hall rushed to the next household. Soon, cries were heard from that house as well. Wang Chen learned through the conversations of passers-by that a few days ago, the village chief here received the array flags distributed by the main hall to the farmers under his jurisdiction, so that the farmers whose spirit plants suffered from pest disasters could each receive a flag. Now that the issue was resolved, the Wei Hall sent people to collect spirit stones for the offerings to the inner sect. 1 mu of spirit field requires 1 lower spirit stone. Only those who have not received the array flag or whose farmers have died are exempt from taxation. The Wei Hall sent people to the door, and with the names of the master and the real person suppressing them, who would dare not comply? Among the 10 households nearby, at least 7 or 8 would have to bleed. Wang Chen was not too surprised by this situation. He felt something was off when Old Sun proudly showed off to him earlier. His premonition turned out to be correct. Now, Wang Chen couldn't do anything and continued walking towards his own direction after hearing this. Oh my! Just as he was about to reach his door, he saw Old Sun sitting by the road, crying and wailing. The appearance of Wang Chen seemed to give the old man a lifeline, and he immediately rushed over. Dog! I can't live anymore. Wang Chen, who was firmly held by the legs, was speechless. Just the other night, when Old Sun was drunk and crying to me, he wasn't this heartbroken. Dog! Old Sun wiped his tears and said with a sob, do you know? I know. Wang Chen directly interrupted him. The Wei Hall sent people to collect 30 lower spirit stones from you. Old Sun rented 30 mu of spirit fields by himself, and he had received the array flag. Wouldn't he have to cough up 30 lower spirit stones? So you know, huh? Old Sun awkwardly got up and pleaded, dog, help me out, lend me. You can see for yourself. Wang Chen took off the storage bag hanging at his waist and handed it over. See how many spirit stones I have. This storage bag was one he originally owned, containing only a dozen broken spirits and some daily necessities. As for the large storage bag seized from the traveling merchant, it was securely hidden in his bosom. This way, even if the outer storage bag was stolen, the loss wouldn't be much. The truly valuable stuff was all in the inner bag. Old Sun, probably in a real hurry, actually took it to check. Wang Chen's storage bag had no restrictions, and it could be opened with just a bit of magic power. The result naturally left Old Sun dumbfounded. No, dog, where did all those spirit stones you earned go? Wang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't you see I'm already at the mid-stage of chi refining? I rented a cave in the city to advance. This explanation was too convincing. So convincing that Old Sun was left speechless and could only reluctantly return the storage bag to Wang Chen. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to care about this old man anymore and walked away on his own. Wang Chen wouldn't worry for him. An old chive with no children or family like Old Sun rented so many spirit fields and had been in the outer sect for decades. Despite often going to Yinshan City to spend spirit stones, with his character, he couldn't possibly be without some hidden spirit stones. Even if Wang Chen really had spirit stones, he absolutely wouldn't lend him half a piece. Then he arrived at his quiet room. Sitting on the mat, he fell into deep thought. Earth rhinoceros, array flags, flying ships, evil objects, purple mansion masters, supreme elders, and the unexpected reaction of Yunyang's sect when the pest disaster just broke out. All these made Wang Chen feel as if there were invisible hands behind the scenes setting up a game. Playing chess. Of course, Wang Chen didn't think his feeling was necessarily correct. It might just be his illusion or a coincidence. Wang Chen didn't continue to ponder this matter. If someone were indeed playing a big game, he wouldn't even qualify to be a pawn. Why bother troubling himself? The urgent matter now was to get into Heavenly Dragon Diamond Righteous Method. For the past 2 days, aside from managing the spirit fields, Wang Chen spent most of his time at home comprehending this body-refining technique. The set of methods he obtained included a grand image of the great mighty heavenly dragon. As long as he comprehended this image and activated the blood and chi power, he would be considered to have entered the door. It sounded simple. But Wang Chen's low comprehension ability once again trapped him in a predicament. He simply could not comprehend even a hint of the true meaning contained in the heavenly dragon image. He was unable to step over the threshold for a long time. Without being able to enter the technique, having a cultivation panel was pointless for Wang Chen. So he wanted to try again. Squeak. 2 white shadows suddenly darted into the quiet room, one after the other. Wang Chen looked closely and saw that it was the big white rat with her husband, the previously suspected missing Jin Mao rat. He immediately became happy. You two got remarried, huh? Chapter 29, Farewell. What? You're leaving here? Is there danger? What kind of danger? Dizziness. The sudden appearance of the big white rat and the Jin Mao rat in front of Wang Chen was for a reason. After some difficult communication, Wang Chen finally understood what the couple meant. They felt that this place was no longer safe and were preparing to move. Now they were here to say goodbye to Wang Chen. Moreover, the little white also expressed the intention of having Wang Chen leave with them. Leave here? Where to? Wang Chen couldn't help but feel confused. He trusted the big white rat. The problem was that the world was vast and apart from this small home. Where else could he find a place to stay? Although this was the outermost area of the Yunyang spirit land, it was also protected by the sect. Not to mention, the Dingyang bell in Yinshan City rings 12 times a day, deterring evil spirits without fail. The original owner had been a spirit planner for 5 years and had only heard some rumors about evil spirits harming people from his neighbors. As for monsters and fierce beasts, he had never seen any. Cultivators wanting to hunt monsters had to venture deep into the Tianyun mountain range. Inside the mountain gate, there were also disciples from the Wei Hall patrolling. Therefore, as long as one didn't engage in self-destructive behavior and farm honestly, it was still very safe. But once he left the mountain gate, the situation would be entirely different. Wang Xiaoyuan had told the original owner many times how dangerous the outer domain was. Every year, many disciples from the Yunyang sect go missing while out training, hunting, looking for treasures, and completing tasks. They disappear without a trace. Wang Chen couldn't just abandon his nearly ripe 10 mu of spirit fields at home and run out to be a wandering cultivator, could he? He was only at the 4th level of chi refining. He hadn't even mastered the most basic protective spell, the spirit light shield armor, and had only 2 spirit stones left in his storage bag, with talismans and pills in pitifully low quantities. How could he survive and protect himself in the unpredictable outer domain? As for going to the safer Yinshan City and the inner sect, that was completely unrealistic. Living in Yinshan City was not easy. Even in the worst conditions of a guest house in the city, the price for one night in a large dormitory was 1 lower spirit stone. Sleeping on the streets would get one caught and made to do hard labor. The prices for houses in the city were sky-high, far beyond what Wang Chen could afford right now. And as for the inner sect, Wang Chen didn't even dare to think about it. He couldn't help but pat the big white rat's head, sighing, "Little white, you've given me a tough problem." After experiencing a calamity once, Wang Chen just wanted to be a low-key cultivator, quietly farming and gradually improving his strength. He didn't expect that such a simple wish would be hard to achieve. Squeak. The white mouse seemed to understand Wang Chen's feelings and gently touched his palm with its nose to offer comfort. Wang Chen clenched his fist and said, "I know. Thank you." After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to act according to the situation. Wang Chen took the little white couple to the kitchen. He took out about 30 pounds of monster meat from his storage bag, cut it into pieces, blanched it, and braised it to make fragrant jerky. After that, he packed the jerky and 50 pounds of spirit grains into a small storage bag. Naturally, it was his husband's job to tie it onto the back of the golden-furred mouse. "Little white, after you move to your new home, just bite the bag open," Wang Chen said to the white mouse. "The rice and meat inside should sustain you through the winter. Once the storage bag is damaged, all the items inside will spill out." Little White had saved Wang Chen's life. Squeak. The white mouse stood up on its hind legs, nudged Wang Chen with its paws, and its eyes sparkled. It was clear that it was also reluctant to part with him. Wang Chen waved his hand. Go ahead. The little white couple left, disappearing into the darkness of the mouse hole behind the woodpile. Wang Chen felt a sense of loss. Although they had not known each other for long, he had already regarded Little White as family. However, reality often doesn't go as one wishes. It wasn't until night that Wang Chen completely dispelled the melancholy of parting. He thought it through carefully. The danger that Little White had reminded him of was not imminent. In the absence of better options, what he could do now was to strive to improve his strength and accumulate the capital to protect himself. Perhaps it was because he was filled with a surge of brave and vigorous spirit. That night, Wang Chen once again focused all his energy on visualizing the true form of the heavenly dragon diamond law. And he surprisingly grasped a hint of the profound mystery of the Great Might Heavenly Dragon. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon is one of the protective vajras of the Buddhist sect, with an unparalleled physical body, skilled in slaying demons and dispelling evil. The first 3 levels of the Heavenly Dragon Diamond Law are Copper Skin, Jade Bone, and Golden Body. After cultivating these, one can not only withstand the impact of magical artifacts with their flesh and blood, but also resist the erosion of evil spirits. It is undoubtedly an extremely advanced body refinement technique. If this technique had any pitfalls, Wang Chen would never have been able to purchase it for just 30 spirit stones. Moreover, understanding the Heavenly Dragon's mysteries does not mean he has truly entered the door. There were no indications on the cultivation panel. He took out a bottle of Vajra. One can cultivate 3 types of power: Chi power, magic power, and soul power. Chi power refers to the power of blood and vitality. The function of Vajra is to maximize the activation of blood and vitality, thus enhancing the effect of body refinement. Wang Chen took off all his clothes. He poured the golden ghee from the bottle and evenly applied it all over his body, not even sparing his scalp. Then he repeatedly patted his body to help the medicinal properties of the ghee penetrate his skin and muscles more quickly. As the medicinal power spread, Wang Chen felt as if he had been placed into a hellish furnace. In a moment, he felt like a boiled shrimp, his skin turning a bright red. Numbness, itchiness, soreness, and pain. Various sensations ravaged his body, greatly testing his willpower. Wang Chen struggled to maintain a clear consciousness. Following the entry method of the first layer of the Heavenly Dragon Diamond Law, guiding the chi power activated by the ghee to circulate throughout his body. His muscles continued to contract and expand, and beads of sweat poured out from his pores. In the end, he even bled a little. Keep holding on. He didn't know how long it had been, but Wang Chen suddenly felt light all over, and all the pain and strange sensations in his body disappeared. Body 1. The cultivation panel displayed a new change. Cultivation method, main, 5 elements technique, for layers 8400. Sub, Heavenly Dragon Diamond Law, first layer 0100. The newly entered Heavenly Dragon Diamond Law was not classified as a skill, but as a cultivation method. This meant that improving the Heavenly Dragon Diamond Law would consume Tiangong. However, Wang Chen had no time to pay attention to the changes in the cultivation panel. He was carefully experiencing the improvements and changes brought by this method. Chapter 30, Diamond Fist. Crack. It was filled with power. He did not expect the body refinement effect of the Heavenly Dragon Diamond Law to be so powerful. Entering the first layer granted him 1 point of body attribute, and his chi power had increased at least twice compared to before. The chi power cultivated by martial artists in the mortal realm is most powerful at the innate realm. The combat capability of innate martial artists can rival those of low-level chi practitioners, and if they wield divine weapons, they can even compete with mid-level chi practitioners as mere mortals. Many innate experts enter the Tao through martial arts, often choosing to become body cultivators that best match their abilities. Wang Chen certainly would not take the path of a body cultivator with limited potential. However, the Heavenly Dragon Diamond Law could compensate for his weaknesses in physical strength, enhancing his combat power and survival ability. Therefore, even if it cost him precious Tiangong, Wang Chen would still strive to improve it. At this point, he realized that he was covered in oily dirt, emitting a foul smell. Wang Chen quickly took a shower to wash away the impurities seeping from his body. Afterward, he cast the cleansing spell twice in a row before finally feeling clean and refreshed. However, while he was clean, his stomach let out a thunderous roar. The feeling of hunger surged like a tide, and every cell in his body craved nutritional energy. Wang Chen felt like he could eat a whole cow. He hurriedly took the remaining 10 pounds of monster meat from the storage bag and put it in a large pot to stew. Because he was too hungry, he couldn't wait for the meat to fully cook and eagerly scooped it out, slicing off pieces with a dagger and devouring them with salt. In the end, he finished all 10 pounds of monster meat and still didn't feel full. His appetite had exceeded several times his usual amount. Wang Chen truly experienced the terror of the Heavenly Dragon Diamond Law. The effect was powerful, but the consumption was also enormous. According to the records of the technique, the best auxiliary medicine for cultivating the heavenly dragon diamond law is Vajra. A bottle of Vajra worth 10 spirit stones can only meet the needs of one cultivation session. Without this auxiliary medicine, the cultivation effect would be greatly reduced. To achieve the best cultivation effect, one would need to apply a bottle of Vajra each time. Additionally, regular meat consumption is essential. Moreover, it must be monster meat, with higher grades being better, otherwise, it would also affect the cultivation of this technique. Monks really don't just eat vegetarian. Wang Chen thought about it and felt pain in his liver. The 2 pieces of low-grade spirit stones in his storage bag were trembling. Earlier, he had given the little white couple 30 pounds of monster meat and 50 pounds of spirit grains, and the remaining rations would barely last until the summer harvest. He had just eaten all the leftover meat as well. He needed to buy a batch of spirit rice and monster meat to stock up. Furthermore, even if he couldn't afford to use a bottle of Vajra for each cultivation session of the heavenly dragon diamond law, Wang Chen still had to spend spirit stones. Otherwise, the subsequent cultivation effects would be poor, and that would be meaningless. The question was how to earn such a large amount of spirit stones? Hunting monsters? The original owner had lived with his father at first, and after Wang Xiaoyuan went missing, he entered the Yunyang sect to farm. For 17 years, he had never stepped outside the outer door area. He had no hunting experience and had seen very few monsters. Doing sect tasks? He had no experience in that either. And it was also very dangerous. It was unrealistic to expect to earn spirit stones immediately. Refining tools? Alchemy? Setting up a stall? As Wang Chen pondered, he walked into the small courtyard outside. He practiced the diamond fist. The diamond fist is a set of boxing techniques that accompanies the heavenly dragon diamond law, consisting of a total of 9 moves. The purpose of this set of boxing techniques is mainly to refine the residual medicinal power of Vajra and to guide the internal qi and blood. It strengthens the muscles and bones, making it easy to wash the marrow. The Vajra boxing technique is not complicated. In fact, it is quite simple, with each move devoid of any flashy elements. Even though it was Wang Chen's first time practicing, he was able to pick it up easily. However, after practicing it over and over, Wang Chen felt the profound depth of this bonus boxing technique. It was completely different from the mundane martial arts he had imagined. This was soon verified on the cultivation panel. Vajra boxing, beginner 1100. Mundane martial arts will not be displayed on the cultivation panel. Since Vajra boxing can be listed in the skill bar, it indicates that it is truly a celestial technique. The beginner level of this boxing technique is evidently very simple. With only 3 points of comprehension, Wang Chen mastered the basic principles after practicing it twice. What would it be like to cultivate it to proficiency, minor success, or major success? Wang Chen instantly became interested. He cast aside his worries about earning spirit stones and repeatedly practiced Vajra boxing, accumulating experience little by little. The next morning, after completing his morning training, Wang Chen left home and hurried to Yinshan City. Before entering the city, Wang Chen changed to a normal appearance, one so ordinary that he could not be distinguished in a crowd. After this transformation, Wang Chen arrived at a branch of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce has several branches in Yinshan City, all engaged in similar businesses. He did not go to the same one as last time. Upon entering, Wang Chen found the shopkeeper and directly asked, "How many spirit stones can this sword be exchanged for?" This sword was also obtained from a traveling merchant and was of quite good quality. Originally, Wang Chen planned to keep it for personal use. But now that his family was on the verge of starvation, he thought it best to sell it to solve the immediate crisis. As the saying goes, being cautious prevents major mistakes, and considering that this sword was a black market item, he used the 1,000 changes technique to disguise himself. Even though the Sihai Chamber of Commerce has a good reputation, this first-tier middle-grade magical tool. After the shopkeeper assessed it, he said, "Well maintained, with no damage. If you want to sell it, this shop is willing to offer 150 spirit stones." 150 spirit stones. Wang Chen did not expect this sword to be worth so much. However, as a middle-grade sword, if he were to buy one himself, the price at a weapon shop would definitely be more than 150 spirit stones. The other party's offer must also have some room for negotiation. The shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly. "Impossible. I can offer a maximum of 160. After some bargaining, the sword was finally sold for 175 spirit stones. Wang Chen was quite satisfied. He had a lot of trust in the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, knowing that they would not rip off customers. Wang Chen did not take all the spirit stones. He exchanged 75 spirit stones for 8 bottles of Vajra. The price difference of 5 spirit stones was also hard won. After leaving the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Wang Chen went to a grain shop. He was shocked to inquire about the current price of rice. The price of white corn had actually risen to 6 fragmented spirit stones per pound. In the past, grain shops purchased spirit rice for only 50 pounds per fragmented spirit stone, equivalent to 2 fragmented spirit stones per pound. The normal rice price was around 4 fragmented spirit stones. Now that it had risen to 6 fragmented spirit stones, the grain shop owner had a look of indifference, as if saying buy it or not. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and took out 60 spirit stones to buy 1,000 pounds of white corn. Just after putting the spirit stones into the bag, he had already spent more than half. But Wang Chen's shopping spree was not over. Chapter 31. The Daily Life of a Cultivator. When Wang Chen returned home, there were only a few spirit stones left in his storage bag. However, he had gained 1,000 pounds of white corn, 8 bottles of vajra ghee, 200 pounds of monster meat, as well as a book titled Basic Talisman Diagrams and a set of talisman-making tools. As for the talisman diagrams and the talisman-making tools, Wang Chen had carefully planned this as a way to make money. Among the 100 arts of cultivation, the most profitable are alchemy, weapon forging, formations, and talismans. Wang Chen did not even consider alchemy or weapon forging. As the saying goes, alchemy ruins a lifetime. Weapon forging impoverishes 3 generations. Without substantial wealth and strength, one should not even touch it. Alchemy furnaces, earth fire, spiritual materials, precious ores. In fact, most alchemists and weaponsmiths achieve success with the support of sects and large families. Correspondingly, they are also tools for the sects and families. Formation making is somewhat similar. Although it consumes less than alchemy and weapon forging, the entry barrier is very high. In contrast, talisman making is undoubtedly much more accessible. A demonized wolf hair talisman brush, a stack of 100 yellow talisman papers, plus a bottle of refined talisman ink, only cost Wang Chen 20 spirit stones. The printed basic talisman diagrams was even given for free by the talisman shop owner. However, because the entry barrier is so low, among the 100,000 cultivators in the Yunyang sect, many know how to make talismans. In other words, there is intense competition. Therefore, if one wants to rely on talisman making to earn spirit stones, they must have their own unique skills. Truly skilled talisman makers can earn as much as alchemists and weaponsmiths. They also hold a high status in the sect. Wang Chen did not think that far ahead. He learned the way of talismans primarily considering that once he mastered this skill, he could save a significant amount of spirit stones spent on purchasing talismans. Protective talismans, dispelling talismans, explosive talismans, armor talismans, stealth talismans, wind blade talismans, binding talismans. The various types of talismans can play a huge role in battles, whether for breaking enemies, defense, or escape. They all have very good effects. In critical moments, they can save lives. Wang Chen did not yet know whether making talismans counted as a skill or if it could appear on the cultivation panel. If he could use heavenly merit or human virtue to improve the realm of talisman making, he would undoubtedly have found a shortcut to wealth. If not, then the loss of dozens of fragmented spirit stones could be easily borne. The chicken-raising plan he originally thought of could finally be implemented. He placed 5 chicks in the yard to let them roam freely, then set up the chicken coop he bought in the corner, along with a feeding trough and a water trough. He took a large handful of rice bran and put it in the feeding trough, then added mountain spring water to the water trough. At first, the chicks were scared in the unfamiliar environment and huddled together. However, they soon gathered enough courage. And when one chick cautiously approached the feeding trough to peck at the rice bran, the others immediately rushed over. The chirping broke the tranquility of the yard, bringing another smile to Wang Chen's face. He bought a total of 4 hens and 1 rooster. The chicks would grow up in about 2 months, and by then, the eggs they laid would be enough to enrich Wang Chen's meals. They could also hatch new chicks or be slaughtered for meat. As for the cost of feeding them, it couldn't be lower. Besides the rice bran he no longer wanted to eat, insects like green rice worms, leaf-eating ants, and longhorn snails found in the fields are all good feed for chickens. Letting them forage in the fields would serve 2 purposes. Additionally, with these chirping little creatures around, Wang Chen would not feel too lonely. He took a hoe and tilled the 2 acres of wasteland in the backyard, then scattered the vegetable seeds he bought in the city. Wang Chen felt more and more like a true spiritual farmer. In the morning, when he woke up from his dreams, he got up, dressed, and washed up, first cooking a pot of meat rice, then feeding the hungry chicks. After that, he practiced vajra boxing in the yard. After finishing his boxing practice, he was just hungry enough to have breakfast, filled his stomach, and then went to the quiet room to cultivate the 5 elements skill, brushing up the proficiency of skills like spiritual eye technique, object control technique, and giant strength technique. The morning went by like this. At noon, he reviewed the basic talisman diagrams, learning and mastering the knowledge of talisman making. As the sun began to tilt westward and the temperature outside became less scorching, Wang Chen finally went to the spiritual field to work. He steamed rice, cooked meat, and practiced the Heavenly Dragon's Vajra technique. Evening classes still involved the cultivation of the 5 elements technique, continuing to brush up on skill proficiency and studying talismans. Time flowed like water, and Wang Chen, who had crossed over to this world, was gradually adapting to his new life. He did not visit neighbors or seek entertainment in the city, but quietly cultivated and studied, accumulating his strength bit by bit. Sometimes, Wang Chen thought that such days were quite nice, simple and plain, just surviving until the end of time. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Eat grains. Eat grains. That afternoon, while Wang Chen was busy in the spiritual field, a few sparrows suddenly descended from the sky, disappearing among the dense rice stalks. Damn it! Wang Chen immediately dropped the iron hoe in his hand, a murderous aura flashing in his eyes. With just over half a month until the summer harvest, the rice in the spiritual field was about to ripen, heavy ears of grain bending the stalks, and the imminent harvest was visible to the eye. Wang Chen had put in a lot of effort for his 10 acres of spiritual field. This was his foundation for standing outside the Yunyang sect. The uninvited guests that had just appeared were the grain-eating birds, one of the most hated pests for spiritual farmers. Truly despicable. Watching the swaying rice not far away, Wang Chen was filled with rage, and his courage surged. He rolled up his sleeves and quickly locked onto a grain-eating bird. Relying on the experience he had gained from exterminating rhinoceroses in the past, the creature was happily pecking at the yellowing rice ears, clutching a stalk with its claws. However, in the next moment, a sharp aura pierced through the air, instantly penetrating its head. The other few grain-eating birds nearby were startled and took flight. The second and third blasts of energy followed closely, exploding 2 more grain-eating birds in midair. In the end, only one grain-eating bird managed to escape. Damn it! His metal finger technique had already reached a consummate realm, making it easy to deal with a few birds. The problem was that Wang Chen couldn't possibly stay in the spiritual field all day. He needed a helper. Chapter 32. The Scarecrow. In the dead of night, Wang Chen was making a scarecrow. He used wood for the bones, tied ropes for the muscles, and bundled straw into a human shape, finally inserting it onto a bamboo pole to support it. For someone who had once been a handicraft expert, completing this task was not difficult. The scarecrow he made was definitely more exquisite than the one made by the original owner. Its effectiveness was very remarkable. In folklore, the grass-head immortal, Huang Daxian, and Panliang immortal were collectively known as the 3 immortals of home protection, among which the grass-head immortal refers to the scarecrow. After finishing the binding, Wang Chen took out a dagger and cut his middle finger, smearing the blood on the scarecrow's forehead. At the same time, he silently recited the incantation, "Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, let my family's grass head manifest its spirit." At the moment he finished reciting the spell, he raised his hand and affixed a talisman against evil. The blood smear and the spell were meant to endow the scarecrow with spirituality, while the talisman was to prevent it from being invaded by evil spirits. Speaking of which, the talisman in Wang Chen's hand was a trophy he had obtained from licking a bag. He carried the scarecrow out of the house and inserted it into the spiritual field. Wang Chen's rented land was only 10 acres, so one scarecrow was completely sufficient. Almost overnight, countless scarecrows were placed in the spiritual fields within the Yunyang spirit region. They were lonely yet loyal guardians, standing at their posts under the scorching sun. Day after day, as soon as the birds flying from the mountains approached, they would immediately flee as if encountering a natural enemy, no longer daring to covet the rice ears. At dusk, a group of children ran down the country road. They were all kids from nearby farming families, galloping on homemade bamboo horses, their crisp laughter scattering along the way. Oh no! One chubby boy, about 3 or 4 years old, tripped over a clod of dirt on the ground, almost falling flat on his face. As he scrambled to get up, he saw a scarecrow standing by the edge of the field. This scarecrow was a bit special. Its owner had woven a straw hat for it to wear and draped it with a tattered outer garment, making it look quite like a real person from a distance. The chubby boy found it interesting and did not bother to pick up his bamboo horse, taking a few steps to stand in front of the scarecrow. He stood on tiptoe, extending his chubby little hand, which was covered in mud, wanting to pluck off the talisman stuck to the scarecrow's face. Smack! Just then, a hand suddenly came down and slapped heavily onto his hand. The chubby boy cried out in pain. Wow! His hand turned red and swollen from the slap. However, the one who hit him showed no mercy or remorse, instead saying fiercely, "This is the grass-head immortal. If you remove its talisman, it will come to find you at night and eat your flesh and drink your blood." Sister, the chubby boy, frightened, stopped crying and stammered, "I'm scared." "Now you know fear?" The girl who hit him snorted and said, "I saved your life, so from now on, you have to give me your sweet rice candy to repay me for saving you, understand?" The chubby boy, with snot running down his face, obediently nodded, "Understood." Good. The scarecrow by the field silently watched as the brother and sister walked away. When night fell, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Although the rain stopped quickly, the dark clouds did not disperse, blocking the moon and plunging the earth into darkness. Then the wind rose. The wind rustled the rice and also blew the talismans attached to the scarecrow's face. Boom! Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the world, and in that instant, the light shone upon the scarecrow. The shadow behind it twisted and fluctuated violently. After a long time, the dark clouds in the night sky quietly dispersed, and the moon reclaimed the heavens. Stepping on the muddy path, Xianxia hurried home. It was already very late. At this time, Xianxia would usually be fast asleep at home. But today he had gone to Yinshan City to buy something, and while passing by Lichunfang, his feet unwittingly took him into Chuanfang Pavilion, emptying his storage bag before he could leave. Along the way, he got caught in the rain, and the exhausted Xianxia almost caught a cold. 10 pieces of low-level spirit flowers were simply too valuable. Xianxia felt that he had wasted the first half of his life, working hard like an old ox in the fields. Although he was a cultivator, he was not much different from an ordinary farmer. The real ascent to immortality was through the fleeting romance with the female cultivators of the Xianxiahuan sect. Xianxia had made up his mind that once he earned spirit stones from the summer harvest, he would go to Chuanfang Pavilion again. The female cultivators of the Xianxiahuan sect would not stay long at Chuanfang Pavilion, and once missed, there would be no chance to regret it. Oh no! Not paying attention, he suddenly tripped on something and fell forward onto the ground. Xianxia quickly leaped up. Fortunately, it was dark and no one saw him. Otherwise, it would definitely be the annual joke for a Qi refining level 4 cultivator to trip over a stone. Just as he steadied himself, he saw a hat-wearing scarecrow standing just a few steps away. Xianxia was momentarily stunned. How did the scarecrow get into the middle of the road? Moreover, this scarecrow did not have the talisman against evil spirits attached to its face. Xianxia instinctively felt something was off. He took a step back, placing his right hand on the storage bag at his waist. Although the bag was emptied of spirit stones, there were still a few talismans left. With a thought, Xianxia took out a talisman against evil spirits and clenched it in his hand. However, before he could make a move, a gust of cold wind blew by, and the scarecrow in front of him vanished without a trace. Xianxia's hair stood on end. Fear began to grow in his heart. Looking around, Xianxia saw no sign of the hat-wearing scarecrow, but he decided not to continue down this road. It was too eerie, yet at the moment he turned around, he saw the scarecrow again. It was right behind him. Xianxia opened his eyes wide in disbelief, ready to cry out. A straw rope shot into his mouth like lightning, piercing through the back of his head without any hesitation. Immediately, more straw ropes pierced into Xianxia's body, binding him tightly. Crimson blood crawled along the straw ropes. At this moment, Xianxia was not yet dead, but he could not call for help and had no strength to resist. He could only watch helplessly as his blood was drained by the scarecrow, and then he fell into endless darkness. After a long while, a hand woven from straw picked up an amulet that had fallen to the ground. It was placed on its forehead. Then, this scarecrow, which had become more robust in appearance, stepped into the rice field step by step. It stood still. Chapter 33, Matchmaking. In the morning, in the small courtyard, Diamond Fist experienced one. His upper body was bare, wearing shorts below, and his light bronze skin glistened with sweat. The muscles on his chest, arms, waist, and thighs bulged with power. Compared to when he had just crossed over, Wang Chen had grown a full 2 inches taller. Although his physique had only increased by 1 point, his vitality and strength had multiplied several times. The combination of the Heavenly Dragon Diamond method with Diamond Gi and Diamond Fist had truly remarkable effects on body refinement. Wang Chen felt that after a few more days of practice, his physique attributes could still increase. Most importantly, the Heavenly Dragon Diamond method was an inner and outer cultivation method. Besides strengthening his skin and bones, his internal organs and meridians had also been enhanced. This meant that when Wang Chen used the perfected level of the metal finger again, he could completely withstand a stronger output of magical power. A man should be a bit tougher. Wang Chen patted his hard chest, feeling very satisfied. Cluck, cluck. A few half-grown hens gathered around, calling out to him. Another little rooster stood nearby, holding its head high. Wang Chen smiled and took a handful of rice bran from his storage bag, placing it in the feeding trough in front of the chicken coop. The hens and roosters immediately gathered to peck at the food. Wang Chen casually cast a cleaning spell to clear the chicken droppings from the ground, and then headed to the kitchen to take a shower. After washing up and changing clothes, he was just about to go to the quiet room to cultivate. Outside the courtyard, a voice called out, "Wang Chen. Is Wang Chen home?" The voice was unfamiliar. Wang Chen paused for a moment before going out to open the courtyard door. He saw a woman in her 50s or 60s standing outside, smiling at him. Wang Chen, Granny Wang. The original owner had a very narrow social circle and did not know many neighbors. But he recognized this woman. "Of course, it's me," the old woman said cheerfully. "Granny has something good to discuss with you today. Want you invite me in for a chat?" Wang Chen realized. Granny, please come in." He moved a stool from inside the house, invited Granny Wang to sit in the courtyard, and then went to boil water. Wang Chen's house was very small, and usually, besides old son, there was no one else visiting. There was really nothing to entertain her with. "No need to trouble yourself." Granny Wang stopped him, saying, "Wang Chen, you sit down too. Granny has something to tell you. Wang Chen had no choice but to sit down across from her. Granny Wang glanced at the small hens wandering in the corner and asked, Wang Chen, have you gotten engaged? Engaged? Wang Chen instinctively shook his head. No? That's great. Granny Wang clapped her hands in delight and said, do you know Widow Fan who lives south of the garrison? She has taken a liking to you. Widow Fan. A woman with a voluptuous figure and wide hips instantly appeared in Wang Chen's mind. It seemed he had encountered her a couple of days ago when he went to fetch spring water from the mountain. Wang Chen then remembered that Granny Wang was best at matchmaking. So, she had come to set him up. Wang Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. Granny, I'm only 17. Widow Fan must be over 30, right? What is wrong with being 17? Granny Wang said reproachfully. My eldest son got married at 16 and now has 3 kids. According to the customs of this world, men come of age at 16. The 17-year-old Wang Chen was indeed at the age for matchmaking. It was just that his father had passed away early, and there were no elders around to arrange this for him. Although cultivators are different from ordinary people, unless they have outstanding innate talent or a powerful background, most people find the path to immortality bleak, and it's common for them to settle down early. No. Wang Chen truly felt helpless. Granny, am I really suitable for Widow Fan? He was neither a fan of widows nor of mature women. He really had no interest in Widow Fan. How could it not be suitable? Granny Wang raised her hand and lightly slapped her own face. Look at my mouth. I didn't explain it clearly. It's not that Widow Fan herself is interested in you. Rather, she wants to recruit you as a son-in-law. Widow Fan's husband passed away a few years ago. Because her husband accumulated a lot of merit points while alive, Widow Fan used these contributions to exchange for tenant qualifications, relying on 25 acres of spiritual fields to raise her 2 daughters. In fact, there are quite a few cases like Widow Fan's in the outer sect of the Yunyang sect. Widow Fan is considered quite lucky. Even without a husband, she could still obtain tenant qualifications. Although she does not enjoy the benefits of the sect, it is undoubtedly better than the precarious life of a wandering cultivator outside. The younger daughter has just turned 14 this year. Granny Wang urged with a smooth tongue. She is very pretty and capable. Marrying her is definitely not a loss. Get engaged this year, marry next year, and have a chubby little boy the year after that. How wonderful would that life be? Impressive. Wang Chen was almost swayed. But reason quickly took over. Thank you, Granny, but I really have no intention of getting married. He quickly thought of a reason. I'm practicing the Heavenly Dragon Diamond method and cannot break my chastity. This was not just Wang Chen talking nonsense. The Heavenly Dragon Diamond method is most suitable for those whose yang energy has not yet leaked, making the practice much easier. Of course, it doesn't mean that practicing this method prohibits marriage. As long as one breaks through to the 4th level of the diamond, not leaking realm, there is no problem. But before that, if Wang Chen does not keep his chastity, all his previous efforts would be in vain. This is also one of the reasons many people are unwilling to practice the Heavenly Dragon Diamond method. You have practiced Buddhist methods? Granny Wang's eyes widened in surprise. Monks are not good people. Wang Chen chuckled. Seeing that Wang Chen's attitude was firm and he had a reason related to his practice, Granny Wang understood that this was not going to work. She certainly wouldn't be earning a matchmaking red envelope this time. She could only leave reluctantly. After sending Granny Wang off, Wang Chen wiped his sweat, feeling quite exhausted. Granny Wang could talk too much. However, Wang Chen had no time to spare and had a huge secret to keep. There was no need to drag others into it. Even if he felt impulsive at his age, how easy and free it would be to seek a night of pleasure at the flower pavilion. Wang Chen thought for a moment and extinguished the last bit of thought in his heart. Cultivation was still the priority. Bang bang. Wang Chen. Just as he sat cross-legged in the quiet room, the courtyard door was knocked on again from outside. Who is it? Wang Chen felt quite annoyed. He didn't know what day it was today. Why was there one visitor after another? But with the door being knocked so loudly, he had no choice but to go out and open it again. Chapter 34. Summons. Just as Granny Wang had left, now an old man had arrived. Standing in front of Wang Chen's door was a white-haired old man, his beard hanging down to his chest, holding a wooden cane, and a large silver-tipped copper gourd hung from his waist. Wang Chen quickly saluted. Grandpa son, what brings you here? This old man is not an ordinary figure. Within dozens of miles, there is no one with a higher seniority than him among the cultivators. He is also the head of this area. Although the Yunyang sect has cultivated hundreds of thousands of acres of spiritual fields, with thousands of farmers and tenants, there are no typical villages delineated in the mundane sense. To facilitate management, the outer sect has set up dozens of watch posts, organized by households. Each watch post typically manages 300 to 400 households, with a headman and a watch leader appointed. The cultivators who serve as headmen are mostly respected elders. It is said that grandfather's son is over 90 years old. As a 7th-layer Qi training old cultivator, his life is nearing its end, yet he still appears vigorous and energetic. He speaks with a strong voice. Wang Chen. I have something to discuss with you. Wang Chen does not dare to be negligent. Please, come in and speak. He respectfully invites grandfather Sun inside and takes a seat in the small courtyard. Grandfather Sun is not polite and directly takes out a piece of silk paper, handing it to Wang Chen. This is the summons issued by the watch hall. You have been summoned to join the night patrol team. Wang Chen takes it and looks closely. Indeed, it states that he has been summoned to the 4th night patrol team of the Y10 watch post, required to report by the end of the 4th hour tomorrow morning. He is actually being summoned to the night patrol team? Wang Chen is taken aback. Grandfather, there must be a mistake. The Y10 watch post has over 400 households and nearly 1,000 Qi training cultivators. Under normal circumstances, it would not be Wang Chen, a 17-year-old boy who joins the night patrol team. The night patrol team, as the name suggests, is a squad that patrols at night, mainly to guard against the invasion of demonic beasts, evil spirits, and rogue cultivators. This job is quite dangerous and is usually handled by experienced and strong cultivators. Wang Chen does not fully meet the criteria. Your name is written here, and there is no other Wang Chen in our watch post. The heads of the watch post. While nominally the headman outranks the watch leader, in practice, the watch leader wields more power over the patrol team as they are directly dispatched by the watch hall. With this summons, Wang Chen's inclusion in the night patrol team is a done deal. Unless he betrays the Yunyang sect, there is no possibility of refusal. Grandfather Sun sighs. Recently, the ground has been unsettled, and the watch post is summoning cultivators to expand the patrol team. You are just one of them. After a pause, he adds, according to the rules, you can choose 2 mid-level Qi training spells at the watch post tomorrow. Think it over carefully today to avoid making a hasty choice tomorrow. Additionally, joining the night patrol team comes with merit points, and if you slay demonic beasts or evil spirits, you can also obtain loot. Grandfather Sun rambles on about the night patrol team and the night watchman. Wang Chen listens attentively. Being suddenly summoned by the watch hall is completely unexpected. Since he cannot resist, Wang Chen will not complain or add troubles for himself. He tries to think positively. At least he is not working for free. Grandfather Sun's guidance is quite helpful, preventing Wang Chen from going in blind as a night watchman. He commits everything to memory. After finishing, Grandfather Sun stands up. I must go. I still have to deliver summons to the next household. It's quite tiring for this old man to run around delivering summons to dozens of households. When Wang Chen sees Grandfather Sun off, he happens to run into Old Sun, who is passing by. Old Sun is humming a nonsensical tune, looking quite pleased with himself, appearing rather lewd. Grandfather Sun immediately scowls, raising his wooden staff to strike. You scoundrel, why aren't you working in the spiritual fields during the day? Are you trying to sneak off to the flower pavilion to find a female cultivator from the Hawan sect? Old Sun is caught off guard by the strike and clutches his head in pain. Seeing that the one striking him is Grandfather Sun, he is terrified. I'm not. I didn't tea. Normally, Old Sun likes to flaunt his seniority in front of others, but in front of Grandfather Sun, he turns into a true grandson, desperately trying to defend himself while fleeing. His pathetic appearance leaves Wang Chen speechless. Grandfather Sun swings his staff and chases him away. Grandfather Sun and Old Sun are from the same clan, with the former being 2 generations older than the latter, making their relationship quite close. Grandfather Sun is probably really frustrated with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so angry. After sending off Grandfather Sun, Wang Chen, who has been interrupted several times, has lost the mood to continue cultivating. He begins to contemplate what spells he should choose tomorrow. Mid-level Qi training spells require a considerable number of merit points to exchange at the teaching hall. Now he has a chance to obtain them for free, and even 2. If he doesn't choose carefully, it would be a huge loss. Checking his skill panel. Cleaning technique. Beginner, 99-100. Giant strength technique. Beginner, 99-100. Metal finger. Major achievement 37-400. Cloud and rain technique. Proficient 19-200. Spiritual eye technique. Beginner, 99-100. Object control technique. Beginner, 99-100. Diamond fist. Beginner 37-100. In the past half-month, Wang Chen has spent a lot of time improving his skill proficiency. He has achieved considerable results. Among them, cleaning technique, giant strength technique, and the recently mastered spiritual eye technique and object control technique have all reached the beginner level threshold. Wang Chen also has 14 points of merit. As long as he wants, he can easily break through these 4 spells to the proficient level in one go. But Wang Chen does not do this, because he knows that the merit point allocation rule increases by a factor of 10. The first time consumes 1 point, the second time 10 points, and the third time is likely 100 points. If this pattern continues, the required points for the 4th, 5th, and 6th times can only be described as terrifying. Therefore, Wang Chen's plan is to try to improve by himself first, and if it doesn't work, then add points to break through, postponing the first allocation level as much as possible to greatly reduce the consumption of merit points. For example, for Metal Finger, Wang Chen plans to break through to the proficient level on his own, then use 1 point to go from proficient to minor achievement, and 10 points to go from minor achievement to major achievement. Breaking through to the major achievement would only require 100 points, which is well within his capacity. Techniques like Spiritual Eye Technique and Object Control Technique belong to low-level Qi training spells, and breaking through to the proficient level with 3 points of Root Bone and Comprehension should not be a problem. Adding points now is definitely not wise. Additionally, he needs to reserve some merit points for the new skills he will acquire. As for which 2 spells to choose, Wang Chen already has some preliminary ideas. Chapter 35, The Killing Stick. The next morning, just before the bell for the 4th hour, Wang Chen arrives at the Y10 watchpost. The dozens of watchposts established by the Yunyang sect's outer hall are named in alphabetical order using numbers like A, B, C, D. The Y10 watchpost is about 10 miles from Wang Chen's home. From the outside, this watchpost looks like a small fortress built with extremely hard green rock, with walls over 5 zhang high. The internal structure is entirely defensive, equipped with sentry posts, watchtowers, arrow towers, and so on. The most eye-catching feature is undoubtedly the radiant pillar standing atop the watchtower. Made from white sunstone, the pillar is as thick as a barrel and about 3 zhang high, with a celestial hound perched at its peak. The stone hound looks fierce, its mouth open to the sky as if it is silently roaring. This radiant pillar is also a large magical artifact. It can absorb sunlight during the day and automatically illuminate the entire watchpost and nearby areas at night, becoming the most prominent landmark in the dark, guiding travelers home. Additionally, the pillar's light contains the power to deter and expel evil spirits, though its coverage is small and its power is not very strong. But this is not the pillar's greatest function. If the watchpost encounters an insurmountable threat, the cultivators stationed in the watchtower can use the radiant pillar to send a warning. In Wang Chen's memory, he recalled seeing beams of light piercing the sky a few years ago. It was said that on that night, the gray-eyed thief suddenly attacked the outer gate of Yunyang, prompting over a dozen guards to request reinforcements from the main hall. The memory was still fresh. After showing the summons to the guarding cultivator, Wang Chen was able to smoothly enter the Yishu guard. At this time, dozens of cultivators had already gathered in the training ground within the guard. Some he could name, while others were only somewhat familiar. Most were young people. Wang Chen secretly used his spiritual eye technique and discovered that they were all at the mid-level of Qi training, with some at the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers. Brother Wang? While Wang Chen was observing around him, a rough voice suddenly came from beside him. He turned to see Brother Tainyo. The person was Wang Tainyo, who had once hired him to eliminate the earth rhinos. Wang Tainyo was surprised to see Wang Chen. You were also summoned? Wang Chen nodded. I was summoned to the 4th night patrol team. Wang Tainyo scratched his head. I'm in the 9th team. He couldn't understand why someone as young and not very powerful as Wang Chen would be chosen as a night watchman. Wang Tainyo felt regretful. It's a pity you and I aren't in the same team. Otherwise, I could take care of you. He was a righteous person, and his cultivation strength was quite good, indeed qualified to look after Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled. I will definitely need Brother Tainyo's help in the future. You can come find me then. Wang Tainyo patted his chest and said, as long as it's within my ability, I won't hesitate. Wang Tainyo was quite grateful to Wang Chen. If it weren't for Wang Chen helping him eliminate the earth rhinos, he would have had to pay double the spirit stones for the formation flags. Although Wang Chen did receive spirit stones, Wang Tainyo found him quite likable and even regretted that his sister was too young. Otherwise, he would have been a great match for her. Boom. Just as the two were talking, the sound of the ding-yong bell from Yunshan City came from afar. The hour had arrived. A burly man with a tiger back and bare waist appeared on the training platform, his leopard-like eyes scanning the crowd as he shouted, silence. His voice was not loud, but it resonated in everyone's ears like thunder, shaking their souls. The training ground fell silent instantly, and everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. This man had an astonishing presence. Even with Wang Chen's entry-level spiritual eye technique, he could not see through his true cultivation level. However, he could be 100% sure that he was a high-level Qi training cultivator. I am the leader of the Yishu guard, Li Wuji. The man's gaze was cold as he continued. Now I will call the roll. Those whose names are called, step forward. He waved his hand. A guard appeared holding a roster. Lu Wu. Here. Zhang Xing'an. Here. Lu Xiaohu. The cultivators whose names were called responded one by one as they stepped forward. Jiang Tsong. Jiang Tsong. The guard called his name 3 times, but there was no response. Li Wuji's face darkened like water, and he waved his hand to indicate skipping over it. After calling the roll, a total of 80 summoned individuals were present, but only 77 showed up. 3 were missing. Li Wuji stood with his hands behind his back on the training platform, gazing into the clear sky. He remained silent, which created immense pressure on the summoned cultivators present. Everyone was anxious and did not dare to move, fearing they would be the ones to stick their necks out. After about half a tea's time, 3 young men hurriedly arrived at the guard. Upon seeing the scene on the training ground, they instantly felt something was wrong. One of the young men, steeling himself, bowed to Li Wuji and said, "Leader, we..." "Shut up." Li Wuji's expression changed dramatically. "Someone, take them down. Each person gets 30 strokes." He didn't give them a chance to explain it all. 3 fierce guards immediately rushed over, brutally sealing off the trio's spiritual power, and then kicked them down one by one. One of the guards brought over a fire and water stick. The other 2 flipped the 3 latecomers onto the ground, pulling down their pants to reveal their bare backsides. "Huh." The guard with the stick grinned maliciously and swung the stick down onto one of the round, white backsides. Crack. "Ah." The punished one screamed loudly, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Wang Chen felt his eyelids twitch and instinctively tightened his muscles. Crack, crack, crack. The stick struck mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, the punished one's backside was a bloody mess, and his screams could be heard clearly from 3 miles away. By the time the 30 strokes were finished, he had at least lost half his life. Then came the second and third, one after another. After all 3 had been punished, Li Wuji finally spoke. "The first rule of being a night watchman is to be punctual and obey orders. Those who disobey will be severely punished. Gather again in 3 days at the hour of Shun." After speaking, he turned and left. Everyone looked at each other, wondering if that was it, until someone shouted from the side, "Come here to line up for skill selection and to receive items." The crowd immediately surged forward. As for the 3 guys lying on the ground groaning, no one paid them any attention. They could only struggle to take out healing ointments and healing pills, crawling to a corner to treat themselves under the disdainful gazes of the guards. Their miserable appearance was beyond description, but no one cast a sympathetic glance at them, including Wang Chen. This punishment was entirely self-inflicted. However, Wang Chen also realized that being summoned into the night patrol team meant he couldn't make mistakes easily. Otherwise, those who got beaten until their butts were bruised were the best examples. He lined up obediently and selected 2 mid-level chi training spells, and also received a set of night watchman gear. Chapter 36, Sugar-Coated Shells. Although it was a forced summons, the guard indeed provided a bit of sweetness. And 3 books. Among them, the robe and the sword were both low-grade first-tier, standard magical tools. Although he only had the right to use them, they had to be returned to the guard after the night patrol task was completed. But having these 2 magical tools undoubtedly enhanced his strength considerably. As for the talismans and pills, there was no need to say much. They could save lives at critical moments. The 3 books were quite interesting, namely Strange Beast's Record, Evil Spirits Talk, and Night Watchman's Tales. Strange Beast's Record and Evil Spirits Talk were both thick volumes that listed hundreds of common monsters and evil entities with detailed illustrations and descriptions of their characteristics. Wang Chen spent an entire afternoon memorizing the contents of these 2 books, because during the night patrol task, he was likely to encounter the beasts or evil spirits recorded in the books. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy means one can fight 100 battles without danger. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run or ask for help. If he didn't even know what the enemy was, how could he respond appropriately? Therefore, Wang Chen believed these 2 books were very valuable. After advancing to the 4th layer of Qi training, Wang Chen's spiritual soul reached 38 points, the strongest among the 4 attributes. Besides having an extraordinarily keen perception, his reaction speed and memory also far exceeded that of ordinary people. Memorizing this knowledge was not difficult. With the help of Strange Beast's Record and Evil Spirits Talk, Wang Chen was able to glimpse the profound heritage of the Yunyang sect. Both books were exquisitely printed and bound, with detailed, vivid content that was easy to understand. Without a dedicated team responsible for collecting, researching, and compiling related materials, such works would not have been produced. Wang Chen believed that in the Yunyang sect's library, there must be even richer and more detailed similar books. Posture is power. As for Night Watchman's Tales, it was a manual for night watchmen. What a night watchman should do and what they should not do were all clearly stated inside. The content of this book was much less, but Wang Chen felt it was even more important than Strange Beast's Record and Evil Spirits Talk. Therefore, he spent an entire night carefully studying and memorizing it. After all, making mistakes in review could lead to not getting into university. But if these 3 books weren't fully understood, it might even cost him his life. In addition to equipment, talismans, and books, Wang Chen also selected 2 mid-level Qi training spells for free. His Sea of Consciousness now contained 2 spell seeds sealed with magical oaths, the Fire Crow Technique and the Spirit Light Shield Armor. The Fire Crow Technique belongs to fire attribute spells. Among many mid-level spells, it is known for its long attack range, strong lethality, and flexibility. The caster can condense 1 or more fire crows to strike enemies, and once they hit the target, they will produce an explosive effect, inflicting considerable damage on evil spirits and demon beasts. Many cultivators with a fire affinity in the 5 elements learn the fire crow technique. When used in actual combat, it can give opponents a significant headache. However, this spell also has high requirements for the caster. As for the Spirit Light Shield Armor, it is a must-learn protective spell for mid-level Qi training cultivators. The value of the Fire Crow technique and the Spirit Light Shield Armor is quite high. If exchanged through normal channels, it would cost at least 200 to 300 merit points. Now, Wang Chen obtained it without spending a single merit point. Just a piece of spirit stone. Because of this, he felt a strong sense of vigilance. There is no free lunch in the world. The Immortal Sect is not a charitable organization, and it is impossible to give benefits to outer disciples for free. The more they give, the more it indicates that this task is dangerous. Wang Chen had already sensed the taste of a sugar-coated bullet. Therefore, in the following days, he no longer practiced the Heavenly Dragon Diamond Law and Diamond Fist diligently, nor did he study the basic talisman illustration. Aside from the daily practice of the 5-element skill and tending to the spirit field, he dedicated most of his time to the Spirit Light Shield Armor, aiming to master it within 3 days. Wang Chen was well aware that his root bone and comprehension at 3 points were the biggest obstacles to learning and mastering techniques and spells. Moreover, the Spirit Light Shield Armor is a mid-level Qi training spell, making the entry difficulty quite high. Thus, despite the urgency, he did not rush to achieve results, but patiently comprehended the spell seeds. At the same time, Wang Chen reluctantly emptied his storage bag and went to Yinshan City to buy a pack of Cloud Mist Spirit Tea. He then knocked on the door of the home of the elder Long Sun to seek advice from this old cultivator. In fact, Wang Chen could also go to the Law Transmission Hall to seek guidance from the Law Transmission Elder. However, they wouldn't even glance at him for just a pack of Cloud Mist Spirit Tea. After learning of Wang Chen's intentions, the elder chuckled while stroking his long white beard. "You can just come to me for such trivial matters. There's no need to bring gifts." Wang Chen respectfully replied, "It is only right to pay my respects to you, elder. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. This elderly man has eaten more salt than I have eaten rice, being able to live healthily to over 90 years old. He must be well versed in the ways of cultivation." Wang Chen believed that the elder could definitely provide him with the right guidance. Well, Elder Sun was very satisfied with Wang Chen's attitude. "Then go ahead and ask your questions. I'm also skilled in the Spirit Light Shield Armor." Wang Chen immediately shared the problems he encountered one by one. Don't be fooled by Elder Sun's old age. His thinking was still very sharp, and he answered Wang Chen's questions thoroughly. Moreover, he shared a lot of experiences regarding practicing the Spirit Light Shield Armor, which enlightened Wang Chen. He felt that seeking out Elder Sun was indeed the right choice. The elder's experience in cultivation was incredibly rich. Finally, Wang Chen asked, "Elder, do you have any understanding of the Fire Crow technique?" Elder Sun shook his head. "My affinity is water. Water restrains fire. Cultivators with a water affinity usually do not practice fire attribute spells." The elder chuckled helplessly. "Don't treat me as a law transmission elder." Wang Chen chuckled, as he indeed planned to take advantage of some experience. When one is poor, ambitions are short. Nevertheless, Wang Chen still gained a lot. He even shared a meal with the elder. In a quiet room, he cleared his mind and urged his Dantian's mana to circulate throughout his body. With all 5 fingers forming seals, Wang Chen suddenly struck out with his right palm after sensing a hint of spiritual light. "Protect!" accompanied by a deep shout. Pure mana flowed from his palm, condensing a brilliantly colored shield in front of his palm. Spirit Light Shield Armor, entry level 0-100. Success! In just 2 days, Wang Chen had mastered the trick to casting the Spirit Light Shield Armor. The spell was added to his skill bar, and he had one more day to increase the proficiency of the Spirit Light Shield Armor, enabling him to use this spell more skillfully for self-protection. Chapter 37. The 7 Beauties of Tianyan. Y-Tenwei Station, Training Ground. 3 days later, Wang Chen arrived on time again. As a result, he found that he was actually the last to arrive. It was evident that the previous incident with the punishment stick had frightened everyone, causing them all to arrive early. By the time of the Shen hour, the station leader, Li Wuji, appeared again on the training stage. The team leader of Wang Chen's 4th Night Patrol team was a thin, dark-skinned middle-aged cultivator named Yao Mingjia, an outer disciple of the Wei Hall with a Qi training level of 8. He seemed to be quite resistant to Li Wuji's appointment, constantly sulking with a displeased expression. His gaze towards Wang Chen and the others was as if they owed him 3 million spirit stones. In contrast, the deputy team leader, Guoping, was undoubtedly much friendlier. The newly formed Night Patrol team had a configuration of 1 leader and 1 deputy along with 7 new members, and Guoping, serving as the deputy, was an experienced night watchman from the Y-Tenwei station with a Qi training level of 7 and rich patrol experience. He was responsible for the team formation and training. As evening approached, the station prepared dinner for everyone. Wang Chen took the 3 rice balls, a piece of demon beast jerky, and some pickles allocated to him, and sat in a corner. The rice was a bit hard, the jerky a bit salty, and the pickles had a strange taste. However, Wang Chen enjoyed it according to the ancient chewing method. While enjoying this free dinner, he quietly practiced the 5-element skill to enhance his digestive capacity and accelerate the absorption of the spiritual energy contained in the food. After being recruited into the night patrol team, there was no opportunity for normal cultivation at night. Thus, Wang Chen had to make full use of the fragmented time. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Little by little, his accumulation would be the foundation for his future path to enlightenment. In contrast, the other young cultivators in Wang Chen's team clearly had different ideas. They clustered in small groups, chatting and laughing while eating, all quite excited. One of the team members was Jiang Tsong, who had been the first to receive a beating 3 days ago. This guy seemed to have forgotten the pain after healing. Laughing and joking with others, he even took out a magical artifact to show off, which drew envious glances from those around him. Wang Chen felt that his parents had obviously chosen the wrong name for him because he didn't seem smart at all. Moreover, he appeared to be spoiled and pampered. In fact, among the 100,000 outer disciples of the Yunyang sect, many came from wealthy families. Many second-generation cultivators enjoyed a comfortable life thanks to their parents' support. Jiang Tsong was at the 6th level of qi training. However, Wang Chen observed through the spirit eye technique that his mana fluctuations were not very stable. With large ups and downs, it was highly likely that he had relied on pills to advance. Wang Chen couldn't understand how such a person was selected for the night patrol team, just as he, at the 4th level of qi training as a spirit planter, was also recruited, suspecting that there was some hidden agenda. Looking at the team leader Yao Mingjia, who looked like he had just lost his father, Wang Chen felt anxious about the future of his team. Why was it so difficult to simply cultivate in peace? Every little detail was painful. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, and he could no longer hear his teammates chatter. The unusual atmosphere made Wang Chen, who was gnawing on a rice ball, look up. He then saw several young male and female cultivators walking towards the entrance of the station, accompanied by Li Wuji. Previously, Li Wuji had given the impression of being cold and domineering, with a violent temperament and a take-it-or-leave-it attitude. However, at this moment, this 7-foot-tall man was bending slightly with a smile, even revealing a hint of cautious flattery. It makes one suspect whether he is possessed by some evil spirit. The female cultivator at the front is wearing a moon-white Taoist robe, with her hair styled in a bun and a flowing cloud sword slung diagonally across her back. She has a tall and slender figure, with elegant features and a faint smile that reveals a hint of indifference. Wang Chen instinctively activated his spiritual eye technique. Before he could observe her closely, the female cultivator suddenly turned her head, her phoenix eyes filled with authority and cold light. Wang Chen immediately felt as if his eyes were being pricked by needles, almost shedding hot tears on the spot. He felt a chill in his heart and quickly shifted his gaze. This served as a reminder for Wang Chen that the spiritual eye technique should not be used recklessly. Otherwise, encountering someone with sharp spiritual awareness and a bad temper would undoubtedly lead to trouble. However, this female cultivator left a deep impression on Wang Chen. Such long legs would be a waste if she didn't ride a tricycle. Spiritual Eye Technique Experience 1. Spiritual Eye Technique, Proficient 0-200. The information that popped up in his vision left Wang Chen a bit speechless. That glance earlier actually allowed his Spiritual Eye Technique to reach the proficient level. While Wang Chen was lost in thought, the sword-carrying female cultivator and her companions had already exited the guard station. In the next moment, the nearby cultivators erupted in excitement. Who is she? What a beautiful girl. Shoo, are you all out of your minds? Can't you see the inner sect jade token hanging from her? Don't know which senior's disciple she is. How did an inner sect disciple come here? Haha. At that moment, Jiang Tsong suddenly sneered. You really are a frog at the bottom of the well, not even recognizing her. Jiang Tsong's words were laced with sarcasm, making people want to punch him. However, others didn't bother to argue. Who is she? Jiang Tsong had the audacity to be late when the guard was first assembled, and his demeanor exuded a sense of superiority, suggesting he must have some background. Therefore, everyone was reluctant to easily offend him. Jiang Tsong smugly said, This is Sister Xia Yao, one of the 7 talents of Tianyan. Her master is the true disciple of Golden Core, Master Zhimei. Sister Xia has already achieved great perfection in qi training 2 years ago. Everyone around gasped in shock. The 7 talents of Tianyun, true Golden Core disciples. Great perfection in qi training. To them, these were existences high above in the clouds. Jiang Tsong looked around and lowered his voice. It is said that Sister Xia didn't break through because she wanted to hone her sword intent. Last year, the son of the deputy sect master of Wufeng sect took a liking to Sister Xia and brought his father to propose to Master Zhimei, but he deliberately trailed off, waiting for everyone's attention to focus before continuing. Sister Xia proposed to determine their fate with a sword. and then only drew one sword. As soon as Jiang Tsung finished speaking, the crowd either roared with laughter or applauded in approval. Haha, that's refreshing. Sister Xia is formidable. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Puffed. If I could enter the inner sect and see Sister Xia's celestial form again, it would be worth it for this lifetime. You're dreaming. Hurry up and stand on your head to wake yourself up. They chattered excitedly, making Wang Chen feel as if he had stepped into the gossip section of the world. This Jiang Tsung is quite the talent. Not becoming a paparazzo is truly a loss for the entertainment industry. Ding ding ding. The copper bell rang, and someone shouted, "Fourth Night Patrol Team, assemble quickly." Chapter 38, Patrol. Hurry up. The deputy team leader, Guo Ping, said from the back, "Don't fall behind." Tonight was the first patrol for the Fourth Night Patrol Team. With team leader Yao Mingjia leading the way, followed closely by 7 new night watchmen, including Wang Chen. Guo Ping was responsible for bringing up the rear. Yes. If the Yunyang sect were a country, then the battle hall would represent the armed forces, the punishment hall would be the judiciary, and the guard hall would be the police, responsible for security within the Mountain Gate area. As for the guard station, it is similar to a police station. The night watchmen affiliated with the guard station are equivalent to patrol officers. These are all formal positions. The temporarily summoned Wang Chen and others could barely be considered auxiliary police. Newbies on duty have different feelings. Some are excited, some are anxious, and some are cautious. Team leader Yao Mingjia didn't care about the newbies' emotions. Spiritual light soared into the sky, illuminating a large area around them. Then Guo Ping quickened his pace to explain that this was to detect the evil spirits and monsters hiding in the darkness. Compared to the stern and silent Yao Mingjia, this deputy was somewhat talkative, explaining a lot along the way. In fact, most of what he said was recorded in the night watch talks. Some team members listened impatiently, letting the information go in one ear and out the other. But Wang Chen took it all to heart. Just consider it a review. The greatest dangers that night watchmen might encounter mainly fall into 2 categories: bandits and evil spirits. First, bandits. The outer realms are filled with dangers, and most wandering cultivators live difficult lives, facing uncertainty every day. Many wandering cultivators become bandits to survive, robbing and harassing the countryside. These bandit cultivators dare not cause trouble in the heavily guarded Immortal City, so they secretly infiltrate the outskirts of the Mountain Gate to plunder farmers. With the summer harvest approaching, this is the time when bandit cultivators become active. Bandit cultivators are often fierce and combative, and quite cunning, making them very troublesome foes. Although the Fourth Night Patrol Team has 9 members, except for Yao Mingjia and Guo Ping, the others severely lack combat experience, and the consequences would be unpredictable if a fight broke out. Secondly, there are evil spirits. The evil spirits of the Mountain Sea realm are mainly divided into 4 levels: wandering, resentful, fierce, and malevolent. The most common are wandering level evil spirits, equivalent to Qi training cultivators. However, evil spirits can be bizarre and strange, if not handled properly. It is entirely normal for a wandering level evil spirit to wipe out an entire patrol team. There have been many such cases in the past. Even more frightening is that evil spirits can enhance their ranks by devouring the mana, blood, and souls of cultivators. For cultivators, evil spirits are undoubtedly the most terrifying enemies. And here, far from Yinshan City, although the sound of the Dingyang bell can still be heard, its deterrent power is already very weak. The Dingyang bell only rings once every hour. Some evil spirits may take advantage of this, entering and leaving the Mountain Gate to cause havoc. All of this requires the patrol team and night watchmen to be particularly vigilant. Yao Mingjia walked intermittently, leading the team for several dozen miles until they finally reached the Mountain Gate boundary. The Yunyang sect's Mountain Gate is divided into inner and outer parts. The inner Mountain Gate is a core area, protected by a large mountain protecting formation and overseen by a golden core true person, making it extremely secure. The outer Mountain Gate is vast, with tens of thousands of acres of spiritual fields and forests cultivated for the outer sect disciples to farm and raise livestock. The long border connecting to the outer realms is basically guarded by dozens of guard stations. Therefore, it is fundamentally impossible to completely eliminate the invasion of bandits and evil spirits. As Wang Chen followed the others up the hill, a vast and boundless plain, forests, and a rushing river suddenly appeared before his eyes. The stars hang low over the vast plain, and the moon flows with the great river. This scene made Wang Chen's mind vividly recall Du Fu's poetry. Guo Ping's side, ahead is the outer realm. The outer realm. This name was both familiar and unfamiliar to Wang Chen. It seemed so close yet so far away. The original owner lived for 17 years. And from birth until Wang Chen's arrival, he had never left the Mountain Gate area. He had never seen the sights of the outer realm. If it weren't for Wang Chen replacing his soul, the original owner would likely have lived a life as a spiritual planter. Barely reaching the 6th or 7th level of Qi training, marrying a hard-working and simple wife, having a child, and living out the rest of his life in a tight and mundane manner. Just as Wang Chen was feeling a bit dazed, Yao Mingjie suddenly spoke. He looked out at the outer realm with deep apprehension in his eyes. The team turned back the same way. The 4th Night Patrol team completed its first patrol mission, and the rookie night watchmen each returned home. A few young monks yawned, looking a bit displeased. They were still thinking about earning merit. How boring. Wang Chen actually hoped that nights would be like this in the future. Peaceful and safe was better than anything else. Many new team members had thus become lax and relaxed, unable to muster any spirit during patrols. However, Wang Chen did not let his guard down. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but several times during the night patrol, he felt someone watching him from the shadows. When he cautiously checked, he found nothing. Recently, the outer gate of the Yunyang sect had been very calm, so calm that it seemed like a stagnant pool. But his intuition told Wang Chen that beneath this calm surface lurked hidden currents he could not perceive. It was this intuition that made Wang Chen not only remain vigilant, but also seize the time to improve his strength. He resumed practicing the Heavenly Dragon Diamond technique, pushing his diamond fist and spirit light shield to the limit of entry. At the same time, he studied the Fire Crow technique, striving to enter it in the shortest time possible. On the 10th day after being summoned to the 4th Night Patrol Squad, just as the white jade rice in the spiritual field was about to be harvested, Wang Chen followed the team out for patrol, as usual. In the dead of night, the team moved forward in silence. Even Guoping, who usually liked to talk, had closed his mouth. They walked lazily. However, surprises often happen when people are most relaxed. Suddenly, it appeared. Swish. As the team was nearing the boundary, a crossbow bolt gleaming with cold light shot through the air. It instantly pierced the neck of a young monk. Enemy attack. Chapter 39. Fierce Battle. In the eyes of mortals, cultivators are immensely powerful, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, entering the azure sky. But real cultivators can also have very fragile lives, especially for those who make up over 90% of the cultivation world, the transforming mortals and chi cultivators. If they do not master special skills or carry powerful defensive artifacts, they can easily be killed in battle when caught off guard. This young night watchman was one such example. He had no defense against the arrival of danger. Therefore, when the crossbow bolt enhanced by magic struck him, he had no time to react. Without any protective artifacts, his fate was sealed. Thud! A bolt sealed his throat, and blood erupted. The young cultivator's eyes bulged, his throat gurgling, and he fell to the ground. Drops of blood spraying from his vital area splattered onto Wang Chen, who was just a few steps away. Meanwhile, Wang Chen had felt an immense sense of crisis before the bolt flew. Without hesitation, he slapped his hand on his waist. On his right side were a storage bag and a talisman bag. The talisman bag, as the name suggests, is a bag filled with talismans, allowing cultivators to activate talismans at the fastest speed. The first talisman Wang Chen activated was a protective talisman. Although his spiritual perception was frantically warning him, his heart was surprisingly calm. He even felt a sense of relief that what was coming had finally arrived. When Wang Chen's palm struck the talisman bag, pure magical power instantly penetrated the thin fabric and infused into the protective talisman. A burst of clear, shimmering spiritual light erupted, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, Wang Chen struck the other talisman bag hanging on his left side. This bag contained the armor horse talisman. Another burst of spiritual light emerged, merging into his body in the blink of an eye. Just as Wang Chen swiftly activated the two talismans, the blood splattered from the fallen cultivator reached him, only to be deflected by the protective spiritual light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, more crossbow bolts shot toward the night patrol team from the darkness. Each bolt was deadly. Guoping, positioned in front of Wang Chen on the right, suddenly dodged behind a young cultivator. He cleverly avoided two crossbow bolts aimed at him. Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, the young cultivator used as a shield was almost simultaneously struck by three crossbow bolts, one in the face, one in the chest, and one in the lower abdomen, all penetrating his body. The cloud-patterned robe issued by the guard station provided no defensive protection whatsoever. This scene unfolded right before Wang Chen's eyes. Protect! His heart remained calm as he raised his right palm in front of him. With a loud shout, a dazzling magical shield suddenly materialized, blocking a lethal arrow aimed at him. As a mid-level chi cultivator's protective spell, the spirit light shield armor could freely switch between shield and armor forms, with the shield form offering the strongest defense. Spirit light shield armor experience 1. Spirit light shield armor, proficient 0-200. Wang Chen ignored the message that popped up in his vision and suddenly flew backward. Staying in the team made it easy to become a target for concentrated fire. There was also the possibility of being used as a shield by Guoping. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. This vice captain usually appeared warm and caring towards the team members. In times of crisis, He decisively made the choice most beneficial to himself, using a team member to buy himself reaction time. Wang Chen was glad he was at the back of the team. Otherwise, that team member's fate could have been his. The wind came. Just as Wang Chen created distance, a thunderous roar came from the front of the team. Xianxiaaudiobooks, positioned at the very front, had his hair and beard standing on end, his eyes wide and red, filled with rage. The captain spread his arms, and a fierce wind suddenly howled around him, blowing away the incoming crossbow bolts. It was indeed Xianxiaaudiobooks who had timely intervened to block many of the first wave of crossbow bolts, protecting several team members behind him. Above his head, dark clouds gathered and churned at an astonishing speed, sweeping forward. Thunder came. In the next moment, thick bolts of lightning as thick as arms descended from the sky, illuminating a large area. The figures of the attackers were instantly exposed. A piercing scream followed. At least 3 attackers were struck by the lightning, instantly turning to charred remains. The might of high-level chi cultivation was vividly displayed in this strike. Strike them hard, hit them together. The attackers were incredibly fierce, immediately launching multiple shadows toward Xianxiaaudiobooks. Bright blades cut through the darkness. At the same time, a long fire whip shot through the air, fiercely striking at the night watchman behind Xianxiaaudiobooks. The enemy's formation clearly aimed to annihilate the 4th Night Patrol Squad. The Night Patrol team, which had fallen into complete passivity from the start, was now in chaos. Several rookie night watchmen, terrified, scattered and fled, some even crying out loud. As a result, several shadows chased after them, swinging their blades to knock them down one by one, like chopping vegetables. Xianxiaaudiobooks was so furious he nearly spat blood. The enemy had clearly been lying in ambush here, and under sudden attack, he couldn't freely unleash his powerful spells for fear of harming the night watchman behind him. In the end, the team members he had tried so hard to protect behaved so helplessly. With no other choice, Xianxiaaudiobooks could only break through with all his might. He truly couldn't manage these rookies anymore. At this moment, Wang Chen, who had already retreated, faced a new crisis. A dark figure was rapidly chasing after him. The glinting blade flashed with chilling light, faintly revealing a stern and rigid face, along with a body dressed in black. The opponent's speed was astonishing. Even with the armor horse talisman active, Wang Chen was still caught up in the blink of an eye. He felt something was wrong and immediately stopped. Gathering all his magical power into his right hand, he thrust his sword finger toward the attacker. Seeing Wang Chen's posture, the black-clad cultivator's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. A mere rookie at the 4th level of chi cultivation actually dared to act like a mantis trying to stop a chariot? He swung the battle knife in his hand, striking lightning fast toward Wang Chen's neck. The black-clad monk was completely confident that he could slice through the protective spiritual light of this chi-refining novice with a single strike, severing the opponent's head. As for Wang Chen's counterattack, the black-clad monk didn't take it to heart at all. A 6th-layer chi refining against a 4th-layer chi refining. A seasoned old bandit against a rookie. If he even grazed a hair on him, he would consider it a loss. However, just as his knife momentum was unleashed, a sharp golden aura suddenly flashed into view. A sharp pain pierced his brow, and his consciousness instantly plunged into endless darkness. How could this be? The last thought in the black-clad monk's life had not fully surfaced before it was extinguished. Boom! A cloud of dust suddenly exploded, rapidly spreading in all directions. It completely obscured the vision. Wang Chen, who had just cast the dust smoke talisman, bent down and snatched the storage bag from the black-clad monk's waist. He turned and ran. Chapter 40. Encountering Evil. Run, run, run. Wang Chen truly exerted his primal strength, the wind kicking up dust beneath his feet, activating the effect of the horse armor talisman to its fullest. He dashed away in a hurry, trying his best to keep his body low. He ran for 20 to 30 miles in one go. It wasn't until the power of the talisman that had been applied to him dissipated that Wang Chen finally stopped. The horse armor talisman was a very practical low-level talisman. Once activated, it could boost his speed to that of a fast horse, comparable to several common escape techniques at the chi refining stage. Most cultivators would carry a few with them, as it could increase their chances of escape in case of danger. At this moment, Wang Chen realized he had fled to an unfamiliar area. Surrounding him were vast rice fields, and in the distance, there were a few small farmhouses. However, all the lights were out. Wang Chen let out a long breath and tried to locate the position of the Yishir Way. It would be too unjust to be regarded as a deserter. As a result, Wang Chen saw one fireball after another exploding in the night sky, illuminating the heavens remarkably. This was a distress signal. Wang Chen's storage bag still contained a fire signal talisman. The previous situation had been too tense and dangerous, so he hadn't used it. Now, it wasn't necessary. The fire signals were rising in different locations. Clearly, it wasn't just the 4th Night Patrol team that had encountered an attack. Soon after, Wang Chen saw bright beams of light piercing the night sky. The outer sect of Yunyang sect was actually facing a full-scale invasion by enemies. Such a thing had only happened once in Wang Chen's memory. 3 years ago, the gray-eyed bandits harassed the Yunyang sect, and more than a dozen watch stations simultaneously activated the radiant pillars to request aid. The scene of light beams shooting up into the sky could be seen clearly from 100 miles away. The memories left to him by the original owner were very vivid. Could it be that the gray-eyed bandits had returned? This thought made Wang Chen's heart skip a beat, and he quickly took out the storage bag he had snatched from his sleeve. He saw that the bag was emblazoned with a vertical eye emblem. Although Wang Chen did not know whether this vertical eye emblem represented the gray-eyed bandits, he immediately suppressed the urge to open the storage bag and check its contents. The gray-eyed bandits were the remnants of the three-eyed sect. The three-eyed sect was a heretical sect that had once been active in eastern Sangzhou. Due to the abduction of a large number of cultivators for blood sacrifices, it incited public anger and was suppressed by the Yunyang sect in conjunction with several allied forces. It was said that that battle involved dozens of golden core realms and over 100 treasure ships, resulting in extremely fierce combat. After the three-eyed sect was destroyed, its followers scattered far and wide, becoming bandits. This is how the gray-eyed bandits came to be. As the main force in suppressing the three-eyed sect, the gray-eyed bandits had a deep-seated grudge against the Yunyang sect. It was entirely possible for them to ambush the patrol team. As for the items belonging to the heretics and demon cultivators in this storage bag, it was common knowledge among cultivators not to touch them lightly. Wang Chen did not know what was inside, or whether there were any restrictions or curses set within. The beams of light emitted by the radiant pillars had already clearly indicated the direction to Wang Chen. Haha, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the laughter of children in his ears. Wang Chen instinctively looked in the direction of the sound and saw several children, around 4 or 5 years old, playing and frolicking in a spiritual field 100 steps away. They were continuously emitting cheerful laughter. Children playing was a common sight in rural areas. But it was now the dead of night, and the figures of those children appeared hazy and flickering, indistinct and uncertain. Yao Tongzi, a gray-level evil spirit. The level of Yu includes resentment, ferocity, and malice, and the gray level is the lowest. Among the same level, they are further divided into gray, white, and black to distinguish their danger levels. The gray level Yao Tongzi is considered to be the least harmful of the evil spirits. Under normal circumstances, as long as ordinary people do not deliberately provoke them, they would only scare people at most. However, the appearance of Yao Tongzi was certainly not a good omen. Moreover, the few Yao Tongzi were running towards his position while playing. Wang Chen quietly produced a protective talisman in his hand while slowly backing away. Evil spirits are not beings that can be reasoned with. When it's time to act, one must act. Don't. As the distance to the Yao Tongzi grew closer, a deep and distant bell rang throughout the countryside. It was the hour of the tiger. The Yao Tongzi suddenly paused, silently dissipating into the spiritual field. Only a few giggles lingered in Wang Chen's ears. It took a moment before they completely disappeared. Wang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This was his first time facing a real evil spirit, and to say he felt no anxiety or fear would be impossible. However, the next moment, all the hair on Wang Chen's body suddenly stood on end. A chilling, sinister aura crept in quietly, causing the robe he wore to emit a faint spiritual light. As a low-grade first-tier magical instrument, the Cloudlight robe had very low defensive power, only slightly stronger than ordinary robes. Its role was not to block the enemy's attacks, but to automatically activate the Cloudlight to alert him when an evil spirit approached. Danger was coming from behind Wang Chen. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, chilled to the bone. Yet his mind remained clear and calm. Not succumbing to fear. Almost instinctively, Wang Chen suddenly turned and struck out with his right palm. The protective talisman in his hand suddenly exploded, transforming into a dense pure yang aura, propelled by his magical power and launched forward. It struck a scarecrow. This scarecrow had appeared behind Wang Chen at some point, with only 3 steps between them. The body of the scarecrow sprouted tentacle-like straw ropes, twisting towards Wang Chen like a venomous snake. As a result, it was struck hard in the chest by the pure yang energy of the protective talisman. It flew backward, with wisps of white smoke rising from its chest, sizzling and burning. Although this scarecrow had no eyes, nose, or mouth, Wang Chen clearly felt a resentful and vengeful thought locking onto him. It was angry. Very, very angry. Wang Chen suddenly changed his palm into a finger, aiming at the retreating scarecrow and thrusting out a golden sword finger. The force of the thrust tore through the air, instantly striking the scarecrow's head. This hit did not inflict much damage on the scarecrow, but it caused its movements to pause. Wang Chen lunged forward and slapped out another protective talisman. His intuition told him that if he did not take this opponent down now, there would be endless troubles in the future. Chapter 41. Good will be rewarded. When it is time to endure, endure. When it is time to be brave, be brave. Since ancient times, evil spirits have always been the greatest threat to human cultivators. Confronting evil spirits is the only choice unless one is truly unable to fight back. Otherwise, retreating will not earn their forgiveness. Fear will only fuel their malevolence. There is no choice but to fight. A burst of spiritual light exploded with pure yang energy, heavily striking the scarecrow's head. Creak. The scarecrow's head suddenly snapped back as if it had been broken. Its faceless form began to emit wisps of white smoke, as if it were about to ignite. Wang Chen's breath hitched. This evil entity was extraordinary. Even after consuming 2 talismans meant to ward off evil, it still retained powerful counterattack capabilities. He felt as if he was being twisted in half. If it weren't for Wang Chen's Tianlong King Kong Dharma having reached the level of copper skin, significantly enhancing his physique, he would have likely already collapsed. However, the time he could hold on was extremely limited. Moreover, the area where the grass rope was entangled around him was permeated by a sinister aura, seeping through his cloud-light robe and into his body, eroding his magical power. At this moment, Wang Chen faced an unprecedented crisis. Crack! A faceless figure loomed just 2 feet away from him. Wang Chen felt a chill surge from his heart, catching a whiff of the fear of death. Kill! At the critical moment, Wang Chen glared and shouted angrily, suddenly raising his clenched fist. Giant force technique. His arms instantly swelled significantly, the blood and energy from his refined body erupting violently. In the next moment, his fists, glowing with a reddish-bronze sheen, struck fiercely at the scarecrow's temples. King Kong Fist. Third style. This blow concentrated all of Wang Chen's strength, magical power, and soul power. It could be said to be the strongest force he could exert. Crack! The scarecrow's head suddenly exploded, countless bits of straw splattering everywhere, and its body collapsed into pieces. The grass ropes wrapped around Wang Chen's waist snapped inch by inch. Giant Force Technique Experience 1. Giant Force Technique, Proficient 0-200. King Kong Fist Experience 1. King Kong Fist, Proficient 0-200. Wang Chen had no time to pay attention to the messages flashing in his vision. As he freed himself, he quickly pulled out the 3rd talisman from his storage bag and slapped it onto the now dismantled scarecrow. Bang! The scarecrow, possessed by the evil entity, shattered into pieces, and the malevolent aura that had just poured out was completely swept away. Human Virtue, 25. Wang Chen staggered back 2 steps, feeling an unprecedented weakness. The previous battle had erupted so suddenly and had been entirely close-quarters combat, leaving no opportunity to use a weapon. But now, even this magical knife was useless. The information displayed in his vision informed Wang Chen that he had eliminated the evil entity and gained a hefty 25 points of human virtue. He stood still for a moment, stabilizing the chaotic energy and magical power within him. Confirming that there was no second evil entity around, Wang Chen finally sheathed his weapon. At this moment, he noticed a curled-up corpse lying among the scattered straw and broken wood ahead. The corpse had been mostly dissolved with little flesh remaining, revealing a stark white skeleton, tightly wrapped in thin, black grass ropes. Without a doubt, this was a poor soul harmed by the evil entity. Most likely, it was a cultivator similar to Wang Chen. If Wang Chen had made even the slightest mistake in his response, he would have undoubtedly met the same fate as this unfortunate soul, becoming food for the evil entity. He let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief from surviving. Wang Chen realized that since he crossed into this world, danger had come one after another. It was hard to survive. He didn't know if it was due to the butterfly effect he caused, or if it was simply fate. After regaining his spirits, Wang Chen fished out a bottle of corpse-dissolving powder and a rebirth talisman from his storage bag. Just as he was about to dissolve the corpse, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Sparks erupted from his fingertips, and soon his entire hand was engulfed in blazing flames. A lifelike fire crow materialized from the flames, spreading its wings and flying towards the corpse. Boom! The palm-sized fire crow collided with the corpse, immediately transforming into crimson flames that covered it. Fire Crow Technique, Beginner 0-100. Wang Chen, who had previously struggled to comprehend the Fire Crow technique, had now crossed the most crucial threshold. In actual combat, it truly proved to be a powerful aid for breaking through. He looked at the skills in his cultivation panel, seeing a series of spells marked as proficient, and felt quite emotional. That very night, Wang Chen's Giant Force Technique, Spirit Light Shield, and King Kong Fist all reached the proficient level without consuming a single point of human virtue. Now, the Fire Crow technique was also at the beginner level. However, if given a choice, he would have preferred to stay at home and slowly break through. The corpse on the ground gradually turned to ash, and Wang Chen activated the rebirth talisman in his hand. This rebirth talisman was something he had picked up when he went to Yinshan City to buy spiritual tea last time. It was quite cheap. Dust to dust, earth to earth, and the souls returned to the thick earth. He didn't know if it was a figment of his imagination or a result of his thoughts. When Wang Chen finished reciting the rebirth incantation, he actually saw a nearly transparent phantom floating up from the ashes. It hovered in the air and bowed to him. When it raised its head again, the phantom had vanished. Fellow Taoist, may your journey be smooth. Just as Wang Chen was about to leave, a flicker of light caught his eye. Wang Chen stepped forward and bent down to sift through the ashes, discovering a silver-white, glowing crystal bead. The bead was about the size of a longan, cold to the touch, round, and smooth. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be mist swirling inside. Xianxia bead. Wang Chen was first taken aback and then overjoyed. The evil entity manual mentioned that a few evil entities contained Xianxia beads, which would drop upon their demise. Xianxia beads are valuable materials, useful for cultivation and artifact refinement. Wang Chen didn't expect that the first evil entity he eliminated would drop a precious Xianxia bead. Beginner's luck? If Wang Chen had inadvertently performed the rite for the victim and abandoned the corpse, this Xianxia bead would not have been revealed. This could be considered a case of good deeds rewarded. With his thoughts set, Wang Chen formed a hand seal, and sparks of spiritual light flickered at his fingertips. Moments later, a light rain began to fall gently. The rainwater, infused with spiritual energy, soaked the ground, merging the ashes into the soil without leaving a trace. Chapter 42. Envy, Jealousy, Hatred. Wang Chen looked up at the night sky. Under the bright moon in the heavens, streaks of light came from the north, swiftly darting towards the southwest. Among them, a few were particularly conspicuous. He quickly realized that the inner sect disciples and the Purple Mansion elders had mobilized. With smoke rising in the outer sect's border regions, the watchtowers were activating light beams for assistance, and the upper echelons of the Yunyang sect could not remain indifferent. However, the enemy's attack had come so suddenly, and so much time had been wasted. It was uncertain how many low-level cultivators like Wang Chen had been called to fill the ranks of the night patrol, becoming mere cannon fodder. Wang Chen's heart had no ripples. He took a wide detour, avoiding possible ambushes or attacks on the country roads, and took a small path to reach the Yishur watchtower. By this time, dawn was almost breaking. The scene at the Yishur watchtower surprised Wang Chen. This solid fortress was brightly lit and bustling with noise. As lively as a market day, a large number of cultivators gathered around the watchtower, most of them dressed as farmers and spiritual herb cultivators. Many were bringing the elderly and children, their faces filled with fear and anxiety. There were also young and vigorous cultivators holding weapons, vigilantly watching their surroundings, ready for battle at any moment. Because he was wearing the standard night watchman robe, Wang Chen was able to enter the watchtower smoothly after showing his identity tag. However, the situation inside was even more chaotic than outside. Many cultivators were sitting or lying down. Some were healing themselves, while others were being treated by others. There were angry curses, painful groans, and heated arguments. It was as if this place had become a field hospital. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Wang Chen looked around and spotted team leader Xianxia and team deputy Guoping in a corner of the training ground. Both of them appeared to be unharmed. Xianxia was covered in blood, looking extremely pale. Guoping was saying something to him. Senior brother Yao, senior brother Gua. He didn't want to be expelled from the Yunyang sect, nor did he want to be labeled a coward. He had to return to the team. Both Xianxia and Guoping were taken aback. Guoping reacted quickly, immediately revealing a joyful smile. Wang Chen, are you okay? Wang Chen smiled wryly. I escaped by luck. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Although this vice captain seemed genuinely caring and was happy about Wang Chen's safe return, Wang Chen would never forget Guoping's reaction when the night patrol team was attacked. His vigilance towards Guoping had not diminished for a moment. He used a wry smile to mask his fluctuating emotions, so as not to reveal anything to the other party. His words were concise and his tone indifferent. However, Wang Chen's perception of this team leader far exceeded his feelings towards the enthusiastic Guoping. You're okay? At that moment, an excited voice suddenly came from the side. How could you be completely unscathed? Wang Chen turned his head to see a young cultivator yelling at him angrily. So many senior brothers and junior brothers died, and you, a mere fourth layer of qi refining, are perfectly fine. Why is that? The other party had a fierce look, and his hysterical demeanor reminded Wang Chen of the Roaring Emperor. The gazes of those around them were instantly drawn to Wang Chen as the target of the attack. Everyone looked at him with strange eyes, surprise, suspicion, and schadenfreude. At that moment, Wang Chen recognized that this guy who was yelling at him was one of his teammates. The other party had also survived, but had lost his right arm, with a bandage tied around the wound. Wang Chen could understand this teammate's agitation and anger. Once a cultivator's body becomes impaired, their path would undoubtedly be greatly affected, even severed completely. Losing an arm is already a significant injury. Even losing a finger would be a huge blow. To regrow a severed limb, one would need a golden core master to cast a spell or consume specialized medicinal pills. Either way, it was not something a small cultivator could achieve. In short, this person had little future left. It was normal for him to lose control of his emotions. But understanding was one thing. Wang Chen did not want to become the outlet for the other's frustration. Moreover, the broken arm cultivator's question was laced with deep malice. Wang Chen ignored the teammate who was filled with rage and pulled out a storage bag branded with a vertical eye emblem from his sleeve. He presented it to Yao Mingjia. Senior brother Yao, this is what I obtained after killing a thief. Yao Mingjia looked deeply at Wang Chen, reached out to grab the storage bag. You didn't open it, did you? Wang Chen replied, no, you're very clever. Yao Mingjia weighed the storage bag in his hand and said, the items of evil cultivators and demonic cultivators are the most dangerous. They like to set up poison restrictions in their storage bags. The ones who attacked us were the gray-eyed thieves. They wouldn't carry good things. He suddenly asked, was that dust smoke talisman created by you? Wang Chen nodded. The effect of the dust smoke talisman was similar to that of a smoke bomb. Very useful for confusing the enemy's vision. Wang Chen had obtained that talisman during his looting, and it had saved his life. You did well, Yao Mingjia said. I will report your contribution, but this storage bag must be submitted. He didn't mention that Wang Chen's dust smoke talisman had helped him. Those around him immediately cast envious and jealous glances at Wang Chen. A small fourth-layer qi refining cultivator had actually killed a thief and obtained proof of merit. A few hundred merit points were guaranteed. If he had to choose someone trustworthy among these people, he would have chosen Yao Mingjia without a doubt. Wang Chen believed that this team leader would not embezzle his storage bag or the credit for killing the enemy. There were so many people watching. Yao Mingjia then looked at the broken arm cultivator, his gaze filled with disdain. Considering you lost an arm, I will pretend you didn't say anything just now. The broken arm cultivator's eyes twitched a few times. The strange looks from those around him made him wish he could find a hole to hide in. The young cultivator lowered his head dejectedly. All his blood and courage evaporated, and he looked like a wilted eggplant. Wang Chen felt that the psychological blow he had suffered far exceeded the physical one. Now, only a walking corpse remained. Morning arrived. 2 azure hawks landed in succession on the watchtower. Yao Mingjia was called away. Was it really over like this? To be honest, Wang Chen could hardly believe it. Reflecting on last night's experiences, it felt like a dream. At this moment, the sun peeked over the horizon, and the brilliant morning light illuminated the Yi Shi guard station, draping the fortress in a layer of bloody hue. Chapter 43, Rewards and Recruitment. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Hearing the sound of the door opening, 4 little hens immediately rushed out of the chicken coop. Wang Chen squatted down and petted all of them. Since Xiaobai eloped with her partner, he had no one else to pet, so he could only make do with these hens. It was a way to relax his tense nerves. Then he added some grain to the trough. Watching the hens scramble for food, Wang Chen revealed a kind smile. Whether he could eat boiled eggs, fried eggs, scrambled eggs, steamed egg custard, or omelette rice in the future depended entirely on them. It wasn't he that Wang Chen was greedy for food. The path of immortality was long and arduous, and without a bit of joy in life, it would be a torment. In fact, he considered himself quite lucky. One had lost an arm, while Wang Chen had escaped unscathed and even gained a military achievement. What was there to complain about? Earlier, while in the guard station, he had heard others discussing that the outer mountain gate was being heavily invaded by the gray-eyed thieves, besides the heavy losses to several night patrol teams. Many farmers had also suffered calamities. The specific casualties were unknown, but it must have been very serious. Wang Chen's home was at least safe and sound. But despite being relieved, a strong sense of crisis still lingered in his heart. The sudden outbreak of the rhinoceros disaster, the inexplicable summons, the invasion of the gray-eyed thieves, and the emergence of evil beings. Remembering the warning from the big white mouse, Wang Chen deeply felt that this place was no longer safe. The problem was, even knowing the danger, he had no better choice. Ultimately, it came down to his own weakness and strength. Sitting in the quiet room, Wang Chen called up his cultivation panel. Apart from the primary 5 elements technique and the secondary heavenly dragon diamond law, he had currently mastered 9 skills. Among them, giant force technique, cloud and rain formula, spiritual eye technique, diamond fist, and spiritual light shield armor had all reached the proficient level. The fire crow technique had just been learned, while the strongest metal finger had already reached great success. In terms of the nature of the spells, he had attacks, defenses, and support skills. However, he still lacked a teleportation technique. To put it plainly, Wang Chen had a shortcoming in escaping. Although he had a horse armor talisman to use, nothing could compare to mastering a powerful teleportation technique. Previously, he had been financially strapped and unable to purchase a teleportation technique for training. Now, he had a bit of capital. Wang Chen thought carefully and quickly made a decision. Then he looked at the merit column on his cultivation panel. Heavenly merit, change fate 10. Human virtue, breakthrough 39. Killing an evil being had granted him 25 points of human virtue, undoubtedly making the bullets for upgrading skills even more sufficient. Heavenly merit had increased by 6 points, reaching double digits in one go. No need to say, this 6 points of heavenly merit must have come from killing the gray-eyed thief cultivator, just like that wandering merchant. And this 10 points of heavenly merit gave Wang Chen an opportunity to enhance his root bone or comprehension. After thinking for a moment, he allocated it to his root bone. Root bone, 4 points, doubled from the initial attribute points. Wang Chen felt greatly relieved. The root bone can be said to be the most important attribute of a cultivator, determined by innate factors. To enhance the root bone, one would need to obtain top-tier heavenly materials like the 10,000-year red fruit to change one's fate. Additionally, when the purple mansion condenses the golden pill, there is also an opportunity to reshape the root bone, but it must be a top-grade pill of the 3rd rank. The problem is that those who can condense a top-grade golden pill cannot possibly have poor root bones. This shows how extraordinary the cultivation panel is. Wang Chen estimates that if he were to test his root bone now, he would likely receive a mediocre evaluation. Of course, Wang Chen can no longer test his root bone. Otherwise, if people found out that he could enhance his root bone, the Golden Pill Masters of the Yunyang sect would certainly be very interested in discussing it with him. During the subsequent cultivation process, Wang Chen clearly felt the benefits brought by the increase in root bone points. His refining effect on spiritual food became stronger, and he could absorb more external spiritual energy into his body. The time to complete the circulation of the Zhou Tian was shortened, which correspondingly improved the efficiency and quality of his cultivation. An investment of 10 points in heavenly merit was absolutely worth it. For 2 consecutive days, aside from tending to the spiritual fields, Wang Chen diligently practiced at home. He focused on leveling up the giant power technique, diamond fist, spiritual light shield, and fire crow technique. Until the morning of the 3rd day, a white paper crane flitted into his home and landed on his windowsill. Startled, Wang Chen took the paper crane and opened it. This type of paper crane is a one-time mechanical creation, mainly used to deliver messages. It is essentially an automatically delivered letter, also known as a message crane. The original owner had received paper cranes sent by others before, so it was not unfamiliar to him. This message crane came from the outer sect's main hall. The content of the letter is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a commendation for Wang Chen, confirming the merits reported by the team leader Xianxia. He can take his identity badge to the merit hall to receive a reward of 500 merit points. 500 merit points. Wang Chen was genuinely overjoyed. The magical tools, pills, and talismans issued by the Wei department are nothing compared to this. Merit points are truly valuable. The original owner had worked diligently in the spiritual fields, paying the full amount of spiritual grains, and in 5 years had only accumulated 100 merit points. He then used those to exchange for the 5th level technique of the 5 elements, spending it all. Now, after taking down a gray-eyed thief, he actually received a reward 5 times greater than what he had earned in 5 years. How could he not be happy? In the sect, merit points are more useful than spirit stones. They can be exchanged for techniques, spiritual materials, pills, magical tools, and can also be used as rewards for seeking guidance from elder instructors. They can even be used to offset minor crimes. Wang Chen's wish to obtain a teleportation technique could be realized immediately. Aside from the commendation, the other part of the content is a recruitment notice issued by the main hall. They are recruiting cultivators aged 16 to 45 with at least the 3rd level of Qi refining. Those who join the Battle Hall, Wei Hall, and Execution Hall's reserve teams can receive allocations of techniques, magical tools, pills, and talismans, as well as opportunities to become formal disciples of the 3 halls. If they achieve merits, they could even be promoted to the inner sect. With 100,000 cultivators in the outer sect, anyone who meets the conditions can sign up to participate. Wang Chen felt that compared to the previous, inexplicable forced conscription, this enticing recruitment notice was a normal and reasonable way to recruit cannon fodder, let alone promotion to the inner sect. Just the identity of a formal disciple in the battle, Wei, and execution halls would be enough to attract countless low-level cultivators who are willing to risk their lives for a better future, not to mention other benefits. A formal disciple of the 3 halls has a rent-free quota of 10 acres of spiritual fields. If Wang Chen becomes a formal disciple of the 3 halls, he wouldn't have to pay a single grain of spiritual grain for his own spiritual fields. The temptation is truly strong. However, Wang Chen's heart was calm, even a bit amused. Whoever wants to go can go. He definitely would not go. Chapter 44, Selling the Pearl. Wang Chen did not want to participate in the recruitment of the 3 halls in the outer sect, but he still had to go to the main hall. He first went to the merit hall with his identity badge to collect his battle merit reward, 500 merit points. Then he went to the technique hall. There were quite a number of people exchanging techniques in the library today, and Wang Chen waited in a long line until it was his turn. Senior. He respectfully handed over his badge to the elder in charge of the technique exchange. I would like to exchange for a teleportation technique suitable for myself. The elder took the badge and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. 4th level of Qi refining, 500 merit points. The elder nodded and said, you exchanged for the subsequent technique of the 5 elements last time. The most suitable one for you is certainly the 5 elements teleportation technique. But your current cultivation is too low to practice it. Both inner and outer sect disciples are provided with a badge representing their identity. This badge is very important, as it seals the owner's spiritual aura, making it impossible to forge or counterfeit. Its function is very similar to the electronic cards commonly used in Wang Chen's previous life. It can be used for storage, payment of merit points, and also records personal information, making it a great invention in the cultivation world. Therefore, as long as the elder holds the badge, he can understand Wang Chen's basic situation. Wang Chen bowed again. Please guide me, senior. The elder thought for a moment. If what you need is a spell for escaping, I recommend the shadowless divine movement technique, which costs 350 merit points. It can be mastered without issue by reaching the great perfection of Qi refining. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Wang Chen did not hesitate. Disciple would also like to exchange for the breath concealing technique. The breath concealing technique, as the name suggests, is a spell for concealing one's breath, mainly used for stealth and hiding oneself. Additionally, after using the breath concealing technique, it becomes difficult for others to discern one's true cultivation level. It just happens to counter the spiritual eye technique. Of course, the countering is mutual. The effect of spells often depends on the cultivator's strength and skill level. As a small cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining, Wang Chen currently does not have a need to hide his cultivation level. But the combination of shadowless divine movement and breath concealing technique is undoubtedly an excellent escape combination. He exchanged it. The breath concealing technique only costs 30 merit points to obtain, so after spending 380 merit points, 2 sealed appeared in his sea of consciousness. The remaining 120 merit points were naturally saved for emergencies. After leaving the outer sect's main hall, Wang Chen ran to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. This time he looked for the manager Jean, with whom he had previously dealt. Hello, friend. Manager Jin's memory was clearly excellent. Upon seeing Wang Chen, he smiled and asked, how's the cultivation of the heavenly dragon diamond law going? Not bad. Wang Chen didn't want to waste time with him and directly took out the xianxia pearl. Please give me a price. Manager Jean was surprised. This xianxia pearl is quite good. He took the crystal pearl and examined it carefully, then pondered, how about 400 lower spirit stones? Forget it. Wang Chen frowned, showing an unhappy expression. I'll go ask at the 10,000 treasures pavilion. In fact, Wang Chen had no idea how much the xianxia pearl was worth. The records in evil spirits say did not specify a concrete price. But he was very clear about the principle of no merchant is without deceit. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has a good reputation. But if one thinks they are the real price, that would be too naive. Don't. Manager Jean clearly did not want to miss this deal. Then you name a price. Wang Chen, 800. Manager Jean immediately returned the xianxia pearl to him. You should go ask at the 10,000 treasures pavilion first. Okay. A deal of 400 lower spirit stones and above has already qualified him to step through the threshold of the 10,000 treasures pavilion. As for whether doing this would be embarrassing, how much can face value be worth in spirit stones? 500. Seeing that Wang Chen was really about to leave, Manager Jean stomped his foot and actively raised the price. Then you've really missed out. As a result, Wang Chen walked away even faster. But in the end, Wang Chen still couldn't walk out of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Manager Jean offered 680 lower spirit stones, successfully stopping his footsteps. Wang Chen felt that he had reached the other party's bottom line. After completing the transaction, Manager Jean smiled bitterly. Friend, I can guarantee that you won't get this price at the 10,000 treasures pavilion. The reason for the premium is that the high-level members of the Chamber of Commerce have recently required the subordinate branches to acquire various precious spiritual materials in large quantities, including xianxia beads. The shopkeeper also has performance evaluations. However, these matters are not for outsiders to know. Moreover, Wang Chen did not take all the spirit stones. He purchased 30 bottles of Vajra oil from Manager Jean, which cost him 300 spirit stones at once. Vajra oil is truly a good item, significantly enhancing the effects of body cultivation techniques. Since Wang Chen has been practicing the heavenly dragon Vajra law, he has yet to break through the first layer of the copper skin realm, but his physique has already increased by 2 points, bringing him to a total of 6 points. His body and constitution have greatly surpassed what they were when he first crossed over, mainly because this item is consumable and becomes increasingly addictive with use. Therefore, he decided to stock up on a few more bottles while he still had some financial leeway, to avoid suffering from shortages later. The price is still the same now, Manager Jean told Wang Chen, but if you come back next time, the price will likely go up. Wang Chen felt a stir in his heart, but did not say anything about buying more. He exchanged a few pleasantries and took his leave. After wandering around Yinsen City, He found that the price of white corn had actually risen to 8 broken spirit stones per pound, doubling compared to before. It's worth noting that the new rice would soon be harvested, and normally, the price of old rice would slightly decrease at this time. It doesn't make sense for it to rise dramatically instead. Despite the significant increase in rice prices, people continued to flock to the Xian grain shop to buy spirit rice. Some cultivators were cursing, and the atmosphere was quite tense. Wang Chen thought for a moment and did not join the ranks of grain buyers. He had already bought 1,000 pounds of spirit rice last time, and his 10 acres of spirit fields had not had any issues with their harvest. So even though he knew the rice price might continue to rise, Wang Chen had no thoughts of hoarding it. Compared to spirit rice, he needed beast meat more to satisfy his body refining needs. In the end, Wang Chen bought 500 pounds of beast meat at the butcher's shop and also stocked up on some commonly used talismans to fill his arsenal. The price of beast meat had also risen, but not as much as spirit rice, which made it seem more affordable. The talismans he purchased mainly included Exorcism Talisman, Rebirth Talisman, and Dust Smoke Talisman, all of which had proven effective in actual combat. This additional expenditure greatly strengthened Wang Chen's determination to master the art of talisman crafting. Whether he could earn spirit stones was not important. What mattered was that self-made talismans could save spirit stones. Additionally, he bought 2 packs of Cloud Mist Spirit Tea. Wang Chen planned to visit the village chief to gather some news. Old Master's son loved drinking tea. There were also white banners hanging under the eaves of farmers' houses, indicating that someone had passed away. This scene made one feel heavy-hearted. Chapter 45. The water is too deep. The gray-eyed thief's intrusion can be said to be the biggest crisis the Yunyang sect has faced in recent years. The grievances between the two parties need not be elaborated. As the saying goes, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. The resurgence of the gray-eyed thief had indeed raised the vigilance and preparedness of the high-level members of the sect. This decision clearly had significant issues. Fortunately, the sect leader is wise, and the elders are astute, promptly taking corrective actions. It is said that a certain deputy hall master who bore primary responsibility has been stripped of his position and punished to reflect in the demon suppression cave for 30 years. As for the casualties among the outer sect's lower-level cultivators and how many farming households suffered greatly, that should not be spoken of lightly. It must be noted that when the disaster occurred, the inner sect and main hall promptly dispatched over a dozen purple mansion masters, who decimated the invading evil cultivators and effectively protected the safety of the borders. There were certainly cultivators harmed by the gray-eyed thief, but not many. Recently, there have been rumors saying that the outer sect's main hall is hiding and underreporting casualties, fearing the wrath of the true immortals. That must be a rumor. Such rumors should not be spread carelessly. Once it's found out that more than 5 people have been informed, the punishment hall will take severe action against them. Remember, in light of the 2 packs of Cloud Mist Spirit Tea and Wang Chen's sincere attitude, Old Master Sun revealed quite a few secrets to him. Speaking earnestly and at length, after indulging in conversation, the old man may have felt the topic was too sensitive and too deep for casual discussion. With a risk of 404. Thus, he forcibly changed the subject and called over his family members to keep him company. Then a group of aunts and cousins surrounded Wang Chen, saying things like, "You should get married at your age. I have a niece," which were hard to understand. When they saw Wang Chen's embarrassed expression, they all burst into laughter, filling the living room with a cheerful atmosphere. With no choice, Wang Chen had to use the indestructible Vajra technique to break through the encirclement again. When he took his leave, Old Master Sun personally escorted him out. Wang Chen was startled. Although the old man spoke somewhat ambiguously, he understood clearly. The fact that Wang Chen was inexplicably recruited into the night patrol team clearly had some hidden agenda. Searching through the original owner's memories, he could not figure out who he had offended. It is known that the original owner had poor qualifications, an introverted personality, and was simple-minded, diligently farming in the outer sect. His usual social circle was very narrow. The only conflict he might have had was with Zhang Xiaoshan from the Zhang family. However, it was impossible for such a small matter to provoke such a large retaliation. Not to mention Zhang Xiaoshan. Even the Zhang family did not have such great power. Wang Chen felt a headache coming on. He felt like he was caught in an invisible web, aware of the danger, but unsure how to escape. He also felt that the situation was too deep. He gritted his teeth and ran to Yunsan City again, just before the library closed. He spent 70 merit points to exchange for a mudstone technique. The name mudstone technique sounds very earthy, but it is a genuine mid-high level technique for chi cultivation, with very strong practicality, similar to how the cloud and rain techniques can be split into cloud movement and rain formation. The mudstone technique also includes 2 methods, transforming stone into mud and solidifying mud into stone. The 2 are exactly opposite. This technique is mainly used for mining, road opening, mountain splitting, and house building, making it a worker's divine skill. However, Wang Chen had no intention of changing jobs to become a laborer. He learned the mudstone technique with the intention of digging tunnels. Despite the limitations of his sources, Wang Chen had limited understanding of the Yunyang sect situation and could not timely acquire the latest news. However, he could fully perceive the increasingly tense situation inside and outside the mountain gate. The gray-eyed thief had been temporarily repelled, but who could guarantee they wouldn't return? Evil cultivators who worship evil gods are like weeds in the spirit fields. They are very difficult to eradicate completely. Wang Chen had no idea what dangers he might encounter next. Moreover, there was likely someone in the outer sect harboring ill intentions towards him, along with even more terrifying evil spirits. Currently, Wang Chen had neither the capital nor strength to escape, nor could he enter the safest inner sect. He didn't even have a foothold in Yunsan City. Therefore, under such circumstances, Wang Chen could only think of ways to improve his living environment. He could not afford defensive formations that cost hundreds or thousands of spirit stones, so he decided to emulate the cunning rabbit by digging a few burrows. Once he encounters an insurmountable danger, he would have a hiding place and escape route. Even during regular cultivation and sleep, he could hide in an underground chamber. It would be very secure. The more Wang Chen thought about it, the more he felt this was the right path, deeply understanding the essence of survival cultivation. Thus, in the following days, he focused on comprehending the mudstone technique. He aimed to master it quickly to gain skill experience. To this end, he temporarily set aside the shadowless divine movement and breath-hiding technique, which he had exchanged for at a great cost in merit points. There was no way around it. The original owner had left behind a poor foundation, requiring him, the new inheritor, to make up a lot of coursework. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. With Wang Chen's tireless efforts, he successfully mastered the basic methods of the mudstone technique on the 4th day after exchanging for the technique. In the small courtyard, Wang Chen grabbed a handful of black mud he had dug up from the fields outside and infused it with his magical power into his palm. His right hand suddenly glowed with a faint yellow light. In an instant, the black mud covered by the yellow light solidified rapidly, solidifying mud into stone. Mudstone technique experience 1. Wang Chen opened his 5 fingers, and a black mudstone ball fell to the ground with a bang. It was as hard as a billiard ball. He reached out again, using his object control technique to bring the stone ball back into his palm. He closed his fingers tightly and squeezed. Crack! The stone ball shattered into countless pieces, with dust spilling through his fingers. This hardness was still not strong enough. Wang Chen estimated that it was due to his skill level being too low, and he believed that once he advanced to proficiency, it would improve significantly. He intended to dig not just a tunnel. To be truly safe, he needed to dig a bunker. Even if faced with a strong enemy invasion, he could hold out for a moment to buy himself a chance to escape. The higher the level of the mudstone technique, the stronger it would be. Fortunately, this spell did not consume much mana, and gaining skill experience was quite easy, even if he had to use all his human virtue points. Wang Chen was determined to reach the small achievement level. He grabbed another handful of black mud. Just then, the courtyard door was gently knocked on. A rough voice reached Wang Chen's ears. "May I ask if the master is home? Who is it?" Wang Chen dropped the black mud in his hand and casually cast a cleaning spell. Then he went to open the courtyard door. Outside stood a tall and sturdy man with a bushy beard. Upon seeing Wang Chen, he immediately cupped his fists and bowed. "Esteemed immortal master, pardon my intrusion. May I ask if your household needs someone to harvest rice?" Wang Chen was slightly taken aback. The man's imposing aura was striking. He was clearly a congenital master. Chapter 46, The Rice Harvester. A congenital master, the pinnacle of martial power in the mortal realm. In the mundane world where there is no spiritual energy, people cannot cultivate immortal techniques. However, martial arts are quite prosperous. Warriors who can reach the congenital realm, although not as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn, are not something one encounters casually on the street. They are at least powerful figures who dominate a region. However, in the realm of cultivation, the status of congenital masters is only slightly higher than that of quasi-cultivators. Although their combat power is comparable to low-level chi practitioners, they still have to show respect when facing Wang Chen, an outer sect low-level disciple. Wang Chen glanced at the wooden token hanging at the man's waist. "Can I take a look?" Of course. The bushy-bearded man, though rugged in appearance, was quite meticulous. He immediately took off the waist token and held it in his hand. Infusing it with innate true energy, the dark brown wooden token immediately emitted a faint glow. The token displayed by the bushy-bearded man was called a travel permit, similar to Wang Chen's disciple token, used to prove identity. It is mainly issued to loose cultivators, and also includes innate warriors like the bushy-bearded man or quasi-cultivators. Only those holding a travel permit can legally enter and exit the territories governed by the Yunyang sect and the 3 outer cities. Without it, one would be regarded as a drifter and would be captured by the patrol team to be sent for mining. The travel permit also seals the holder's spiritual aura, which can be activated to verify authenticity using mana or true energy. After confirming the man's identity, Wang Chen moved his hand away from his storage bag. However, he still maintained his readiness to cast a spiritual shield. A close-range sneak attack from a congenital master could easily kill a mid-level chi practitioner without protective artifacts. Wang Chen was not afraid, though. His Heavenly Dragon Diamond Law was nearing a solid copper level and could withstand a blow from a congenital warrior. But being cautious is never a mistake. Wang Chen asked, "What is the price for harvesting rice now?" After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen calculated that with 5 gene of spiritual rice per mu, his 10 mu of spiritual field would require 50 gene of spiritual rice. That was equivalent to a piece of lower-level spiritual rice. However, that was the previous price. Now, the price of rice in Yinshan City had doubled. Seeing Wang Chen hesitating, the bushy-bearded man urged, "For gene is also fine." "Forget it," Wang Chen said. 5 gene it is, let us do a good job." If it were the original owner, he wouldn't have been willing to part with even 1 or 2 gene of spiritual rice. He would have done it himself. But for Wang Chen, spending 50 gene of spiritual rice to solve the rice harvesting problem was very cost-effective. Harvesting rice is a labor-intensive task. He could save time and effort to gain skill experience instead. As for the difference between 4 gene and 5 gene, it was just a small amount of labor money. Wang Chen had no intention of haggling with the other party. A dignified congenital master, capable of establishing a sect and dominating a region in the mundane world, was reduced to being a rice harvester here. It was quite a pity. Speaking of which, the original owner's father, Wang Xiaoyuan, was also a congenital warrior. Later, he entered the path through martial arts and joined the Yunyang sect. Some warriors were not so lucky and were unwilling to be subservient. Thus, they chose flexible employment. It seemed that this man was one of them. "Thank you, esteemed immortal master." The bushy-bearded man was overjoyed. "I guarantee not a single grain of rice will be missed. You can rest assured." At this moment, Wang Chen noticed that behind the bushy-bearded man was actually a girl about 14 or 15 years old. Her petite figure had been completely blocked by the man earlier. However, as she turned, her profile made Wang Chen widen his eyes. "Cousin?" She crossed over too? Of course. That was impossible. The girl resembled a sister from Wang Chen's previous life by at least 60 or 70%. She was a daughter of a distant relative who had lived in his house for a few years as a child, cute and well-behaved. She was very attached to Wang Chen. They were childhood friends, and others teased that she was Wang Chen's little wife. However, after growing up and parting ways, they gradually lost contact. Memories of the past resurfaced in Wang Chen's mind, causing him to feel somewhat dazed. The bushy-bearded man keenly noticed his gaze. He subtly moved to block Wang Chen's line of sight, and then called his sister to unload the tools used for harvesting rice from the cart by the roadside, mainly sickles and burlap sacks. Wang Chen then took out a pile of soil, sitting under the eaves, practicing the mudstone technique while keeping an eye on the siblings working. Well, mainly supervising, not watching the girl. The sickle used by the bushy-bearded man was wide, with a long wooden handle, and with a sweep, he cut down a patch of mature spiritual rice. The stalks of spiritual rice were very tough. An ordinary person would need to exert tremendous effort to cut them, making it impossible to do such work. However, the bushy-bearded man made it look easy. After cutting down a patch, he handed it to his sister, who skillfully tied it into bundles with straw rope. The two worked together very harmoniously. In no time, a small half-mu of land was harvested. The siblings worked from morning until noon and managed to finish harvesting all 10 mu of spiritual fields. Their efficiency left Wang Chen in awe. Professional. After the rice was harvested, their work was not done. The bushy-bearded man picked up a large bag and had his sister stuff the tied bundles of rice into the bag. Then he raised his dark palm and struck the bag forcefully. It seemed this congenital master was using true energy to hit it from afar. When his sister pulled out the bundles of rice, not a single grain remained inside. He was like a human threshing machine. Next, they stuffed in the second and third bundles. When it seemed about right, he poured the rice from the burlap bag into another empty bag. One grain bag weighed about 100 jin. This process continued repeatedly. Once all the rice was threshed, the bushy-bearded man grabbed one of the grain bags and lifted it high before tilting it to pour out the contents. An empty bag was placed below to catch it. His sister waved a large fan beside him, blowing away all the fallen leaves and chaff. This method of threshing was quite primitive but highly efficient. In the end, over 30 grain bags filled with rice were placed in front of Wang Chen. The bushy-bearded man cupped his fists. "Esteemed immortal master, please verify." "No need." Wang Chen waved his hand. He had been watching the entire time. The other party was not a cultivator, and since he could not use a storage bag, there was no possibility of secretly keeping the spiritual rice. Wang Chen stored the rice from these grain bags into his storage bag. Unlike ordinary rice, spiritual rice does not need to be dried after harvesting and can be directly taken for storage. Finally, he was left with more than half a bag. It weighs around 60 to 70 pounds. He said, "You've worked hard. This is for you. The excess is just to build a good relationship." The burly man was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at his sister. The latter shrank her head back, hiding behind him. Wang Chen said, "Because it's almost dark." The burly man didn't say much more, bowing to Wang Chen again. "Thank you, master, see you again." Then he hurriedly drove the cart away with his sister. Wang Chen watched their figures disappear at the intersection and turned the stone ball in his hand into mud. Mudstone Technique Experience 1. Mudstone Technique, Proficient 0-200. Chapter 47. Less Harvest of 3 to 5 Acres, Part 1. Giving someone a rose, the fragrance remains on your hand. When he had just crossed over, Wang Chen, chewing on millet rice and pickles, would never have been so generous. Now that he had a bit of surplus on hand, he was willing to pay a small price to be kind to others. Although doing good deeds and accumulating virtue might not yield any human merit, Wang Chen faintly felt that in a world where demons roamed and chaos spread among humans, maintaining a bit of kindness could increase his luck. For example, today he brushed through the experience points for the Mudstone Technique and directly reached the proficient level. It was smoother than expected. Can it be said there was no luck involved? A heart towards the light, not falling into darkness. The next morning, Wang Chen carried a storage bag full of spiritual grains towards Yinshan City. The 10 days after the summer harvest were the days when farmers renting spiritual fields and tenants submitted their grain to the sect. Wang Chen had contracted 10 acres of spiritual fields from the outer gate. According to the regulations of the outer gate, he needed to submit a total of 4,500 pounds of rice each year. Since the summer harvest was larger than the winter harvest, his grain submission quota for the first half of this year was 2,500 pounds. Last night, Wang Chen waited at home and found he had about 800 pounds of surplus food this time. Of course, if he ground all the spiritual rice into white corn, there wouldn't be that much. But compared to the same period last year, it was slightly more. That was already quite good. The road to Yinshan City was bustling with traffic, and the cart Wang Chen took was packed full. Many people, like him, were going to the city to submit grain. However, most of these spiritual planters looked worried and troubled. Familiar neighbors whispered to each other, sighing deeply. Although the true person of Golden Core had intervened to solve the disaster, many farmers' harvest of spiritual rice this year was significantly reduced, with many experiencing a loss of 3 to 5 acres. The rental fees for the sect's fields were already set very high, making it difficult for everyone to meet their grain submission requirements, let alone reserve food for themselves. Moreover, the main hall, taking advantage of the intervention of the elder and the true person, also confiscated a sum of spiritual stones, savings they had painstakingly accumulated. Now with insufficient rice yield, they had to dig into their pockets for more spiritual stones. How would they get by in the future? As for defaulting on the land rent, that was something no one dared to even think about. The journey was filled with sorrowful sounds and sighs. Upon arriving at Yinshan City, when Wang Chen reached the spiritual planting hall, there were already many people lined up to submit their grain. The spiritual planting hall, under the jurisdiction of the outer gate's main hall, was responsible for all spiritual planters and the cultivation affairs of fields and forests. The area for submitting land rent was called the Golden Grain Field, large enough to be comparable to a small square. The flat ground had been cleaned thoroughly. The large star gold rock slabs on the ground sparkled under the sunlight. In the center of the Golden Grain Field stood a grain platform about 10 feet high. At the center of the grain platform was embedded a square 8-foot wide Wuliang golden dough. Any spiritual planter would be familiar with this Wuliang golden dough. This spiritual device could accurately weigh up to 100,000 pounds of spiritual grains at once. The Yunyang sect had forged a total of 4, placed in the inner mountain gate and the outer gate's 3 cities. At the bottom of the Wuliang golden dough, a large grain storage bag was connected. This storage bag also had a backstory. It was said that the sect leader of Yunyang sect, passing by the South Hong Great Marsh 100 years ago, killed a giant toad that swallowed the sky and used its stomach sac to refine 4 storage bags capable of holding 1,000,000 pounds of grain, distributing them to the 4 Wuliang golden dough for grain collection and storage. 2nd Battalion, Liang Deshang, 20 acres of land, grain submission 5,000 pounds. Next to the grain platform, a table was set up with a high stack of name lists. A thin, rat-faced steward held the book in his left hand and a pen in his right, calling out loudly. His voice sounded uncomfortable, like a cackling chicken. When a middle-aged man was called, he stepped onto the grain platform and, under the watchful eyes of 2 disciples from the spiritual planting hall, opened his storage bag to pour in the freshly harvested spiritual rice. The golden rice quickly filled this spiritual device. The Wuliang golden dough could be controlled and set for capacity by the cultivator and recorded the relevant information of the grain submitter to provide to the main hall and inner gate. When the rice inside the dough was level with the mouth of the dough, it immediately emitted a low humming sound. That's enough. The middle-aged man instinctively covered the mouth of his storage bag, stopping the pouring of rice. The steward beside the grain platform suddenly snorted coldly. The two disciples from the spiritual planting hall immediately cast icy glances at the middle-aged man. One of them, expressionless, said, "Not enough." How could it not be enough? The middle-aged man's heart bled, and he couldn't help but clench his fist. But after struggling for a moment, he still opened his palm and let the mouth of the storage bag go. He continued to pour spiritual rice into the Wuliang golden dough. The rice began to pile up. As time passed, the spiritual rice continued to stack higher. The middle-aged man's face grew more and more difficult to look at, with fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Yet he didn't dare to stop. The thin steward watched with a mocking look in his eyes. Just as the pile of rice on the dough was about to collapse, he casually stroked his mustache and said, "That's enough." The middle-aged man immediately felt as if he had been granted amnesty, covering the mouth of his storage bag to wipe the sweat, hurriedly running down from the grain platform. It felt like he had just escaped from the guillotine. At that moment, a scarred-faced cultivator standing to the left of the grain platform suddenly kicked hard at the bottom of the Wuliang golden dough. Bang! His right leg was obviously thicker than his left. This kick was powerful enough to make the dough buzz. The rice piled on top was immediately shaken off, rolling into the trough through the fixed grooves on the sides. All of it flowed into the storage bag hanging below the trough. The rice inside the Wuliang golden dough was once again level with the mouth of the dough, not a bit off. The scarred-faced cultivator licked his lips and clapped his hands on the dough's body. Instantly, all the rice inside poured into the storage bag below, without a single grain left. Next, it was exceptionally jarring. Another spiritual planter stepped onto the grain platform to submit grain, also adding more than the required amount, but he behaved submissively, so he was allowed to add a little less rice. Others watched with numb expressions. Everyone knew this was unreasonable and that the spiritual planting hall was lining their pockets. But it had been like this for years, and it had already become the norm. Who dared to oppose it? Liang Desheng hesitated for just a moment and was severely punished. He ended up with an excess of dozens of pounds. In fact, Liang Desheng was not unaware of the rules. It was just that this year, he had suffered from pest disasters, and his harvest had already been reduced. Yet he had to submit extra spiritual rice. How could he be willing? The line of grain submitters moved slowly in silence. The rice they had cultivated with their sweat and blood was continuously swallowed by the Wuliang golden dough. 2nd Battalion, Wang Chen, 10 acres of land. Grain submission 2,500 pounds. Chapter 48, Less harvest of 3 to 5 acres, Part 2. Stepping out of the main hall's door, Wang Chen spat on the ground. For the fixed quota of 2,500 pounds, he had actually submitted at least 2,600 pounds. More than 100 pounds had been taken by the spiritual planting hall. This seems to be not too much. You should know that this more than 100 pounds of spirit grain was all dug out hard from his mouth. Moreover, with the current soaring grain prices, the value of over 100 pounds of spirit grain is at least double that of last year. Wang Chen has seen through it. For the massive Yunyang sect, the 100,000 outer disciples are just like leeks in the field, objects that can be harvested at will. In this world where strength returns to oneself, a golden core real person is enough to suppress thousands of lower-level cultivators. Therefore, the middle and upper levels of the sect do not care at all about the lives and deaths of those below. Anyway, no matter how many die, there are plenty of loose cultivators from outside who want to come in. Wang Chen knows he is weak and can do nothing, but he no longer has the slightest sense of belonging to the Yunyang sect. Now, he will lie low and gradually accumulate strength, waiting until he has the ability to protect himself before seeking a new world. The Shanghai realm is so vast. Wang Chen does not believe there isn't a place that truly suits him. He is thinking about this as he walks along the long street. Suddenly, a burst of intense noise interrupted his thoughts. He saw a large crowd gathered in front of a shop with a Dahong rice shop sign hanging outside. Most of them were spirit planters like Wang Chen. Why did the price of Chen rice increase from 6 spirit fragments yesterday to 8 spirit fragments today? White corn is 10 spirit fragments per pound. Why don't you go and grab it? Crooked merchants. How can people be so wicked? That rice shop in front has the same price. You all conspired to trick us. Where's the shopkeeper? Come out. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Surrounding the shop assistant standing in front of the price list, shouting loudly, their faces flushed. Their anger was completely justified. In previous years, the purchase price of spirit grain by the rice shops in the city was only 2 spirit fragments per pound. The repurchase price was only slightly higher. Now it has actually increased 3 to 4 times. It's simply outrageous. The other party clearly intends to take advantage of this year's disaster, when farmers cannot pay their full rent or need food, hoarding and profiteering. However, facing a group of cultivators at the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of qi refining, the shop assistant, who was only at the transcendence level, remained unafraid, hands on hips, neck stuck out, and argued back with them. Do you understand market value? I'll tell you, if you don't buy today, The price will go up tomorrow. If you don't buy, there are plenty of people willing to buy. Buy if you want to, if not, get lost. Crooked merchant? Please say that again. Do you know who our boss is? Understand the master fan from Bai Pavilion. Get lost. Don't interfere with our business. If you don't leave, I'll call the patrol team. One person arguing with dozens of cultivators. The shop assistant from Dahong Rice Shop was eloquent, leaving a group of spirit planters speechless. The combat power index was off the charts. Although any cultivator could crush this arrogant guy with a finger, who would dare to make a move in the city? Not to mention that behind the other party stood an inner sect master. In fact, apart from Wanbao Pavilion and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, there are no simple characters running shops in Yinshan City. Either they are directly under a Master S family, or they are attached to a Master S family. There are very few exceptions. Everyone is clear about this. It was just a moment of anger that led them to surround the shop and denounce it. Now, having been countered, they calmed down and reason returned to their minds. They couldn't help but shrink back. Bah! Watching the spirit planters leave dejectedly, the shop assistant spat proudly on the ground. A female cultivator came over holding a child. She stopped in front of the rice shop, frowned at the price list on the wall. The price of white corn went up again. No way. The 4 or 5-year-old little brat shook his head like a rattle drum. Mom, I want to eat white corn. The tribute rice, doesn't tea taste good? White corn is spiritual rice. Tribute rice, on the other hand, comes from the mortal realm and is pearl rice. In fact, the taste of pearl rice is not bad. It fills the stomach without issue, but it has no spiritual energy at all, so the price is very cheap. Many loose cultivators rely on tribute rice to avoid starving to death in the outer realm. Even a child knows the goodness of spiritual rice. To strengthen his persuasion, the little brat wriggled free from his mother's hand and rolled on the ground. Spiritual rice, I want to eat spiritual rice, The cries were deafening. The female cultivator was very embarrassed and could not resist her little brat. So she gritted her teeth and took out spirit stones from her storage bag to buy the overpriced white corn. Just as she was leaving with her child, another group of spirit planters rushed over to check the rice prices. They were all dumbfounded. Good news. At this moment, a cultivator rushed over, shouting loudly. The outer sect general hall just posted a notice, forming 10 pioneering camps, and any disciples who meet the conditions can join. Those who enter the camp can be exempted from this year's 10 acres of land tax immediately, or be allocated an equivalent amount of spirit grain. The slots are limited. It's a rare opportunity. He shouted as he ran, and everyone on the long street heard it clearly. There was a stir. Earlier, the general hall had sent out letters recruiting 3 halls of preparatory disciples, and now they were actually forming 10 pioneering camps. So-called pioneering camps refer to teams of cultivators exploring new territories externally. The purpose of pioneering is mainly to occupy new hunting grounds, find new or veins, and scavenge for spiritual herbs and materials, etc. Because they have to face countless demons and evil spirits from outside. Pioneering is quite a dangerous job. The last large-scale external pioneering by Yunyang's sect was 30 years ago. Normally, the sect encourages disciples to go out and explore for resources in the form of tasks. Forming pioneering camps means they are going to do a big job. A pioneering camp has 300 cultivators, and 10 camps mean 3,000 cultivators. Moreover, according to past practices, each pioneering camp is led by 2 or 3 purple mansion masters. This is crazy. Many cultivators were moved. Now that rice prices are skyrocketing, the exemption from 10 acres of land tax or the equivalent spirit grain allocation is already quite tempting. Moreover, the treatment in the pioneering camp is also very good. With allocations of techniques, pills, talismans, and magical tools, etc. If pioneering is successful, the rewards and merit points are even more generous. Some cultivators couldn't hold back and immediately rushed to the general hall to find out more. But among these people, Wang Chen was not included. He was not excited. Instead, he felt a chill. No matter what others think, he would not join either the preparatory disciples or the pioneering camp. Chapter 49, Repayment. Just after passing the intersection, Wang Chen saw 2 little ones sitting in front of his house. On the left was a girl, and on the right was also a girl. In the middle was a basket of green peaches. Wang Chen looked a bit familiar and walked over to ask, "Little girl?" At this time, the 2 girls had already stood up. The one on the left timidly nodded. Brother Wang Chen. The one on the right seemed a bit afraid, wanting to hide behind her companion. But she didn't succeed. Wang Chen curiously asked, "Little girl, are you here to find me?" The little girl is the daughter of Xianxiaaudiobooks, and she is only 9 years old this year. Although her skin is a bit dark, she resembles her mother. And it's clear she is a beauty in the making. The little girl bit her lip, lifted the basket beside her. "Brother Wang Chen, my mother asked me to bring peaches to thank you for helping our family get rid of pests." She added, "The peaches are from our own home. They are really sweet." As she spoke, she subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Wang Chen smiled. "Thank you." A faint warmth rose in his heart. After experiencing the coldness of the sect and the ruthlessness of those in power, This little black and thin girl in front of him made Wang Chen feel a long-lost warmth. In fact, he had long since put that matter behind him. But for the beneficiaries to understand gratitude is undoubtedly a delightful thing. Wang Chen took the heavy peach basket. No need to be polite. The previous conversation had clearly exhausted the little girl's courage. Wait. Wang Chen stopped for a moment and handed it back to the little girl. The little girl was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Wang Chen couldn't help but reach out and rub her head. Go on. This little girl reminded Wang Chen of his younger sister in his previous life, who was also shy and timid when she was little. But she grew up to become a female tyrant. Thank you, brother. She held a basket in her left hand and pulled her companion with her right, bowing to Wang Chen. Then, like a startled little rabbit, she ran away. Wang Chen chuckled silently, watching the two girls disappear from sight. He took out a green peach and took a bite. The fist-sized peach had already been washed and was very fresh, with sweet and crisp white flesh that carried a slight sourness, making his mouth water and leaving a fragrant taste. Although it couldn't compare to a real spirit peach, the fruit contained a hint of spiritual energy. It was clearly a carefully selected good peach. Chen Yang had good intentions. Moreover, this charming widow was very considerate, probably afraid of gossip, so she had her daughter bring a friend along to deliver the peaches. Wang Chen devoured the large peach cleanly. He wiped his hands and was about to open the door when suddenly a horse-drawn carriage rushed over and came to a steady stop in front of him. The coachman jumped down from the seat, and it was none other than the burly man with the long beard from yesterday. He cupped his fists and bowed to Wang Chen, saying, "Immortal master, please." Wang Chen was puzzled. Is there something wrong? The burly man, a bit embarrassed, said, "Immortal master, you sent me over 70 pounds of spirit grain yesterday. I just found out today that the grain prices in the city have skyrocketed. You really gave too much. What do I care?" Wang Chen laughed. "You helped me harvest the rice, so this bit of spirit grain is what you deserve. Don't take it to heart." This innate martial artist was indeed a principled person. To be honest, first, there was Chun Yang sending peaches as a token of gratitude, and then the grain collector coming to pay respects. Wang Chen felt much more comfortable in his heart. "The immortal master is benevolent," the burly man said solemnly. "I cannot be ungrateful. Today, I will help the immortal master plow all 10 acres of your spirit field. After summer harvest, the spirit field must be immediately plowed and new rice seeds sown. Since all fields require deep plowing, this task is quite labor-intensive." Wang Chen originally planned to start tomorrow. He didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come and help. Seeing the burly man's resolute attitude, Wang Chen did not politely decline. "Then I will trouble Brother Wei. Leave it to me." The burly man was rather pleased. He patted his chest and said, "Rest assured, Immortal Master, I, Old Wei, am quite skilled at farming." Wang Chen believed this. The burly man fetched the farming tools from the carriage and hurriedly ran to the spirit field to start working. What does it look like for an innate master to plow the land? The efficiency was really no worse than that of a small farming machine. Wang Chen watched in amazement. After repeatedly hammering the beast meat with a mallet, he cut it into small pieces and marinated it with soy sauce and spices. He lit the stove and started cooking rice. He didn't sit idly by the stove. He practiced his clay manipulation skill with his hands. Wang Chen planned to first advance his clay technique to a higher level, then dig out a large, sturdy bunker beneath the house. As the aroma of rice began to waft through the kitchen, he lifted the lid, used his telekinesis to retrieve the marinated meat pieces, and tossed them into the pot to mix with the half-cooked spirit rice. He continued to simmer the mixture. Soon, the fragrance of the rice blended with the meat aroma, making it simply mouth-watering. When the pot of beast meat rice was thoroughly cooked, it was just mealtime. Wang Chen carried the entire large iron pot to the yard and placed it on a small table. He also brought bowls, chopsticks, and spoons. Then he ran outside and called out to the burly man who was busy in the field. "Brother Wei, come eat." The other party was truly working hard in the fields. Treating him to a meal was only appropriate. The burly man paused his work upon hearing the call, scratched his thick beard, and wiped his sweat before coming over. Wang Chen invited this innate martial artist to sit in the yard and served him a huge bowl of beast meat rice. The rich aroma of the meat rice made the burly man's throat move. His eyes widened. This is too embarrassing. Life as a wandering cultivator was tough. And even a pound of spirit grain had to be divided into 3 meals. This bowl of rice was too extravagant. Wang Chen laughed. "It's just a bowl of rice. What's there to be embarrassed about? Eat." He served himself a bowl too and began to devour it. Seeing Wang Chen so unpretentious, the burly man, who had initially been a bit reserved, couldn't help but relax and started to eat heartily. An innate master and a perfected body refiner, both of them had large appetites. When they ate, it was truly like a whirlwind. A big pot of over 10 pounds of beast meat rice was completely wiped out. Wang Chen even scraped off a thick layer of crispy rice from the bottom of the pot and shared half with the burly man as a snack. The crunch was truly fragrant. Chapter 50, Chow Thief. Burp. The burly man let out a big burp and exclaimed to Wang Chen, "To be honest, immortal master, this is the best meal I've had this year." He contentedly patted his bulging belly. When they first met, the burly man had maintained 7 parts caution and 3 parts vigilance. Now, after sharing a pot of rice, he had become more familiar with Wang Chen and was no longer so guarded. "Just call me Wang Chen." Wang Chen smiled and said, "Brother Wei, can you tell me about the outside world?" He prepared this meal for the burly man. The original owner had very little understanding of the outside world. "My name is Wei Xiong." The burly man cupped his fists. "Immortal Master Wang, feel free to ask. I will speak without reservation." Wang Chen didn't rush to ask questions. He first brewed a pot of tea and chatted with Wei Xiong while drinking. The area outside the Yunyang sect's gate was collectively referred to as the outside world. For the disciples within the sect, the outside world was very dangerous, filled with demons and monsters, and could be called a savage land. However, many wandering cultivators also lived in the outside world. Due to the harsh environment and difficult survival, most wandering cultivators formed camps for self-protection. Wei Xiong came from a place called Black Rock Camp, which housed wandering cultivators and was nearly 100 miles away. There were about 400 to 500 people living in Black Rock Camp, including martial artists like Wei Xiong. Similar camps were abundant in the outside world. Wei Xiong knew of a large city camp that had thousands of wandering cultivators, and its leader had reached the perfection of qi training. Wandering cultivators mainly relied on hunting monsters, gathering spiritual herbs, and mining spiritual materials to survive. Many, like Wei Xiong, came to the Yunyang outer gate to find odd jobs. In fact, with Wei Xiong's strength, he could easily find a stable job in Yunyang City. But the premise was that he had to sign a contract and become someone else's servant. Wei Xiong was unwilling to be someone else's slave. So he struggled to survive in Black Rock Camp with his sister. This hardship was all to step onto the path of immortality. Wang Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Wei, do you know about the recent gray-eyed thieves invasion?" "I know very little." However, the gray-eyed thieves did not attack wandering cultivator villages. Their disappearance was as sudden as their appearance, and they have not made a sound since. Wang Chen asked about several other matters, giving him a basic understanding of the situation in the outside world. This way, if one day Wang Chen had to flee, he wouldn't be completely in the dark once he got outside. It wasn't until the bell rang for the hour of the unknown that Wei Xiong realized, it's getting late. I have to go plow the fields." Just as Wang Chen had almost finished asking, before the sun set, Wei Xiong plowed all 10 acres of Wang Chen's spirit field. Then, regardless of Wang Chen's invitation to stay, he hurriedly left. After this innate master left, Wang Chen saw that it was still light outside, so he took the rice seeds and began to sow them. This task was simple and easy, and he completed it in no time. Finally, he used his spell to summon clouds and rain, providing ample moisture for the newly planted rice seeds. If all goes well, these rice seeds will germinate and sprout at night, quickly growing strong. Before the first snow of winter falls, they will provide Wang Chen with the rice for this year's second season. After the rain, it also got dark. Wang Chen walked home along the somewhat muddy field path. Suddenly, he felt as if someone was watching him. He instinctively turned his head to look. Not far away, at the entrance of the neighbor old son's house, stood a half-grown child, peeking this way. Perhaps realizing that Wang Chen had spotted him, he immediately turned and ran into the yard. "Who is this?" With curiosity, Wang Chen took a turn and arrived at old son's house. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. He had a good relationship with old son, so seeing a stranger coming and going, he naturally wanted to check it out. "Grandpa's son." Wang Chen raised his hand and knocked on the half-open yard door. "Are you home?" As a result, he knocked the wooden door open. He immediately saw a table in the small yard with a steaming copper hot pot on it. Old son was leaning against the chair by the table, holding a block of tofu in his right hand and cutting it with a small knife in his left. He was even humming a little tune. Wang Chen's sudden appearance startled the old man, and he almost cut his palm with the knife. The next moment, a woman in a cloth skirt came out of the main house holding a plate. Everyone froze for a moment. "Dogsy." Old son was the first to react, standing up and putting the tofu into the pot, smiling and asking, "What brings you here?" Wang Chen was speechless. He had already recognized the woman in the cloth skirt. She was the wife of old Lu, and Wang Chen had once gone to her husband's spirit field to clear out the rhinoceros. At that time, the woman looked old and haggard, but now she appeared much younger, and her attire seemed neat, showing a trace of lingering charm. Wang Chen almost didn't recognize her at first glance, but he remembered very clearly that old Lu was already dead. He died while watching a commotion. It hadn't been long. Old son smiled awkwardly, stepped forward, and pulled Wang Chen outside to whisper. It turned out that this woman, Li, was old Lu's second wife. After old Lu's death, she and her young son were driven out of the house by the eldest son of the first wife. Old son, feeling pity for Li's lonely situation, took in the mother and son. This had all happened just in the past few days. I have known old Lu for many years, old Sun explained. I really couldn't bear to see his wife and child suffer, so I thought it would be a good deed to give them some food. I was just thinking of finding an opportunity to tell you. Good deeds? Wang Chen couldn't help but want to scoff. What are you different from Xiao the trader? However, the other party would definitely not understand. Without old Sun's shelter and care, Li and her child would not be able to survive. It isn't an exaggeration to say that it's a good deed. In fact, situations like Li's are not uncommon. She is quite lucky. And the originally lonely old man now has a wife and child, so he probably won't throw spirit stones into the Qianfang pavilion anymore. That's also a good thing. Wang Chen smiled and said, "Congratulations, Grandpa. When are you holding a banquet?" Old Sun's old face flushed. "We're just making do with life. What banquet are we holding?" "You're thinking too much." Although he said this, the joy in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Clearly, life with a partner was comfortable for him. After clearing the air, old Sun was no longer shy and invited Wang Chen in to have dinner together. Wang Chen politely declined. As a single dog, there was no need for him to disturb the happy family of three. But that night, Wang Chen dreamed of his family from his past life. After waking up, he was left with a feeling of melancholy. Chapter 51, The Groundhog. On the 10th of July, the beginning of autumn, it is suitable for travel, moving into a house, and breaking ground. At the time of the morning, the sound of the ding-yong bell echoed through the inner and outer mountain gates. Yunyang sect suddenly dispatched 5 flying ships and 100 purple mansion practitioners, led by Mu Qingqiu, to venture into the outer realm. Additionally, there were thousands of elite Qi practitioners accompanying them. The entire Yunyang sect had only 7 flying magical ships, 200 practitioners, and 3 golden core cultivators. Mu Qingqiu, known as the first sword of Tianyun, had unmatched combat strength in the sect. Therefore, it can be said that this time they deployed half of Yunyang sect's strength. Since Yunyang sect was making such a grand and undisguised move, the news quickly spread throughout the entire mountain gate area. Countless people were filled with fear and apprehension. Wang Chen was at home practicing the 5-element skill, striving to break through to the 5th level of Qi training. 3 days later, news came that Mu Qingqiu led the army in the outer realm, traversing 8,000 miles, continuously breaking through 4 nests of the gray-eyed thieves, destroying 2 temples, and killing over 10,000 evil god followers. Moreover, Mu Qingqiu personally took action and killed a golden core evil cultivator. This battle was considered the most glorious victory for Yunyang sect since the destruction of the 3-eyed god sect. Thus, Yunyang sect defended the honor of being the #1 sect in Tianyun. That night, Yinshan City was filled with lights and festivities. Even more lively than during the New Year, Wang Chen was at home diligently practicing the Diamond Fist, striving to break through to the minor success realm. 5 days later, the expeditionary army returned triumphantly. The sect leader of Yunyang sect, the high-level golden core cultivator Ji Guantao, came out of seclusion and welcomed them 100 miles outside the mountain gate. At the same time, he announced a week of celebration, waiving the entrance fee for loose cultivators to enter the city. Yinshan City was almost overwhelmed by the throngs of people coming in. The female cultivators of the Hahuan sect announced discounted prices for a grand celebration, with the original 20 spirit coins for an overnight stay now costing only 10 spirit coins. The threshold of Qianfang Pavilion was trampled. Wang Chen was at home practicing the Heavenly Dragon Diamond method, striving for the Jade Bone realm. Half a month later, 5 fully staffed pioneering camps left the mountain gate and entered the outer realm to expand Yunyang sect's territory. Just 6 days later, one pioneering camp discovered a large purple copper mine. The sect leader of Yunyang sect issued an edict, granting generous rewards to the pioneering cultivators. One Qi practitioner who made a significant contribution was promoted to an inner door true disciple. As the news spread, the quotas for the other 5 pioneering camps immediately became highly sought after, attracting countless outer sect cultivators. Wang Chen was at home diligently improving his skill proficiency. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, a stone harder than gold and iron shattered into pieces in Wang Chen's hand. He let out a long breath, and his swollen right arm quickly returned to normal. Mudstone Technique Experience 1. Giant Strength Technique, Proficient 199,200. Mudstone Technique, Minor Success 299,300. Over the past month, aside from managing the spirit field, Wang Chen had hardly gone out. Most of the time, he was at home, regardless of how the outside world surged. He focused solely on cultivating. Without adding points, Wang Chen had brushed the Spirit Eye Technique, Object Manipulation Technique, Fire Crow Technique, and Cleaning Technique all up to the proficient level. The Mudstone Technique had even reached the current Minor Success perfection. It is worth mentioning that during the process of advancing the Mudstone Technique to proficiency and then to Minor Success, Wang Chen did not add points. He completely relied on effort and persistence to break through the bottleneck. This was also the first spell skill he advanced to minor success, without consuming human virtue points. It is important to note that Wang Chen originally planned to rely on adding points to break through from proficiency to minor success, and then from minor success to major success. As a result, he set a new record for himself. This made Wang Chen fully realize the importance of hard work. However, for the transition from minor success to major success, he didn't want to persist anymore. He directly added points. Human Virtue, Breakthrough 38. Mudstone Technique, Major Success 0-400. Add points again. Human Virtue, Breakthrough 37. Giant Strength Technique, Minor Success 0-300. Looking at the refreshed data on the Cultivation panel, Wang Chen couldn't help but clench his fist. The Giant Strength Technique was brushed up while practicing the Mudstone Technique. This spell was originally somewhat useless and rarely used, but since mastering the Diamond Fist, Wang Chen found that under the enhancement of the Giant Strength Technique, the power of the Diamond Fist increased significantly. So he decisively brushed it up to the minor success level. The improvement of each spell skill's realm undoubtedly greatly increased his combat power. This month's effort was truly worth it. Wang Chen squeezed his now slightly thicker arms and took out a blueprint from his storage bag. It was the Doomsday bunker plan he had drawn up in his spare time, with his Earthstone technique already at a high level. The original plan for building the bunker was immediately put on the agenda. However, after visiting Old Master Sun, he realized that his information was not at all outdated. The current Yunyang sect was thriving like flowers in full bloom, its momentum at its peak. Neighbors were talking about the victories brought by the Golden Elixir True Person, discussing the 3 preparatory camps and the reclamation camp. Everyone envied the cultivators who joined the 2 camps, and they were jealous of the Qi Refining Jr. who first discovered the purple copper mine and rose to prominence. They completely forgot the disasters caused by the Earth Rhino and the Gray-Eyed Thief over a month ago, as well as the pain brought by the loss of 3 to 5 acres and rising grain prices. Many even mocked those external loose cultivators who flocked in due to the exemption from city fees, feeling superior as if they were above others at the mountain gate, unable to contain their pride. However, Wang Chen did not forget. He was not proud, nor relieved, and certainly did not lose his vigilance. He got to work immediately. The entrance to the bunker was set in the bedroom. He first moved the bed aside, and then pried up the blue bricks laid on the floor. As an escape route for survival, the entrance to the bunker was crucial and needed to be sufficiently concealed and convenient. Wang Chen planned to create a flipboard that would work in conjunction with a mechanism linked to the bedboard. In the future, when he was sleeping or resting, if he detected danger, he could immediately pull the control mechanism at the head of the bed, and he would roll directly into the tunnel, escaping at the fastest speed. This design was inspired by Mr. Jin Yang's martial arts masterpiece, The Deer and the Cauldron. Of course, Wang Chen wouldn't hide an empress down there. After prying up all the floor tiles, he took out the excavation tools he had customized in the city and began digging down. At this point, the giant strength technique that Wang Chen had already brushed to a minor success was put to use. With the enhancement of this spell, he swung the hoe as if flying, digging at a speed comparable to a small excavator. As for the soil he dug out, he first stored it in his now empty storage bag. When the storage bag was full, he would take it outside and pile it against the wall. Wang Chen planned to reinforce and raise the courtyard walls after building the bunker, although relying on the walls could not block demons and evil spirits. Even if it could only play a small role in buying him a moment's reaction time, it would be completely worth it. Digging an average of 3 feet deep, Wang Chen then used his advanced earthstone technique to reinforce the walls of the tunnel. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3. Wang Chen was like a small, weak groundhog, day after day, stubbornly digging in his little territory. Chapter 52, Fog Blood Night. Inside the secret room, spiritual light shimmered. The dark yellow glow silently seeped into the walls, and the grayish soil instantly seemed to undergo the scorching of thousands of degrees, shrinking and solidifying to become incredibly hard. The advanced earthstone technique could penetrate 2 feet of soil, and the solidified stone was harder than refined iron. This was the fundamental reason why Wang Chen brushed this spell to a high level before starting to excavate the bunker. He was not just trying to create an underground refuge. This bunker had to withstand spell attacks such as Earth Shock technique, and also isolate the intrusion and corrosion of Earth energy. Low-level Earthstone techniques could not meet the design criteria at all. Looking around, Wang Chen felt quite satisfied with the newly completed underground safe house. The secret room covered about 20 square meters, which was enough for either cultivation or rest. It was located 30 meters underground and was still in a bare state, with only a lamp hanging on the wall for illumination. The lamp was one of the most commonly used lamps in the cultivation world, with its white embedded in the lamp head originating from the same source as the watchtowers. As long as it was sunbathed for a few hours during the day, it could provide illumination for an entire night. Previously, the original owner was so poor that he couldn't afford an environmentally friendly, pollution-free lamp and used the cheapest oil lamp instead. An oil lamp could work in a room on the ground, but placing it in an underground secret room was simply asking for trouble. Wang Chen had previously gone to Yunyang City to purchase a batch of lamps, installing them in the tunnel in the secret room. Now, his doomsday bunker plan was only 1/3 complete. He still needed to excavate new compartments, escape tunnels, ventilation ducts, and set up traps, fire, water, smoke, and poison prevention measures. Among other things, Wang Chen even designed a dragon stone. In fact, digging the tunnel and secret room was not difficult. The troublesome part was constructing various defensive and survival facilities. Wang Chen mainly lacked experience. Otherwise, the construction progress would definitely be much faster. Nevertheless, this underground secret room still gave him a strong sense of security. Wang Chen planned to sleep here at night after digging out the ventilation duct. He patted the hard wall and sighed. The spirit stones in his storage bag were really too few. Otherwise, if he could buy a pair of Mandarin duck mirrors, he could monitor the situation on the surface at any time, greatly increasing safety. The Mandarin duck mirror was a magical tool invented by a weapon refiner who enjoyed romantic matters, based on the water mirror technique. The original name of the Mandarin duck mirror was the Wind and Moon mirror, which had two sides representing yin and yang. The refiner hung one side of the mirror in a romantic venue and then hid in another room to spy, enjoying himself. Later, when someone discovered and exposed him, the method of refining this magical tool spread and was renamed the Mandarin duck mirror. Wang Chen inquired at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, and a pair of the most ordinary Mandarin duck mirrors cost 500 lower spirit stones, which he simply could not afford. Shaking his head, Wang Chen crawled out of the secret room along the tunnel. He had deliberately made the tunnel very narrow, allowing only one person to climb up and down. This was advantageous for defense. After a whole day of hard work, even though Wang Chen's physique attribute had reached 6 points, he still felt very tired. He quickly took a shower and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Howl! Just as Wang Chen was drifting in and out of sleep, a sudden, piercing wolf howl entered his ears. Wang Chen abruptly woke up. The lamp hanging at the head of the bed was still lit, and the small room remained dim. Frowning, Wang Chen became fully awake. He raised his hand to put the lamp into his storage bag and quietly left the bedroom to the small courtyard outside. It was already late at night, and thick fog had risen outside. The swirling mist blocked the moonlight, and with Wang Chen's qi refining fourth-layer vision, he could barely see the scene 20 to 30 steps away. Moreover, his vision was quite blurry, as if he had 500 or 600 degrees of nearsightedness. A thought crossed Wang Chen's mind, and he immediately cast the spirit eye technique on himself. Now it was as if he had put on glasses, and his vision became much clearer. Howl! Another wolf howl came, sounding quite close. How could a wild beast come here? Wang Chen was very surprised. Most of this area had been cultivated for many years, and even the mountains were planted with fruit trees or herbs. The only animals one could usually see were small creatures like mice, let alone wild beasts. Even if demon beasts came, they would be beaten to death, and everyone would happily share the meat. In fact, if cultivators wanted to hunt, they had to go deep into the outer domain to find prey. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, regardless of what was outside. He had no intention of investigating. It was better to hide. Bang! Just at that moment, the courtyard door was suddenly slammed open. A blood-soaked cultivator rushed in, shouting loudly, "Help!" Before Wang Chen could react, a shadow followed closely behind and pounced on the cultivator, knocking him to the ground and biting off his left arm with a bloody mouth. It was a wolf beast the size of a calf. It stared with a pair of scarlet eyes and swallowed the cultivator's arm in one bite. Damn! Wang Chen couldn't help but feel his blood boil, and without thinking, he stabbed his sword finger at the wolf beast. A sharp, unmatched metallic aura instantly cut through the darkness, striking the head of the man-eating wolf beast. Wang Chen's metal finger had already reached a perfected level, making it his strongest killing spell. This finger force completely penetrated the wolf beast's head, creating a wound as thick as 3 fingers. However, the wolf beast did not fall. It seemed to feel no pain at all, lowering its head to tear off a large thigh from the injured cultivator. Ah! The cultivator let out another heart-wrenching scream. His vitality was very strong, and he did not die immediately under such circumstances. But precisely because of this tenacity, he endured immense suffering. Meanwhile, the wolf beast, while gnawing at the cultivator's thigh, developed countless grayish-white growths at the wound on its head, healing at a visible speed. Evil beast. At this moment, Wang Chen realized that what he was facing was not a mere demon beast, but an evil beast possessed by a malevolent spirit. Without hesitation, Wang Chen formed a hand seal to activate his magic power, and flames suddenly ignited in his right hand. In the next moment, a vividly alive fire crow was born from the flames. Fire crow technique. Fire element spells have a considerable restraining effect on malevolent spirits. Howl! Just as Wang Chen was about to unleash the fire crow, another wolf beast appeared at the entrance. Wang Chen's heart sank instantly. It was impossible to fight. So he decisively abandoned the idea of eliminating the evil beast in front of him. At this moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the injured cultivator casting a pleading look at him. Wang Chen sighed internally and released the fire crow. At the same time, he swiftly waved his left hand, casting an exorcism talisman forward. Just as the light burst forth, he quickly retreated into the room. The fire crow flew and landed on the ground in the blink of an eye. The blazing flames engulfed the severely injured cultivator along with the evil beast. Before being completely consumed by the flames, the cultivator revealed a relieved smile. Heavenly Merit 4. Chapter 53, Carting Monsters. Heavenly Merit 4. Just as Wang Chen entered the tunnel, he noticed the information prompt in his vision slowly fading away. He knew that the severely injured cultivator had died under his fire crow technique. Wang Chen's heart was calm. There was no excitement, nor a shred of guilt. He had tried his best to save the other party, but could not defeat the formidable evil beast. To put it bluntly, it was this cultivator who had led the evil beast to Wang Chen's home, and his willingness to intervene was already a great kindness. In the end, he even helped the other party find relief. So, receiving these 4 points of heavenly merit was entirely justified. But why was it 4 points? Previously, Wang Chen had killed a traveling merchant and a gray-eyed thief, earning 6 points of heavenly merit each. Wang Chen had no time to ponder this question for now, because he heard intense sounds coming from the room above. Bang! Crack! In the next moment, the trapdoor at the entrance of the tunnel was smashed by a furry beast claw. A massive head pushed its way in. It was indeed the head of the wolf beast. This guy looked quite miserable. The fur on its face was completely burned, and large patches of skin were cracked and oozing blood. Clearly, it had suffered serious injuries from the exploding fire crow. The fire crow technique had an undoubtedly greater killing power against evil beasts than the metal finger. This evil beast looked thoroughly enraged. It chased after Wang Chen into the bedroom and discovered the unfinished tunnel. The wolf beast let out a low roar. Its pair of scarlet wolf eyes fixated on Wang Chen inside the tunnel, desperately trying to squeeze in. However, this evil beast was slightly larger than a calf, with a robust body and thick limbs. It forced itself in halfway, but its swollen belly got stuck. The wolf beast had just devoured a cultivator's arm and thigh and had no time to digest. Even so, it did not show any signs of retreating. Its front paws scratched fiercely in the tunnel, and both hind legs exerted force, surprisingly forcing its body further in. This was quite interesting. Wang Chen, who witnessed this scene from the front, smiled. When the wolf beast first squeezed in, it would be a lie to say that he felt no panic at all. Wang Chen immediately calmed down. In order to facilitate entry and exit, this tunnel was dug at a downward incline. Additionally, for defensive reasons, it was intentionally made very narrow. Furthermore, the tunnel's walls were reinforced by Wang Chen using earth and stone techniques, with a thickness of up to 2 feet. The wolf beast's claws were sharp, but they could not pry open the hard stone walls solidified by the perfected earth and stone techniques. This left it in a dilemma. Wang Chen quickly curled his body and turned around as fast as possible, facing the wolf beast at the tunnel entrance. Die, beast! Wang Chen suddenly thrust his right palm forward. His palm exploded with flames, and a crimson fire crow suddenly formed, spreading its fiery wings to pounce on the wolf beast. The distance between Wang Chen and the wolf beast was only about 10 meters. The fire crow, carrying the scorching flames, struck the wolf's head in an instant. Boom! This strike gathered 90% of Wang Chen's strength and executed in such a narrow space. The mastery-level fire crow technique's power was fully unleashed. The long tunnel shook violently, and the wolf beast's head was directly blown off by more than half. The raging flames mercilessly burned its body. But Wang Chen had already prepared the spiritual light shield armor to block it in time. Reality is not a game. Spells cast by cultivators can easily misfire and injure allies, or even themselves. Human Virtue 15. The information that popped up in his vision informed Wang Chen that he had successfully taken down the evil beast. The flames at the tunnel entrance continued to burn, and the wolf beast's corpse quickly turned to ashes. It wasn't until the flames were completely extinguished that Wang Chen dispelled the spiritual light shield armor. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the view ahead suddenly darkened. Another furry wolf beast's head squeezed into the tunnel entrance. While it desperately tried to push inside, it bared its teeth at Wang Chen, looking ready to swallow him whole. Damn! At this moment, Wang Chen's heart was filled with 1,000 exclamations of disbelief. This evil beast looked quite foolish. However, this wolf beast was not stuck in its belly. So it completely squeezed into the tunnel and began moving toward Wang Chen's position. Due to its limbs being unable to stretch, it crawled forward like a large caterpillar stuck in a bamboo tube. Before it could get close to Wang Chen, it was directly hit in the face by another fire crow condensed with powerful energy. Boom! The tunnel shook again. Human Virtue 15. Although the Fire Crow technique is a ranged attack spell, the closer the target is, the greater its lethality. The second evil beast that had just squeezed in, despite not being injured, could not withstand the close-range impact of the mastery-level Fire Crow technique. It contributed another 15 points of human virtue to Wang Chen. It died a most suffocating death. After its corpse turned to ashes, Wang Chen was surprised to find a glowing crystal bead half buried in the pile of ashes. A xianxia bead. Holy crap. If it weren't for being in such a narrow tunnel, Wang Chen would have jumped 3 feet high. This evil beast not only delivered its head and human virtue, but also gifted him a valuable xianxia bead. He quickly climbed up a few steps to dig the crystal bead out of the ashes. It was indeed a xianxia bead. Although it had been burned by the flames, the bead remained intact, feeling cool to the touch. Previously, Wang Chen had killed a scarecrow possessed by a malevolent spirit and received a xianxia bead, which he later sold for 680 spirit points through the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. This spirit stone greatly alleviated Wang Chen's financial predicament, allowing him to stay at home and diligently practice his cultivation. Now he unexpectedly obtained another one. The drop rate is too high, isn't it? Wang Chen remembered that Evil Spirits Speak recorded that only a few evil spirits contained xianxia pearls. As the saying goes, rarity makes things valuable. If xianxia pearls appeared easily, they couldn't possibly sell for such high prices. Misfortune may lead to fortune. Wang Chen felt exceptionally lucky tonight. A bold thought immediately emerged in his mind. This evil beast clearly lacked intelligence, possessing only brute strength without a cunning mind. If there are similar creatures outside, licking his lips, Wang Chen summoned his cultivation panel. Points. He allocated 1 point each to his physique and soul. Physique, 7, soul, 39. Since this was the first time adding points to these two attributes, he only used 2 points of heavenly merit. The reason he chose this moment to increase his physique and soul attributes was not only because he had just obtained the heavenly merit, but also because he wanted to be in a stronger state to farm for virtue. If one must endure, one must also be brave. If one only endures without daring to take risks, one will only become a true dog, a cowardly dog without spirit. Now, an excellent opportunity to strengthen himself lay before him. If Wang Chen hesitated and did not seize this chance, he would truly look down on himself. Chapter 54, Thunderstorm. He had just cast the Fire Crow technique 3 times in succession, consuming a lot of his Dantian's mana. The essence quickly dissolved the pill, and as it mixed with the elixir and entered his stomach, it transformed into pure spiritual energy, continuously replenishing his qi under the refinement of the 5 elements technique. One must be brave, but not reckless. He did not rush out to search for prey. Instead, he remained at the cave entrance, recovering his mana while sensing the movements in the room above, ensuring that no other evil beasts were present to avoid any mishaps. After increasing his soul by 1 point, Wang Chen clearly felt that his perception ability had enhanced. This was not just his illusion. The increase in soul attribute significantly and clearly improved his perception ability. If he hadn't previously allocated all points to his root bone, he would have definitely added them earlier. The bedroom was very quiet, and Wang Chen found nothing. But that was not very reassuring. He flicked his hand and cast an exorcism talismans. The exorcism talismans he used were of low quality, effective against gray-level evil spirits. They wouldn't work well against stronger ones, but they were sufficient for scouting. The exorcism talismans suddenly exploded in the room, and the pure yang energy illuminated the surroundings like the blazing sun. As long as there was an evil spirit present, it would have nowhere to hide. The result was very satisfying for Wang Chen. He saw that 2 pieces of furniture, the bed and the cabinet, had been torn to pieces by the enraged wolf beasts, leaving the floor in disarray. Wang Chen had no time to clean up. He sneaked to the windowsill and peered outside through the gap in the window. The courtyard was quiet, and the mist seemed to have thinned somewhat. Wang Chen left the room and went outside, leaping onto the courtyard wall. The mist still enveloped the land, and the mournful howls of wolves echoed in his ears. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a heaviness in his heart. He needed to guard against the invasion of evil spirits and bandits. However, the appearance of the evil beasts came without any warning. The outer defense system of the Yunyang sect seemed to have failed. This situation was too unusual. Moreover, the surrounding mist gave Wang Chen a very bad feeling. It did not seem to be naturally occurring, but rather created by some existence to conceal the actions of the evil beasts. Wang Chen could not be sure if this judgment was correct, but he would never leave his home to venture into the mist to search for evil beasts. That would be pure suicide. Suddenly, unusual noises from not far away caught Wang Chen's attention. He saw 2 wolf beasts jumping out of the mist. Wang Chen's heart sank, because the direction the wolf beasts appeared from was precisely the home of Old Sun. With such a big incident, he wondered if that old spirit planter who had just gotten a wife and child could survive this calamity. But at this moment, Wang Chen had no time to think about anything else. He immediately crouched down and formed a hand seal. Attack! When one of the wolf beasts approached to a suitable distance, Wang Chen shouted and activated the fire crow technique. A fire crow, carrying blazing flames, flew through the air, covering 30 steps in an instant. It accurately struck the wolf beast. The intense flames immediately engulfed it, causing terrifying damage. Howl! The evil beast was blown to pieces. Its skin torn and all its fur scorched as it let out a piercing howl. The other wolf beast noticed the ambusher and immediately roared as it charged towards Wang Chen's location. Its speed was incredibly fast, closing in on the courtyard wall in just a breath. It leaped high into the air. The wolf beast followed closely behind, giving Wang Chen no chance to catch his breath. As Wang Chen skillfully dove into the tunnel, he narrowly avoided being caught by the probing wolf claw. However, a tiny moment of difference determined the fate of both sides. The wolf beasts, lacking intelligence like their kin, also attempted to dive into the tunnel to chase Wang Chen. Boom. Virtue 15. Moments later, the second wolf beast followed. Boom. Virtue 15. In just half a tea time, the two evil beasts repeated their actions, granting Wang Chen another 30 points of virtue. His virtue points surged to 97 points, only 3 points away from 100. Wang Chen had already mastered 10 magical skills, with 2 more pending entry. Moreover, all the spells he mastered had reached proficiency or higher levels. The demand for virtue points to break through was nearly infinite. 97 virtue points were indeed unprecedentedly abundant. However, if calculated, it was still not much. After clearing the wolf beast ashes from the tunnel, Wang Chen went out again to hunt monsters. He had tasted the sweetness of farming monsters and found it irresistible. Unfortunately, these two evil beasts did not drop any xianxia pearls. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Rumbling, he couldn't help but look up. He saw dark clouds rolling in the sky, purple lightning snakes weaving through the clouds as if to tear the night sky apart. The surrounding mist dispersed at an astonishing speed. Wang Chen then saw beams of light shooting up into the sky. Those were the warning signals from the outposts. Wang Chen had seen such scenes before, but he had been seeing them a bit too often lately. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ground, illuminating a tall figure. Wang Chen's breath caught in his throat, because from a distance, he could not accurately judge the height of this figure. But using the nearby buildings as a reference, it was at least 7 zhang tall, equivalent to a 7-story building. It was a giant creature Wang Chen had never seen before. With a massive body like a small mountain, gray-white skin, and a bald head, its palms reaching down to the ground. The lightning that descended from the sky struck the giant creature, causing it to let out an enraged roar. Roar! Wang Chen's head nearly exploded. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he were right next to the giant creature. His eardrums buzzed. He dove into the tunnel, hiding in a 30-meter deep secret chamber. Even so, Wang Chen could still sense the movements from the ground. Thousands of thunderbolts were crashing down, shaking the mountains and stirring the winds, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Even though he was in the bunker, it felt as if he was on a small boat in a vast ocean, with the possibility of capsizing at any moment. Without a doubt, powerful cultivators from the outside world are engaged in fierce battles with the invaders. Wang Chen did not know how many senior figures or even true immortals had been sent out by Yunyang. He felt his own weakness once again. However, Wang Chen was not anxious or trembling because of it. He only felt a burning desire for strength, more intense than ever before. Chapter 55, The Mandarin Duck Mirror. The thunder rumbled all night long, like a powerful being venting its anger. Wang Chen, hidden in an underground chamber, stayed awake all night, remaining vigilant. It was only when there was no more commotion outside that he cautiously crawled out of the tunnel. Dawn broke. The room inside and out was in disarray, with 4 evil beasts having completely destroyed Wang Chen's little nest. Cleaning it up would take quite a bit of effort. But the first thing Wang Chen dealt with was the body of the cultivator in the courtyard. This cultivator had been burned to a crisp, barely recognizable as a human form. The storage bags on him were completely destroyed. Wang Chen had some impression of him. He should be a neighbor he had seen before, but he couldn't recall the name. He performed the fire crow technique to turn the charred corpse into ashes. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, and the soul returns to the thick soil. When Wang Chen recited the rebirth incantation, a sudden gust of wind blew, swirling the ashes into the sky. After completing the transcendence, he left the small courtyard and headed straight to Old Sun's house. Old Sun's house was only about 200 steps away from Wang Chen's home, making him the closest neighbor. Although this old man often acted like he was better than others and liked to take advantage, Wang Chen still hoped that nothing would happen to him. Last night, he had seen 2 wolf beasts running from Old Sun's direction. At that moment, he felt a sense of foreboding. If Old Sun's family of 3 was destined to not escape the disaster, then Wang Chen would have to help them transcend as well. Upon running over, Wang Chen found that the courtyard door of Old Sun's house had been destroyed. The door to the main room was also lying on the ground, covered in footprints. "Old son," Wang Chen shouted, then rushed into the bedroom. To his surprise, he found nothing. No bloodstains, no corpses, and not a single trace of a struggle. Just as he was puzzled, accompanied by the rumbling sound of sliding friction, the ground near the corner suddenly caved in, revealing a dark entrance. Dog. A head with gray hair popped out. "I'm here." "What the hell?" Wang Chen stared in shock. Old son quickly climbed out of the tunnel, followed by a woman and a half-grown child. The family of 3 was safe and sound. Wang Chen was impressed. "You old man is still the same." He worried about their safety, only to find that he was overthinking it. Unable to help himself, Wang Chen asked, "Old man, did your family dig a hole?" Hee. Old son grinned, exposing his big teeth, and proudly said, "We've had it for over 10 years, learned it from the old lady's family." Wang Chen was left speechless. Actually, thinking about it, it was quite normal. Old son had lived here for decades. Regardless of his character, his life experience and knowledge must be considerable. Keeping a backup escape route and a hiding place is perfectly reasonable. Since the family was safe and sound, Wang Chen felt relieved and prepared to take his leave. However, just as he exited the bedroom, he suddenly noticed a mirror hanging on the eastern wall of old son's main room. This mirror was oval-shaped, only half a foot tall, and its white copper with silver edges was quite ordinary, but it was hung at a height that even someone on tiptoes would find hard to reach. Doubts arose in Wang Chen's mind. If he remembered correctly, this mirror should be the Mandarin duck mirror. The Mandarin duck mirror has 2 sides, one for yang and one for yin, with the yang mirror on the outside and the yin mirror inside, allowing one to glimpse the outside scenery. Wang Chen had seen this kind of magical artifact at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. The problem was he had inquired before, and the cheapest Mandarin duck mirror cost at least 500 lower spirit stones. How could old son afford it? Although old son contracted 3 times the amount of spiritual fields compared to Wang Chen, as an experienced former single spirit planter, he certainly earned more spirit stones each year than the original owner. But this old man liked to indulge in pleasures and often went to the flower pavilion to enjoy himself. How much could those spirit stones withstand several rounds of extravagance? Furthermore, the Mandarin duck mirror had very limited use for cultivators. It had no attacking power and no defensive ability. Even if old son had received a windfall, it wouldn't make sense for him to spend it on such a magical artifact. Yet, despite his doubts, Wang Chen maintained his composure and returned home. The danger had passed, but the troubles were just beginning. The doors of his home were completely destroyed, and the bed in his bedroom had turned into fragments. All of this needed to be repurchased. Then Wang Chen discovered that the rooster and hens in the chicken coop were lying flat. The 1 rooster and 4 hens, which he had been raising for nearly 2 months, had consumed all the crushed grain he had fed them. He was just about to enjoy fresh eggs from his own chickens in 10 days to half a month. Now they were all dead. Wang Chen felt extremely frustrated. In fact, eggs could be bought in Yunyang City at a reasonable price. However, he raised chickens not only to consume the crushed grain, but mainly to have a few small animals to make things lively, preventing his cultivation life from becoming too lonely and dull. Shaking his head helplessly, Wang Chen used the fire crow technique to transcend them. The 5 chickens died tragically. He had no idea what calamity they had faced last night. Although it was a pity, Wang Chen had no intention of eating the dead chicken meat. If something went wrong, it would not be worth the loss. After cleaning up both the inside and outside of his home, Wang Chen headed straight for Yunyang City. Not waiting for a carriage by the roadside, he decided to walk. However, the scenes he witnessed along the way were shocking to Wang Chen. Many houses had collapsed into ruins, and numerous spiritual fields bore the marks of trampling or lightning strikes. A large number of spiritually growing rice had thus been destroyed, resulting in significant losses. Additionally, Wang Chen occasionally heard cries coming from somewhere. Under the bright daylight, he found himself feeling a chill. As he approached Yunyang City, the number of pedestrians on the road increased. Everyone was hurriedly walking, their faces showing expressions of fear and anxiety. Many cultivators were fleeing into the city with their families. There was even a traffic jam at the city gate, and under the stern reprimands of the patrol guards, order was barely maintained. The atmosphere in the city was tense as well. Although shops were open, most of the clerks appeared to lack the spirit to conduct business. Wang Chen saw many people whispering in corners and alleys, quietly discussing what had happened last night. Various rumors and bits of information circulated. Moreover, the number of patrolling disciples had increased significantly. They were fully armed, their serious expressions and tense postures evoking a sense of foreboding. Wang Chen arrived at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. The atmosphere inside the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was relatively normal, with not many customers present. He successfully met with manager Jean. Wang Chen came to Yunyang City this time not only to buy furniture and daily necessities like bedboards, but mainly to sell the Yin energy beads he had obtained last night, and then acquire a batch of cultivation supplies, such as Vajra ghee and beast meat. Chapter 56, Misty Puppetry. 5-element skill, 4th layer 197,400. Currently, the biggest problem Wang Chen faced in his cultivation was that his strength level could no longer fully match the overall improvement of his spell levels. Last night, faced with the wolf beasts possessed by evil spirits, he had exhausted more than half of his Dantian's mana after using the Fire Crow technique with all his might 3 times, clearly lacking the ability to continue fighting. However, in intense battles, it was not always possible to spare time to take medicinal pills. Moreover, medicine has its toxins. Low-grade pills also have the presence of pill poison. No matter how good the elixir is, it cannot compare to a solid foundation in terms of reliability and safety. Therefore, Wang Chen decided to reduce the frequency of skill proficiency grinding points and free up more time to practice the main cultivation method. He aimed to quickly advance to the 5th layer of qi refining. In fact, Wang Chen's cultivation speed was already very fast. Even if he proceeded step by step, he could reach the pinnacle of the 4th layer in at most 2 months. In less than 5 months overall, without relying on elixirs or spiritual materials, he completed a small breakthrough in the mid-stage of qi refining. Even a genius might not be able to achieve that. However, a lingering sense of crisis deep in his heart made Wang Chen want to speed up even more. Additionally, he had also reached the peak of the 1st layer of the Heavenly Dragon Diamond method. Wang Chen wanted to try to complete the first breakthrough of this body refining technique without consuming heavenly merit. If it didn't work, he would add some points. When practicing the Heavenly Dragon Diamond method, the diamond gi was undoubtedly an indispensable auxiliary material. He had to buy. The Xianxia pearl he had was neither very high in quantity nor purity. Master Jin assessed the Xianxia pearl Wang Chen brought out and said, "I can only offer you 420 spirit stones at most. The value of the Xianxia pearl is determined by its size, the amount of Xianxia it contains, and its purity." The quality of the Xianxia pearl Wang Chen obtained last night was obviously not as good as the previous one. He sincerely told Wang Chen, "Friend, this is a fixed price, and there is no room for negotiation." Wang Chen thought for a moment. "I want to exchange it all for diamond gi. So give me a discount." Master Jin smiled wryly. Diamond gi has been selling very well recently, and the supply from the Heavenly Dragon Temple is a bit tight. The price has already risen to 12 spirit stones per bottle. Although he said there was no room for negotiation, after some bargaining, Wang Chen ultimately exchanged this Xianxia pearl for 38 bottles of diamond gi. After completing the transaction, Wang Chen initially intended to leave. However, he suddenly had a thought and tentatively asked, "Master, do you know what happened last night? The Four Seas Merchant Association has branches all over the mountain and sea realm, and its influence is extremely vast. Thus, the news here is particularly well informed." Although Wang Chen knew that information was a commodity here, extracting useful intelligence from this shrewd merchant without spending spirit stones was almost impossible. But it didn't hurt to ask, what if the other party suddenly lost their mind? However, Master Jin's intelligence was intact, and he smiled at Wang Chen. Unable to gain an advantage, Wang Chen shrugged and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to get up, Master Jin raised his hand to stop him. He held up a short, thick finger and said, "One for one. You tell me where your Xianxia pearl came from, and I will tell you what happened last night." A fair trade. This Xianxia pearl was obtained legitimately. It was neither stolen nor contraband, so revealing its source posed no issue. To prove he wasn't speaking nonsense, Wang Chen even described the appearance of the evil beast. Sure enough, Master Jin nodded and said, "Then I can tell you that the evil beast you encountered last night was controlled by a mist puppet." Mist puppet. The mist puppet belongs to the grievance level evil spirits, equivalent to the purple mansion level among cultivators. However, the abilities of these evil spirits are peculiar. Grievance level spirits are already very powerful. Some grievance level evil spirits can make even purple mansion cultivators retreat in fear, unwilling to confront them directly. Mist puppets are skilled in concealment and puppet control. They can control hundreds or thousands of evil beast puppets, hunting cultivators within the mist they create. The mist puppet starts at the gray grievance level and can reach the black grievance level at its strongest. The one that invaded the outer gate area last night should be a white grievance mist puppet. Master Jin said meaningfully, "You are very lucky. You did not encounter a giant puppet beast otherwise." Although Master Jin trailed off, Wang Chen completely understood what he meant. He immediately recalled the giant creature that had been struck by lightning. Was that mist puppet related to the gray-eyed thief? A white grievance mist puppet wouldn't just randomly invade the heavily guarded mountain gate area. And the greatest enemy of the Yunyang sect was undoubtedly the repeatedly resurrected gray-eyed thief. The gray-eyed thief worships powerful evil spirits, so being able to command grievance-level spirits is quite normal. To be honest, the Yunyang sect refers to the remnants of the three-eyed divine cult collectively as the gray-eyed thief, which can easily lead people to underestimate these troublesome evil cultivators. thinking they are merely bandits. In fact, the problems the gray-eyed thief has brought to the Yunyang sect are unlikely to end easily. Even though the Yunyang sect had recently won a resounding victory, Wang Chen felt that his sect had been slapped in the face last night. Regarding Wang Chen's question, Master Jean smiled without answering and reached for the teacup on the table. His meaning was clear: it was time to recharge. Forget it. Wang Chen already knew the answer, so there was no need to dig deeper and make things awkward. After leaving the Four Seas Merchant Association, he took another stroll around the city and acquired a batch of fresh beast meat. The price of beast meat had actually dropped significantly, so Wang Chen bought a bit more. However, the spirit stones in his storage bag flowed out like water. In contrast, purchasing door panels, beds, and tables and chairs cost him very few spirit stones. These ordinary daily necessities are very cheap in the cultivation world, with skilled craftsmen being plentiful. During the shopping process, Wang Chen noticed an influx of loose cultivators in the city. Many inns displayed fully booked signs. Business was booming. In addition, there were particularly many cultivators dressed as farmers and spiritual planters. They were clearly frightened by the sudden invasion of evil spirits last night and had come here seeking safety. After all, Yinshan City has a city protection array and a number of purple mansion cultivators stationed. The problem is, where can Yinshan City accommodate so many outsiders? The first thing to do after returning home was to improve the tunnels and secret rooms, digging deeper and further. When he arrived at his doorstep, just as he stepped into the small courtyard, a warning signal suddenly arose in his heart. The hairs all over his body stood on end. Chapter 57, Lu Defong. There is someone in the room. Thanks to his high spiritual sense attribute, Wang Chen's perception had always been sharp. After his points increased, it became even more acute. It was this keen perception that warned Wang Chen of a significant threat in the front room. Is it my esteemed nephew? Just as Wang Chen was preparing to retreat, a deep voice reached his ears. I am your uncle. Uncle? From the original owner's memory, Lu Defong was a close friend of Wang Xiaoyuan. 5 years ago, after Wang Xiaoyuan went missing while exploring Tianyan Mountain, little Wang Chen, who had become an orphan, was introduced to the Yunyang sect by Lu Defong and became an outer sect spiritual planter. This 9th-layer qi refining cultivator was also the only support the original owner had in the sect. The original owner trusted Lu Defong very much and regarded him as family. However, when the original owner first settled here, Lu Defong would visit from time to time. Later, the visits became less frequent. The last time the original owner saw Lu Defong was more than half a year ago. Nevertheless, the original owner was still very grateful to Lu Defong and held deep admiration for him. But now, the one occupying this body was Wang Chen. Uncle? Wang Chen hesitated for a moment, revealing a look of surprise. What brings you here? His mind raced, and instead of retreating, he stepped into the room. Although he was unclear why he had felt an extreme sense of danger just now, he thought about it and realized that Lu Defong had no reason to harm the original owner, so he forced himself to calm down and face this uncle by marriage. If he turned around and ran or showed fear, that would be too abnormal. He saw that the room had an additional small black sandalwood table, with a small red clay stove on it. The black ceramic kettle on the stove was bubbling and steaming. A middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor sat calmly at the table, leisurely brewing and tasting tea. The other party appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, dressed in a sky-blue robe, with a pale complexion and graying temples, giving the impression of a well-read scholar. Wang Chen immediately bowed and greeted, "Nephew greets uncle." The dangerous feeling that had been present before entering the room had vanished in an instant. There is no need for such formality, my dear nephew. Lu Defong smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Come, sit down and talk." His smile was gentle, and his kind words felt like a spring breeze. Wang Chen felt uneasy. Nephew dares not. The original owner had both admiration and considerable respect for this uncle. We don't need to be so polite between us. Lu Defong sighed. Your father passed away young, and I have no sons or daughters. I have long regarded you as family. It's just that I have been busy outside these past 2 years and have neglected you. Wang Chen quickly replied, Uncle is too kind. I will never forget your care for me. You. Lu Defong chuckled, gesturing for Wang Chen to sit. Hurry and sit down. Wang Chen had no choice but to awkwardly take a seat on another chair, looking as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Lu Defong glanced at Wang Chen, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Not bad. You've reached the 4th level of qi training. Wang Chen swallowed hard. Thank you for your concern, uncle. No need to be so restrained. Lu Defong poured a cup of tea for Wang Chen from a ceramic pot, saying, I truly have no time to take care of you. I still have to report to the merit hall and go out on a mission. You must pay attention to your own safety. He took out a paper crane from his sleeve and handed it to Wang Chen. Keep this crane letter. If you encounter any difficulties, send it out. Even if I'm not at the mountain gate, someone will collect it. I can't promise anything significant, but for small matters, uncle still has some influence at the outer gate. Wang Chen accepted it with both hands, feeling extremely grateful. "Thank you, uncle." Lu Defang wasn't boasting. 5 years ago, he was already a 9th-level Qi training practitioner, and he was probably at the peak of Qi training now, ready to break through to the Purple Mansion. Although this hurdle had blocked 99 of Qi training practitioners, who would dare say that Lu Defang wouldn't have the chance to become a Purple Mansion master in the future? For minor matters, there would certainly be people willing to give Lu Defang some face. Speaking of which, the original owner had cultivated spiritual fields outside for 5 years without any issues. He had once had a conflict with Zhang Xiaoshan from the Zhang family, but the Zhang family hadn't done anything to him. It was clear that Lu Defang's influence played a role in this. Then you should cultivate well. Lu Defang was very satisfied with Wang Chen's attitude and stood up, saying, "Once I break through, I will take you into the inner sect, and then you won't have to toil and worry anymore." Wang Chen hurriedly stood up, trembling with excitement. "Uncle." His voice choked with emotion. Wang Chen bent over, tearfully sending him off to the door. He accompanied him to the outer entrance. Only after Lu Defang's figure completely disappeared from view did Wang Chen straighten his back again. His back was already soaked with sweat. The previous Wang Chen exhausted his acting skills and exceeded expectations to simulate some of the original owner's personality traits. It was impossible to be exactly the same. However, in terms of attitude towards this uncle, he believed there were no major flaws. Although Lu Defang fully expressed his apology and concern for Wang Chen, the son of an old friend, Wang Chen was not the original owner. He didn't wear the thick filter that the original owner did. During their conversation, Wang Chen keenly sensed a hint of unspeakable malice hidden beneath Lu Defang's kind face, especially when the other party raised his hand to pat Wang Chen's shoulder. The hairs on the back of Wang Chen's neck stood up instantly. It felt as if a beastly creature was approaching him, inadvertently revealing a sinister face beneath the hypocritical disguise. Wang Chen relied on his strong willpower to avoid losing control on the spot. He vaguely grasped something but couldn't catch the thread. However, Wang Chen was certain of one thing. When he saw Wang Chen, there was neither surprise nor joy. He appeared quite indifferent. Wang Chen carefully reviewed all the memories left by the original owner about Lu Defang, but couldn't fathom why the other party harbored ill will against him. If Lu Defang and Wang Xiaoyuan were merely surface brothers, with grievances unknown to outsiders, then it would be very simple for him to deal with the original owner. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger, and there was no need to wait until now to harbor malicious thoughts. A destitute Wang Chen had nothing worth coveting for a 9th-level Qi training practitioner. Wang Chen pondered it over and over, to the point of a headache. But couldn't come up with a reason. Chapter 58, Jade Bones. First, pour a little golden medicinal oil into the palm of his hand. And Wang Chen rubbed his hands together repeatedly. As the medicinal liquid heated and began to emit its medicinal properties, he evenly applied it to his body. This cycle continued until he had used up an entire bottle of diamond oil, not missing even the gaps between his toes. At this moment, Wang Chen's entire body was tense, and his skin glowed with a bronze hue. Under the light of the white lamp, his physique looked as if it were cast from gold and bronze, exuding an imposing and indestructible aura. The rich medicinal strength silently permeated his skin and flesh, seeping into his bones, bringing a tingling and aching sensation. However, having applied dozens of bottles of diamond oil, Wang Chen completely ignored the unusual sensations in his body. If he truly felt nothing, that would actually be a bad thing. This was his third attempt to break through the first level of the Heavenly Dragon Diamond method. Days ago, Wang Chen had already pushed this body refinement technique to the peak level of bronze skin. As long as he was willing, he could elevate it directly by consuming 1 point of heavenly merit. However, having become familiar with the rules of merit points, Wang Chen made breaking through his own efforts his first choice, only resorting to points if necessary. He took a deep breath, and the qi and blood in his body instantly boiled. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound from the apex bone, the bones throughout Wang Chen's body resonated. 36,000 pores simultaneously expelled dark red blood threads, enveloping him in a cloud of blood mist. Heavenly Dragon Diamond Method Experience 1. Heavenly Dragon Diamond Method, second level 0-200. Breakthrough success. With the aid of this bottle of diamond oil's medicinal power, Wang Chen successfully advanced to the second level of this body refinement technique, officially stepping into the realm of Jade Bones. Physique 1. His physique attribute increased by 1 point, reaching 8 points. Wang Chen clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented strength in his body. The pure physical strength surged significantly. However, the real strength lay in the defensive power. Practitioners at the Jade Bone level experience an all-around enhancement in physical quality, gaining high resistance to spells, weapons, toxins, and even evil forces. Wang Chen's bones could withstand burning even after death. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was reborn. Of course, his rebirth wouldn't possess the Buddhist powers of a relic. Exhaling deeply, Wang Chen felt an immense sense of relief, as if he could float. The feeling of this elevation in realm and mastering stronger power was truly wonderful. Humming a tune, Wang Chen first went to the kitchen to take a cold shower, washing away the blood and dirt. After cleaning himself, he noticed that his skin had indeed become much whiter, approaching the color of his skin before becoming bronze. Gulp. Just after changing his clothes, Wang Chen's stomach let out a thunderous sound. Practicing the Heavenly Dragon Diamond method required repeatedly stimulating qi and blood. Although supported by the medicinal power of diamond oil, the consumption on the body was still significant, so he needed to replenish a large amount of nutrition. He walked outside to the small courtyard. With a glance, he reached out to grab a blood-crowned rooster that was pecking at the grain a few steps away. Immediately seizing its neck, he swung his knife and chopped it. This big rooster and the 5 Luohua hens outside were just purchased by him from his neighbors a couple of days ago. After suffering losses from the disaster of the fog puppet and losing those chickens he had raised with great effort, Wang Chen realized that buying laying hens directly was a better choice. Moreover, the laying hens he acquired were quite cheap, as many farmers had suffered disasters. With their own food supply insufficient, they were reluctant to feed their chickens with grain. Therefore, when Wang Chen expressed his desire to buy, they were more than willing to sell, as it was better than killing the chickens for meat. After draining the blood from the chicken, Wang Chen cleaned the cavity, filled it with green onions, spices, oil, and sauce, and finally wrapped it in a thick layer of yellow mud before placing it in the stove to roast. He put the spiritual rice and spring water into an iron pot to start cooking, sitting in front of the stove lost in thought. 3 days ago, Lu Defong had suddenly appeared, increasing Wang Chen's sense of crisis. A cultivator at the great perfection of qi refinement was not an opponent he could currently resist. For the past 3 days, besides persisting in his cultivation, Wang Chen had been pondering the origins of his opponent. He had indeed thought of some peculiar points. Before Wang Xiaoyuan went missing, the original owner lived with his father in Yinshan City. This meant that his family belonged to the bourgeoisie. Yinshan City is one of the outer cities of Yunyang sect, located at the end of the spiritual vein of Tianyan Mountain. Equipped with a city defense formation that could rival Golden Core realms, with a prosperous population and thriving commerce. It was the greatest dream of countless cultivators to settle in Yinshan City, as entering the inner sect was not possible. However, living in Yinshan City was not easy. Housing prices were comparable to those in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, with even a small house in the most remote area costing thousands of spirit stones. The original owner lived in a house with a relatively good location before the age of 12, making its value easy to imagine. When Lu Defong brought him into the sect and settled him outside the city, he never mentioned anything about this house. The original owner was confused and was clearly arranged by this uncle. Moreover, Wang Xiaoyuan entered the path of martial arts, and his strength was quite formidable, often going out on missions to earn spirit stones. Otherwise, he would not have been able to buy a house in the city. Logically, a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement, skilled in combat, should have some inheritance prepared for his family. After the original owner became a spirit planter, Lu Defong gave him a pitifully small, old storage bag, which contained only about 100 pounds of spirit grain and dozens of broken spirit stones. Lu Defong had explained this, saying that some items left by Wang Xiaoyuan were used by him to facilitate the original owner's smooth entry into the sect. He had even covered some expenses. The original owner believed it and was deeply grateful. Now, thinking back, Wang Chen suspected that the original owner had likely been cheated by this cheap uncle. That house in the city was most likely in the hands of the other party. But the problem arose. If Wang Xiaoyuan's inheritance was indeed occupied by Lu Defong, then Wang Chen had nothing left. Why did the other party still harbor malicious intentions? A dignified great perfection of qi refinement cultivator, with hopes of breaking through to the next level, would have such a narrow vision? Wang Chen shook his head. He knew that overthinking at this moment was pointless. The most important thing was to enhance his own strength. As long as he became stronger, he would not fear any malevolent spirits. Now that the Tianlong King Kong true law had broken through to the 2nd level, he would strive to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement. As for Lu Defong, the other party's motives were unclear, and it seemed he did not intend to act against him immediately. What Wang Chen could do was to prepare in advance. If any situation truly arose, he would not be caught off guard. But that was easier said than done. Surviving was indeed difficult. Chapter 59, The Purple Mansion's Teachings. As the bell rang at the hour of the rabbit, Wang Chen woke from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the familiar dark gray rock ceiling. After the disaster of the fog puppet passed, Wang Chen had reorganized his home and purchased new furniture. He now slept in the underground secret chamber every night. Although it was a bit inconvenient, he slept soundly, washing up, cooking, feeding the chickens, eating, and morning exercises. Another day of survival practice began. However, after completing his 5 elements cultivation, Wang Chen did not go to the spiritual field to weed as usual. He went out and flagged down a passing dragon scale carriage at the intersection. Before the hour of the snake, he arrived at the outer sect's lecture hall of Yunshan City. Today was the day for teachings. As an outer disciple of the Yunyang sect, Wang Chen could participate in a lecture at the lecture hall for free once a month. It was an important way for lower-tier cultivators to gain knowledge about cultivation. The original owner had never missed it in 5 years, and Wang Chen was no exception. What surprised him was that the lecture hall was particularly lively today. With hardly any space left in the venue that could accommodate over 10,000 people, the scene was bustling with noise and excitement. Arriving just in time, Wang Chen quickly found an empty spot in the corner, took out his mat, and sat down. A fellow disciple invited him to sit. Out of curiosity, Wang Chen asked a nearby cultivator, "Why are there so many people today?" The outer sect's lecture hall had a total of 9 teaching elders who took turns imparting teachings to the disciples. Disciples could choose one elder to listen to based on their own cultivation progress. Since everyone could only attend once a month, scheduling varied, making it unlikely for large crowds to form. The cultivator was surprised. "You don't know? Today, the esteemed Changchun is here to teach us." The Purple Mansion Master? Wang Chen was taken aback. This was indeed rare. The teaching elders at the outer sect's lecture hall were generally cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement or great perfection, their lifespans dwindling, and they had long lost the possibility of breaking through. However, they were rich in experience in cultivation and could easily guide most outer disciples. The Purple Mansion Masters mostly resided in the inner sect, teaching inner disciples or true disciples. Now, a master from the Purple Mansion came to the outer sect to give a lecture, akin to a professor from Tsinghua or Peking University visiting a second-tier college to teach students. It was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. It was entirely normal for so many people to come. Wang Chen had no prior knowledge of this news. Otherwise, he would have rushed over early to secure a good spot. As they spoke, many more cultivators poured in, filling the lecture hall to the brim, leaving hardly any standing room. Dong! The ding-yong bell rang. The hour of the snake had arrived. A cultivator clad in a purple robe and wearing a tall crown gracefully appeared on the lecture platform. A wave of imposing spiritual awareness swept across the entire venue in an instant. The audience fell silent, everyone holding their breath. At this moment, 2 beautiful maidservants brought out cloud-patterned mats, rosewood tables, calming incense burners, and red clay tea stoves. They lit incense and brewed tea without a care, serving the high-crowned cultivator as he took his seat. Sitting on the mat, the high-crowned cultivator picked up a small silver hammer and struck the copper bell placed on the table. Ding! The crisp sound of the bell invigorated everyone. The high-crowned cultivator, with a calm expression, stated, "I am Changchun, here today to teach the path of cultivation." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The thousands of qi refinement disciples in the lecture hall did not dare to breathe loudly. Changchun looked around and spoke profound truths. In ancient times, sages governed the heavens and earth through yin and yang. That which is tangible arises from the intangible. One could not help but say that the gap in levels between the Purple Mansion Masters and qi refinement cultivators was indeed like the difference between clouds and mud. Wang Chen had been able to understand the lectures from the elders in the lecture hall before, but as soon as this Purple Mansion Master spoke, he was immediately lost in confusion. He could clearly hear every word, but when combined, it felt like his IQ had dropped by 100 points. His comprehension simply could not keep up. However, the opportunity to listen to the teachings of the Purple Mansion Master was too rare. So he gritted his teeth and earnestly tried to memorize, because he was too focused. At this moment, Wang Chen did not notice that the other cultivators around him were actually quite similar to himself. Some were fidgeting in their seats, some were scratching their heads, and some seemed to have moments of insight, yet their eyes revealed a sense of confusion. Changchun spoke for a whole hour before pausing to sip 2 mouthfuls of spirit tea. He then continued his lecture. However, the content he presented next became much simpler. Including Wang Chen, the group of qi refining cultivators gradually began to grasp some key points, and the atmosphere in the venue, which had been quite subdued, started to become lively and cheerful, with many people showing excited expressions. Although most of the cultivators present were low-level qi refiners from the outer sect, no one lacked a sincere and fervent heart seeking the Tao. Even if their roots were poor and their comprehension dull, they still yearned for longevity and freedom. They were willing to endure hardships and even sacrifice their lives for it. Ding! The bronze bell rang again, abruptly waking the entranced cultivators in the audience. At this moment, everyone realized that the Zifu Shangren on the lectern had left at some point. People exchanged glances in surprise. The lecture had come to an end. Standing beside the lectern, the head of the transmission hall announced loudly, "The Shangren has granted permission for disciples to seek personal guidance, with only 100 spots available. First come, first served." The crowd erupted in an uproar. There were over 10,000 cultivators present, yet there were only 100 spots for direct guidance from the Xiangren. It was a severe case of too many monks and too little rice. Everyone immediately surged forward, surrounding the head of the transmission hall, fighting for this precious opportunity. If it weren't for the disciples of the transmission hall maintaining order, the scene would have descended into chaos. Many cultivators waved their storage bags, all of them flushed with excitement. In fact, receiving direct guidance from Changchun was not the key point. The most important thing was the opportunity to communicate face-to-face with a Zifu Xiangren. If one could gain the Xiangren's favor, it could lead to a meteoric rise and a change in fate. Although everyone knew the chances were slim, as long as there was a 1 in 10,000 opportunity, they were willing to try. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, Wang Chen quietly distanced himself from the boiling crowd. Just when he was beginning to grasp some insights, he was abruptly interrupted, which felt quite uncomfortable. However, he had no thoughts about those 100 spots. Aside from being financially strained, Wang Chen had no intention of becoming a little fish lured by sweet bait or a chive. He only wished to be a quiet little cultivator. Chapter 60, Rice Balls. The law is not to be taken lightly, not to mention the Zifu Xiangren. Even the cost for personal guidance from a high-level elder in the qi refining stage is not low. Breaking down these 4 characters, what fills them is nothing but white, glimmering spirit stones. Wang Chen estimated that the cost for a face-to-face consultation with Changchun would be at least 100 lower spirit stones. It sounds like a lot, but he believed that among the 10,000 cultivators present, there were many who could afford such a sum of spirit stones. This is called targeted selection, precise harvesting. Wang Chen patted his storage bag and strode out of the transmission hall. It was noon, just around lunchtime. Wang Chen found a street-side tea house, spent 10 lower spirit stones to order a pot of high-grade cloud mist spirit tea, then chose a seat by the window on the 2nd floor, pulling out the rice balls he had made in the morning to satisfy his hunger. Of course, there were many restaurants and eateries in Yinshan City, and the number was considerable. However, even the cheapest meal set in these establishments costs 1 spirit stone and still leaves one unsatisfied. Thus, Wang Chen had prepared his lunch before coming. The small tea house was quite economical. Ordering a pot of tea allowed him to sit for a couple of hours. And if business was slow with many empty seats, the staff wouldn't rush him to leave even after the time was up. Most importantly, one could hear some gossip and news in the tea house. Therefore, every time Wang Chen came to the city for errands or shopping, he would stop by here to fill his stomach while keeping himself informed. Just as he swallowed 2 rice balls, he suddenly heard someone shouting from the street below, at the east gate. At noon, the execution hall will execute 17 guilty cultivators. Hurry over if you want to see. The whole tea house was stirred. Many people rushed to the windowsill to peek outside. The long street was in an uproar, with a few people running ahead to spread the news, followed by many men, women, and children eager to watch the spectacle. Seeing this scene, the tea drinkers lost all interest in continuing their chit-chat, quickly settling their bills and leaving. Wang Chen finished the rice balls he had brought and drank every last drop of the spirit tea before leaving the tea house. Following the crowded throng, he exited through the east gate. There was still some time before noon, but the area around the execution platform outside the east gate was already filled with onlookers. The Yunyang sect had strict rules, and the harshest punishment was to be executed publicly on the execution platform. Many of those being executed were cultivators who had committed crimes at the mountain gate or offended the dignity of the Yunyang sect. Those who came to watch the beheading flowed in continuously, making the scene lively like a bustling market, and some small vendors gathered around, with adults calling out to children. Everyone very excited. However, beside the execution platform, there was a group of people with sorrowful and pained expressions, or weeping quietly. Dong. The bell struck noon as expected. A fully armed team of execution hall disciples escorted a dozen guilty cultivators onto the execution platform. These guilty cultivators had their powers sealed and senses blocked, resembling dead dogs stripped of their spines, kneeling on the high platform at the mercy of the execution hall disciples. The atmosphere in the crowd immediately reached a climax. When the 17 guilty cultivators were all lined up kneeling, an elder from the execution hall with a face like a heavy jujube appeared and sternly declared, "The sect's iron laws cannot be violated. Execution to warn others." His voice was like thunder, instantly suppressing all surrounding noises. The elder from the execution hall opened a scroll and read aloud the text, "Guilty cultivator, Xiaopenghai, a disciple from the outer sect's preparatory camp, spread rumors and slander the sect, inciting ill will, sentenced to execution. Guilty cultivator Liang Ada, a battle cultivator from the 7th pioneering camp, fled in battle and violently resisted arrest, sentenced to execution. Guilty cultivator Tung Bao, a battle cultivator from the 9th pioneering camp, attacked senior cultivators without cause, causing serious injuries, sentenced to execution. Guilty cultivator Xian Dan, a spirit planter from the 6th squad, privately worshipped evil spirits. As he listed the charges one by one, Each guilty cultivator was sentenced, causing many in the crowd to listen with uncertainty. The previous excitement and enthusiasm were gone. Because none of these guilty cultivators were scattered cultivators, they were all outer sect disciples, and their crimes did not seem serious enough to warrant public execution. But while they were astonished, no one was foolish enough to speak up at that moment. It wasn't their own family members involved, only the group beside the execution platform. Presumably the families of the guilty cultivators appeared even more pained and sorrowful. No one dared to shout for injustice, unless a big shot intervened. The sentences from the execution hall could not be changed. Anyone who dared to speak up at that moment would undoubtedly be in for a lot of trouble. Two teams of elite execution hall disciples were watching closely nearby. After the elder from the execution hall finished reading, he rolled up the scroll and his gaze was like lightning, captivating the hearts of all. Begin the execution. As soon as his words fell, 3 burly executioners stepped onto the execution platform. They wore no tops, only black shorts, wielding 9-ringed law knives, their expressions emotionless and their gazes cold. Execution. One of the executioners stepped forward, standing beside a kneeling guilty cultivator. He swung his law knife down heavily. A head rolled away. Some onlookers couldn't bear to watch and gasped, closing their eyes. The executioner kicked the headless corpse off the execution platform. Just then, a group of elderly men and women rushed forward. They took out tightly packed rice balls and desperately rubbed them against the severed necks of the corpses, letting the hot blood that sprayed out dye the white rice balls. They stuffed the blood-soaked rice balls, which emitted a strong smell of human blood, into the mouths of the children they brought. Eat quickly, you must finish it. Little tiger, hurry and swallow the rice ball. You child, why did you spit it out? Oh dear, you're so disobedient. Some children cried out in fear, but they did not receive any comfort from the elders who usually doted on them. They were forced to eat the blood rice balls. Those who vomited were slapped. A group of disciples from the punishment hall watched nearby, their eyes filled with mockery, showing no intention to stop it. A complete foundation is the basis for cultivating the Tao. Those without a complete foundation cannot cultivate at all. However, some heavenly materials and earthly treasures can help people complete their foundations. The problem is that such heavenly materials and earthly treasures are not something ordinary families can possess. Then, it was rumored that consuming the essence blood of the executed cultivators on the execution platform could possibly help children with incomplete foundations complete their foundations. This was called exchanging blood for marrow. Although most people knew this claim was nonsense, there were always foolish men and women who believed it. The children forced to swallow the rice balls all had incomplete foundations. The old men and women making the blood rice balls had all extracted spirit stones. Part of the spirit stones they took out would belong to the executioners. One head after another was chopped off, one corpse after another fell. A group of people scrambled and fought for them. More people watched numbly. Wang Chen felt his stomach churning, wishing he could vomit all the rice balls he had eaten earlier. He turned and left. Chapter 61, Epiphany. Back home, Wang Chen felt cold as ice. Since he crossed over, he had faced the hard work and suffering of the spirit plant farmers, persevered through it. He had encountered sneak attacks from traveling merchants and fought back fiercely. He faced threats from evil spirits and fought back stubbornly. He endured the oppression from his sect. Even when facing a scheming refining great perfection cultivator, he managed to stay calm. Even though he had felt fear and hesitation, his resolve had never truly wavered. However, the scene that occurred on the execution platform today had brought an unprecedented shock to Wang Chen's consciousness, or rather, his worldview. Because he saw the dark side of the immortal cultivation world, Wang Xiaoyuan had once told the original owner many things about the mortal world. Life for mortals was very difficult. Dynasties and noble families were like towering mountains, pressing down heavily on ordinary people. Natural disasters and man-made calamities occurred endlessly. Bandits and tyrants roamed freely, and evil spirits created chaos at all times. There were often occurrences where an entire village, or even a city, was wiped out. Generally, living to 40 or 50 years old was considered a long life. People therefore longed for the immortal world. Everyone believed that the immortal world was full of spring, flowers blooming everywhere, and that cultivators lived freely and long. Even ordinary people could eat and drink without worries and be happy and healthy. Wang Xiaoyuan also believed such claims. Because of this, he endured countless hardships and traveled thousands of miles to reach the immortal cultivation world and put down roots here. The original owner, born in the sect, lived in a daze until he was 17. Although his father passed away early, strictly speaking, the original owner had not suffered too much hardship. In fact, the memories he left for Wang Chen contained many beautiful and happy moments. Wang Chen was very grateful that he had not been misled by the original owner's memories. When he first crossed over, he remained vigilant and avoided one disaster after another. Wang Chen thought he had adapted to the new world. However, Now he realized that he understood too little about the cruelty of this world. Could he really continue to hold on, to maintain his heart and not fall into darkness? Wang Chen felt a bit lost. He had completely lost the desire to cultivate or work in the spirit fields. His emotions were lower than ever before. Wang Chen, brother. He didn't know how long it had been, but the crisp voice coming from outside brought Wang Chen back to his senses. Are you home? He couldn't help but take a deep breath, rubbing his face hard. Then he got up to open the courtyard door. I'm here. At the door stood two little girls. Brother Wang Chen. The little girl smiled sweetly, holding up a small pottery jar in her hands. This is osmanthus honey that my mother asked me to bring you. It's made from this year's freshly fallen osmanthus flowers. It's very fragrant, sweet, and delicious. Thank you. Looking at the innocent and pure smile of the little girl, a warmth rose in Wang Chen's heart. The solid ice melted. No, I have to run quickly. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't chase after her. So he shook his head and closed the courtyard door. Back in his room, he placed the pottery jar on the small table. And his mood improved significantly without him realizing it. He wasn't as lost and confused as before. After thinking for a bit, Wang Chen opened the lid of the jar, and a strong fragrance of osmanthus immediately wafted out. He couldn't help but dip his finger into the jar, scooping out a bit of sticky osmanthus honey to taste. The next moment, Wang Chen froze. This flavor, sweet and refreshing, struck right to the heart. Strange yet familiar. Wang Chen's hometown also had a large osmanthus tree. Every year, when the flowers bloomed in August, his mother would lay out a plastic sheet under the tree, gently tapping the branches with a bamboo pole. The fallen osmanthus flowers were washed and drained, sprinkled with a little salt for quick pickling, and then layered in a large glass jar with white sugar for fermentation. This osmanthus sugar was like old wine. If stored properly, the longer it was kept, the more fragrant and rich it became, whether used for desserts or brewing tea. It was excellent. And this osmanthus honey reminded Wang Chen of his hometown, his mother, and his family. He shouldn't feel lost or dejected. He wanted to be strong. Even if there was only a billionth of a chance, he wouldn't give up. At that moment, the dust and gloom that had enveloped Wang Chen's heart were completely swept away. His resolve had never been as firm and pure as it was at this moment. It was as if he had broken through the endless darkness and saw the sunlit path to the future. Insight 1. Spirit 1. The sudden appearance of two messages in his vision made Wang Chen momentarily dazed. In that instant of enlightenment, he unexpectedly gained 2 attribute points, one of which was the very valuable insight. Wang Chen's initial insight was only 2 points. Later, he added 1 point using heavenly skills. Now it was 4 points, equal to his foundation attribute. Foundation and insight are innate attributes that largely determine a cultivator's upper limit of realm. Moreover, they are extremely difficult to change. Wang Chen also relied on the cultivation panel to forcibly raise his foundation and insight. He didn't expect that besides heavenly skills, enlightenment could also increase insight and spirit. This was undoubtedly an important discovery. However, Wang Chen believed that compared to the elevation of the spiritual level, the increase of these 2 attribute points was not that important. He dug out a large chunk of osmanthus honey and stuffed it into his mouth. The sweetness exploded with happiness. Wang Chen felt he really needed to thank xianxia. Without this jar of osmanthus honey she had sent the little girl to deliver, he might have taken a long time to escape his spiritual predicament, let alone achieve a significant improvement in his mental state. Of course, Wang Chen wouldn't rush to Xianxia's house to express his gratitude right now. Although it was normal etiquette among neighbors, the widow was also very careful to avoid unnecessary gossip. If he went over impulsively, it would only bring her unnecessary trouble. Picking up a hoe, Wang Chen left his home and went to the spirit fields outside, starting to clear the weeds from the rice. The autumn rice grew quickly, now nearly half a person tall, and it wouldn't be long before it would start to head and fill with grains. Therefore, the weeds in the fields needed to be cleared thoroughly to prevent them from stealing too many nutrients from the spirit rice. Perhaps it was because his soul attribute had reached a height of 310 points, or perhaps at this moment Wang Chen's mind was exceptionally clear, but while weeding, he distinctly felt the joy and happiness emanating from the surrounding spiritual rice. Wang Chen had experienced similar feelings before, but never as clearly and sharply as now, as if he had become a part of the spiritual rice, receiving their recognition and support. With each swing of the hoe, Wang Chen cleared away the stubborn weeds with a forceful momentum. He felt that he had become a qualified spiritual planter, and the path of immortality was just beginning. Chapter 62. Wishing you happiness. What is cultivation? Initially, Wang Chen thought that cultivation was simply sitting in a quiet room, moving mana to complete the circulation of the universe, gradually raising his cultivation level. However, after listening to the teachings of the Zifu master, he gained new insights. Cultivation can actually be unconventional and integrated into daily life. Thus, Wang Chen began to try practicing his techniques while plowing fields, weeding, growing vegetables, feeding chickens, and cooking. His biggest problem at the moment was that his cultivation level was not high, being merely at the 4th level of qi training. He was hardly noteworthy among the 100,000 outer disciples of the Yunyang sect. The Immortal Cultivation panel granted Wang Chen the ability to quickly improve his cultivation, but he wanted to progress even faster. The 5-element technique, which he primarily practiced, provided him with that possibility. The biggest drawback of the 5-element technique was its mediocrity. It balanced the attributes of the 5 elements without any outstanding points. Therefore, most cultivators would choose techniques that aligned with their main attribute after advancing to the intermediate level of qi training. However, for Wang Chen, whose elemental affinities leaned towards balance, the 5-element technique was indeed very suitable for him. The key was that this technique was stable and safe to practice, almost eliminating the possibility of going off course. Thus, Wang Chen was not afraid of trying out new methods and diligently worked to change his previous cultivation habits. At first, it was very difficult for him to enter a state of cultivation while doing other things. It felt awkward and uncomfortable, and he made frequent mistakes. If it weren't for the unique nature of the 5-element technique, combined with his success in body refining, Wang Chen's meridians might have been damaged. But Wang Chen persevered. In his past life, he was seen as gentle, optimistic, and positive by others. Few knew that he had a very stubborn side. For example, when he was unhappy working in a state-owned enterprise and wanted to resign, everyone advised him not to give up this iron rice bowl. But Wang Chen stuck to his choice and never regretted it. The same was true now. He had a goal to strive for. And unless he was certain it was a dead end, he would never give up easily. Again and again, day after day, gradually, Wang Chen explored a bit of a path. He was able to maintain uninterrupted operation of his techniques while doing his daily work, completing the circulation of the universe. Then, the proficiency of the 5-element technique increased from 3 points per day to 4, 5, and 6 points. Under the autumn sun, in the spiritual rice field, Wang Chen swung his hoe, accurately digging out a weed hidden among the spiritual rice. He didn't harm the rice at all. In the next moment, his gaze swept, and he suddenly reached out with his right hand to grasp. A grasshopper resting on the rice stalk was instantly caught in his hand. Object Manipulation Skill Experience 1. Wang Chen casually stuffed the grasshopper into a cloth bag hanging at his waist. This was not a storage bag, but a pocket specifically for storing insects, already containing hundreds of grasshoppers, rice weevils, and longhorn snails. All good fodder for the chickens. While practicing his techniques, Wang Chen did not forget to improve his skill proficiency. This allowed him to consume some mana to prevent his energy C from becoming too full. As a result, his object manipulation skill was pushed to the minor accomplishment level without consuming a single point of virtue. Although object manipulation was a low-level spell, its practicality was quite strong. After increasing the skill level, Wang Chen could easily control many things, including living creatures, from a distance. The strength and distance depended on his cultivation level. Dealing with little grasshoppers was naturally effortless. After cleaning the last acre of spiritual rice field, Wang Chen put away his hoe and sat down on the ridge to rest. He took out a gourd and drank a big mouthful of refreshing mountain spring water. Refreshing. At that moment, a boy in a green outfit hurriedly walked along the path and stopped in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chen looked up and saw a familiar face. Wang Chen. The boy in green said from a height, "I tell you, I have passed the outer sect assessment, and tomorrow I can join the 3 Halls preparatory camp." Wang Chen pulled at the corners of his mouth. Congratulations. He couldn't think of anything that was worth showing off. In Wang Chen's view, the so-called 3 Halls preparatory camp was just like the pioneering camp, pure cannon fodder. Moreover, Wang Chen suspected that the several pioneering camps that had previously ventured into foreign territories had likely suffered heavy losses. However, the information from above was tightly sealed, making it impossible to determine the accuracy of such judgments. Therefore, no matter how generous the treatment of the 2 camps, Wang Chen would not go. The boy before him, a middle school student, was Xianxiafan from the Zhang family, who had previously had conflicts with the original owner. Xianxiafan snorted. "Not only do I want to become a disciple of the 3 Halls, but I also want to slay the gray-eyed thief, accumulate merit, and be promoted to the inner sect. By then, you and I will be from different worlds." Wang Chen was speechless. The most sensational news in the past month within 1,000 miles was undoubtedly the Yunyang sect issuing a bounty for capturing thieves. Whether disciples of the sect or wandering cultivators from outside could earn merit by slaying the gray-eyed thief. A head of a qi training rogue was worth 100 merit points, and a head of a Zifu rogue was worth 5,000 merit points. Additionally, outer sect disciples could exchange 10 heads of gray-eyed thieves at the qi training level for a chance to be promoted to the inner sect. Wandering cultivators only needed 5 such heads to become outer sect disciples of the Yunyang sect. Once this bounty was issued, countless cultivators were eager to make a name for themselves and change their fate. Zhang Xiaoshan was clearly one of them. Wang Chen knew very well that if he advised him not to fall into the trap, he would undoubtedly be met with ruthless ridicule. So he could only remain silent. However, Zhang Xiaoshan interpreted Wang Chen's silence as insecurity. The boy in green laughed triumphantly. Let me tell you another good piece of news. My dad has asked for Huang's hand in marriage. Sister Cuihua is going to marry me. Sister Cuihua? A round-faced, sturdy farm girl appeared vividly in Wang Chen's mind. This was from the original owner's memory. The original owner had a conflict with Zhang Xiaoshan because of his childhood friend, Huang Cuihua. However, it was merely a misunderstanding. The original owner had no feelings for Huang Cuihua. In fact, Huang Cuihua had a bit of a crush on the original owner, which made Zhang Xiaoshan extremely jealous. Thinking of this, Wang Chen immediately jumped up and patted Zhang Xiaoshan on the shoulder, wishing you happiness. His blessing was sincere and heartfelt. Quite forcefully. Zhang Xiaoshan was caught off guard and nearly fell to the ground from Wang Chen's slap. He took 2 steps back, his face turning red. I came to tell you. Don't have any ideas about Sister Cuihua in the future. Wang Chen recalled Huang Cuihua's appearance and figure, and couldn't help but shiver. You can rest assured, I definitely won't. Zhang Xiaoshan thought Wang Chen had admitted defeat and smugly snorted. Lastly, let me tell you, I am at the 4th level of Qi training. After saying that, he held his head high and left with the demeanor of a victor. 4th level of Qi training, impressive. Wang Chen watched Zhang Xiaoshan's figure disappear at the intersection, then silently called up the immortal cultivation panel. 5-element technique, 4th level 399-400. Heavenly technique, change fate 2. Chapter 63, water flows naturally. The carriage and horses moved smoothly, heading east. The coachman in the front seat suddenly pulled the reins hard, causing the 2 dragon-scaled horses galloping on the road to be yanked back violently, deforming their mouths and noses as they let out painful whinnies. The carriage's speed dropped sharply, and the more than 10 passengers sitting in the open carriage were caught off guard, almost tumbling out. Fortunately, everyone was a Qi refining practitioner and quickly reacted to tightly grasp the carriage frame, avoiding immediate embarrassment. They all cursed loudly. Damn you. The coachman, drenched in curses, dared not retort and hurriedly maneuvered the carriage to the side of the road. The ground began to tremble. A large cloud of mist rolled in from ahead, and high-wheeled carriages appeared intermittently, making a tremendous noise like dragons emerging from the sea. Seeing this scene, the passengers who had been cursing the coachman immediately shut their mouths. They had wronged him. In the blink of an eye, the rapidly approaching convoy swept past, bringing with it a gust of strong wind. There were more than a dozen carriages that had just passed, all pulled by 4 dragon-scaled horses. The dragon-scaled horses were demon beasts raised by beast tamers, running as fast as lightning, kicking up clouds of dust. They could be considered the supercars among mounts. The price of such demon beasts was naturally astonishing. An ordinary practitioner wouldn't even be able to afford one, let alone be able to raise one even if it were given for free. The drivers of these luxurious carriages were all young people dressed in splendid attire. They pulled their reins and indulged in pleasure, completely disregarding the possibility that their actions could harm innocent bystanders. Wang Chen knew that these fellows were the 2nd-generation practitioners from Yinshan City, all with extraordinary backgrounds. They raced on the road purely for fun or to place bets. Since most of these 2nd-generation practitioners were connected to one or even several Purple Mansion experts, the unfortunate pedestrians who were killed or injured would only receive a small amount of spirit stones as compensation. Everyone dared to be angry but could not speak out. The coachman had clearly noticed the situation and made an emergency avoidance. Otherwise, if he had been hit directly by several 4-horse dragon-scaled carriages, the passengers would have faced serious injury. It wasn't until the convoy of 2nd-generation practitioners disappeared from sight that the carriage Wang Chen was on continued on its way. After arriving at Yinshan City, Wang Chen headed straight to the northern cultivation area of the city. He smoothly rented a mid-level Qi refining cave dwelling. Just like last time, he took out 30 spirit stones to rent it for 2 days, then began to enter seclusion and level up. Just yesterday afternoon, Wang Chen had raised the proficiency of the 4th layer of his 5 elements technique to 399-400, more than a month ahead of his initial estimate. The reason for his rapid proficiency increase was mainly due to the daily cultivation method he had comprehended himself. Moreover, last night, he sensed the emergence of a breakthrough opportunity. Although he was quite confident, Wang Chen chose not to break through at home. His previous experience had already proven that advancing in a cave dwelling rich in spiritual energy was significantly beneficial for consolidating his foundation. This time, from the 4th layer to the 5th layer, Wang Chen also chose not to allocate points. The points he had previously invested in his root bone and comprehension were not wasted. After doubling the points in these 2 innate attributes, Wang Chen's abilities in cultivation had greatly improved, and he was no longer the original underachiever. It should be noted that root bone and comprehension determine the upper limit of cultivation. The original owner's limit was at most the 4th or 5th layer of qi refining. After allocating points, Wang Chen felt that breaking through to the high tier of qi refining would not pose significant obstacles. Therefore, under such circumstances, how could he use the innate skill to achieve this upgrade? And the facts prove that Wang Chen's decision was indeed correct. He completed another breakthrough in his cultivation in just half a day, seamlessly. The entire process was uneventful. Instead, consolidating his realm afterward took more time. When he woke up from the deepest state of meditation and opened his eyes again, Wang Chen felt completely relaxed. His Dantian's mana had increased by at least 30, and the circulation within his body had become lighter and more agile. Exhaling a breath of turbid qi, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. He was now at the 5th layer of qi refining. In just a few months, Wang Chen had advanced from the initial stage to the mid-stage, and now he had risen again. Such speed was not something even the talented disciples of the inner sect could match. Of course, this excludes those rich cultivators who treat elixirs like snacks. With the rental time for the cave dwelling not yet over, Wang Chen certainly couldn't waste it. He began to comprehend the breath-concealing technique. This technique had not been practiced since Wang Chen exchanged for it. Now that he had advanced to the 5th layer of qi refining, it was very necessary to conceal his strength. Otherwise, if others discovered that his previously dull aptitude had suddenly skyrocketed, the consequences would be truly unpredictable. Wang Chen had not forgotten the threat posed by his cheap uncle, Lu Defong. The principle of the breath-concealing technique was very simple. It involved restraining one's own mana aura so that others could not accurately detect one's cultivation level. The cleverness of this technique lies in its ability to finely control the degree of aura concealment to achieve the purpose of faking one's realm. However, it could only conceal downward, not upward. It was fine to disguise the 5th layer as the 4th layer, but disguising as the 6th layer was impossible. Additionally, the breath-concealing technique could also conceal blood energy and body aura, making its effect for hiding and stealth quite good. The difficulty of cultivating this technique was not high. With Wang Chen's comprehension now reaching 4 points, he easily entered the initial stage without encountering any obstacles. He simply repeated the practice of the breath-concealing technique in the cave dwelling, raising its skill proficiency again and again. When the cave manager came to knock on the door, Wang Chen had surprisingly raised the breath-concealing technique to the proficient level without consuming a single point of human virtue. This technique was undoubtedly the simplest and easiest skill he had learned. Time was up. The cave manager glanced at the just-opened door and asked expressionlessly, "Do you want to renew the rental?" Wang Chen shook his head. No need. This time, it was a full hour earlier than last time. Although the cave manager was not the same person as before, he was still of the same ilk. Wang Chen was not angry. He did not want to let these petty individuals affect his Dao heart. In fact, as an outer sect disciple, the price he paid for renting the cave dwelling was only half that of casual cultivators. He hadn't known this before. Now that Wang Chen understood, his mindset had naturally calmed down a lot. At this time, Wang Chen used the proficient breath-concealing technique to emit the mana aura of the 4th layer of qi refining. Unless someone's cultivation greatly surpassed his, and they possessed the same level of spiritual eye technique, they would not be able to see through it. This ensured that his true cultivation would not be seen through by Lu Defong. He had more important tasks to complete. Chapter 64, Help, 10 feet underground. In the long passage, Wang Chen was digging hard. Large chunks of mud and stone were excavated with specially made tools, then disappeared without a trace. When these soils filled a storage bag with a volume of 1 cubic meter, Wang Chen would stop, using the mudstone technique to solidify the newly excavated tunnel walls into hard and thick rock walls. This cycle continued, and the tunnel grew longer and longer. This tunnel connected to the previously constructed underground secret room. According to Wang Chen's plan, its exit was in a grove about 600 or 700 meters away from his home. But it was not a true escape route. The sudden appearance of Lu Defong that day had caused Wang Chen to develop severe paranoia, feeling that the doomsday fortress he had previously conceived was not as secure as he had anticipated. Thus, Wang Chen modified the blueprints. He planned to continue digging downwards, excavating another 10 or more meters to create a second or even third secret room. Layers upon layers, just like a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows, real and fake. As for the tunnel he was currently digging, it would temporarily serve as an escape route, and later would be used to confuse enemies. Not only that, but he also planned to dig out a few more similar tunnels to create a maze. Once faced with an unstoppable danger, Wang Chen hid underground but was pursued by a powerful enemy. Therefore, the hardships he endured now are the capital for his rescue. And it is completely worth the time and effort. Crack! Suddenly, the iron pickaxe struck a hard object. Wang Chen dug through the soil and found what appeared to be a large stone buried ahead, blocking his path. Without hesitation, Wang Chen swung his hand and cast a spell to turn the stone into mud, planning to force his way through. There was no way to change course. No matter how hard the stone was, it couldn't withstand the power of a great master-level earth and stone technique. Under the influence of his magical power, the originally hard stone instantly became soft and was easily dug open by Wang Chen. However, to his surprise, the next strike of the pickaxe actually hit empty space. The soil collapsed, revealing a dark tunnel. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. He quickly took out a luminous stone lamp to look around and discovered that the tunnel was long and narrow, with walls clearly solidified by earth and stone techniques. Wow! Wang Chen slapped his own head hard. If he wasn't mistaken, this tunnel was likely dug out by his neighbor, Grandpa Sunday. The exit was probably in that forest over there. What a coincidence! Wang Chen was speechless. How could this happen? The odds were almost like winning the lottery. While feeling both amused and a bit guilty, he felt as if he had accidentally discovered someone else's secret. After retreating about 10 meters, Wang Chen continued to dig, passing under Grandpa Sun's tunnel. Since the area of that forest was quite large, creating multiple exits was not a problem at all. Dig, dig, dig. He felt like a diligent groundhog, tirelessly digging underground where the sun never shone. Time passed day by day. As the cold air from the north began to affect the Tianyan mountain range, the weather grew colder. The redesigned Doomsday Bunker Foundation project was completed. Wang Chen was quite satisfied with it. He hoped to safely get through this winter. Recently, Wang Chen had no extra income, and spirit stones were not easily spent. The winter harvest of rice was still very important. One day, while Wang Chen was working in the fields, a horse-drawn cart came down the small road. The driver, a burly man with a long beard, shouted loudly, "Master Wang." Wang Chen raised his hand and smiled. "Brother Wei." The person was none other than Wei Xiong. Ever since their two encounters, this innate martial artist from outside had been coming over from time to time to help him with farm work. Of course, Wang Chen wouldn't let Wei Xiong work for free. He would help him bring things from the city. Although Yinshan City was open to scattered cultivators, entering the city required paying a fee of 1 low-level spirit stone. For many scattered cultivators, this fee was undoubtedly a heavy burden. As an outer disciple of the Yunyang sect, Wang Chen could enter the city for free, making it a win-win situation. As a result of this interaction, the two became quite familiar with each other. Wang Chen felt that Wei Xiong's temperament suited him well, and having another friend was nice. However, Wei Xiong rarely brought his sister along. But today, he saw the girl sitting in the back seat of the cart. Wang Chen went over to invite the siblings to sit at his home. Ahem. As a result, Wei Xiong coughed a couple of times and said to the girl, "Alien, stay by the cart and don't run around. I have something to discuss with Master Wang." The girl nodded, appearing very obedient. Wang Chen then learned that her name was Alien, which sounded quite nice. After entering the house and taking a seat, Wei Xiong, looking as if he had just made a significant decision, said solemnly, "Master Wang, there's something I would like to ask for your help with." Seeing his serious expression, Wang Chen asked, "What is it?" Wei Xiong took out a small gray bag from his bosom and placed it in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. A storage bag? He was very familiar with this bag, which was commonly used by cultivators. "Yes." Wei Xiong licked his lips and said, "I would like to ask you to help me open it. You can take 1 or 2 items from inside." There was a hint of nervousness in his gaze as he looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled. "This is simple. I will help you open it. But I won't take anything." A storage bag is a magical tool that can only be fully opened by cultivators who have cultivated magical power. And since Wei Xiong was an innate martial artist, he couldn't take anything out unless he forcibly damaged the bag. However, doing so would ruin the bag entirely. And the items that fell out could also be damaged. Wang Chen didn't know where Wei Xiong got this storage bag from. But he knew that Wei Xiong must be reluctant to damage it, which was why he came to ask for his help. It was likely that he went through a fierce internal struggle before deciding to ask. This was entirely understandable. As the saying goes, wealth can move people's hearts. It is hard to say what treasures might be stored in an unclaimed storage bag. Furthermore, their friendship was not very deep. Wang Chen felt that Wei Xiong had a considerable trust in his character, or perhaps he was willing to take a gamble. Wang Chen reached out to take the storage bag, infused it with magical power to unlock it, and took out the items one by one. Spirit stones, spirit rice, jerky, talismans, weapons, clothing, a whole pile of various items. Wang Chen returned the emptied storage bag to Wei Xiong. "They're all here." Wei Xiong's expression was somewhat strange. "Aren't you going to ask where I got this storage bag?" "Wang Chen, where did it come from?" The two stared at each other, both laughing. Chapter 65, Opening the Blind Box. Wang Chen had no intention of understanding the origin of the storage bag. Everyone has their own secrets. Whether Wei Xiong found, stole, or robbed this storage bag had nothing to do with him. Why dig deeper? Upon realizing Wang Chen's attitude, Wei Xiong visibly relaxed. They both smiled and moved on. Wei Xiong picked up a wooden box from the pile of items and solemnly placed it in front of Wang Chen. Then he pointed to the other items and asked, "Master Wang, do you think these things can be exchanged for a primordial dan?" "Primordial dan?" Wang Chen was surprised. What do you need a primordial dan for? The primordial dan, as the name suggests, is a pill used by martial artists to break through the innate realm. The problem is, Wei Xiong was already an innate martial artist, so the primordial dan was of no use to him. It's for my sister, Wei Xiong explained. She can reach the peak of the postnatal realm within a year at the fastest, and breaking through to the innate realm through martial arts will give her a chance to pass the outer sect assessment of the Yunyang sect. Wang Chen understood. Mortal martial artists cultivate their vital energy. To enter the path of cultivation through martial arts, it is best to reach the innate realm, fully transforming all postnatal true energy into innate true energy. Then, they can draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This not only allows them to skip the transformation phase and directly become a chi practitioner, but also enables them to cultivate both martial arts and magical arts, greatly enhancing their combat power. The Yunyang sect opens its doors every 3 years to recruit new disciples. Given Wei Xiong's sister's age, if she could advance to the chi stage with an innate body, her admission to the outer sect would be nearly guaranteed. Wang Chen asked, "Don't you want to exchange for a foundation establishment, Dan? Transforming the essence, establishing a foundation, and cultivating chi. If the primordial dan is the breakthrough pill for postnatal martial artists, then the foundation establishment dan is the ascent pill for innate martial artists." From what Wang Chen knew, the prices of the two were not far apart. The foundation establishment dan was just a bit more expensive. The spirit stones he just took out from the storage bag alone were worth dozens. Among them, a long sword was clearly a magical weapon. Altogether, they would easily suffice to exchange for a foundation establishment dan. Wei Xiong chuckled bitterly. "I lack the 5 elements." Wang Chen was speechless. Wang Chen knew that both Wei Xiong and his sister came from the mortal realm. Just imagine, an innate powerhouse who could dominate a region in the mundane world, going through great difficulties and traveling thousands of miles to the cultivation realm seeking immortality, only to find out that he lacked the 5 elements and could not cultivate. How frustrating and painful that must be. But my sister has a celestial bone. Wei Xiong clearly had come to terms with it, showing little sense of loss, and his tone was filled with pride. So this innate pill is something I must obtain. All right. Wang Chen nodded. I'll help you handle these things. Swapping for an innate pill shouldn't be a problem. Wei Xiong belonged to the scattered cultivators from outside the domain. Not only did he need to pay a fee to enter the city, but he also received no discounts when buying or selling items within the city. He could easily be taken advantage of. Although Wang Chen was merely an outer sect disciple, his status was much more advantageous. Wei Xiong was overjoyed and clasped his fists. "Thank you, Immortal Master." His sister complex was confirmed. Wang Chen smiled and said, "No need to be polite." Wei Xiong chuckled and pushed the box on the table towards Wang Chen. "Then I'll trouble you with this." The box was about half a foot long, made of valuable purple blood sandalwood, with a tightly sealed lid. It looked like it contained something good, but it could also be empty. After all, the original owner of the storage bag wasn't very wealthy. The total value of everything outside the box was only around 100 spirit coins. The storage bag itself had a volume of just 5 square feet. Wei Xiong's meaning was clear, regardless of whether there was something inside or it was trash. It all belonged to Wang Chen as a reward for his assistance. Wang Chen pondered for a moment and reached out to take the sandalwood box. If he didn't accept it, Wei Xiong might think too much. Moreover, Wang Chen was also a bit curious about what was inside the box. It was like opening a blind box. Bright and clear. Wei Xiong secretly sighed. Although Wang Chen was not very old, he was generous and straightforward, far surpassing many cultivators he knew. This time, asking Wang Chen for help was definitely the right choice. Wei Xiong didn't pretend to refuse. After all, once a Lian drew energy into her body and became a cultivator, a portable storage bag would be essential. These spirit rice and dried meat could also help the siblings get through the coming cold winter better. He packed all the miscellaneous items and then bid farewell. When Wang Chen saw Wei Xiong out, he said, "Come back tomorrow afternoon to pick up the pills." Wei Xiong was naturally very grateful. He placed the box back on the table, first activating the spirit light shield armor for himself, then using the telekinesis technique to grasp the wooden box from the table. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor sails 1,000 years. Not knowing whether it contained a divine pill or poison, being careful was definitely the right choice. Crack. The lid of the box opened. There were no hidden traps, and inside the box was surprisingly a rust-covered thick needle. Wang Chen used his magical power to wrap his palm around it and picked it up for a closer look. The needle was about 3 inches long, thick in the middle and sharp at both ends, with a dull black-brown color. There were no magical power or spiritual energy fluctuations. It looked like an ordinary thick needle. Such an item might not even be picked up if dropped on the street. Yet it was solemnly preserved in a valuable purple blood sandalwood box. Wang Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately called up his cultivation panel. His gaze fell on the equipment column. Rui golden needle. It really showed up. The simple 4 characters almost made Wang Chen jump up. Unlike skills or techniques, the cultivation panel was very picky about equipment. Previously, the only item that had appeared in the equipment column was the 1,000 changes mask obtained from a wandering merchant, Wang Chen's storage bag, the cloudlight robe issued by Wei Tang, the Yinling magic knife, and so on, all lacked the qualifications to display. However, this seemingly rusty iron needle was able to appear there, indicating it was surely not an ordinary item. Opening a blind box revealed treasure. It was truly an unexpected delight. The question was, how to use this thing? Wang Chen examined the Rui golden needle for a long time without figuring anything out. He tried to inject magical power into the needle. However, the magical power disappeared without a trace, and there was not the slightest response. This was obviously very abnormal. Wang Chen practiced the 5 elements technique, which could accommodate most low-level spells. Even if his strength was insufficient to activate high-level magical artifacts, there should still be some feedback. He repeatedly experimented, persistently pouring in magical power. The Rui golden needle remained dull and lifeless. This was truly strange. Wang Chen rubbed his chin, feeling he had overlooked something. That's right. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind as he pinched the needle between his right hand's index and middle fingers. Chapter 66, Rui Golden Needle. Activating his magical power, Wang Chen unleashed the metal finger technique. The fingers of his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, suddenly emitting a faint glow, as if coated in a layer of gold. Beautiful yet dangerous. Wang Chen's metal finger technique had reached a perfected stage, capable of piercing through an enemy's protective spells with a single strike. It was regarded as his strongest offensive skill. However, the metal finger technique was notably weak against evil entities, falling short compared to the fire crow technique. At this moment, Wang Chen wasn't using the metal finger technique to brush up on his skills or attack a target. He wanted to test whether the power of metal could have any effect on this Rui golden needle. Just as he condensed the finger technique, the Rui golden needle suddenly generated a strong suction force, continuously devouring the metal power converted from his 5 elements magical power. Hiss! Wang Chen immediately took a sharp breath, his fingers trembling involuntarily. The sinister nature of this equipment far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the golden needle had firmly stuck to his fingers, making it impossible to break free. He felt as if his essence blood was being drained away. With no other choice, Wang Chen had to desperately activate the metal power to satisfy the Rui golden needle's needs. His intuition told him that if he didn't do this, he would be drained dry. Fortunately, Wang Chen had already advanced to the 5th layer of qi refinement, and his magical power was now 3 times more robust than before. Thus, he managed to endure for a considerable amount of time. However, the Rui golden needle was like a glutton that had been starving for 1,000 years, showing no signs of satisfaction. Only by operating the 5 elements technique to accelerate the absorption of the pill's energy was he barely able to hold on. Cough, cough. At this moment, Wang Chen's face was as pale as paper, his eyes devoid of spirit, cold sweat pouring down. He looked completely drained. In fact, his dantian was nearly empty, with not a trace of magical power left. Meanwhile, the Rui golden needle, still clamped between his fingers, had completely shed its surface rust, revealing a pure golden texture and radiance, shining brilliantly with spiritual essence. It was as if an ugly duckling had transformed into a swan, a stunning beauty lifting her veil, radiating an incomparable brilliance. A method for controlling the golden needle had been implanted in his mind. However, at this moment, Wang Chen had neither the energy nor the mental capacity to learn and master this controlling technique. He stored the Rui golden needle, which nearly cost him his life, into his storage bag, then began to cultivate and recover his spirit and harmonize his dantian to avoid damaging his foundation. Despite this, Wang Chen's heart was still filled with immense joy. A self-contained technique. This Rui golden needle was definitely not an ordinary magical artifact. Ordinary magical artifacts could not possibly be this impressive. If it turned out to be a second-tier spiritual tool, that would truly be a windfall. The original owner of the Rui golden needle likely knew it was a treasure but did not have the means to activate it, so they could only keep it in the purple blood sandalwood box as a collectible. As a result, it had now conveniently fallen into Wang Chen's hands. The next morning, Wang Chen went to Yinshan City. However, he did not take Wei Xiong's items to sell. He went to the outer sect merit hall and exchanged all his merit points at once. He received an innate pill, 3 blood essence talismans, 3 blood essence escape talismans, and 6 blood essence storage talismans. The innate pill goes without saying. As for those talismans bearing the name of blood essence, they were all talismans that even mortals could use. The cultivation world also had a large number of mortals. They were born with incomplete elemental affinities and lacked the strength to alter their fate, at most becoming martial arts experts. Many of them came from good backgrounds and had a need for self-protection. Thus, the essence blood talisman came into being. The Essence Blood Talisman can be activated simply by applying fresh blood. Although its power is not as great as that of a cultivator's talisman, it can still be a lifesaver in critical moments. The Essence Blood Storage Talisman is a one-time use storage talisman, which cannot be compared to a storage bag, but it still has its convenient uses. It is worth mentioning that some Essence Blood Talismans have spread to the mortal world, often used by people for trickery and ghostly acts. The reason Wang Chen exchanged merit points for the innate pill and Essence Blood Talismans was mainly because the Spirit Stones, talismans, and that magic sword taken from Wei Xiong's storage bag were all useful to him. Instead of selling these items and then using the Spirit Stones to buy them back, it was much more cost-effective to exchange them for merit points. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. In the afternoon, Wei Xiong once again came to Wang Chen's house as agreed. Wang Chen handed the innate pill and Essence Blood Talismans to him. Wei Xiong was taken aback. So many? He certainly knew about the Essence Blood Talismans and understood how to use them. Wei Xiong initially thought it would be great to exchange for an innate pill, but he didn't expect Wang Chen to also include 12 Essence Blood Talismans. Moreover, all of the Essence Blood Talismans were very practical and exactly what he needed. The innate martial artist was deeply moved. Not a bit too much. Wang Chen shook his head and said, "Do you know? Inside that box you gave me." Master Xianxia. Wei Xiong interrupted Wang Chen's words without hesitation, seriously stating, "No matter what's inside the box, that's your fortune. You really don't need to tell me." He cupped his fists in salute. Master Xianxia is benevolent. Wei is deeply grateful. Wang Chen was speechless, since the other party had said it to this extent. What more could he say? "Brother Wei, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come find me, and I will do my best to help you." Having received this fortune, he also gave the other party a promise of assistance. Wang Chen felt completely at ease. After sending Wei Xiong off, he couldn't help but take out the Rui golden needle again. This magical tool had transformed into a dark golden color and was no longer as dazzling as when it was first activated. It suited Wang Chen's low-key needs perfectly. He once again pinched the Rui golden needle between his fingers and infused it with a trace of metal power. The Rui golden needle instantly came to life. This piece of equipment seemed to have gained a life of its own, flexibly circling around Wang Chen's index finger before transforming into a primitive dark golden ring that fits snugly on his finger. With a thought, Wang Chen suddenly thrust his finger forward. A sharp metal energy shot out, with a long and sharp golden needle wrapped in the middle, instantly piercing through the solid wall ahead. It circled around his right index finger and solidified back into a ring. Wang Chen laughed heartily, his joy beyond words. Chapter 67, Master. Over the next few days, Wang Chen was completely absorbed in his new toy, like a big boy who had just received a video game console, playing with great delight. The Rui golden needle was a very interesting magical tool, as long as he infused it with metal power to activate it. It could change into different forms according to Wang Chen's will. For example, it could stretch into a long golden thread, finer than a hair, yet incredibly tough. By controlling it, this golden thread could be used to bind targets or let him hang upside down like Spider-Man from the beams. Wang Chen even used the Rui golden needle to create a fishing line with a hook, complete with barbs. As for transforming into simple little things like an ear scoop, that was even easier. But these were just the fun aspects of the Rui golden needle. As long as he infused it with a large amount of metal power, it could easily pierce through iron and stone, possessing terrifying lethality. Moreover, after mastering the accompanying method of splitting the soul and concentrating one's thoughts, Wang Chen could also use object manipulation techniques to control this magical tool from a distance. The method of splitting the soul and concentrating one's thoughts first involved refining the magical tool with spiritual power and then separating a bit of one's own spirit and thoughts to be embedded within the needle, achieving the goal of using it as an extension of himself. Although the method of splitting the soul and concentrating one's thoughts was not displayed on the skills panel, it was undoubtedly a very exquisite and clever technique. Wang Chen spent a full 3 days completing the refinement and expended a great deal of mental energy to concentrate his thoughts. After successfully embedding his thoughts, his control over the Rui golden needle increased dramatically. The maximum remote control distance exceeded 100 meters. Since the Rui golden needle activated silently and swiftly like lightning, it was perfect for ambushing unsuspecting targets. This allowed Wang Chen to master another new trump card after the fire crow technique. Of course, while playing was enjoyable, Wang Chen did not think that having the Rui golden needle made him all that impressive. In the cultivation world, he was still an insignificant small fry. If he thought that having a powerful magical tool made him invincible, he would definitely meet a tragic end. So, he still needed to continue perfecting the doomsday bunker. Originally, Wang Chen's excavation work was nearly complete. However, during the process of improvement, his paranoia flared up again, or rather, his intuition told him that it was still not perfect. So, he decided to dig a new escape tunnel. This tunnel was expected to exceed 10 miles in length, with the exit on the shady side of a hillside, making it quite concealed. The reason for all this effort was mainly because Wang Chen considered that the exit locations of the two previously dug tunnels were not very far apart. In the event of being surrounded and searched by a large number of enemies, the possibility of exposure was quite high. Since he had already gone this far, Wang Chen didn't mind putting in the extra effort. Perhaps he was being a bit overly cautious. However, compared to his own life, any additional preparations were not excessive. The new tunnel connected to a third secret chamber, nearly 30 zhang deep, already within the rock strata, but under Wang Chen's mastery-level mud and stone technique. The hard rock instantly turned soft as mud. The only limitation on his digging speed was the capacity of his storage bag. Mud and Stone Technique Experience 1. Mud and Stone Technique. Mastery 399,400. The mastery level Mud and Stone Technique had filled up its experience points. In the dim tunnel, Wang Chen stopped digging, took out a gourd, and drank some spring water. Then he added points, without any hesitation, because he knew very well that relying on his 4 points of comprehension, it was absolutely impossible to break through the bottleneck of this skill's mastery level. Only by consuming merit points could he breach the barrier. His Mud and Stone Technique had been directly leveled up from beginner to proficient and then to small mastery, without adding any points. So this time, leveling up again was considered a second point allocation, requiring only 10 merit points. This was also the most important reason for Wang Chen's current point allocation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough points for 3 allocations. Mud and Stone Technique, Grandmaster 0, 500. Merit, Breakthrough 87. Grandmaster level Mud and Stone Technique. Wang Chen's head suddenly buzzed as countless pieces of information surged into his sea of consciousness, nearly causing his awareness to crash. However, Wang Chen seemed to hear the sound of something shattering, extremely clear. When his mind became slightly clearer, he was astonished to find that the magical oath seal that had originally bound the Mud and Stone Technique in his sea of consciousness had disappeared. The magical seed of the law, freed from its cage, shone brightly, illuminating the sea of consciousness like stars. Wang Chen was a bit dazed. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. Wang Chen's Mud and Stone Technique was exchanged from the library. Like the other spells he learned, the spiritual light of the magical seed obtained also carried a magical oath seal. The magical oath seal represented the first oath of heaven that the law is not easily passed on. The moment he activated the jade slip of the technique, he had established this ancient oath for himself, which prevented him from passing this technique on to others or creating a jade slip for the technique. Wang Chen did not mind this. Without the restriction of the magical oath seal, any technique could potentially flood the market and become common merchandise. However, he never expected. After mastering the Mudstone technique and advancing to the master realm, it unexpectedly broke the spell of the legal oath automatically. Wang Chen had a vague feeling that he seemed to have touched upon a monumental secret. Does this mean that as long as he masters the art of refining jade slips, he can recreate the Mudstone technique and then sell it to other cultivators? It's entirely possible. A master, the teacher who establishes a sect, is naturally supposed to have the ability to pass on teachings. However, as soon as this thought surfaced in Wang Chen's mind, he immediately suppressed it. Too dangerous. The control over techniques by sects is extremely strict. Techniques exchanged for merit points can only be obtained through the jade slips in the library. As for the jade slips, they are absolutely not allowed to be taken out of the library. The spells he bought from the Sea Commerce Association are the same. In this situation, if Wang Chen were to create jade slips of techniques to sell to others, it would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Perhaps one day, when he is strong enough, it wouldn't matter. But definitely not now. Although he felt a bit regretful, Wang Chen didn't have much to lament about. One can only eat as much as one can afford. Snatching someone else's bowl could get him killed. With this thought, Wang Chen suddenly waved his palm forward. The master-level Mudstone technique was instantly unleashed, and the powerful magical energy silently struck the rocks ahead. A faint yellow glow flashed. Large, hard rocks melted away like snow under the scorching sun, turning into soft mud that flowed down. In the blink of an eye, a cave, 2 meters deep and with a regular shape, appeared before Wang Chen. Beneath his feet was a large puddle of soft, mushy mud. Wang Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. The master-level Mudstone technique is surprisingly powerful to such an extent. Chapter 68, A Request for Help Again. The north wind howled as it swept across the top of the hillside, bringing the chill of winter. A striped lizard crawled out from a pile of rubble. Cautiously looking around, it stretched out its long tongue, sniffing the scents coming from the surroundings. It needed to gather enough nutrition to hibernate in the cave before the first snowfall. However, the recent near extinction of insects greatly increased the difficulty of foraging. After a moment, feeling that there was no danger, it carefully poked its head out again. Not far away, a patch of grass was violently uprooted. A person emerged from the ground. Before the striped lizard could see clearly who it was, a flash of golden light pierced through its head in an instant. It was a 3-inch-long golden needle. The golden needle then pierced through a nearby stone, drawing a long arc in the air before hovering next to Wang Chen. Just as Wang Chen emerged from the ground, he lightly whistled. The golden needle immediately flew to his right hand, wrapping around his index finger to form a ring. Done. Wang Chen touched the ring, feeling a great sense of relief. After nearly 2 months of construction and repeated renovations, the Doomsday Fortress was finally completed, ensuring safety and allowing him to sleep soundly at night. The location he was in was the exit of the longest and final escape tunnel, just recently dug out. This exit was carefully chosen by Wang Chen and measured repeatedly to ensure it was on the right path. The exit was well hidden, surrounded by hilly forest land, with no visible fields or farmhouses. There were also no wild beasts around. Therefore, apart from the occasional children playing or foraging for wild vegetables, people were rarely seen. Wang Chen reinforced the tunnel exit and meticulously disguised it before leaving. He only stopped at the edge of the mountain gate, where it connected to the outside world. Here, there were vast hills, and in the distance, rolling mountains. The area was desolate and devoid of human presence. Wang Chen carefully observed his surroundings before starting to practice the shadowless movement. Shadowless movement is a technique, or more accurately, a spell used for escape. Wang Chen spent 350 merit points to exchange for it. According to the teachings of the library's elders, this technique could be effectively used even at the peak of Qi cultivation, and it is classified as a mid to high level technique in Qi cultivation. Correspondingly, the difficulty of entry is quite high. Wang Chen doubled his 4 points of comprehension and took a full half-month to get the hang of it. However, his environment limited his skill proficiency practice, which is why he came here today. Taking a deep breath, pure magical energy surged from his dantian, instantly infusing his legs. The next moment, Wang Chen's figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he disappeared into the dense jungle. At this time, the sky was overcast, and soon, snowflakes began to fall. As the first snow of winter began to brew, thousands of spirit farmers from the Yunyang sect rushed to harvest the newly ripened spirit rice. Many farmers suffered disasters during the summer, resulting in a shortage of their own food after paying the sect's land rent. Fortunately, the Yunyang sect dispatched golden core real people and flying ships to eliminate the gray-eyed thieves, allowing everyone to safely get through the autumn and ensure the winter harvest of rice. As acre after acre of bountiful spirit rice was harvested, smiles appeared on many families' faces. The dark cloud that had been hovering over people's hearts had finally dissipated. Everyone looked forward to a new year without worries about food and clothing. At this time, Wei Xiong once again brought his sister to Wang Chen's home to help harvest 10 acres of spirit rice. This time, Wei Xiong insisted on helping for free. So, Wang Chen killed 2 chickens, along with eggs, meat from demon beasts, and vegetables he grew himself, preparing a lunch that wasn't very lavish but was heartfelt to entertain the siblings. Wei Xiong was not polite and devoured 3 large bowls of spirit rice in one go. After finishing the meal, Wei Xiong asked his sister to clean up the dishes and then invited Wang Chen to talk privately. Master Wang, the innate warrior said in a deep voice, there's something I want to ask you for help with. This was the second time Wang Chen had heard him say the same thing. He nodded. You say? Wei Xiong gritted his teeth. I want a Lian to stay at your place for a few days. What do you think? Wang Chen was taken aback. What happened? Wang Chen was very clear about how much Wei Xiong cared for his sister. He had once been cautious about him for this reason. Now, to suggest letting his sister stay at Wang Chen's home was like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. Although Wang Chen was not a tiger and had no such thoughts about a Lian, Wei Xiong's request was clearly very unusual. There was an incident at the Black Rock village. Wei Xiong's expression was bitter. A Lian and I were lucky to escape a disaster. It turned out that 3 days ago, a Xuanhuo suddenly attacked the city where the siblings lived, resulting in the immediate death of the village chief at the peak of Qi cultivation and injuries to over 100 cultivators. The city was thus destroyed for the most part. It was tragic. Wei Xiong and his sister were quite lucky. They happened not to be inside the village when the incident occurred. However, their home was destroyed, and they had to find another place to stay. Wei Xiong planned to scout another village first, and after finding a suitable place to settle down, he would bring his sister over. So he wanted to ask Wang Chen for help in taking care of a Lian for a few days. No problem. Understanding the reason, Wang Chen readily agreed. But he still found it strange. How did your village get attacked by the Xuanhuo? The Xuanhuo is a spirit demon, equivalent to a Zifu master among cultivators. Spirit demons have developed intelligence and possess considerable wisdom. They usually have their own territory, without a special reason. It is unlikely for them to attack a gathering place of cultivators for no reason. Someone stole the Xuanhuo's egg. Wei Xiong was extremely angry. They brought it to our village. Wang Chen suddenly understood. This person really knows how to court death. For most monsters, offspring are indeed a taboo. and touching them will lead to a fight to the death. Rest assured, Master Xian. Wei Xiong clasped his fists and said, I will find a place to take a Lien over as soon as possible, so I won't cause you any more trouble. According to the rules of the Yunyang sect, loose cultivators holding a travel permit can enter and exit the mountain gate. However, they cannot settle down. Wang Chen can temporarily take an Lien, but once someone discovers and reports it, he will definitely be in trouble. Wei Xiong knows this rule and doesn't want to implicate Wang Chen unless absolutely necessary. Wang Chen smiled and said, It's no trouble at all. If it were before, it would definitely be a bit of a hassle. But now, with the underground safe haven completed, it's no problem to accommodate a girl or even establish a harem. Chapter 69, Wei Lian. Wei Xiong left. After helping Wang Chen harvest all the spiritual rice, he decisively drove away in his cart. Wang Chen had a vague feeling that this bold, innate martial artist was probably not just looking for a new place to stay. The sky gradually darkened, and the atmosphere in the room became somewhat unusual. When Wei Xiong left, he also said something to his sister, causing the girl to sit in Wang Chen's home, silent and not daring to look him in the eye. Her demeanor was evasive. To be honest, Wang Chen, who had grown accustomed to being alone, felt a bit awkward. He had met Wei Lian, Wei Xiong's sister, a few times before. They were not complete strangers, but they had never really talked. Now that Wei Xiong had left, he was left alone with her in the room. How they would get along in the next few days was a question. Fortunately, Wang Chen had lived 2 lives and had also had a few girlfriends in his previous life, so he had some experience. Seeing Wei Lian showing signs of embarrassment, he thought for a moment and stood up, saying, Lian, you must be hungry now, right? I'll go cook. Wei Lian immediately panicked. Master Xian, let me do it. I'll cook. She was currently under someone else's roof, and Wang Chen was a cultivator. How could she let him do the hard work? Wang Chen asked, Can you cook? He asked casually, thinking that if she wanted to find something to do, that would be good too. At least it wouldn't be so awkward. As soon as Wang Chen's words fell, Wei Lian's pretty face instantly turned red, and she was caught off guard by his question. Oh dear. Wang Chen immediately understood that this girl clearly didn't know how to cook. He couldn't help but silently complain. How spoiled is Wei Xiong to his sister? Even as a loose cultivator in the outer realms, he doesn't let her learn any life skills. In fact, Wang Chen did not know that Wei Lian had once tried hard to learn cooking, but her talent in this area was extremely poor. The food she made was even rejected by dogs, so she wasted a lot of ingredients. Thus, when living with Wei Xiong, he was the one who cooked, not daring to let her touch the pots and pans. However, aside from cooking, Wei Lian was diligent and capable in other aspects. She was not the kind of young lady who couldn't lift a finger. Cooking was precisely her Achilles heel. It's okay. Wang Chen smiled and said, I'll do it. Wang Chen went to the kitchen to get busy, leaving Wei Lian covering her flushed face. She was extremely embarrassed. In reality, not knowing how to cook was not the true reason for Wei Lian's shyness and awkwardness. Before leaving, Wei Xiong had whispered a few words to her. In Wei Xiong's view, Wang Chen was a kind-hearted and trustworthy cultivator. Although he was young, his conduct and handling of matters were commendable, which was the decisive factor in his decision to entrust Wei Lian to Wang Chen's care. However, knowing a person's face but not their heart, he couldn't guarantee that once he left, Wang Chen wouldn't suddenly harbor ill intentions. After all, his sister was so beautiful. Wei Xiong told Wei Lian that if Wang Chen really couldn't control himself, then she should just give in, never resist. Remembering her brother's earlier words, Wei Lian really wanted to run away immediately, but she knew that Wei Xiong was going to do something important, and she couldn't help or hinder him. After thinking it over, Wei Lian secretly made up her mind and resolutely went to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, who was chopping vegetables in the kitchen, was unaware that this girl had just gone through an intense mental struggle. When Wei Lian approached and said she wanted to help, he let her take care of the stove, doing tasks like adding firewood and water. They chatted while working. As a result, after cooking a meal, they became much more familiar with each other and the earlier awkwardness diminished. Through their conversation, Wang Chen learned that Wei Lian was the same age as him, just born in a later month. 3 years ago, Wei Lian followed Wei Xiong to the cultivation world and had been living in the Black Rock village since. As for other circumstances, Wei Lian did not elaborate, and Wang Chen did not ask further. However, Wang Chen could tell that this girl had a somewhat naive personality, without any schemes or calculations. She was clearly well protected by Wei Xiong. When talking about Wei Xiong, a hint of pride and admiration appeared in Wei Lian's tone. This made Wang Chen think of his own sister. His sister had once been proud of her brother too. Unconsciously, Wang Chen felt a closer bond with Wei Lian, a girl whose personality resembled that of his younger sister and whose appearance resembled that of his older cousin. After dinner, Wang Chen took Wei Lian to the bedroom. He did not notice that the girl behind him grabbed the dagger hidden in her sleeve at the moment they stepped into the room. Wang Chen said, Lian, you'll have to stay in the underground secret room for the next few days. He pointed to the bed. You can lie on it. I'll send you down first. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chen suddenly felt something unusual. Wang Chen wondered, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Wei Lian bit her lip, relaxed her clenched hand, and walked to the bed to lie down. Although she followed Wang Chen's instructions, it was clear that she was very nervous. Wang Chen comforted her. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. It'll be over soon." As a result, Wei Lian closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. The next moment, Wang Chen reached out and forcefully pulled the mechanism at the head of the bed. The bedboard immediately flipped down, and Wei Lian, who was lying on it, rolled into the hole below in an instant, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This entrance passage sloped downward, and the bottom was smoothed out by Wang Chen, resembling a slide. It was very convenient to go down. The ceiling was carved with grooves for climbing back up. After Wei Lian slid down, the bedboard returned to its original position. Wang Chen then lay down as well and entered the tunnel, ensuring he could sleep soundly. Sliding into the first underground secret room, Wang Chen saw Wei Lian again. This girl was no longer as shy as before. She carefully examined the quite spacious secret room, and her lively eyes sparkled with curiosity. Wang Chen smiled and said, "Not bad here, right?" This secret room was the first one excavated, and later it was expanded, with 2 small rooms added beside it. Wang Chen had bought a batch of furniture from Yinshan City to place inside, along with many luminous stones for lighting. It was now set up to look quite decent. Except for the poor ventilation, the living conditions were much more comfortable than the bedrooms above ground. Today was his first time bringing someone to his secret little hideaway, but Wang Chen was not worried at all about it being exposed. In the outer area of the Yunyang sect, there were many families who dug basements and cellars to hide from disasters. It would be abnormal not to have a secret room. In fact, his secret room was merely a facade. The 2 tunnels connected to it were meant to confuse enemies. Below the secret room, there was another secret room, and below that was another secret room with escape passages. That was where the real secrets lay. Chapter 70. Red Sleeves Add Fragrance. Night Paints Talismans. Wei Lian settled down in Wang Chen's home. During the day, she stayed in the yard or the kitchen, practicing martial arts and helping with household chores, feeding the chickens, chopping firewood, cleaning, doing laundry, and making tea, not stepping out of the house even once. At night, she would retreat to the underground secret chamber to rest. Wang Chen bought 2 door curtains from the city and hung them at the entrances of 2 small rooms connected to the secret chamber, 1 person per bedroom, while the large secret chamber served as a common activity space. In the beginning, she was very cautious, showing both reverence and a hint of wariness towards Wang Chen. Gradually, she revealed another side of herself. "Master, please have some tea." In the secret chamber, Wei Lian served a cup of steaming fragrant tea to Wang Chen. "Thank you." Wang Chen took a sip. The tea's aroma filled his senses, and it was brewed just right. The same Yunzi spirit tea brewed by Wei Lian tasted significantly better than his. Besides being skilled in the art of tea, Wei Lian also had beautiful handwriting and an understanding of painting. It was clear that she had been meticulously trained as a refined young lady in the mundane world. However, here, Wei Lian consciously regarded herself as Wang Chen's maid. Recently, she had been diligently learning culinary skills, hoping to take over his kitchen. To be honest, since Wei Lian arrived, aside from some inconveniences in certain aspects, Wang Chen felt that his quality of life had improved significantly. His days of cultivation were no longer as dull and boring as before. After finishing the spirit tea, Wang Chen felt refreshed. He immediately picked up his talisman brush, dipped it in talisman ink, and began to draw on the talisman paper. The 3-character talisman was completed in 1 breath. In the past few months, while continuing to cultivate his techniques, improving skill proficiency, and digging the underground fortress, Wang Chen had also tried to carve out time for learning talisman crafting. He had always planned to take on a part-time role as a talisman maker, for which he purchased a complete set of learning tools, including basic talisman diagrams, and was striving to step into the realm of talismans. Wang Chen's main goal in wanting to become a talisman maker was not to make money. The barrier to entry for making talismans is low, and the initial investment cost cannot be compared to alchemy or artifact crafting. Moreover, talismans are highly demanded consumables, making them the first choice for many lower-tier cultivators as a side job. However, while it's easy to get started in talismans, mastering them is difficult, and becoming a true talisman maker is even harder. Additionally, with a flood of cultivators entering the field, there is severe competition, causing the prices of low-level talismans on the market to drop. Without some unique skills or exceptional techniques, it's nearly impossible to earn a few spirit stones from talisman crafting. Even if one possesses outstanding abilities, without backing from a certain power, one cannot hope to snatch business from others within the sect. In Yinshan City, every profitable trade is backed by 1 or more purple mansion experts. Wang Chen's initial consideration for learning talismans was for personal use, saving costs and enhancing combat power. For example, attack-type talismans such as Falling Fire, Wind Blade, Ice Arrow, Earth Spike, and Lightning Strike. It is quite normal for a chi refining stage cultivator wielding a talisman to make mid-level cultivators panic. Compared to expensive magical artifacts that can cost hundreds or thousands, talismans are undoubtedly the best choice for lower-tier cultivators to enhance their combat strength. In Wang Chen's vision, if he encounters an overwhelmingly strong enemy, such as a high-level cultivator or a demon, and cannot match their strength, he would unleash talismans in a barrage to turn the tables through overwhelming attack, or to create an opportunity to escape. This tactic undoubtedly requires a large number of talismans, which cannot be afforded by purchasing with spirit stones. With the cultivation panel in hand, if he could level up his talisman crafting skills, it would undoubtedly provide him with an ace up his sleeve. However, the issue is that learning basic talisman crafting without a technique jade slip does not yield spiritual light law seeds, which is different from spells. How could it appear in the skills column of the panel? Wang Chen approached learning talisman crafting with a trial-and-error attitude. He discovered that talisman crafting is a profound and vast discipline. Like the mathematics and physics of his previous life, one might spend a lifetime studying it, yet only scratch the surface. The basic talisman diagrams, suitable only for chi refining stage cultivators, contains illustrations of 237 talismans and 309 true seal characters. The true seal characters originated from ancient times and are said to have been established by the 3 saints of the Taoist sect, encompassing profound and mysterious knowledge. All talismans, whether they are law talismans, spirit talismans, treasure talismans, or true talismans, are drawn using true seal characters. The 309 true seals in basic talisman diagrams are just a fraction of the characters. Different true seal characters can be combined to create different talismans, with as few as 3 or 5, and as many as dozens, interlinking with one another. If even one stroke is drawn incorrectly, the entire talisman is rendered useless. At first, Wang Chen didn't dare to copy them directly. He spent 2 months repeatedly practicing the illustrations of talismans and true seal characters. Only after he could skillfully reproduce all the talismans and characters in basic talisman diagrams did he begin to follow the techniques outlined in this introductory text. He attempted to draw real talismans on talisman paper. A standard yellow talisman paper, half a foot long and 3 inches wide, was filled on the front with dark red true seal characters. There were no mistakes, broken strokes, or ink drips. Each stroke subtly revealed spiritual light. This was the result of infusing mana during the drawing process, resonating with the spiritual energy in the talisman ink. However, this did not mean the talisman was complete. Wang Chen concentrated and, holding the brush, placed a dot above the talisman paper. This is called pointing the truth, the last and most crucial stroke in crafting a talisman. Previously, Wang Chen had repeatedly failed at this step, leading to failures. He had wasted dozens of sheets of talisman paper. But Wang Chen did not feel discouraged. Failure was nothing. What mattered was being able to gain useful experience. He believed that with his current understanding, entering the field was not a problem. This stroke of pointing the truth gave Wang Chen great confidence. As the brush tip touched the paper, the talisman ink immediately spread across the surface, and the 3 true seal characters below suddenly lit up. Spiritual light overflowed. Talisman crafting experience 1. Information suddenly appeared in his vision, leaving Wang Chen momentarily stunned. He succeeded? Oh. Before he could call up the cultivation panel to check, a soft exclamation suddenly came from beside him. Wang Chen turned to see Wei Lian standing next to the desk, holding a fire stick that had just lit a censer of sandalwood incense. Her mouth slightly open, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Wang Chen chuckled, feeling extremely joyful. If he guessed correctly, there should be a new entry in the skills column of the panel now. A whole new world opened its doors to him. Chapter 71, Warning. Talisman Crafting, Beginner 0-100. The skills column of the cultivation panel clearly displayed the results of Wang Chen's efforts over the past 2 months. The name of the new skill was very simple. Just 2 short characters. However, in Wang Chen's eyes, it surpassed all the spells he had previously mastered. When he bought the talisman crafting tools and basic talisman diagrams in Yinshan City, he wanted to see if he could include the skills from the myriad arts of cultivation into the panel. Then, he could use heavenly merit or human virtue to level up. Wang Chen had it all planned out. If he mastered the knack for crafting talismans and successfully drew a law talisman but failed to achieve the real goal, he would not invest much time and energy in this area in the future. Because becoming an excellent talisman maker requires not only extraordinary talent, but also long-term persistence. Where would he find enough energy to enhance his own strength? Although there is a so-called talisman cultivation, it is not the path of cultivation that Wang Chen likes. Now, it's great. The art of talisman crafting has been certified by the panel. In the future, he just needs to improve his proficiency and then use human virtue to break through realms. Becoming a master talisman maker is no longer a dream. When he encounters a strong enemy, he can throw a talisman first, and if one isn't enough, he can throw another. He imagines the enemy kneeling and singing his praises. Just thinking about it makes Wang Chen feel elated. Master? Just as Wang Chen was lost in his fantasies, Wei Lian's cautious voice rang in his ears. The young girl did not understand why Wang Chen was giving her a strange smile, and she felt a bit uneasy. Cough. Coming back to his senses, Wang Chen quickly coughed twice. He casually picked up the talisman he had just completed on the table and handed it to the visibly anxious girl. This is the first talisman I've successfully drawn. I'll give it to you as a keepsake. It was a falling fire talisman. The falling fire talisman is one of the most common low-level talismans. Once activated, it can unleash a ball of searing flames, resembling a meteorite falling from the sky, and possesses considerable lethality. Wang Chen chose the falling fire talisman as his practice target because his affinity in the 5 elements was primarily fire. Thank you, Master. Wei Lian accepted the talisman with both hands, feeling both honored and nervous. I know you can't use ordinary talismans yet, Wang Chen said with a smile, but I believe you will definitely break through your innate limitations and channel energy into your body to embark on the path of immortality. Consider this talisman as my encouragement to you. Giving roses to others leaves a lingering fragrance. Wang Chen had always felt that as long as one acted with integrity and aimed for the light, their luck would not be bad. He helped Wei Xiong take care of Wei Lian, and then his talisman-making skills improved. This girl in front of him was truly the one bringing him luck. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Wei Lian's eyes suddenly lit up, and she nodded vigorously while holding the talisman. The confidence that suddenly radiated from her made Wang Chen want to reach out and ruffle her hair, much like he did with his younger sister in his past life. However, he restrained this impulse to avoid making their relationship awkward. Wang Chen was very clear that Wei Lian was merely a passerby in his life. She would leave sooner or later, perhaps in just a few days. The night had grown deep, and after expending a lot of energy, Wang Chen began to feel somewhat fatigued. He put away the talisman-making tools on the table, and the underground secret room soon fell silent. On the surface, a bone-chilling cold wind howled across the vast fields, bringing with it a sprinkle of frost and snowflakes. The lights in the various farmhouses scattered throughout the countryside were all extinguished. People had fallen into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Chen suddenly woke up from his dreams. A terrifying brilliance flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, Wang Chen pressed his ear against the mouth of a copper horn. The horn was connected to a long copper pipe that ran along the wall and through the ceiling, extending up to the ground. This was a simple metal sound transmission system that Wang Chen used to monitor the movements in his bedroom. The first secret room he had excavated was 10 zhang deep. No matter how sharp his senses were, he couldn't perceive the situation on the surface from here, and he wouldn't even know if an enemy invaded. To solve this problem, the best method would be to use a Mandarin duck mirror. The Mandarin duck mirror could simultaneously transmit images and sounds, comparable to a high-definition surveillance system from his previous life. Unfortunately, the cheapest of such magical tools cost 500 lower spirits, which Wang Chen could not afford. So he created a sound tube made of sound-conducting copper pipes. This device had been widely used in naval ships, and it wasn't completely phased out until the mid-20th century, proving its practicality. The structure was also very simple. Wang Chen drew up the blueprints and had them customized in the city, spending only a bit of lower spirits to get it done. However, the installation took a considerable amount of his effort. The sound tube was fixed to the wall by the head of his bed. If any unusual noise came from outside, Wang Chen would be able to detect it immediately. Right now, he heard strange sounds. Someone had entered the house, in the dead of night. An intruder could only be a thief, or worse. It was certainly not someone with good intentions. After listening closely to the sound through the sound tube for a moment, he suddenly leapt up and moved into the outer secret room. He reached for 2 large cloth bags resting in the corner and untied the strings to dump a large amount of soil out at the exit of the secret room. In no time, the passage leading to the surface was completely filled. Wang Chen slapped his palm down, activating the master-level earth and stone technique. The soil blocking the passage instantly solidified into incredibly hard rock, completely sealing the tunnel. This way, whether water, fire, smoke, or poison came down, it would have no effect on the secret room. Master? At this moment, Wei Lian emerged from the room, holding a dagger and nervously asking, "What happened?" Wei Lian was originally a young lady of a wealthy family. After traveling thousands of miles with Wei Xiong to the world of cultivation and undergoing several years of training, she was no longer the delicate young lady she once was. In a critical moment, she could also pick up a weapon and fight. "It's nothing." Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished into another secret passage. This passage was short, with the exit located in the spiritual field behind Wang Chen's house, covered by a pile of straw. Wang Chen sneaked to the surface exit and gently pushed aside the top panel. He did not rush out, but first cast a protective spiritual light shield on himself, then activated his spiritual sense to carefully perceive the surrounding movements. After confirming it was safe, He crawled out from beneath the thick straw. It was very dark outside, and the cold wind mixed with frost whipped against Wang Chen's face. He silently darted forward, quickly approaching the wall of his yard. Like a weasel, he leapt up and gracefully landed in the vegetable patch of the backyard. At that moment, the sounds from inside the house reached his ears. Chapter 72, 3 Kills. Found the entrance. Watch me. The light in Wang Chen's bedroom was on, and the dim glow illuminated 3 sneaky figures. A small, thin man in black crouched in front of the lifted bedboard, his eyes fixed on the ground, with 2 tufts of whiskers sticking up, sliding his fingers along the gaps in the floor tiles, trying to pry them out with his nails. Beside the black-clad man stood a middle-aged cultivator with a grim expression, wearing a gray robe and holding a long sword, coldly watching the black-clad man's every move. Another tall and burly man blocked the doorway, his face full of flesh and looking ferocious. Crack! A long strip of board with floor tiles on it was forcefully lifted by the black-clad man, immediately revealing the entrance to the tunnel. The black-clad man immediately bent down to peek into the hole, cursing, "This little brat is really cunning." His experience in thievery was extensive, and he quickly assessed the issue with the tunnel. He absolutely refused to just crawl in. Use poison smoke. The middle-aged cultivator said in a deep voice, "Old 5, you go outside and keep watch. If you find the exit, send a message immediately." The black-clad man grinned, patted his storage bag, and pulled out a few egg-sized black balls. These specially made smoke balls, when infused with magical power and thrown, would explode violently, releasing a large amount of poisonous smoke. They were very effective against enemies hiding in secret passages or rooms, while directly killing a chi refinement cultivator was not very realistic. Forcing them out was a success. Yes, the burly man at the door raised his large knife and turned to prepare to search outside. Just as he turned his head, the scene before him suddenly turned fiery red, and an extremely hot aura rushed towards him. Completely unprepared, the burly man's eyes widened in anger. When he saw what was charging at him, it was a blazing fire crow. There was no time to dodge. Boom! The fire crow slammed into the burly man's face, erupting into a massive fireball. Countless flames exploded and flew in all directions. The burly man's head was blown off almost completely, and his massive body fell backward. At that moment, a sharp golden energy shot through the flames and drew a dazzling arc in the air, aiming at the middle-aged cultivator in the room. Protect! The middle-aged cultivator reacted extremely quickly. The moment the unexpected event occurred, he raised his right palm to shield himself. A nearly transparent magical shield instantly formed, just in time to block the golden energy shooting towards him. 2 completely different forces collided directly, instantly causing sparks to fly. The middle-aged cultivator's body shook, and he involuntarily took a step back. The magical shield he maintained with his right palm crumbled, although he had withstood a deadly blow. There was no sense of relief in the middle-aged cultivator's heart. Instead, a chilling feeling surged within him, causing his brow to ache and his soul to tremble in fear. His left hand suddenly opened, and at the moment he dropped his sword, he forcefully slapped his storage bag. In a flash, he pulled out a talisman for protection. However, this battle-hardened middle-aged cultivator no longer had the chance to activate this life-saving talisman. The moment he opened his storage bag, a dark golden flying needle pierced into his brow with lightning speed, ruthlessly penetrating his skull. The middle-aged cultivator, who had just taken out the talisman, opened his mouth, and disbelief flickered in his sinister eyes. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. The golden needle that passed through his skull had already destroyed his soul and severed his life force. The middle-aged cultivator let out a low sigh, the brilliance in his eyes fading away. He just stood there and died. Bang! The last surviving black-clad man in the room reacted quickly, abandoning the smoke ball in his hand and leaping toward the windowsill, smashing through the window and escaping. When the accident happened, he had just thrown a poison smoke bomb into the tunnel. Before he could act again, 2 of his companions had already met their demise. The black-clad man was terrified and lost his wits. He didn't even know who the murderer was and had no courage to fight back. All he could think about was fleeing. With his skills, as long as he got out of this death trap, he was confident he could escape far away. However, just as the black-clad man leaped outside, a fist carrying irresistible power struck him heavily. The attacker was none other than Wang Chen. Although there were 3 enemies who had invaded his home, Wang Chen had no thought of retreating or avoiding them at that moment. He diligently practiced his techniques, honed his skills, and excavated tunnels. He did not intend to live his life as a coward. Moreover, he had recently obtained a golden needle that greatly increased his combat power. If he didn't dare to attack a few petty thieves, Wang Chen might as well go back to the mundane world and wait for death. He struck fiercely, putting all his strength into it. There would be no retreat. As the saying goes, when brave men meet on a narrow road, they fight. And with Wang Chen's keen strategy, how could he possibly lose? The 2 strongest opponents had already been dealt with. The remaining cowardly rat was met with Wang Chen's fierce golden fist. Boom! The black-clad man was sent flying, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall, sending countless dust and dirt flying. If the wall hadn't been reinforced and widened multiple times by Wang Chen, it might have collapsed. The black-clad man was not killed, because at the moment Wang Chen's golden fist struck him, a layer of spiritual light suddenly emerged on his body surface, blocking most of the fist's power. However, Wang Chen's punch was simply too strong, causing the black-clad man to be dazed and disoriented. He fell to the ground, bleeding from his mouth and nose, and hurriedly raised his hands in panic, pleading for mercy. In response to the black-clad man's plea was a swiftly shot golden finger strike, followed by a golden needle that came right after. The black-clad man was first pierced through the throat by the finger strike, and then had the golden needle penetrate his eye. He was dead beyond recovery. He lay on the cold ground with his eyes wide open, a look of frustration as if silently questioning, "Isn't surrender an option?" No. Whether it was the perfected golden finger technique, the proficient fire crow technique, or the control of the golden needle, as well as the protective spiritual light shield, all consumed a large amount of his magic power. Just as Wang Chen had displayed his might by killing 3 people, at this moment, his Dantian magic power was severely depleted. If there had been 1 or 2 more enemies, Wang Chen would have had to exhaust his last bit of magic power to activate the shadowless escape to flee. Of course, if there were 4 or 5 enemies, he would surely make a more prudent choice. Regardless, victory now belonged to Wang Chen. A true resounding victory. As his magic power recovered, he took a deep breath, feeling more refreshed than ever. Heavenly Merit 7. Heavenly Merit 5. A total of 12 points of Heavenly Merit had already been secured. Chapter 73. No Wealth Without Risk. It was the darkest moment before dawn, and large snowflakes were drifting down to the ground. This was not the first snowfall of the winter, but it was particularly heavy. Soon, a thin layer of snow accumulated in the courtyard. The black-clad man carried no magical artifacts, only a storage bag hanging from his waist. This storage bag, roughly 5 feet square, yielded Wang Chen 15 pieces of low-grade spirit stones, some fragmented spirit stones, 3 bottles of elixirs, 9 talismans, a dagger, and a crane-shaped pot. Wang Chen was speechless. He also had a crane-shaped pot, which he had obtained from killing a merchant before, the Misty Fairy pot. This kind of looted item was useless to Wang Chen and could not be sold, so he had been keeping it at the bottom of his storage bag. He never expected to get another one. Moreover, one of the 3 bottles of elixirs contained a familiar item to him, a corpse powder, along with the exorcism talismans, horse armor talismans, and rebirth talismans. Wang Chen seriously suspected that this guy was connected to the merchant he had killed. Another poor bandit. But there is no lowest point, only a lower one. The burly man who was killed at the door didn't even have a storage bag. The weapon in his hand was just ordinary. Not only that, but Wang Chen also did not obtain a single point of heavenly merit from the other party. This was quite interesting. Killing was the only known method for Wang Chen to acquire heavenly merit. He had previously been puzzled about why the points he obtained varied. Now he understood. That night, Wang Chen killed 3 people, and 2 pieces of information were displayed in front of him. 7 points and 5 points of heavenly merit corresponded to the middle-aged cultivator and the black-clad man, respectively. Before taking action, Wang Chen had used the spiritual eye technique to probe, and one had reached the 7th layer of qi refining while the other had reached the 5th layer. If he still didn't understand, he really needed to recharge his intelligence. Killing cultivators grants heavenly merit, and the points are determined by the realm level of the one killed. The 7th layer of qi refining corresponds to 7 points, and the 5th layer corresponds to 5 points. As for the burly man, he was not a cultivator at all. Therefore, killing him was pointless, and he earned not a single point of heavenly merit. This kind of rule made Wang Chen feel the malice from the cultivation system. Malice directed at cultivators. Want heavenly merit? Then go kill cultivators. The more you kill, the more you get. It was simply tempting one to commit crimes. However, Wang Chen felt no guilt. He had killed 6 people so far, 5 of whom were qi refining cultivators. All were acts of self-defense. Moreover, even with an understanding of the heavenly merit rules, Wang Chen would never intentionally kill innocent people for the sake of merit in the future. A man of integrity must have principles and certain boundaries. If one has no bottom line in being human, what kind of immortality and path can one cultivate? Just a demon. Of course, for enemies, one should be as ruthless as sweeping leaves in autumn, with the black-clad man and the burly man yielding no substantial rewards. Wang Chen placed his last hope on the middle-aged cultivator. To his surprise, he truly opened a big bag. First was a long sword. Since the middle-aged cultivator had been killed by Wang Chen in a very short time with a series of powerful moves, he hadn't even had time to draw the sword he was holding before meeting his demise. When Wang Chen took the sword in hand and drew it out, he was almost blinded by the sword's light. The sword was about 3 feet long, simple and ancient in design. The blade of the sword glimmered coldly, sharp to the extreme, with a straight sword body resembling a pool of clear water, subtly emanating the aura of magical fluctuations. The sword guard was engraved with the two seal characters for Autumn Water. The Autumn Water Sword. This was the most outstanding magic sword Wang Chen had ever seen. At least it was of high-grade first rank. To be honest, upon witnessing the true form of this long sword, Wang Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. A high-grade first-rank magic sword was worth at least several hundred or even over 1,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, the middle-aged cultivator holding the sword had a high-level qi refining cultivation. He must have considerable skill in swordsmanship, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to wield such a fine sword just to show off, right? He might even be a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators have extremely strong combat abilities and often can crush cultivators of the same rank. If Wang Chen had not taken the opponent by surprise and seized the advantage of time and place to execute a quick killing move, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. Of course, such hypotheticals were meaningless. Victory is victory, and time cannot be turned back. In the middle-aged cultivator's storage bag, Wang Chen found over 200 lower spirit stones, 5 bottles of elixirs, dozens of talismans, hundreds of pounds of spirit rice and beast meat, as well as a palm-sized copper bell. He had struck it rich. Truly, a horse does not fatten without night grass, and a person does not become wealthy without windfall. This haul was so substantial that Wang Chen nearly laughed like a dog. Not to mention, the storage bag itself had a volume of 3 zhang on each side. Storage bags are valued based on their volume. The first one he used was only 3 feet on each side, and he later upgraded to one that was 1 zhang on each side. Now he had one that was a full 3 zhang on each side, a significant upgrade. Wang Chen carefully examined it and found no hidden marks or restrictions on the storage bag. The design was standard, allowing him to use it with complete confidence. Previously, when Wang Chen was digging the underground fortress, the most troublesome aspect was transporting the soil. He would definitely keep this storage bag for his own use. With a high-grade first-rank magic sword, over 200 spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, spirit rice, beast meat, and a large storage bag, plus a copper bell that was undoubtedly a magic tool, he had at least earned 2,000 spirit stones. Thinking back to when he had just crossed over, and the shabby storage bag contained only 7 lower spirit stones and 39 fragmented spirit stones, Wang Chen felt as if he were dreaming. Happy as he was, he did not delay in his tasks. He arranged the 3 corpses together and sprinkled corpse-dissolving powder on them, completely dissolving them. He then threw the clothes and other miscellaneous items he found in the 2 storage bags on top and burned them clean with a fire crow technique. Dust returns to dust, soil returns to soil, and the souls return to the thick earth. Sparkling spiritual light danced like fireflies, and a reincarnation talisman silently extinguished, transcending the souls of the deceased. Then Wang Chen took out 2 evil-repelling talismans and dispelled any lingering souls that might be present in the room. When intelligent beings die with great resentment and do not receive timely transcendence, their souls or remnants may linger in the world. Over time, they are likely to transform into malevolent spirits. Therefore, these procedures are very necessary. Wang Chen smiled and said, "It's all right now." Wei Lian obediently nodded. She was clever and, seeing that Wang Chen had no intention of explaining, did not ask further questions, saving him some trouble. Back in his own room, Wang Chen took out the copper bell. Chapter 74, The Soul-Dispersing Bell. The palm-sized copper bell was heavy, weighing at least 2 pounds. The bell body was dull and unpolished, presenting a substantial texture, with densely engraved true seal runes on the surface. Inside the bell was a tongue that jingled lightly when shaken. Its bell handle was shaped like a dragon python, quite unique. Holding the bell, Wang Chen exhaled and checked the cultivation panel. However, there was no display in the equipment slot. This result was not unexpected. The panel is quite picky about equipment. And the previously suspected high-grade first-rank autumn water sword was not listed either. This copper bell was likely similar. Wang Chen was not greedy, as tonight's gains were already substantial. One should know how to be content. He tried to inject a trace of magical power into the copper bell. As a result, a strange force suddenly surged out from within the bell, forcefully expelling Wang Chen's magical power, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Clearly, this magic tool had been refined by its original owner and could automatically counterattack invaders. But this problem was easy to solve. Unless the original owner's cultivation was far superior to Wang Chen's and had set up a powerful restriction within the magic tool, otherwise, it was just a matter of time. The methods for refining magic tools are basic cultivation knowledge, which Wang Chen also mastered. He repeatedly injected magical power, gradually erasing the restrictions within the copper bell and imprinting his own aura. The original restrictions within the magic tool were fundamentally without source and not very powerful. How could they withstand such wear? In just 1 hour, Wang Chen completely eliminated the restrictions inside. This magic bell declared a change of ownership. The name of this magic tool was the soul-dispersing bell, and once activated, it could shock the souls of enemies and produce a dizzying effect. Wang Chen tried injecting magical power again, and then shook the copper bell forcefully. The clear and melodious bell sound instantly spread in all directions. Then it stopped. Was that it? Just as Wang Chen felt puzzled, he suddenly heard a muffled sound from the neighboring room. It sounded like a heavy object had fallen. Not good. Wang Chen thought to himself. He immediately put away the soul-dispersing bell and ran to check on Wei Lian's room. He found the girl sprawled on the floor in a rather ungraceful position, eyes closed, and already fainted. Wang Chen hurriedly picked her up and placed her on the bed. Wei Lian. Wei Lian? Wang Chen pushed her a few times, but Wei Lian showed no response. In a panic, he formed a hand seal and used the cloud and rain technique on the unconscious girl. The water vapor from the underground chamber quickly gathered and turned into droplets of cool water that fell on Wei Lian's face. Stimulated by the cool water, the girl let out a soft moan and woke up. She opened her eyes to see Wang Chen standing by the bed, instinctively shrinking her body inward. Her pretty face flushed red. "I'm sorry," Wang Chen said apologetically. "I was refining a magic tool just now and accidentally hurt you. Are you okay?" He truly had been careless, mainly due to a lack of experience in using magic tools. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a mistake. "I'm fine." Wei Lian wiped her face and said softly, "Just a bit dizzy. I should be fine after resting for a while." Wang Chen felt embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he took out the basic talisman illustrated guide from his storage bag and placed it on Wei Lian's bedside. "This book is for you. It's nice to look at when you're bored." He had already memorized all the content of the basic talisman illustrated guide, and it was no longer useful to him. Earlier, he noticed that Wei Lian seemed quite interested in talismans, so he gave her the book as a way to express his apology. Wei Lian was taken aback. She was about to refuse, but Wang Chen had already turned to leave. "Take care and rest well." The girl bit her lip. After a moment, she picked up the thick basic talisman illustrated guide, holding it in her arms, lost in thought. Morning arrived. The weather returned to clear skies. However, the yard was covered with a thick layer of snow, reaching up to the knees with each step. Wang Chen brought a shovel to clear the snow and also cleaned up some shattered window glass scattered on the ground. After last night's fierce battle, the windows and doors had been damaged. He would also have to take the time to reorder them in the city. Brother Wang Chen. While he was busy, a loud knocking sound suddenly came from outside. "Are you home?" He quickly slipped out. Wei Lian was an outsider cultivator. He couldn't let anyone see her living in his home, or it would easily attract trouble. Standing outside was a boy who looked about 14 or 15 years old. Wang Chen stood at the door, smiling as he asked, "Xiaoqi, what do you need from me?" This young man was Sun Laotai's great-grandson. Because he ranked 7th among his peers, everyone called him Xiaoqi. Wang Chen often visited the old man's house for guidance, so he knew him well. Xiaoqi rubbed his hands together and said, "Great-grandfather asked me to inform everyone that in the past few days, outsiders have been asking around for news about a pair of siblings, the Goose siblings. Great-grandfather wants everyone to stay vigilant. As the year-end is approaching, be cautious of fire, theft, and evil spirits." Outsiders. Wang Chen knew that outsiders referred to rogue cultivators from outside the domain. He nodded subtly and said, "Got it. I'll take my leave." Xiaoqi dashed off, saying he had to visit others. Watching the young man disappear, Wang Chen couldn't help but frown. In fact, after dealing with the 3 burglars, Wang Chen had been contemplating whether he had a disaster-attracting physique. Otherwise, why would thieves come to his home multiple times with ill intentions? Moreover, each time it was more dangerous than the last. Now hearing Xiaoqi's message, he realized that last night's group likely wasn't targeting him. The Goose siblings? Could it be Wei Xiong and Wei Lian? Thinking of Wei Xiong, who had been out of touch, Wang Chen felt he needed to strengthen his defenses. However, he kept this matter regarding Wei Lian completely to himself, as it was unnecessary, regardless of whether the enemies were lured by the siblings. Since he had promised Wei Xiong to take care of Wei Lian, Wang Chen wouldn't easily go back on his word. Moreover, he had earned a considerable fortune because of it. In the following days, Wang Chen stayed indoors, not even going to Yinshan City. At night, he hid early underground, preparing for any potential battle. As a result, everything remained peaceful, with no more burglars or rogue cultivators coming to his door to deliver their heads and equipment. While this relieved Wang Chen, it also left him somewhat regretful. After 5 or 6 days, a weathered, bearded man appeared at his doorstep. Chapter 75. Farewell, fellow Taoist. Wei Xiong. Seeing Wei Xiong again after half a month shocked Wang Chen. The innate martial artist's hair was gray, his face devoid of color, as if he had aged decades, and a deep scar now marred his left cheek. This scar extended from the corner of his eye down to his chin, almost revealing the bone beneath. Although it had scabbed over, the flesh looked quite grotesque. What made Wang Chen's heart race was the strong bloody aura that surrounded Wei Xiong. He couldn't imagine what Wei Xiong had gone through in the past half-month to end up like this. Master Wang. Wei Xiong managed to force a smile and clasped his fists, asking, "Is Lian here?" His voice was hoarse, as if he had injured his internal organs. Wang Chen said in a deep voice, "Come in and talk." Wei Lian was, of course, at home. Her brother's return brought her immense joy. Brother. But when the young girl saw her brother's miserable state, she could hardly believe her eyes and suddenly threw herself into Wei Xiong's arms, tears streaming down her face. "I'm fine." Wei Xiong affectionately stroked his sister's hair, saying, "Just a little injury." Wei Lian shook her head vigorously in his embrace, completely disbelieving his words. She wasn't a 3-year-old child. Wang Chen took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Wei Xiong. "Wei Xiong, take a healing pill first." "Thank you, Master Wang." "I've already taken a healing pill," Wei Xiong replied. Wang Chen frowned. "Is it appropriate to take her away in your current state?" Wang Chen wasn't a physician, but he could see that Wei Xiong was seriously injured and had clearly harmed his source. The dangers of the outside world were great in his condition. How could he protect his sister? Wei Xiong carefully wiped away his sister's tears and smiled. "I want to take Lian to Yinshan City." He helped his sister sit down. The reason Wei Xiong entrusted Wei Lian's care to Wang Chen was that he had received news about the culprit who stole the Xuanhuoluan egg, which led to the destruction of the Haiyan fortress. After a lot of searching, Wei Xiong found out the whereabouts of the culprit. The Xuanhuoluan egg subsequently fell into his hands. Wei Xiong then used this spirit bird egg to connect with a true disciple of the Yunyang sect. This noble person agreed to take Lian as a maid and arrange for her to stay at his residence. Wei Xiong didn't hide his excitement. As soon as Lian breaks through to innate and draws qi into her body, she will immediately be promoted to a sword attendant and follow him into the inner sect for cultivation. Wang Chen was speechless, although Wei Xiong spoke lightly of it. The reality was far from simple. It should be noted that Wei Xiong was only an innate expert, with combat power at most equivalent to a mid-stage qi training cultivator. He had gone alone into the tiger's den and actually succeeded. The difficulties and twists involved were not something an outsider could imagine. Just looking at Wei Xiong's current state made it clear that he must have undergone extremely fierce battles. Moreover, Wei Xiong had even managed to connect with a true disciple of the Yunyang sect. Wang Chen genuinely admired his ability. Heroes emerge from humble beginnings. Wang Chen had previously underestimated this innate martial artist. Additionally, Wang Chen deeply felt Wei Xiong's love for his sister. He risked his life to pave a path to the heavens for Wei Lian. With tears in her eyes, Wei Lian said, "I don't want to be a maid. I want to stay with my brother." "Silly girl." Wei Xiong laughed. "I'll go with you. I'm now a guest of this noble family." For many rogue cultivators from outside, becoming a guest in a cultivation family is considered an excellent way out. Although the freedom of a guest is not very high, it is 100 times better than being a servant. He took out a sandalwood waste token for Wei Lian to see. "From now on, we are city people." Wang Chen noticed that the token was branded with the character Xia. The Xia family? Wei Lian was both surprised and delighted. "Brother, who is this noble person?" Wei Xiong didn't hide it. "It's Xia Yaoxiu, the fairy Xia. Her master is the golden core disciple Zhimei Shangren, the 7 talents of Tianyun." Wang Chen suddenly understood. Wei Xiong had indeed found a towering tree for his sister. Xia Yaoxiu, besides having outstanding talent, came from the Xia family, which was a well-known purple mansion family in Yinshan City, boasting 5 purple mansion experts. It's worth noting that the entire Yunyang sect has only 200 purple mansions. Not to mention that Xia Yaoxiu's master is known as the #1 sword of Tianyun, Mu Qingqiu. It is said that Xia Yaoxiu had already reached the peak of qi training 2 years ago, but hadn't broken through to the next level to solidify her foundation. Such a talented figure naturally has an unlimited future. For Wei Lian to follow her as a maid could be said to be a leap to the heavens. Wang Chen sincerely said, "Congratulations, Wei Xiong, and congratulations to you, Wei Lian." He had no intention of gaining anything for himself. He was purely happy for the brother and sister. Wei Lian needed no further words. Although Wei Xiong lacked the 5 elements, with this connection to the Xia family, he might not be unable to obtain a spiritual pill to complete his 5 elements in the future. Wei Xiong said to Wei Lian, "Lian, once you become a cultivator, then I'll be relying on you." He knew exactly what to say to truly move his sister. Wei Lian indeed nodded vigorously. She had no more objections to entering the Xia family as Xia Yaoxiu's maid. "By the way, Master Wang," Wei Xiong asked Wang Chen, "have you encountered any eye-catching characters recently?" Wang Chen's heart stirred. He immediately recounted the incident on the snowy night when burglars came to his home, detailing the appearance of the 3. Wei Lian listened in shock, while Wei Xiong's face turned ashen. The 3 friends of Tai's. The 3 friends of Tai's were a well-known group of cultivators in the Haiyan fortress. It was said that the 3 came from a place called Tai's. The leader was a powerful sword cultivator, the second was a cunning thief cultivator, and the third was an innate martial artist. After the Haiyan fortress was destroyed by the Xuanhuoluan, the three friends of Tai's had disappeared without a trace. Wei Xiong did not expect that the other party had set their sights on him, and even had designs on Wei Lian, if Wei Lian unfortunately fell into their hands. Wei Xiong immediately stood up and solemnly bowed to Wang Chen. Wang Xianxia, your great kindness is beyond words. In the future, if there is any task, I, Wei, will not hesitate to die 1,000 times. Wang Chen quickly reached out to support him. Brother Wei, you flatter me. It's only right. Wei Xiong sighed, took out a letter from a crane and handed it to Wang Chen. Wang Xianxia, you can contact me anytime in the future. All right. Wang Chen did not refuse and accepted it directly. He saw the brother and sister off at the door. At the moment of parting, Wei Lian hesitated, wanting to say something to Wang Chen, but couldn't he find the words. Wang Chen smiled casually. Sister Wei Lian, I hope that when we meet again, we will be fellow Taoists. The long path of immortality, with fate coming together and parting, is the most normal thing. Chapter 76, Tianyun Immortal Gathering. Wei Lian left. It would be impossible for Wang Chen to not feel any sadness at all. As the saying goes, who can be without feelings? Half a month of living together made him develop quite a good impression of this pure and kind girl, who was even more eloquent than flowers. Although this good impression did not involve romantic feelings, having Wei Lian's company undoubtedly brightened Wang Chen's life. Moreover, Wei Lian took care of most of the household chores, being skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and could also add fragrance to the red sleeves. Her sudden departure made Wang Chen feel a bit unaccustomed. However, this faint melancholy was soon dispelled by Wang Chen. He called out the cultivation panel and added 1 point to his attributes. Comprehension, 5. Previously, after annihilating the three friends of Tai's, Wang Chen earned 12 points of heavenly merit. This increased his total to 14 points of heavenly merit, allowing him to add 1 more point to any of the 3 main attributes besides root bone. The first choice was, of course, comprehension. However, at that moment, Wang Chen did not immediately add the heavenly merit to comprehension. He wanted to see if any more thieves would come to deliver their heads. If he could accumulate 100 points of heavenly merit, wouldn't it be even better to add it to root bone? In Wang Chen's mind, the ranking of the 4 main attributes was root bone, comprehension, spirit, and physique. Root bone was the most important. This was completely in line with the common sense of cultivation. The result was that Wang Chen thought too much. He did not manage to earn another point of heavenly merit until Wei Xiong appeared. So now he could only invest in comprehension. In fact, comprehension was also very good, as it could raise the upper limit of the level of spells cultivated through one's own strength, greatly reducing the consumption of human virtue. Wang Chen never expected that at the moment he added 1 point to comprehension, his mind suddenly went blank. In an instant, his spirit seemed to have been thoroughly cleansed. It was unprecedentedly clear and transparent. 5 elements technique, Tianlong Vajra righteous law, Gengjin finger, spirit light shield armor, fire crow technique. Wang Chen discovered many problems. At this moment, he had already gained enlightenment. Although the cultivation panel could help Wang Chen quickly improve his realm and spell levels, it could not allow him to accumulate profound experience in cultivation, which naturally led to many issues. If Wang Chen, with his current perfected Gengjin finger, were to confront another cultivator of the same realm and skill level, he would have almost no chance of winning if they only competed in this spell. It was simply a lack of experience. To solve these problems, besides repeatedly honing his skills, comprehension was the most critical. When comprehension reached a certain level, it could even modify cultivation methods to perfectly match oneself. And Wang Chen could now understand this point, entirely thanks to the 1 point of comprehension he had just added. This was called enlightenment. With 5 points of comprehension, it meant that Wang Chen's innate attribute had reached an important level. He felt that he had really added this 1 point too late. Thus, in the following days, aside from making a trip to Yushan City to purchase a batch of cultivation supplies and materials for repairing the doors and windows of his house, Wang Chen did not go out again. He hid in the underground secret chamber, thoroughly reorganizing the cultivation techniques he had practiced. He also took some time to brush up on his skill proficiency in making talismans, while simultaneously refining 2 newly acquired magical artifacts. Time passed quickly, and soon it was December. Recently, there had been several heavy snowfalls. The area inside and outside the Yunyang sect was blanketed in white, appearing quite desolate. The population in Yushan City dropped sharply, leading to the female cultivators from the Hahuan sect working at the Chuanfang Pavilion, all boarding the flying ships of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to go to the warmer south to earn spirit stones. However, by mid-December, Yushan City suddenly became bustling with activity. To be precise, it was lively outside Yushan City, because the annual Tianyun Immortal Gathering had begun. From mid to late December each year, various immortal cities built around the vast Tianyun mountain range would open marketplaces to celebrate the arrival of the new year. Any wandering cultivators from the outer realms who held a travel permit could set up stalls in the immortal gathering to buy or sell various items. The cultivators from the sect would also flock in, eager to spend money on New Year goods. How could such an immortal gathering not be lively? Even Wang Chen, who had been in hiding for half a winter, left his lair to join in the fun. This was actually very normal. Even golden core true persons couldn't truly transcend the material world. The vast majority of cultivators were not much different from ordinary mortals in many aspects. Especially those lower-level cultivators who had worked hard for a year, they longed for a joyful and peaceful new year to soothe their weary souls. All beings suffer, and cultivators are no exception. When Wang Chen arrived outside Yushan City in a dragon-scaled carriage, he saw tents set up all over the vacant land, even encroaching on a large amount of spiritual fields. However, the spiritual fields were all empty now, and the ground was frozen solid. So it didn't matter much to mess around. Countless sect cultivators and wandering cultivators mingled among them, some shouting loudly, some bargaining, and some arguing. The bustling crowd made even this winter day feel less cold. Despite the noise, the order of the immortal gathering was still well maintained. Anyone who dared to cause trouble here would be sent to the mines for hard labor, which would be considered a light punishment. Wang Chen strolled leisurely through the market. His supply reserves were quite rich, so he had nothing much to sell or buy. He was simply getting a little moldy from staying in the underground secret chamber and wanted to brush off some of the crowd's energy. The various stalls and bizarre items at the immortal gathering also opened Wang Chen's eyes. Normally, when wandering cultivators wanted to sell things, aside from mutual trading among themselves, they could only sell to shops in Yushan City. Upon entering the city, they would first be charged a fee and then be heavily underpriced by the shopkeepers. But there was no way around it. The immortal gathering was different. Here, stalls could be set up freely, with no entrance fees and no rental or tax fees. The Yunyang sect also provided security services for free. Many wandering cultivators took the opportunity to display the items they had accumulated over the year, hoping to sell them for a prosperous year ahead. However, there were simply too many stallholders, leading to fierce competition, giving buyers a chance to snag a bargain. In Wang Chen's memories of the original owner, there seemed to be many such stories about immortal gatherings. Some were very bizarre, claiming that one could find treasures by chance. Wang Chen thought such stories were as ridiculous as antiques from Panjiayuan, even less credible than the annual reports of publicly listed companies. He ignored the enthusiastic sales pitches of the wandering cultivators and only bought 2 couplets and some window paper decorations for the new year. However, one stall caught Wang Chen's attention. Chapter 77, Disappointment. This stall was quite special. Everything laid out on the ground was books, stacked in piles, with at least several hundred volumes. Among the many stalls selling assorted miscellaneous items, it was a refreshing sight. The stall owner was a slender young wandering cultivator. Seeing Wang Chen lingering in front of his stall, the young loose cultivator immediately squeezed out a big smile. This fellow Taoist, do you want to read some books? I have all kinds of books here. All kinds. Wang Chen squatted down and asked, can I take a look? The young loose cultivator raised 3 fingers. You can only look at the first 3 pages. Wang Chen nodded, acknowledging the other's rules. A cultivator's memory is much stronger than that of a mortal. They can easily remember what they see. If they were allowed to flip through the books freely, these books would never be sold. In fact, the business of the stall owner was extremely poor, and hardly anyone came to patronize. Most of the people who came to the market were loose cultivators from other regions and low-level sect disciples. Their regular cultivation was already quite tough, and they had no leisure to spend spirit stones on books. Moreover, there were also bookshops in Yushan City, where the collection of books was truly comprehensive. Wang Chen then picked up a thick book. The cover had the 4 large characters Yunlong Jubian written on it. Wang Chen thought, anyone from the Yunyang sect knows about Yunlong Jubian. This is the sect's secret classic, said to have been created by the ancestor of Yunyang. Profound and mysterious. Such an important cultivation technique actually appeared on a market stall? Wait. Wang Chen focused and immediately noticed the problem. It was not Yunlong Jubian, but Yunyu Jubian. The character Yu was written in a somewhat wild cursive style, and if one didn't observe carefully, it would be hard to tell. A high-quality counterfeit. This book is not for sale. The young loose cultivator was quick-witted, snatching Yunyu Jubian and stuffing it behind himself, smiling awkwardly. Fellow Taoist, what book do you want to buy? I can help you choose. Such a pirated cultivation manual could only deceive novices. Wang Chen had a Yunyang sect disciple's badge hanging at his waist, which was not something this loose cultivator from outside could afford to offend. The young loose cultivator looked around and said sneakily, I have illustrated editions of Nine-Tailed Tortoise, Immortal Cave, Crazy Old Lady, Apricot Blossom Sky, and others. Stop. Wang Chen felt a headache coming on. I don't need your recommendations. I'll choose myself. What kind of nonsense is this? If he hadn't cultivated the Tianlong King Kong method, he would take them all. Wang Chen asked, How much is your book per pound? The young loose cultivator was confused. Huh? Can books be sold by the pound? Wang Chen smiled. It's fine. How much is it per book? Wang Chen had indeed bought quite a few stall books in his past life that were priced at 9 spirit stones per pound, filling a large bookshelf. The young loose cultivator scratched his head. 4, or how about 3 spirit stones? He suddenly felt that Wang Chen's pricing was quite fair, as books vary in thickness. Selling by weight would be the most reasonable. Fine then. Wang Chen didn't haggle with the other party. This young cultivator, though sleazy, had some pretty decent books on display. After a bit of selection, Wang Chen picked out a total of 50 books. These books included travel accounts by cultivators and records about demons and evil spirits. Wang Chen even found a casual notes book by a purple mansion master among them. It should have been compiled by the descendants of this master. These books wouldn't help Wang Chen improve his strength, but they could expand his knowledge and insights. Who knows when they might come in handy. As for the books related to techniques and skills, Wang Chen had no interest in flipping through them. Because the cultivation manuals sold at stalls were almost all counterfeit or incorrect editions, true ones were 1 in 10,000. In the end, he spent 50 spirit stones to settle the bill. After paying for the books, Wang Chen stood up and prepared to leave. The young loose cultivator suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Fellow Taoist, I have a treasure map here." Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. Leaving on his own, a treasure map? That was definitely something even more deceptive than cultivation manuals. It was said that some demonic cultivators liked to use treasure maps to fish for novices, copying hundreds of copies and scattering them. When those naive cultivators thought they had found an opportunity and rushed over, they would be captured and have their bones picked clean and souls taken. This map could very well be real, pointing to a cave left behind by a master or even a true immortal. But inside, apart from traps and mechanisms, there would be no treasures at all. And this streetwise experience was all told to the original owner by Wang Xiaoyuan. As for the young loose cultivator trying to sell the treasure map, regardless of whether he was intentional or not, Wang Chen had already placed him on the blacklist. He continued to wander around the market for about half an hour, buying some everyday items. He still took a dragon scale carriage back. There was a long line of carriages parked by the roadside, and as one filled up and drove away, another immediately took its place to continue picking up passengers. It was very similar to the urban-rural buses in Wang Chen's past life. Among the passengers in the same carriage, there were quite a few elderly cultivators. They chatted and laughed along the way, appearing very happy. Every face was filled with joy and contentment. Although this year overall was not very satisfactory, during the summer, a large area of spirit fields suffered from a pest disaster, and there were also gray-eyed bandits causing unrest in the countryside. But these troubles had been cleared by the sect. The harvest of the second season's rice in early winter was quite good, and everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief, looking forward to a bountiful new year. As the saying goes, a good snow promises a good year. Next year would surely be better. As for happiness, just look at those loose cultivators from outside. Their lives were truly miserable. Everyone clicked their tongues in sympathy. An old man then mentioned that his son had joined the reclamation camp a few months ago. Everyone envied and was jealous. Several elderly women asked about the children's marriage prospects, promoting their daughters and nieces. The old man was grinning from ear to ear. His life was becoming more and more hopeful. Suddenly, someone in the corner murmured, "I heard that the rent is going to increase next year." The surroundings instantly became very quiet. The news about the rent increase for next year had spread throughout the area recently. Everyone couldn't believe it. Currently, most spirit farmers and tenants paid 75% of their yield to the sect as rent. This meant that for every 100 pounds of spirit grain, 75 pounds were given as rent. The 25 pounds left for personal consumption was really not much. If the rent increased to 80% or even higher, it would be hard for everyone to fill their stomachs with spirit grain, although cheap tribute rice could also fill the belly. If there wasn't enough personal spirit grain to eat, where would the surplus come from to exchange for the resources needed for cultivation? What if something else happened next year? A shadow of worry crept over everyone, and they all lost interest in conversation. It was too depressing. Inside the carriage, only the sound of the wheels rolling over the stone road could be heard. Chapter 78. Alone in a foreign land as an odd guest. On New Year's Eve, heavy snow fell. When the clock struck the hour of the monkey, Wang Chen went to the kitchen to start cooking the New Year's Eve dinner. He first steamed half a pot of white rice, then stir-fried a portion of cured meat with tofu and oil-braised winter bamboo shoots, followed by a large bowl of egg drop soup. Finally, he also served a pot of stewed demon beast meat that had been simmering for a long time. 3 dishes, 1 soup, and 1 rice. It wasn't exactly lavish, but it could somewhat soothe Wang Chen's lonely heart at that moment. He had only been in this world for less than a year, but it felt as if a century had passed. Past memories were becoming increasingly faint in his mind, having already been buried deep in his heart. But today was a special day, to spend the new year with family. On New Year's Eve, his mother would always exhaust her culinary skills, preparing a large table of mouth-watering delicacies. Braised large yellow fish, braised large bone ribs, steamed lobsters, and salt-baked 3 yellow chicken. Not to mention the essential pork and cabbage dumplings. The whole family would gather around the dining table, listening to the sound of firecrackers outside, enjoying a hearty meal together. At this time, his dad would bring out his treasured Maotai liquor and share a drink with Wang Chen. Even his younger sister, who used to love arguing with him, would become very obedient. The premise is that Wang Chen's red envelope is thick enough. As for the younger brother, can't remember. And now, Wang Chen can only eat alone in solitude. If the degree of loneliness is divided into 10 levels, how lonely is it to eat the New Year's Eve dinner alone in another world? He ate all the dishes clean, not wasting a single grain of rice. After finishing this cold and lonely New Year's Eve dinner, the snow outside had stopped. Wang Chen tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, took a broom, and swept away all the accumulated snow in the yard and on the roof. Tonight, he had no thoughts of cultivation at all. Sitting on the roof, Wang Chen gazed at the fireworks that occasionally burst in the distant sky. Those were the magical fireworks set off by wealthy families in Yinshan City to celebrate the new year, visible even from 100 miles away. They were beautiful, but Wang Chen only felt more lonely. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger, without a deeply personal experience. One cannot truly understand the essence of this line of poetry. Suddenly, a paper crane fluttered into his view. Wang Chen was taken aback, reached out to catch the paper crane, and unfolded it. This letter from the crane was actually written by Wei Lian. In the letter, the girl expressed that she and Wei Xiong were all well at the Xie residence. The siblings had originally planned to visit Wang Chen again before the new year. However, due to strict rules in the residence, and being newcomers, they could not easily go out, so they asked the immortal master for understanding. Wei Lian entrusted a fellow cultivator sister she met in the residence to send this crane letter. She wished Wang Chen a prosperous new year and hoped he would improve his cultivation level next year. After reading this crane letter, a warmth filled Wang Chen's heart. Knowing that someone was thinking of him, the feeling of loneliness was instantly dispelled by more than half, and his mood brightened. He put away the crane letter and watched the fireworks for a moment longer. Then he prepared to go down to rest. Just at that moment, a burst of laughter entered Wang Chen's ears. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. He saw a group of children running and playing in the spiritual field of Old Sun's family, which had appeared out of nowhere. Child spirits, gray-level evil spirits. This was not the first time Wang Chen had seen child spirits. The last time he joined the night watchman squad, he was ambushed by the fire-eyed thief during a patrol, and after a fierce battle during the retreat, he encountered several child spirits. Among all the evil spirits, child spirits are considered the least harmful. As long as you don't purposely provoke them, they usually won't harm people. However, the appearance of child spirits often indicates the presence of greater dangers. Wang Chen remembered that after he saw the child spirits last time, he was ambushed by a scarecrow possessed by an evil spirit and almost fell into an irretrievable situation. Wang Chen couldn't help but pull out an exorcism talisman and hold it in his hand. Most of his exorcism talismans were spoils of war, and he currently had about 20 or 30. However, facing strange evil spirits, no matter how many talismans he had, it didn't provide much sense of security. But these child spirits, chasing and playing, quickly left Old Sun's spiritual field, disappearing into the vast wilderness. The sense of crisis in Wang Chen's heart also vanished. He let out a long breath. When he returned to the underground secret room to rest, Wang Chen sealed off all the tunnels, including the ventilation ducts. The underground space he had excavated was large enough. Even if sealed for several days and nights, there would still be air to breathe. That night, Wang Chen did not sleep soundly. He kept dreaming. He dreamed of his family. Strangely, Wang Chen also dreamed of Wang Xiaoyuan. The original owner's father stood in the clouds, casting a very complex gaze at him. Then he silently dissipated into nothingness. When Wang Chen woke up from the dream, it was already the next morning. He remembered the dream he had clearly. It is said that cultivators rarely dream. The higher their realm, the less likely they are to enter a dream. Once they do dream, it must be due to some feelings in their heart. Wang Chen, however, was different. He often dreamed. He even dreamed multiple times of still playing mobile games. What a grievance. This old man had a very good personality and never hesitated to guide younger generations. Wang Chen benefited a lot from him, and it was only right to pay his respects for the new year. When he saw the actively visiting Wang Chen, Old Sun was very happy and instructed his family to bring out fruit platters and snacks to entertain him. Wang Chen took out the fragmented spirit red envelope he had prepared long ago and distributed it to the grandchildren of Old Sun's family. After some lively exchanges, Old Sun said to Wang Chen, "After this new year, I will no longer serve as the neighborhood chief." Wang Chen was taken aback. "Then who will take over?" Old Sun pointed upwards. "Not just me. Most of the guard posts will have new neighborhood chiefs." He sighed. "I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking from this year." The land rent will increase by half. Wang Chen said in a deep voice. Is the rumor true? It is true. Old Sun forced a smile. Not only will the land rent increase, but in the future, the rice seeds will also have to be bought with spirit stones. This damn it. Wang Chen almost cursed it out loud. The white jade spirit rice planted by the outer sect spirit farmers has always been controlled by the spirit plant hall. Farmers cannot use their reserved food as seeds. Previously, all these rice seeds were distributed for free by the spirit plant hall based on the acreage. Now, not only is the land rent increasing, but they also have to pay spirit stones to buy rice seeds, which is simply squeezing the flesh and blood of the lower-level cultivators little by little. Wang Chen couldn't help but have serious doubts about the actions of the sect. Such overexploitation, what good does it do for the Yunyang sect? It feels like the upper echelons are eagerly preparing for something. Perhaps he really needs to consider preparing a way out for himself. Chapter 79. Unnamed anger rising in his heart. In the small courtyard, Wang Chen was practicing his fist. The diamond fist. As the saying goes, the fist does not leave the hand, and the tune does not leave the mouth. Ever since he started learning this fist technique, Wang Chen practices it 3 to 5 times every morning and evening. Tempering his physique and honing his muscles, rain or shine, he never misses a day. As usual, he was bare-chested on top and only wore a pair of shorts below. As the fist technique unfolded, the vigorous qi and blood within him were continuously stimulated, and his bulging muscles were like bronze poured into iron, containing boundless strength. In just a moment, smoke surrounded Wang Chen, and his movements seemed to float like clouds. This was a peculiar phenomenon produced by the coldness of early spring interacting with the heat radiating from his body. Diamond Fist Experience 1. When Wang Chen delivered the final punch, the proficiency of this fist technique jumped up by 1 point. Diamond Fist, minor achievement 299,300. He did not hesitate at all and directly invested 1 point into virtue. Diamond Fist, major achievement 0400. This fist technique, from entry to mastery, and then from mastery to minor achievement, was all cultivated by Wang Chen through hard practice. But he knew very well that with his current understanding, the probability of breaking through to the major achievement realm was very low. Adding points was an inevitable choice. Crack. At the moment the diamond fist technique was upgraded, a crisp resonance suddenly sounded from the top of Wang Chen's head. Continuous. The diamond oil applied to his skin was visibly absorbed into his body at a rapid pace. The last piece of the yet-to-be completely jade-like heavenly bone underwent transformation. Every inch of muscle was violently tearing, and Wang Chen's body expanded and then contracted, with a faint golden glow appearing on the surface of his skin. Heavenly Dragon Diamond, Right Method Experience 1. Heavenly Dragon Diamond Right Method, 3rd Layer 0300. Utilizing the formidable chi and blood power generated from the upgrade of the Diamond Fist, he actually broke through the barrier of the 2nd layer of the Heavenly Dragon Diamond Right Method and stepped into the 3rd layer of the Golden Body Realm. Physique 1. With his arms dropping down, Wang Chen exhaled deeply. This foul air poured out of his body, shooting straight like an arrow and crashing against the courtyard wall 10 steps away. Wang Chen's body slowly returned to its original state, and the surging qi and blood gradually calmed down. He clenched his fist and tapped his chest. It resounded with a bang. Reaching this level in body refinement can be considered as having entered the door of mastery. Although this promotion only increased Wang Chen's physique attribute by 1 point, his physical body is already comparable to that of true body cultivators, with strength rivaling that of a few rare demonic beasts. Today's dual breakthrough was also a natural result. In order to cultivate the Heavenly Dragon Vajra True method, Wang Chen has consumed 60 to 70 bottles of Vajra ghee. The amount of demonic beast meat he has eaten exceeds 1,000 pounds. Without the assistance of these cultivation resources, even if he forced an upgrade through the cultivation panel, the effects of body refinement would never have been this outstanding. It might even have left him with depleted vital energy, having a high realm but no real strength. Wang Chen stretched his muscles and bones, feeling an unprecedented strength. He could punch through a planet. Actually, he has had similar illusions with every breakthrough. But I must say, this feeling is truly intoxicating, making it hard to resist. Perhaps this is also the reason why Wang Chen is willing to immerse himself in cultivation now. He quickly took out demonic beast meat from his storage bag and began to devour it hungrily. The demonic beast meat had already been marinated, and each piece was as large as an adult's fist. Although the texture was quite tough under his sharp teeth, it was no different from tender meat that had been stewed. Wang Chen gulped down 7 pieces of marinated meat and drank a gourd of spring water, barely filling his stomach. Anyone who practices body refinement must be a glutton. In fact, this ordinary quality demonic beast meat can no longer fully satisfy his body's needs. He would need to buy better meat in the future. This means Wang Chen would have to spend more spirit stones. After calculating his savings, he shook his head helplessly. People say the poor are scholars while the rich are warriors. The real wasteful ones are cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the courtyard door was suddenly knocked hard. Or rather, smashed. The thick door panel vibrated violently. Open the door. A rough voice came from outside. It sounded very unfamiliar. Wang Chen frowned. He put on his outer robe and went to open the courtyard door. Why so slow? Standing at the door was a black-faced cultivator, followed by 2 disciples from the spirit plant hall. The black-faced cultivator had a fierce look, cursing as he reached out to push Wang Chen's chest. Are you deaf? Wang Chen would not let him touch him and immediately took 2 steps back, asking in a deep voice, Who are you? The black-faced cultivator followed him into the courtyard, with the 2 spirit plant disciples closely behind. He looked around, and a look of disappointment appeared in his wolf-like eyes. You must be Wang Chen. I'm Xing Tu, the new deputy of the village head, here to deliver this spring's rice seeds. New deputy of the village head? Wang Chen calmly cupped his fists in salute and said, Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your trouble. The black-faced cultivator snorted with a fake smile, and one of the spirit plant disciples threw a sack of grain on the ground. 10 acres of spirit fields, 30 pounds of rice seeds. The black-faced cultivator extended his hand toward Wang Chen. You can hand over 10 lower spirit stones. Wang Chen's expression changed. Why is it so expensive? He had long heard from Old Man Sun about the charges for rice seeds, but he never expected the spirit plant hall would sell them at such a high price. 1 acre actually costs a spirit stone, thinking of the original owner, who had toiled for 5 years in the spirit fields and hadn't accumulated even 2 digits of spirit stones. Wang Chen could indeed afford this amount of spirit stones now, but why should he? Moreover, Wang Chen felt that the other party was definitely inflating the numbers. Too expensive? The black-faced cultivator sneered. Then don't plant it. You can leave right now. A surge of unnamed anger suddenly rose in Wang Chen's heart. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and he clenched his fists. The black-faced cultivator felt as if he was being targeted by a ferocious beast and instinctively took a few steps back, nearly tripping over the threshold. The new deputy of the village head was suddenly furious, shouting, Do you want a rebel? The 2 spirit plant disciples glared at Wang Chen, taking up an attacking stance. I don't dare. Wang Chen lowered his eyelids and took out 10 lower spirit stones, handing them over. At least you know your place. The black-faced cultivator snatched the spirit stones and put them into his storage bag. However, even with the spirit stones in hand, he did not feel satisfied. His small black eyes rolled around, and suddenly he walked over to the corner of the courtyard where the chicken coop was. He bent down and caught 2 hens hiding in their nests. Holding the struggling hens, the black-faced cultivator arrogantly glanced at Wang Chen. Let us go. He left with the 2 spirit plant disciples, unaware that at this moment, Wang Chen's eyes were igniting with endless flames. The flames took on the form of a roaring dragon. Chapter 80. Today I realize who I am. A series of cries reached Wang Chen's ears. He climbed up the wall of his house and looked in the direction the sound was coming from. Just 100 steps away, in front of Old Man Sun's house, the black-faced cultivator was violently kicking a woman on the ground. He cursed, I have people fighting to treat me to meals in the city. Taking your 2 hens is your family's blessing, and you dare to resist? Are you tired of living? The woman being kicked was Li Shi. She desperately protected a fainted boy, refusing to dodge despite the heavy kicks landing on her, while pleading, Master Immortal, we know we were wrong. Please spare us. Huh. The black-faced cultivator spat a mouthful of phlegm. At this point, Li Shi didn't even dare to cry out and lay trembling on the ground. The Rui workshop was one of the brothels in Yunshan City, where women were forced into the trade due to desperation and were very cheap due to their lack of outstanding looks. The black-faced cultivator's threats were not a joke at all. Only after the other party left did Li Shi struggle to get up and drag the boy into the house. Old Man Sun had not shown himself the entire time. Although there was a considerable distance and a wall between them, Wang Chen could still hear Li Shi's cries from inside the house. In the secret room below, Wang Chen took out a mask from his storage bag. 1,000 machine change. Wang Chen had possessed this mask for quite some time, but he had used it very few times. Usually, it was just kept at the bottom of his storage. This time, he put it on his face and started to disguise himself in front of the copper mirror. After half a cup of tea, Wang Chen had completely transformed his appearance. His face was round, ears large, straight nose, square mouth, thick eyebrows, and fierce eyes, with a pair of matted whiskers on his cheeks, giving him an intimidating look. Truly, a face fit for a carnivore, not a monk reading scriptures. He took a deep breath, activating the giant strength technique that had already reached the perfected level. The enhanced range covered his whole body. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen's height surged nearly a foot, transforming him into a burly man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. Next, he took out a yellow hemp headscarf, a crescent headband, a warrior's robe, beast skin boots, and a black iron convenient shovel. After donning all these items, the Wang Chen in the copper mirror looked like a Buddhist wandering ascetic. The wandering ascetic is a monk traveling outside in Buddhism, who does not need to shave his hair or beard, nor abstain from meat or killing, and is skilled in combat. This was one of the disguises Wang Chen had prepared for himself. He intended to use it in the future when he could no longer mix in with the Yunyang sect. At that time, he would definitely need a disguise to escape. He didn't expect it would come in handy right now. Although Wang Chen kept trying to calm himself down, the anger in his heart grew stronger. If he didn't vent this anger, his thoughts would become obstructed. It might even turn into a heart demon. After confirming that his disguise had no flaws, Wang Chen quickly made his way to the lowest secret room and then exited through the escape tunnel. The exit of the secret passage is located in a remote mountainous area where there are few people around, making its location very concealed. In recent months, Wang Chen has often practiced spells like the shadowless movement here, so he is quite familiar with the surrounding environment. He held a convenient shovel and rushed southeast, crossing over a low hill, and soon saw a long road. At this moment, Wang Chen took out a box cage and carried it on his back, hanging the soul-capturing bell on the top frame of the box. The bell rang pleasantly. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the bell, Wang Chen, disguised as a wandering ascetic, slowly walked towards the intersection ahead. This road is the only way to the Yisher Way station. What he aimed to create was an encounter. Wang Chen walked slowly, stopping to rest by the roadside. There were quite a few people traveling on the road, and some spirit farmers were tilling the land in the nearby spiritual fields. Some people noticed Wang Chen sitting by the roadside and cast curious glances at him. Monks were indeed very rare near the Yunyang sect's mountain gate. However, no one bothered to intervene. Wang Chen did not wait long. In just half a stick of incense, he saw the black-faced cultivator approaching with 2 disciples from the spirit plant hall. The 3 of them wore proud expressions, chatting and laughing along the way. Wang Chen immediately stood up to greet them. At first, the black-faced cultivator and his companions did not pay attention. When they saw Wang Chen, they were only a dozen steps apart. Wang Chen glared at the black-faced cultivator with a fierce expression and suddenly shouted, "What are you looking at?" His voice was extremely loud, attracting the attention of all the passers-by and farmers around. The black-faced cultivator was taken aback. He had no idea why this ascetic was shouting at him. He instinctively frowned. How dare this little bird be rude to me? Wang Chen did not give the other party a chance to react and suddenly quickened his pace, charging forward. At the same time, he let out a thunderous roar, "Eat my fist." Just then, the soul-capturing bell hanging on the box cage suddenly shook. The bell's sound mixed with Wang Chen's roar, violently impacting the eardrums of the black-faced cultivator and his companions. The 3 of them trembled in unison, their minds going blank, and they simultaneously felt their souls flying away. Bang! In the next moment, a fist the size of a vinegar jar slammed hard into the face of the black-faced cultivator. The angry Vajra fist. The black-faced cultivator's head was smashed like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer. Black, white, and red substances burst out everywhere. He died instantly. Wang Chen swiftly grabbed the storage bag from the other party's waist, simultaneously putting the corpse into his own storage bag, and then kicked his right leg into the chest of a nearby spirit plant hall disciple. The latter flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Not knowing how many bones in his body were broken, his entire body completely deformed, and he was already dead in the air. Wang Chen laughed heartily and chased after him. He caught the falling corpse and skillfully wiped down the storage bag. After collecting the body, he did not stop his steps and headed far away. The nearby passers-by and farmers were all dumbfounded. The bloodshed happened too quickly. No one was mentally prepared. This included another spirit plant hall disciple who had just regained his senses. They heard a bold voice coming from afar. "In my life, I do not cultivate good fruits. Only love to kill and set fires." Suddenly breaking the golden shackles, here tearing the jade locks. "Oh, the tide comes on the Qiantang River. Today I finally know who I am." A poem expressing a great awakening and detachment from worldly ties, yet it conveys the meaning of breaking free from bondage. Traversing the world. The killer is Lu Zhishan of Liangshan Temple. This was the last sentence people heard. Chapter 81. Questioning the heart and establishing the path. Destroying corpses, transcending. Purifying. Dispelling the great strength technique, taking off the headband and long robe, and finally removing the mask from his face. Wang Chen returned to his original appearance. However, the boiling and surging energy and blood within him did not calm down. Instead, it became even more restless. He felt that he had not vented his frustration at all. He wanted to kill again, but reason told Wang Chen that such thoughts were extremely dangerous. The black-faced cultivator and the spirit plant hall disciple he had just killed were only minor characters in the vast Yunyang sect. However, killing 2 people in broad daylight at the mountain gate was tantamount to delivering a heavy slap to the sect's face. It's possible that the outer sect's main hall had already received news and dispatched the disciples of the enforcement hall to pursue the murderer. If Wang Chen dared to go out and cause trouble at this time, it would be like putting his head under the knife. No. Wang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks, his heart jolted with fear. Cold sweat broke out on his back. His mindset was not right at this moment. He had a strong desire for destruction. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen lit a stick of sandalwood incense. He sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating the 5 elements technique to suppress the still surging energy and blood within him. Sandalwood has the effect of calming the mind, and the 5 elements technique is balanced and harmonious, working together to achieve remarkable results. In just half a stick of incense, Wang Chen's emotions truly calmed down. At this moment, Wang Chen began to faintly understand. The heavenly dragon Vajradharma. This Buddhist body-refining technique was undoubtedly the root cause of his nearly lost reason. When Wang Chen purchased the heavenly dragon Vajradharma from the Four Seas Merchant Association, the gold shopkeeper had bluntly informed him that to cultivate this technique to a high level, it must be supplemented with Buddhist teachings. At that time, Wang Chen did not pay attention because he could only buy the first 3 layers of the technique. He had no intention of cultivating it to a very profound level. He thought it wouldn't matter, but now it seemed he had underestimated it. The body-refining effect of the heavenly dragon Vajradharma is outstanding, greatly enhancing Wang Chen's physique. Unknowingly, Wang Chen had invested a large amount of resources into this technique, successfully forging a golden body. However, negative effects followed. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon True form diagram, which he contemplated day and night, along with the increasingly powerful and vigorous energy and blood, were having an invisible impact on his spiritual consciousness. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon is one of the protective Vajras of Buddhism, with unmatched physical strength, adept at slaying demons and dispelling evil spirits. Its nature is aggressive and vengeful. Earlier, Wang Chen had just broken through to the 3rd layer of the heavenly dragon Vajradharma, and his energy and blood had reached a peak state. When the 3 black-faced cultivators suddenly appeared, arrogantly trying to rob him, it immediately ignited Wang Chen's hostility. Thus, the subsequent act of disguising himself to ambush and kill ensued. Although Wang Chen did not regret killing that black-faced cultivator at all, and would do it again without hesitation, he could not tolerate his well-being interfered with by a technique. Does he really have to supplement with Buddhist teachings? Wang Chen reached out and grabbed a Buddhist scripture from the bookshelf. This scripture was purchased from the Immortal Collection out of curiosity. He had chosen 2 books at that time. He had never read it. He flipped through a few pages and then impatiently tossed it aside. What is this? If he were to follow the words in this Buddhist scripture, Wang Chen might as well buy a block of tofu and kill himself. Within the sect, the hierarchy is strict and filled with intrigue. Outside the mountain gate, demons run rampant and evil spirits abound. As a low-level cultivator who has traversed over, he has always struggled for survival. The Buddhist concepts would only lead Wang Chen into an abyss of no return. The problem is that if Buddhist teachings are not an option, how should he resolve the troubles brought by the heavenly dragon Vajradharma? He can't just abolish his martial arts. In fact, Wang Chen had already thought of a method. As the saying goes, it is better to divert than to block. Since the root cause lies in the overly vigorous energy and blood, he should find ways to alleviate it. For example, through dual cultivation. Stop. Wang Chen was startled by this sudden thought and quickly dismissed it from his mind, because that is not the right path at all. Indulging in desires will only weaken the will, leading to a vicious cycle. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen picked up another book. The book Xianxiaaudiobooks Jinyan is undoubtedly the most valuable one among all the books he has purchased. It records the teachings and guidance of a purple mansion master to his descendants during the last 10 years of his life. Although the content of the book does not involve any cultivation techniques, it condenses the wisdom and experience of this master's 200 years of cultivation. For Wang Chen, it is extremely precious. The Purple Mansion Master tells his descendants that a cultivator will always encounter various problems during the cultivation process, leading to confusion, hesitation, doubt, disappointment, and frustration. These are known as obstacles to cultivation. To overcome these obstacles, one must question one's heart and establish the Tao intention. Only then can one fearlessly face all the ghosts and monsters. Wang Chen had already memorized the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks Jinyan, but he reread the section on questioning the heart and establishing the Tao. Then, Wang Chen asked himself, what is his cultivation belief? Immortality? Wang Chen shook his head. That was too ethereal. Returning to his own world? This had indeed been Wang Chen's life goal. But he also knew that achieving this goal was incredibly difficult and far away. Using this as his Tao intention was clearly not firm enough. Wang Chen closed his eyes. Memories surged in his mind. From the moment the black-faced cultivator broke into his home to the destruction of the corpse, the entire process unfolded like a movie. After a moment, Wang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All my actions are righteous. These 16 characters thundered in his consciousness, instantly washing away all confusion and hesitation. He only questioned his own heart, and his heart was without guilt. In an instant, Wang Chen felt as if his soul had undergone a complete reshaping. Transparent and pure like crystal, the dark clouds that had once clung to him completely vanished. Within his consciousness, a small but lively Dao heart emerged. As long as he did not forget his original intention, this Dao heart would grow stronger in the days to come. This was the belief that Wang Chen wanted and needed. At this moment, Wang Chen had an epiphany. From then on, the heavenly dragon Vajra true law would no longer trouble him. It could no longer affect or shake his will. With a single thought, a chain wrapped around the illusory figure of the heavenly dragon, which resided deep in Wang Chen's consciousness. He stood up, his dark eyes shining brightly. His will had never been as firm and strong as it was at this moment. Chapter 82. Just do good deeds. Once the Dao heart was established, Wang Chen immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He felt much lighter. His Dao intention was quite rogue, deeply understanding the essence of Huang studies. However, for a traveler from a modern civilized society, such a Dao intention was the most fitting for himself. I only do what I believe is right. This would not conflict with the worldview he had formed over 20 years in his past life. With this belief, Wang Chen temporarily subdued the heavenly dragon within his heart, making it no longer cause trouble. He began to tally the gains from this adventure. From the black-faced cultivator's storage bag, Wang Chen obtained several hundred lower spirit stones and thousands of fragments of spirit stones. Apart from spirit stones, there was nothing else. There was no doubt that these spirit stones were obtained from selling rice seeds. Each one was stained with the flesh and blood of bottom-tier cultivators like him. These guys really deserve to die. Wang Chen's righteous indignation was not just aimed at the new village chief's deputy. He knew the other party was just a small pawn, a vicious dog raised by those big shots above. But if bitten by a dog, it must be beaten to death. The other storage bag contained mostly scraps, with talismans, pills, spirit rice, and beast meat. The only magical weapon was a standard outer sect Yinling knife. Wang Chen already had one of these knives himself. It was worthless and could not be sold. However, the combined value of the two storage bags was over 1,000 spirit stones. Wang Chen stored everything in one storage bag. He now had 5 storage bags, allowing him to store many items separately. After dealing with the spoils, Wang Chen took out the 1,000 Transformations mask. This mask was quite eerie. When he previously played the role of monk Xishan, he completely immersed himself in it, feeling as if he truly became Lu Tihua, who was driven to the Liangshan Mountains. That punch unleashed endless injustice. And that poem. Wang Chen did not think his acting skills were that strong. He suspected that the mask had some secret, but he had not yet discovered it. At this moment, Wang Chen made a new discovery on the cultivation panel. 1,000 transformations, sealed 104100000. The unsealing points actually increased by 100 points. When he first got the 1,000 transformations, the unsealing points were 3. Wang Chen had once tried to invest 1 point into it, resulting in 4 points. After that, he completely gave up. It would take until the year of the monkey and horse to accumulate 100,000 unsealing points. If it's sealed, let it be sealed, as long as it can change appearances. Unexpectedly, this time, after one disguise, he actually gained 100 points. Although it was just a drop in the bucket compared to the total of 100,000, it undoubtedly gave Wang Chen hope for unsealing this equipment. Then he added 1 point to his soul attribute. Soul, 311. The black-faced cultivator's realm was Qi refining level 5, while the Lingji Hall disciple was Qi refining level 6. The two of them gave Wang Chen a total of 11 points of heavenly merit. Since both his root bone and comprehension had already been upgraded twice, the third upgrade would probably require 100 points of heavenly merit. Therefore, he decisively invested the recently acquired heavenly merit points into his soul, which had only been upgraded once. The higher the soul attribute, the sharper the perception, even allowing him to sense the approach of danger. Moreover, Wang Chen felt that his successful condensation of the Dao heart was directly related to his high soul points. Adding points was definitely the right choice. He went to his neighbor Old Sun's house. Previously, Old Sun's family had also suffered greatly, and out of emotion and reason, he had to go check on them. He wanted to see if they needed help. Old Sun's house had one door down, and the yard was in complete disarray. Wang Chen knocked on the intact door and called out loudly, "Grandpa-san, are you home?" After a moment, a woman with swollen eyes hurriedly came out from the inner room. It was Li Shi. Upon seeing Wang Chen, she quickly stepped forward to pay her respects. "I've met the immortal master." She naturally recognized Wang Chen. Her voice was hoarse. Li Shi immediately burst into tears. Wang Chen felt something was wrong. Is someone gone? Li Shi quickly wiped her tears and shook her head. He is seriously injured and still hasn't he woken up. Wang Chen said solemnly, "Take me to see." In the room, he saw Grandpa's son lying unconscious on the bed. This old spirit planter looked pale, with a little blood remaining around his mouth and nose, and he appeared to be in very bad condition. Meanwhile, Li Shi's son sat beside him with a dazed expression, half of his face swollen. Wang Chen frowned. Why don't you go find a doctor? Grandpa's son was injured like this, and taking a healing pill probably wouldn't do much good. Li Shi wept. We exchanged all the spirit stones at home for rice seeds. Wang Chen immediately took out 10 lower spirit stones and handed them to her. You go find a doctor immediately. I'll cover the treatment fee. Among the 10 outer sect guard posts of the Yunyang sect, there are doctors stationed. Additionally, there are those in the neighborhood who study medicine. But calling them to treat at home definitely requires spirit stones. Li Shi had no spirit stones, so she could only watch as Grandpa's son suffered. Wang Chen helped cover this expense not only because of their relationship, but also because these spirit stones originally belonged to the latter. Li Shi hesitated, but every family is struggling now. Li Shi knew a bit about Wang Chen's situation and felt embarrassed to take his spirit stones. It's nothing, Wang Chen explained. I have my uncle in the sect to support me, so I can still get by. Saving people is the priority. Hurry up. Thank you, Immortal Master. Li Shi no longer hesitated and quickly took the spirit stones to call for a doctor. Wang Chen stayed behind and used mountain spring water to dissolve a healing pill for old son to take. It might not be exactly what he needed, but at least it could keep him alive. He noticed that Li Shi's son was also injured, so he gave him a pill as well. Before long, a doctor was called over by Li Shi. The doctor examined old son's condition and performed an adjustment to treat his internal injuries. Old son quickly regained consciousness. Although he couldn't speak for the moment, he was somewhat lucky. Although he was badly beaten, his life was not in danger. After the doctor left, Wang Chen handed Li Shi 5 more spirit stones, saying, make sure to take good care of uncle. That was all he could do. He could only help old Sunday. Otherwise, revealing any flaws would raise suspicions, and the criminal enforcement halls were not to be trifled with. Li Shi was naturally very grateful. Those people from the enforcement halls really deserved to be struck by lightning. Li Shi chattered on, completely unaware that old son, lying in bed, had a complex expression on his bloodless old face. Chapter 83, A Fortuitous Encounter in the City. Yinshan City. A crowd gathered at the south gate. Pointing at a wanted notice posted on the city wall, Wang Chen, who was about to enter the city, stopped and glanced at the notice hanging high up. Lu Zhijing, suspected. The ascetic monk from Liangshan Temple, suspected. High-level qi training, suspected. Those who know his whereabouts will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones or 200 merit points. Capture or kill him, and the reward is 3,000 spirit stones or 500 merit points. This wanted notice clearly targeted both sect disciples and rogue cultivators from outside. A vividly drawn portrait occupied most of the notice's paper. With big ears and a round face, a straight nose, a square mouth, thick eyebrows, and fierce eyes. The striking image showed a face full of menace. The resemblance was at least 80%. Wang Chen knew very well that this portrait must have been carefully drawn based on the description of the spirit plant hall disciple he had spared. This was entirely within Wang Chen's expectations. The reason he didn't kill the other person was not out of mercy, but because there were no direct witnesses left. The criminal enforcement halls investigating the case would inevitably trouble the bystanders and farmers who were present at the time. Given the nature of the enforcement halls, they would definitely not let anyone off without a good skinning. Wang Chen didn't want to involve these innocent people. He wasn't afraid of exposing his identity. Without Lu Zhixin, there were still Wu Song, Lin Chong, and Yan Qing. 105 generals, just to name a few. Thus, Wang Chen merely smiled at the wanted notice and did not linger. Upon entering the city, he clearly felt that the defenses of Yinshan City had become much stricter. The gatekeeping cultivators were rigorously questioning everyone passing by, especially targeting rogue cultivators from outside, even checking their storage bags. This was actually a very taboo thing to do. After all, many cultivators kept their secrets hidden in their storage bags, which could not be exposed to the light. But the gatekeeping cultivators were unyielding, and the rogue cultivators wanting to enter the city could only swallow their anger and submit to the search. As an outer sect disciple, Wang Chen was spared this humiliation. Otherwise, he would have definitely turned around and left. However, the various backward actions of the Yunyang sect over the past year made Wang Chen feel like he was in a difficult situation. This time in Yinshan City, Wang Chen first went to a talisman shop to purchase a batch of talisman paper and ink. Although making talismans didn't burn through spirit stones like alchemy or artifact forging, becoming a true talisman master still required accumulating experience little by little. Without extraordinary talent, one had to rely on practice to improve. Despite Wang Chen having a powerful panel, his success rate in drawing talismans was still not very high. The experience points for the basic talisman making skill could only be increased by successfully crafting talismans. The talisman paper and ink he had previously purchased had already been used up. He planned to spend another month or two to bring his basic talisman making skill up to a high level or even master level. At that time, he could earn a substantial amount of spirit stones just from this skill. Wang Chen, brother. Just as Wang Chen stepped out of the talisman shop, he heard a crisp voice calling from the side. He turned his head and saw a beautiful woman. The woman was dressed in a long skirt, holding a little girl with twin buns on her head. What a coincidence! Wang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Madam Chen, little girl. It was indeed Madam Chen and her daughter. Madam Chen gracefully greeted him. Wang Xiaogu, long time no see. Yes, Wang Chen said with some emotion. How have you been lately? Madam Chen had once sent him several items through her daughter. Although they were just peaches and wild vegetables and not worth much, Wang Chen was touched by her thoughtfulness. To be fair, he hadn't helped her much, but she had always remembered him. Perhaps it was because they were in the city and not in the countryside, surrounded by strangers. Madam Chen chatted with Wang Chen for a while by the roadside. It turned out that earlier this year, the Xia family in Yinshan City had opened a new embroidery workshop, recruiting skilled embroiderers. Embroidery was also one of the many arts of cultivation, and Madam Chen happened to master this skill. So she applied to work at Xia's embroidery workshop and moved to Yinshan City with her daughter to settle down. Wang Chen was surprised. What about your spiritual field? It has all been transferred to someone else, Madam Chen explained. I also sold the house. The Xia family's workshop provides food and accommodation, which is the main reason I decided to give up my family business. After all, the living conditions in the city are much better than in the countryside. Wang Chen sighed. That is not bad. He spoke sincerely. It was indeed fortunate for Madam Chen to have moved to the city to work before the new official took office, avoiding being squeezed and exploited again. Wang Chen was genuinely happy for the mother and daughter. However, since he wasn't very familiar with Madam Chen and she was a widow, they didn't chat for long. When they parted, Wang Chen bought a skewer of candied hawthorns for the little girl. Seeing the smile on the little one's face, his mood lifted significantly. Next, Wang Chen went to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. After careful selection, he purchased a technique called Thousand Illusions Hand. This was a skill specifically for launching miniature weapons. When cultivated to the highest level, it could simultaneously shoot out hundreds or thousands of hidden weapons like flying stones, plum blossom darts, or thunderbolts. It cost Wang Chen 150 spirit stones. However, he didn't purchase this spell to expand his skills in hidden weapons. After a round of shopping, it was already close to noon. Wang Chen found a nearby tea house, chose a seat by the window, and called the waiter over to order a pot of high-grade spirit tea and 2 plates of snacks. While filling his stomach and listening to the conversations of the nearby tea customers, such small tea houses with 2 or 3 floors were abundant in Yinshan City. Favored by lower-tier cultivators due to their low consumption levels, with many regular customers coming and going, they enjoyed gathering together to chat about everything, treating it as a leisure spot to hear the latest news, gossip, and rumors. Here, one could often hear the most current information. To Wang Chen's surprise, before he finished a plate of spirit rice cakes, he actually heard them talking about Lu Zhijing. Does anyone know about Liangshan Temple? Who would know? Although Buddhism is a side path, there are temples everywhere across the continents. And what is this Qiantang River? Never heard of it. Haha, if I knew, I would go and claim the reward. Claim the reward? Just knowing where he comes from is useless. You need to know where this poet monk is currently staying. ISNT, he called the mad monk. Whether poet monk or mad monk, they are all true heroes. I heard that. Sure, how dare you say that? What do I have to? Cough, cough. At this moment, the tea house owner came over and coughed twice loudly at the group of animated tea customers. He then pointed at the warning sign hanging on the pillar. Several tea customers sheepishly closed their mouths. The atmosphere in the tea house was no longer as lively and noisy as before. Wang Chen smiled, took out 30 fragments of spiritual energy and tossed them onto the tea table, then got up to leave. As he left, he did not forget to take the remaining pastries with him. Chapter 84. Finally seeing the return of money. It had been 5 days since the incident where Lu Zhijing committed murder on the highway. At first, there was a great uproar both inside and outside Yinshan City. The outer sect's main hall, feeling severely slapped in the face, issued a wanted notice and dispatched a large number of enforcers and cultivators to search the area around the mountain gate in pursuit of the killer. However, the countryside and wilderness were different from the city. There were simply too many places to hide. Finding someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The incident occurred very suddenly, and Lu Zhijing had already disappeared without a trace. Even though the main hall offered a high bounty, no one could claim the substantial reward. Days passed, and the situation had calmed down. The guards of Yinshan City no longer checked the storage bags of wandering cultivators. If this continued, it would only lead to collective resentment among the wandering cultivators from outside. This was not good for the Yunyang sect either. In fact, there were many outer sect disciples who mysteriously went missing or died every year. Some might have been harmed by evil spirits, others fell victim to bandits, and some brought about their own demise by venturing into the outer realms. Few cases had their truth thoroughly investigated. No one spoke of it anymore, unless he came out to commit another crime. But Wang Chen had already sealed away the identity of Lu Zhijing. Pride could not be taken too far. Although the outer sect's main hall had not uncovered his identity, it did not mean that the Yunyang sect had no way to pursue the killer. For example, the heavenly machine technique. This technique could investigate cause and effect. Even if it could not directly pinpoint Wang Chen's true identity, it could uncover relevant clues. However, this technique was extremely profound, and very few in the Yunyang sect had mastered it. Moreover, using the heavenly machine technique not only consumed cultivation, but also reduced lifespan. Which Purple Mansion cultivator would be willing to sacrifice their cultivation and lifespan for a few low-ranking cultivators? They weren't even their own children. Despite this, Wang Chen reminded himself that he could not do similar things frequently, although killing for treasure and gaining heavenly merit was tempting. One mistake or exposure would surely lead to a grave end. It would be very difficult to escape, whether inner or outer sect disciples. There were soul tokens retained within the sect. The sect could know the life and death of its disciples and could track down fleeing members even across thousands of miles. This was undoubtedly a lethal trump card to restrict the disciples. Therefore, even though the storm had passed, in the days that followed, Wang Chen still diligently farmed and practiced drawing talismans outside, gradually improving his strength. Steady as an old dog. Winter passed, and the earth shed its white coat. The warm spring breeze began to blow over the Tianyan mountain range once more. As all things revived, Wang Chen's primary cultivation of the 5 elements technique reached a critical point. He was on the brink of breaking through to the 6th level of qi refining. However, he first broke through in the basic talisman making technique. Basic talisman making experience 1. Basic talisman making, minor success 299,300. In the secret chamber, Wang Chen picked up the talisman brush, and the talisman he had just completed glowed brilliantly. Anyone could see that it was an almost perfect talisman. Talismans of the same rank also had varying qualities. The finished product drawn by a great talisman master would undoubtedly be more powerful than that of an ordinary talisman master. After breaking through to the minor success level in basic talisman making, Wang Chen had already mastered the nuances of this skill in great detail. But that was not enough. He did not want to be an ordinary craftsman, doing mechanical repetitive work like an assembly line worker. At points, basic talisman making, major success 0,400. It only consumed 1 point of virtue, and the basic talisman making technique directly entered the major success realm. Thanks to his 5 points of comprehension, Wang Chen could now accurately control the improvement process of the skill. He was confident in breaking through the first 2 realms. Unless absolutely necessary, he would rely on his own efforts. The difficulty of breaking through suddenly increased, so he decisively added points. Not only for talisman making, but other skills were the same. Therefore, up to now, even though Wang Chen had not earned any virtue recently, he had accumulated enough from previous efforts to elevate multiple spells to higher levels. Once he entered major success, a flash of inspiration suddenly passed through his mind, as if he had suddenly opened a channel. Wang Chen reached for a new piece of talisman paper, and his right hand skillfully dipped the talisman brush in a bit of spiritual ink. His brush moved like a dragon, and in an instant, he filled the paper with the 3-character True Seal talisman script. Finally, he completed the final touch in one go. Delightful. Although Wang Chen had very little magical power left in his dantian and was quite fatigued, this talisman of falling fire drawn at the major success level allowed him to genuinely experience the comfort and joy brought by the elevation of his realm. It felt as if everything was within his grasp. Faster speed, less consumption, and more perfect quality. If the talismans drawn at minor success were rated at 7 points, then those at major success would be at least 85 points. Putting down the talisman brush, Wang Chen admired his new work for a moment. He set this talisman aside. While on the other side of the table, there was a thick stack of the same talismans. All were falling fire talismans. In the basic talisman diagram, he had already mastered all 237 talisman illustrations and 309 True Seal scripts. He had drawn more than 30 types of talismans, mainly falling fire, windblade, thunderstrike, exorcism, reincarnation, flash, and protective talismans, some of the most commonly used talismans by cultivators. But the talisman he truly used to brush up his skill proficiency was just the falling fire talisman. Because his success rate for drawing the falling fire talisman was the highest, and the effects of the finished product were better. As long as his magical power and spirit could sustain it, his experience points would rise rapidly, making it a case of doing half the work for double the results. The only issue was that Wang Chen had accumulated several hundred falling fire talismans. That night, after fully recovering his magical power and energy, he went on to draw 50 new falling fire talismans in one go, with a success rate that had reached an astonishing level. He almost exhausted all the talisman paper he had on hand. What a thrill! Wang Chen had already decided that he would keep these falling fire talismans for self-defense and then sell off a portion of the old ones he had accumulated. It was a way to exchange the old for the new. He really could not continue like this. Not to mention the usual cultivation expenses. Just for the experience points in talisman making, He had spent nearly 200 points of spiritual energy. He was eating away at his resources. Without the spirit stones obtained from a few incidents of killing and looting treasures, Wang Chen would not have been able to hold on until now. He also couldn't take the initiative to do so, now that the basic talisman-making technique had entered the major success realm. Using talismans to nurture talismans was no longer a problem. After calculating the prices of these talismans, Wang Chen truly felt an urge to burst into tears. He decided to go to Yinshan City tomorrow to refill his already depleted storage bag. Chapter 85. Witnessing Injustice. It was already the end of February, and the spiritual fields on both sides of the highway were lush and vibrant. The hardworking spiritual planters had started working in the fields early in the morning, clearing weeds and pests. Although farming was hard work, the good growth of the spiritual rice gave them hope for a bountiful harvest this year. So everyone was putting in extra effort, and their weathered faces were filled with hope for the future. They hoped that the spiritual fields would no longer suffer disasters, and that all the bandits would perish. Some farmers were also carrying small mountains of firewood towards Yinshan City. In the distance, the sound of a shepherd's bamboo flute could be heard. By the edge of the fields, several children with baskets were picking fish scale grass. The fish scale grass that sprouted in early spring was of the best quality, and now was the most suitable time for harvesting. A handful of dried fish scale grass could be exchanged for a piece of sweet rice candy from wandering merchants. For the children of these farmers, it is undoubtedly the best snack. The fish scale grass here is quickly harvested. Two little girls, one big and one small, hold hands and jump onto the path, preparing to continue their picking on the other side. At this moment, a thunderous roar echoes from afar, drawing closer to everyone's ears. A large cloud of smoke rolls in from hundreds of steps away on the path, moving at a speed comparable to an arrow released from a bow. The two girls are crossing the path, and the older girl turns her head to see this scene, instantly turning pale with fear. She suddenly pulls her little friend, wanting to drag her out of the way. As a result, the little one is caught off guard and stumbles to the ground. The basket she is holding in her left hand tips over, spilling most of the fish scale grass onto the ground. Oh no, the little girl becomes anxious. These herbs took her a lot of effort to collect and could be traded for some sewing supplies at home. The older girl pulls a couple of times, but can't get her friend up. At this moment, the cloud of smoke is already 30 or 40 steps away, and four panting green-eyed dragon-scaled horses are galloping through the mist, with the outline of a high-wheeled carriage just coming into view. The driver, high atop the carriage, has already seen the two little girls blocking the road, but he shows no intention of pulling the reins to stop the horses, a cruel smile curling his thin lips. Little girls. A farmer working in a nearby field happens to witness this scene and can't help but shout angrily, "Run!" However, the little girl is still trying to grab the fish scale grass on the ground, completely unaware of the impending danger. Meanwhile, her companion is blank in her mind, entirely paralyzed with fear. Just as the tragedy is about to unfold, a grayish figure flashes across the path like lightning, snatching the two little girls away at the last moment. The two green-eyed dragon-scaled horses charging at the front seem to crash into an invisible wall, suddenly rearing up and letting out frightened neighs. The driver nearly gets thrown off. He hurriedly pulls the reins to control the startled horses, a fierce expression appearing on his handsome face. Seeking death, he shouts angrily, abruptly swinging the long whip he holds in his left hand. Whoosh! The dark golden whip darts forward like a venomous snake pouncing on its prey, instantly covering a distance of more than 10 steps, fiercely striking at Wang Chen, who just saved the two little girls. Wang Chen had come from home that morning, ready to take the carriage to Cloud Mountain City. He happened to see the two little girls in danger and rushed over without a second thought, activating his spirit light shield armor just in time to save them. He didn't expect that the driver, who nearly caused a fatal accident, would not let it go so easily. Seeing the whip coming at him, Wang Chen immediately hugs the two girls and steps back. Crack! The whip misses, making a thunderous cracking sound. Sparks fly. If that whip had hit him, even with the spirit light shield armor, Wang Chen would have likely suffered some minor injury. The driver, seeing his attack miss, has an even more fierce expression on his pale face, his gaze on Wang Chen filled with malice. Old 7. At this moment, another four-horse carriage rushes over, brushing past the carriage of the golden-crowned driver. The driver, dressed in a brocade robe, loudly shouts, "What are you doing? The hunting is about to start." While speaking, he has already sped away. Muddy weed. The golden-crowned driver spat in disgust, cursing as he drove the carriage back on the road. Watching the carriage disappear, Wang Chen's eyes subtly reveal the true form of the celestial dragon. He knows very well that he has likely caught the attention of the other party. Those racing on the path are all second-generation cultivators from Cloud Mountain City. They act recklessly, relying on their strong backgrounds, and have always been indifferent to others. Many passers-by have been injured or killed before, and nothing ever came of it. Wang Chen has no capital to compete with these people. But if he had to do it again, he would still save the person, even if it meant being resented by them. After setting down the two still trembling girls, Wang Chen gently rubbed their heads and said, "Be careful in the future, and make sure to watch out for passing carriages when crossing the path. Today is just their lucky day, but such luck won't always be there." As soon as he finishes speaking, the two girls burst into tears. Wow. Clearly terrified. A farmer's wife hurried over, raising a hand as large as a fan to slap the little girl's bottom, to make you run around. She was also quite frightened and scolded the two girls thoroughly. Then she expressed countless thanks to Wang Chen, almost to the point of kneeling. This made Wang Chen feel a bit embarrassed. At this moment, a carriage passed by, and he quickly waved to stop it and got on to head to Cloud Mountain City. Once in the city, Wang Chen originally intended to go to the talisman shop to sell his falling fire talismans. But he suddenly felt an urge and headed straight to the north of the city. There, he rented a cave dwelling suitable for high-level Qi training. In fact, Wang Chen had wanted to rent a mid-level Qi training cave dwelling. However, there were none available, and he didn't want to wait. So he reluctantly paid double the spirit stones. 2 days later, when Wang Chen emerged from the cave dwelling, he had successfully advanced to the 6th level of Qi training. This promotion process was astonishingly smooth. It was simpler and easier than the previous 2 breakthroughs, with not even a hint of obstruction or trouble. In fact, Wang Chen had just leveled up to 499 points of experience in the 5th level of the 5-element skill 2 days ago. Yesterday, he completed it in one go. Of course, he did not consume a single point of heavenly merit for this level up. Wang Chen felt that with his current root bone and comprehension, breaking through to high-level Qi training was completely manageable. However, reaching the great perfection of Qi training, or even opening the orifice and establishing a mansion, would be much more difficult, unless he could add 2 innate attributes. That would require a lot of heavenly merit. In comparison, directly adding points to upgrade skills requires much less heavenly merit. Wang Chen is not in a hurry. His current upgrade speed is already very fast. He has advanced 3 levels within a year. Excluding extreme cases, even the talented individuals in the sect cannot compare. Wang Chen also has to rely on the breath-holding technique to disguise himself. Otherwise, if people discover his rapid advancement in a short time, it would be a huge problem. Chapter 86, Running Away. Lu's Talisman Shop. Hello, fellow cultivator. May I ask what you need? As soon as Wang Chen stepped into the shop, the square-faced shopkeeper behind the counter immediately greeted him warmly. Our shop has just received a batch of mid to high-quality Qi training talismans. Would you like to take a look? Wang Chen looked around and asked, Shopkeeper, do you buy talismans? This talisman shop has a very small facade. Much smaller than the shop where he frequently purchased talisman-making materials before. But the small shop has its advantages. For a small cultivator like him at the 4th level of Qi training, they still treat him with respect. Moreover, the shopkeeper is very flexible in business. Yes, Wang Chen nodded, taking out 2 stacks of talismans from his storage bag and placing them on the counter. One stack has 100 pieces. The square-faced shopkeeper was suddenly taken aback. He thought Wang Chen looked ordinary and his cultivation was quite average, thinking he was just here to sell a few talismans in a pinch. This kind of low-level cultivator, the shopkeeper had seen many. He never expected that Wang Chen would present 200 talismans at once. Any shopkeeper worth their salt would have good judgment. Thus, he quickly estimated the number of talismans. The square-faced shopkeeper's attitude became even more polite. May I take a look at them? After receiving Wang Chen's permission, the shopkeeper began to carefully examine the 2 stacks of talismans. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. All the talismans in these 2 stacks were falling fire talismans, but there was a clear difference in quality. The falling fire talismans on the left had vivid ink and contained rich spiritual light. Their quality was superb. Remarkably, every one of the 100 talismans was flawless, as if they had been printed. Almost no flaws could be found. Of course, talismans must rely on the talisman master for drawing, with each stroke and dot revealing the true manifestation, making printing impossible. A talisman master with such skills is already qualified to be a guest of the Zifu family. However, the 100 falling fire talismans on the right are of slightly lesser quality, but they are still acceptable. After inspecting all 200 talismans, the square-faced shopkeeper thought for a moment and cautiously said, Friend, I will offer 90 fragments of spirit for this stack of falling fire talismans, and 70 fragments of spirit for this stack. What do you think? Falling fire talismans are one of the most commonly used talismans by cultivators, with a selling price of about 1 fragment of spirit each. They are very stable. The purchase price at talisman shops is usually around 60 to 70 fragments of spirit. A regular talisman master needs about 40 to 50 fragments of spirit to draw falling fire talismans. The square-faced shopkeeper offered a high price of 90 fragments of spirit and 70 fragments of spirit for the 2 stacks of talismans purely because their quality was outstanding, allowing him to make a profit. The prices for talismans of this level are extremely transparent, and he did not dare to undervalue them recklessly. Otherwise, Wang Chen could easily go to another shop. I want 100 fragments of spirit, Wang Chen said, plus 70 fragments of spirit for the talisman paper and spirit ink. Half of the 200 talismans he brought out were drawn when he had mastered the talisman-making technique, while the other half were of a small achievement level. As for the works of a great achievement level, Wang Chen planned to keep them for personal use first and only sell them after accumulating more. Although Wang Chen asked for 10 more fragments of spirit, the square-faced shopkeeper agreed after considering that some of the spirit stones could be offset by the talisman paper and spirit ink. Both parties were satisfied. The square-faced shopkeeper clearly intended to establish a good cooperative relationship with Wang Chen, or rather with the talisman master behind Wang Chen, and even gave him a few extra sheets of talisman paper. Then he respectfully saw Wang Chen out. Wang Chen was also very satisfied. Since he started learning talisman making, he had only spent a little over 100 spirit stones on experience. The key is that this skill has already reached a great achievement, and it wouldn't take much time to break through to the master level. In the future, the cost of making talismans will decrease. If Wang Chen is willing, he could fully rely on talisman making to make a fortune. But this is ultimately not Wang Chen's true pursuit. Before he even entered the door, he suddenly saw a horse-drawn carriage parked in front of Old Sun's house. People were coming in and out, moving things. Wang Chen thought for a moment and decided to go take a look. He saw that Old Sun's door was wide open, and there were several people standing in the courtyard, both adults and children, making it quite lively. But Wang Chen did not know any of them. Who are you looking for? At this moment, a middle-aged man noticed him and walked to the door to ask, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Wang Chen bowed and said, "I am the neighbor living to the north. May I ask if grandfather's son is home?" He had only left for 2 days. How could Old Sun's house seem as if it had changed owners? Old Sun? The middle-aged man smiled and said, "He has transferred all the spirit fields and the house to me." Wang Chen was surprised. "Where has he gone?" "You are Wang Chen, right?" "Thank you." He had forgotten to ask the name of the new neighbor. Sitting in the room, Wang Chen opened Old Sun's letter. He had returned to the mundane world. Wang Chen never expected that Old Sun would make such a choice. He had run away to the mortal realm. Usually, only mortals are eager to enter the cultivation world, and very few cultivators run off to settle in the mundane world. Because the mundane world, which lacks spiritual energy, is undoubtedly a desolate and harsh place for cultivators. If they have a large supply of spiritual food and pills, the situation is somewhat better. At least they can maintain their cultivation. But they still have to use spells cautiously to avoid excessive consumption. However, if there are no cultivation resources, a cultivator's realm will quickly decline, ultimately becoming an ordinary person. Their lifespan will also greatly decrease. And Old Sun was not young anymore. However, in the letter, Old Sun also provided a detailed explanation. He felt that the Yunyang sect was becoming increasingly harsh towards outer sect disciples, and as a low-level spirit planter, the burden was becoming unbearable, making leaving the only option. Additionally, his stepson was lacking in all 5 elements and had no possibility of cultivating. This was also one of the reasons prompting Old Sun to leave. However, what truly made him resolute was another matter. A matter related to Wang Chen. Old Sun also expressed his gratitude and guilt towards Wang Chen in the letter, saying that he had no way to repay this lifetime and could only repay in the next life by working like an ox or horse. He also reminded Wang Chen to be cautious of people's hearts. It was evident that this old spirit planter was quite emotional when writing the letter, and his handwriting was rather messy. After reading this letter, Wang Chen remained silent for a long time. Then he clasped his palms together, activated his magic, and instantly turned the letter to ashes. Chapter 87, Confrontation. Wang Chen's intuition was correct. The first time he met Lu Defang, he sensed the hidden malice from the other party. This friend of Wang Xiaoyuan, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi training, had always harbored ill intentions towards the original owner. The letter left to Wang Chen by Old Sun fully confirmed this. Although Wang Chen could not understand why Lu Defang would have ulterior motives towards such a poor little cultivator like himself, this calamity was undoubtedly the consequence he had to face for occupying the original owner's body. The question is, what should Wang Chen do? Should he quietly run to the mundane world like Old Sun and wait to die? Or, Wang Chen clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. The tree wants to be calm, but the wind wants to stop. One wants to avoid trouble, but trouble finds them, making it a luxury to farm in peace. Damn it. Determined, Wang Chen went to Yunshan City again the next day. Dakich. This is a shop specializing in selling magical tools, which Wang Chen had heard of for a long time and had passed by many times. Today was the first time he stepped through the threshold. Greetings, immortal master. A handsome young attendant came forward, smiling and bowing. May I ask if you would like to purchase a magical tool or customize one? The attendant bowed. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the attendant, Wang Chen was led to a private room on the 2nd floor. A beautiful maid served fragrant tea. The grandeur of the shop was indeed different. However, their threshold was also very high. If Wang Chen only wanted to buy a low-grade magical tool, he would probably be advised to leave at the door. Please turn left and thank you. It is said that the owner of Dakage is a high-level Zifu person, with deep connections to the refining department of the Yunyang sect's inner sect. This shop not only sells various magical tools, but also deals in illicit goods, engaging in a low buy-high sell business. Here, one can buy some relatively cheap secondhand magical tools. Spirit stones are precious, and Wang Chen also wanted to save money. So he came to Dakage to try his luck. After half a tea's time, a suave middle-aged cultivator entered the private room and bowed to Wang Chen. Are you looking to purchase the Mandarin Duck Mirror? That's right. The middle-aged cultivator immediately waved his sleeve, and 5 copper mirrors appeared on the table in front of Wang Chen. The original name of the Mandarin Duck Mirror is the Wind and Moon Mirror, which has yin and yang sides. Its origin need not be elaborated. Simply put, it is a high-definition monitoring device among magical tools. The reason Wang Chen came to Yunshan City to purchase the Mandarin Duck Mirror was naturally to enhance the security of his home. While his homemade copper pipe sound system was good, it could only hear sounds and could not see what was happening above, which was a significant flaw. The Mandarin Duck Mirror could perfectly solve this problem. Of course, the price was also not cheap. The 5 types of Mandarin Duck Mirrors recommended by the middle-aged cultivator ranged in price from 500 to 1,500 fragments of spirit. They were categorized as 4-hour, 5-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour, and 10-hour mirrors. The effects of the magical tools are essentially the same, but there is a significant difference in their duration. The cheapest 4-hour Mandarin Duck Mirror can maintain its effect for 4 hours after being activated, and it cannot be used again until 8 hours later. In other words, this thing has a time limit. The pair of Mandarin Duck Mirrors, which cost 1,500 spirit stones, can maintain their effects for over 10 hours, with better transmission of images and sounds. In short, you get what you pay for. After listening to the introduction, Wang Chen fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. The middle-aged cultivator, observing his expression, smiled and said, "Our shop just received a pair of 5-hour mirrors with 80% quality a couple of days ago. I wonder if you might be interested?" Wang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. "How much?" He added, "No bargaining." Wang Chen had the other party take it out for a detailed inspection and asked about its usage. When the pair of 5-hour mirrors was first brought in, they had a hidden mark on them. The middle-aged cultivator proudly stated, "But now it has been completely cleared, guaranteeing no future troubles. Otherwise, our pavilion will compensate tenfold." Wang Chen nodded. "I'll buy it." He believed the other party's words. The reputation of the Great Artifact Pavilion was no worse than that of the Wanbao Pavilion and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to purchase magical tools. After completing the transaction, the middle-aged cultivator looked at Wang Chen with a hint of warmth and said, "If you ever want to buy or sell magical tools, you can come to me." As he spoke, he handed Wang Chen a jade token with his name on it. With this token, Wang Chen could directly find him for business when he returned to the Great Artifact Pavilion. After expressing his thanks, Wang Chen took his leave. Once the mirrors were infused with spiritual power, they immediately emitted a faint glow and then automatically adhered to the wall. Moreover, the surface of the bronze mirror changed, seemingly merging with the wall plaster. If one didn't know beforehand that a mirror was hung there, it would be impossible to detect it with the naked eye, and even a touch would reveal nothing. The concealment was excellent. Wang Chen took out another Mandarin Duck Mirror and infused it with spiritual power. The mirror surface quickly displayed the images reflected by the Mandarin Duck Mirror, with a clarity of up to 1080. Impressive. Wang Chen couldn't help but give a big thumbs up to the artifact master who invented this thing. The creativity and concept were truly brilliant. He tested it by taking the Mandarin Duck Mirror into the 3rd underground chamber, and the monitoring image remained clear and stable. This was a wireless connection. By comparison, other methods seemed utterly weak. With this pair of Mandarin Duck Mirrors, Wang Chen could sleep more soundly in the basement at night. In fact, it would be even safer to set up a defensive array at home. However, a decent defensive array was quite expensive, and using it regularly would consume a lot of spirit stones. Although Wang Chen had recently gained a lot, he still felt financially constrained. It was better to invest spirit stones in other areas. He didn't want to butter up the Yunyang sect, nor did he wish to ingratiate himself with the mortal world. Faced with the threat of a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator, Wang Chen chose to strengthen himself. Purchasing the Mandarin Duck Mirrors was only a secondary concern. He aimed to elevate his basic talisman making to master level. He also wanted to enhance his Fire Crow technique, Spirit Light Shield Armor, Diamond Fist, Object Control Technique, and other skills to higher levels. If he had to directly face the karma left by the original owner, and if disaster was unavoidable, then Wang Chen was already prepared for battle. Besides his daily care for the spiritual fields, Wang Chen spent most of his time improving his skill proficiency. He only rested for 1 or 2 hours each day, channeling the spirit of a hard worker from his previous life. People are always pushed to their limits. In just 5 days, Wang Chen's basic talisman making broke through to master level. Then, the fire crow technique reached perfection, the breath concealment technique reached perfection, the object control technique reached perfection, and the spirit light shield armor reached perfection. Until the beginning of March, a sudden appearance interrupted Wang Chen's intense skill training. Chapter 88. Fear of thieves is like fear of tigers. In the room, a small blackwood table, a small red clay stove. A black clay kettle bubbled with hot steam. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air. How has my dear nephew been lately? A middle-aged cultivator with a fair face and elegant demeanor took a sip of spirit tea and smiled, asking, "Have you encountered any difficulties in life or cultivation?" It was Lu Defong. This unexpected visit from his cheap uncle was not something Wang Chen had anticipated. However, he did not panic. Although it was impossible to imitate perfection, people do grow. You don't tell your uncle the truth. Lu Defong said with a smile, "Your 10 acres of spiritual fields must have cost quite a bit, right?" Wang Chen smiled wryly and nodded, "Yes. Cultivation is not easy." Lu Defong sighed. "I don't quite understand the sect nowadays." He shook his head, appearing unwilling to discuss it further. Then he took out 2 envelopes of spirit stones and placed them in front of Wang Chen. "This is a little token of my affection. Take it." Wang Chen was taken aback. Huh? 1 envelope was 10 stones. 2 envelopes were 20 spirit stones. In his memory, the other party had never been this generous. "In half a month, it will be your birthday." A hint of sympathy flashed in Lu Defong's eyes as he said, "I've kept this in mind. Consider these spirit stones as a birthday gift for you. Go buy something delicious. Don't neglect yourself." Wang Chen suddenly remembered. March 18th was indeed the original owner's birthday. He was turning 18 soon. Wang Chen was deeply grateful. "Thank you, uncle. We are family. No need for such formalities." Lu Defong waved his hand. "Xiaoyuan left early. And I have no children. The family business will definitely be inherited by you in the future. 20 spirit stones are nothing. You should cultivate well. Perhaps there will be a day when you break through and open a mansion. That would surely comfort Xiaoyuan in the heavens." Wang Chen nodded vigorously, his eyes turning red. Lu Defong smiled and said, "Let me tell you some good news. If nothing unexpected happens, I will soon advance to the inner sect, and I will find a way to take you with me then." Wang Chen was overjoyed. "Really? Of course it's true." Lu Defong picked up the teapot and poured hot tea for both himself and Wang Chen. "Come, let's celebrate in advance with tea instead of wine." Wang Chen quickly held up his teacup with both hands. Nephew wishes uncle a successful promotion to the inner sect and the achievement of a purple mansion. He spoke a bit stammeringly. Lu Defong laughed heartily. "Good." He drank it all in one go. Wang Chen nodded vigorously, respectfully seeing Lu Defong off. Once Lu Defong's figure completely disappeared, Wang Chen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of tea. It splashed onto the ground, still steaming. This tea was what he had just drunk, but he had wrapped it in spiritual power and concealed it in his mouth. This technique was something Wang Chen had learned from a book, and after practicing it several times, he was already able to use it skillfully. Besides tea, pills and small amounts of food were also manageable. Speaking wouldn't tea be affected at all. As the saying goes, one must always be wary of others. Since he knew Lu Defong had ulterior motives, how could Wang Chen dare to consume what he brought? The techniques he had learned earlier came in handy. Thus, one must read more. Cultivators are no exception. However, what puzzled Wang Chen was that today, Lu Defong did not display the same malice as last time. When he offered spirit stones, he even showed a certain compassion, as if to say, "Go buy something delicious. Don't neglect yourself." This was a life-saving money for Wang Chen. It was also a meal ticket. It was normal for Lu Defong to have no malice. Who would have ill intentions towards fish and meat on the chopping block? A surge of unnamed anger suddenly rose in Wang Chen's heart. The heavenly dragon deep within his sea of consciousness let out a silent roar, struggling desperately to break free from its restraints. However, the chains binding it remained unmoved. Despite the raging anger within, under the suppression of a clear Tao heart, Wang Chen still maintained enough calmness. Human anger often stems from powerlessness. In fact, earlier, when facing Lu Defong, Wang Chen had the impulse to take action. With the perfected metal finger combined with the wishful gold needle, there was a real possibility of a successful sneak attack. But Wang Chen forcibly suppressed this impulse because his intuition told him that Lu Defong was incredibly dangerous and would not be so easily overthrown. Moreover, Lu Defong often left the sect to explore the outside world. If he had no abilities, he would have been dead long ago. Dealing with such an enemy, one cannot act rashly without sufficient confidence. Otherwise, the one who will inevitably die is oneself. Wang Chen was also not fully prepared to confront Lu Defong in a life-and-death situation. Therefore, he not only suppressed his impulses, but also did his utmost to feign politeness with Lu Defong. Conversely, for some unknown reason, Lu Defong did not seem to have the intention of taking Wang Chen's life immediately. It seemed that the other party was waiting for some opportunity to arise. This might also be his chance. The 2 spirit stones given by Lu Defeng were stored in another storage bag. Wang Chen now had as many as 5 storage bags, allowing him to categorize and store different items. This was just a trivial matter. The main concern was that Wang Chen felt a great crisis was gradually approaching him. His preparations needed to be accelerated. On the 3rd day after Lu Defeng's visit, Wang Chen dug a new secret passage next to the underground chamber on the 3rd floor. This passage was over 20 miles long, twice the length of the previous one. The new passage led southwest, and the exit was not far from the boundary of the outer realm. The location was also more concealed. Relying on his master-level earth and stone technique and 5 storage bags, Wang Chen completed this expansion project quickly and smoothly. The construction speed even surpassed that of the previous one. In addition, Wang Chen used his master-level talisman-making technique to draw hundreds of meteor fire talismans in one go. As an enemy, Lu Defeng was indeed very powerful. But now, Wang Chen was already fearless. Or rather, the more prepared he was, the bolder he became when facing strong enemies. He was just waiting for the battle. Chapter 89, Encirclement and Hunt. Level up. Shadowless Movement. Mastery 0400. Wang Chen took a deep breath, and pure mana instantly flowed into his limbs. The next moment, his figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Wang Chen's speed increased rapidly, leaving a faint shadow on the grass like a green carpet. The power of master-level shadowless movement was undoubtedly revealed. Shadowless movement was one of the spells that Wang Chen had mastered, which was the hardest to gain experience points. This movement technique required a complete mana cycle to gain 1 point of experience. Therefore, even though Wang Chen had devoted a lot of time to practicing, he only broke through to mastery today. Compared to before, Wang Chen's speed had increased by at least 30%. His movements were even more agile. He dashed across the fields, rushed up a hillside overgrown with bushes, and in the blink of an eye, he plunged into the dense forest. Trees blocked his path, but Wang Chen constantly changed his steps, like a fish swimming in the sea or a bird soaring in the sky, skillfully passing through the gaps between the trees, hardly slowing down. It is said that when this movement technique is cultivated to the highest realm, one will leave no shadow on the ground while moving. Hence, it was named shadowless movement. Wang Chen was still quite far from such a realm, but the master-level shadowless movement undoubtedly gave him a card to save his life, allowing him a chance to escape when encountering an unbeatable opponent. Caw! Just as he emerged from the forest, Wang Chen suddenly heard a sharp eagle's cry from above. He paused and looked up at the sky. He saw 2 enormous eagles soaring high above, seemingly hunting. Demon birds? Wang Chen narrowed his eyes. Shadowless movement was most suitable for practice in open areas. Otherwise, it was difficult to fully exert the movement technique. Over the past 2 months, Wang Chen's steps had extended beyond the mountain gate, constantly exploring the outer realm. He was now about 20 to 30 miles away from the outer mountain gate of the Yunyang sect. Besides practicing spells, Wang Chen was also looking for a hidden escape route so that when he needed to flee in the future, he wouldn't be like a headless fly running around. Although this area belonged to the outer realm and was desolate, Wang Chen had rarely seen wild animals. The reason was simple. There were many gathering points for loose cultivators around the outskirts of the Yunyang sect's mountain gate. Loose cultivators had cleared out the surrounding animals long ago, let alone demon beasts. Yet these 2 eagles were extraordinary in appearance, clearly belonging to large carnivorous birds of prey. How could they come to a place with few prey? Help! Just as Wang Chen was observing the eagles, a heart-wrenching cry for help reached his ears. Instinctively, Wang Chen turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a group of ragged cultivators running out from the distant woods. Most of them were imbued with protective spiritual light, but they stumbled, panicking, and their speed was not much faster than that of ordinary people. Loose cultivators? Wang Chen focused his vision and clearly saw the appearance of these people. They were clearly not cultivators of the Yunyang sect, numbering around 30 or 40. Young and old alike. Fear was evident on their faces, and they were all unarmed, desperately fleeing forward. Some of the loose cultivators cried out for help while running, looking extremely miserable and desperate, as if they were being chased by savage beasts. The truth soon unfolded, accompanied by the thunderous sound of hooves, one after another. Azure-eyed dragon-scaled horses burst out of the woods. The riders on the horses wore brocade robes or colorful garments, their clothes billowing in the wind as they rode. They were young men and women, around their teens or 20s, all spirited with bows and quivers on their backs. A white-robed young man leading the charge said loudly, "Tong Tong Jr. sister, today I'll give you 3 arrows. Let's see who can hunt more. The loser treats at the Invitation Moon Tower. How about that?" Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, the riders behind him cheered. A graceful woman in red snorted and shouted, "Let's compete. I'm not afraid of you." She quickly took off her riding bow, skillfully nocked 3 arrows, and aimed at the fleeing loose cultivators ahead. Suddenly, she released the taut bowstring. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out, instantly transforming into 3 streaks of white light that crossed 100 paces. They struck one of the loose cultivators who was lagging behind. This loose cultivator was old and frail, so he ran the slowest. Although he had activated a spiritual light shield, the red-clad woman's archery was quite impressive. The first arrow broke through his protective spiritual light. The other 2 arrows followed closely, almost simultaneously piercing through the old cultivator's body. He involuntarily let out a piercing scream, falling forward to the ground. Bright red blood gushed out, quickly soaking the ground beneath him. He soon fell silent. Nice shot. Junior sister Tong Tong has great archery skills. Brother Zhang, I think you've lost for sure today. Haha. A group of knights cheered loudly, teasing the white-robed young man. The latter cursed with a laugh. Damn it, stop talking nonsense. If you don't act now, all the prey will run away. These young men and women, laughing and joking, raised their weapons, knocked their arrows, and pursued the fleeing loose cultivators. Arrow after arrow whistled through the air, and one loose cultivator after another fell into pools of blood. The neighing of azure-eyed dragon-scaled horses, the twang of bowstrings, and the cries of the loose cultivators echoed in the air. Some loose cultivators, seeing they could not escape, angrily stopped to fight back. As a result, they were immediately shot down like hedgehogs. Despite their young ages, these knights were ruthless and merciless. Even the few charming young women, with sweet looks, were exceptionally cruel. It was clear they were not new to hunting loose cultivators. Their teamwork was incredibly tacit, playing a deadly game like cats toying with mice. At this moment, witnessing this scene, Wang Chen quietly retreated into the woods. Then he turned and ran. He recognized these knights who hunted loose cultivators. They were all second-generation cultivators from Yunshan City, notorious for their arrogance and reckless driving on the roads. Wang Chen never expected that these guys could be so malicious, completely devoid of humanity. Although he felt deep sympathy for the loose cultivators who were being hunted down, Wang Chen was very clear that he couldn't do much. In the eyes of these second-generation cultivators, a small outer sect cultivator like him was hardly different from a loose cultivator. Once discovered, there was an 80 to 90% chance they would kill him to silence him. Just as Wang Chen was preparing to use his shadowless escape to flee, a gray figure flashed past like lightning, blocking his way. Chapter 90, Narrow Paths of Enemies. Since he was here, why rush to leave? Blocking Wang Chen's path was a gray-robed cultivator in his 50s or 60s. He looked at Wang Chen with a sinister gaze, a fake smile on his face as he said, "Why not join in the fun?" Wang Chen felt a sharp aura locking onto him tightly. Any slight movement would result in a thunderous strike. Even without using the spirit vision technique, Wang Chen knew that the opponent's cultivation level far exceeded his own. His mind raced, and he immediately clasped his fists and said, "Senior, I'm just passing through here and have seen nothing. I hope the senior can let me go. I would be very grateful." As he spoke, Wang Chen secretly gathered his magical power. The gray-robed cultivator hesitated for a moment. "Are you a disciple of the Yunyang sect?" He hadn't seen a badge on Wang Chen, thinking he was just another loose cultivator to be captured. But if Wang Chen was indeed a disciple of Yunyang sect, then the situation would be different. Yes, Wang Chen flipped his wrist and revealed his identity badge, infusing it with magical power to activate its anti-counterfeiting aura. The gray-robed cultivator hesitated further. Wang Chen's identity was evidently genuine, which meant he was not someone he could easily deal with. Just then, the sound of hooves was heard, and 3 mounts galloped through the smoke. "Yongshu, what happened?" asked a handsome man wearing a golden crown, pulling his bi-eyed dragon-scaled horse to a stop. Before the gray-robed cultivator could finish his words, the golden crown man had already jumped down from his horse. Gripping a whip tightly and staring intently at Wang Chen with an excited expression, "So it's you." It was as if he had spotted a fat prey, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Wang Chen also recognized this person. He was the second-generation cultivator who had almost run over 2 young girls while racing on the road. Wang Chen hadn't forgotten that this guy had once whipped him but had missed. Now, unexpectedly, they encountered each other again in such a narrow situation. His heart sank. The golden crown man laughed loudly. "I didn't expect you." He had just said a few words when Wang Chen suddenly struck, thrusting his sword finger at the gray-robed cultivator. The unexpected turn of events left no chance for a peaceful resolution, and he could only strike first. Just 3 breaths ago, Wang Chen had used the spirit vision technique to inspect the situation. He found that the gray-robed cultivator had the highest cultivation level, reaching the 8th level of qi refining. The golden crown man was at the 7th level, and his 2 lackeys were at the 6th level. The threat posed by the gray-robed cultivator to Wang Chen far exceeded that of the other 3, making him the primary target for attack. Wang Chen unleashed his full strength in his attack. A sharp and unmatched metal finger technique shot straight toward the gray-robed cultivator's face. The ring on his right-hand index finger transformed into a golden needle, wrapped in a burst of energy, flying toward the opponent's vital point. This was one of Wang Chen's strongest killing moves. Extremely fast, extremely fierce, and extremely accurate. Once unleashed, it was either you die or I die. It should be noted that Wang Chen was facing 4 enemies, each of whom was not weaker than him. At such a critical moment, even the slightest hesitation could lead to an irreversible situation. Be careful. The gray-robed cultivator reacted extremely quickly, activating his protective armor the moment he moved. At the same time, he alerted the golden-crowned man and the others. Poof! The perfected metal finger technique struck the gray-robed cultivator's protective armor. The newly formed protective aura fluctuated violently, failing to break through. However, the reason the killing move was a killing move lay in the follow-up golden needle bow. This magical item that had been refined by Wang Chen to the level of being as familiar as his own limbs pierced through the weakened protective armor, shooting toward the gray-robed cultivator's brow. This 8th-level Qi refining cultivator was indeed formidable. His head jerked back violently. The golden needle grazed the tip of his nose, not injuring him in the slightest. The gray-robed cultivator, having escaped a calamity, not only did not feel relieved, but was instead filled with rage. Clang! Almost having capsized in the gutter, he drew out the magic sword he carried with him. But as the gray-robed cultivator managed to straighten up, a fiery red light appeared before him, and a scorching aura rushed toward him. Just after Wang Chen unleashed the metal finger technique, he suddenly clapped his hands at his waist. At the same time, he drew out 2 stacks of talismans, then bombarded them toward the gray-robed cultivator and the golden-crowned man like a shower of flowers. 1000 Illusions Technique. This technique, which had cost Wang Chen 150 spirit points to learn, was specifically used for launching miniature weapons. He had already brushed it to a small success level, capable of firing more than 50 talismans simultaneously. Wang Chen was currently wearing a specially made talisman belt that contained hundreds of talismans, all of which were crafted by master-level talisman makers and were meteor fire talismans. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive sounds were like the heartbeat of a giant beast, as one after another meteor fire talismans exploded into fiery balls, engulfing the gray-robed cultivator and the golden-crowned man and their companions. These high-quality meteor fire talismans were originally prepared for Lu Defang. When in poverty, strike precisely. When in wealth, cover with firepower. Against high-level Qi refining and even perfected strong enemies, relying solely on the metal finger technique and the golden needle sneak attack might not achieve a single blow success. Therefore, Wang Chen added the meteor shower package. Unexpectedly, he used it ahead of time. The gray-robed cultivator, unable to dodge in time, was hit in the face and chest by a dozen fireballs containing solar power, instantly exploding flesh and blood in a shocking scene. Half of his head was blown off. The magic robe he wore had quite good defensive power, but unfortunately, he was hit by 4 or 5 fireballs at once. As for the dozens of fireballs striking the golden-crowned man and his 2 companions, they did not achieve complete success. Their combat experience was far inferior to that of the gray-robed cultivator, and they failed to react in time to the latter's warning. The golden-crowned man seemed not to have expected Wang Chen to dare to attack him first, clearly stunned, resulting in him being hit by 10 or so fireballs. However, before these powerful fireballs could explode, they were deflected by an invisible barrier. The crown on his head emitted thousands of rays of light, enveloping him entirely. The surrounding ground rose up, layer upon layer adhering to him, transforming into thick rock armor, thoroughly protecting the golden-crowned man. But his companions were not so lucky. The 2 of them first endured about 10 fireballs each. Although they also had protective magic items, they were still pierced through by Wang Chen's consecutive meteor fireballs, dying on the spot. But the golden-crowned man, protected by the rock armor, could not be moved. Wang Chen continued to unleash dozens of meteor fire talismans. It still could not shake him. You're dead. The second-generation cultivator roared like a beast from within the rock armor. Chapter 91. Stirring up a hornet's nest. Heavenly Skill 8. Heavenly Skill 6. Heavenly Skill 6. A series of prompts for acquiring heavenly skills brought no joy to Wang Chen. The time left for him was already limited. Seeing that a dozen or so meteor fire talismans had failed to break through the golden-crowned man's defenses, Wang Chen decisively stopped and did not waste any more precious time and energy. Although talismans were indeed weapons for battle, they could not be used recklessly. It wasn't possible to release as many as one wished. Any cultivator could cast 1 or 2 talismans. Once the number increases, the situation becomes completely different. It is important to know that the more talismans activated in an instant, the higher the demands on the caster's mana and spirit. Even a master of talisman crafting has a limited number of talismans they can cast at once. Moreover, the higher the grade of the talismans, the harder they are to use. Currently, Wang Chen's limit is 10 talismans in one wave. After casting 30 falling fire talismans in 3 waves, he already felt a heavy burden. This won't do. The protective artifact of the Golden Crown Man is too powerful. Continuing to forcefully use falling fire talismans is futile. You're dead. As Wang Chen stopped, the Golden Crown Man hidden in the rock armor became even more arrogant. You can't escape. Your whole family can't escape. I'll personally peel the skin off this muddy bastard. Wang Chen ignored the opponent's foul language. He looked at the thick turtle shell in front of him, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. How to break it? This guy has seen Wang Chen before and has a deep background. Now that the two sides have formed an irreconcilable feud, if he doesn't silence him, Wang Chen will have to abandon everything and flee to the outer domain. But can he escape the soul plate pursuit of the Yunyang sect? That's the worst choice. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Wang Chen's mind. He suddenly stepped forward and slammed his palm heavily on the Golden Crown Man's rock armor. Instantly, he activated the master-level mud and stone technique. Turn stone into mud. Among all the skills Wang Chen mastered, the mud and stone technique is the highest level. It was slowly built up over hundreds of days and nights in the underground, where sunlight never reached. His mastery is unmatched in the entire Yunyang sect. Although the mud and stone technique has no attack power, if this doesn't work, he can only flee for his life. Buzz. The part of the rock armor struck by Wang Chen's palm suddenly emitted a yellowish light, and the whole turtle shell shook violently. The Golden Crown Man's shouting stopped abruptly. It was like a tape suddenly losing power. Wang Chen quickly closed his fingers, grasping a handful of soft stone slurry. It worked. The mud and stone technique really took effect, although the effect was nowhere near that of digging a tunnel. It broke the defense. The edges of the gap immediately began to sprout new rock. Open! Wang Chen shouted, swinging both palms to strike repeatedly at the newly broken area. After one solid strike, he immediately clawed to enlarge the gap. Standing at the crossroads of fate, Wang Chen focused all his energy, completely disregarding the consumption of mana. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. In just a moment, he had forcefully penetrated the 2-foot-thick rock armor. The upper half of the Golden Crown Man's face emerged. This arrogant second-generation cultivator was now devoid of the earlier bravado. His peach blossom eyes filled with fear. My grandfather is a master of the Purple Mansion. When the protective armor fell away, his inner weakness and inherent incompetence were fully exposed. At this moment, he still wanted to use his identity to threaten Wang Chen. Die! Wang Chen's right arm suddenly swelled, muscles bulging with power. The next moment, he threw a punch, ruthlessly striking the opponent's face through the broken hole. Giant power diamond fist. Crack! The Golden Crown Man's face instantly shattered, and his skull exploded. Ironically, before dying, this second-generation cultivator did not even think to retract his protective artifact. Heavenly Skill 7. With the death of the Golden Crown Man, the crown on his head instantly dimmed. The thick rock armor on his body collapsed, turning into countless pieces of falling dirt. Wang Chen reached out to take the opponent's crown and sword into his storage bag, then cast a fire crow technique. Destroy the corpse and erase all traces. In fact, there was still a cloud-patterned pouch hanging from the Golden Crown Man's waist, but Wang Chen had no intention of even touching it. This was clearly a high-level storage bag, likely containing unique markings or even powerful restrictions. After all, the opponent was a direct descendant of a master of the Purple Mansion. Storage bags cannot contain other storage bags. To prevent others from tracking him, Wang Chen had no choice but to destroy it as well, even if it might contain treasures. One must never be greedy. Flames of fire crows danced, incinerating the 4 corpses lying on the ground, along with the horse's corpse, into ashes. Immediately afterward, Wang Chen cast 4 life-after-death talismans and 4 exorcism talismans in one breath. Finally, he smashed down 2 poison smoke bombs at the original spot. The poison smoke bombs were from the Tai's 3 friends he had killed. This thing emits a strong toxic smoke, which is extremely pungent and can confuse scents, preventing tracking by spirit hounds and the like. A series of actions were performed by Wang Chen as smoothly as flowing water, taking less than 10 breaths. At the moment he smashed the poison smoke bomb, Wang Chen shot backward like a slingshot filled with power, darting away. After a few ups and downs, his figure had already disappeared into the dense mountains and forests. In just half a cup of tea's time, several figures flew over, only to see the swirling, dispersing poison smoke. Where did young Master Qixia go? He wasn't seen earlier. Even Uncle Yang's mysterious eagle is missing. Someone used life after death and exorcism talismans here. You all hurry and search the surroundings. We must find him. Something's gone wrong. Quickly notify the Yin family. Several cultivators jumped anxiously, their faces pale, feeling as though their heads were on the line. Young Master Qixia of the Yin family is the most treasured grandson of Master Yin. If something happens, although they have no direct responsibility, they will likely still face punishment. And while this group was frantically searching for young Master Qixia's whereabouts, Wang Chen had already slipped into a nearby small river, drifting down for about 20 to 30 miles. He was already familiar with the surrounding terrain. After resurfacing in a concealed place, Wang Chen took off all his clothes. He burned everything to ashes. Next, Wang Chen waited in a secret chamber 3 levels underground. He waited for the situation to ferment and explode. This time, he had stirred up a huge hornet's nest. Wang Chen was fully prepared to flee for his life, ready for any outcome. Chapter 92, The Daughter of Yu. Yin Manor. There is only one Yin Manor in Yinshan City. The Yin Manor with 3 masters of the Purple Mansion. Inside the high walls, the courtyard is deep, with pavilions and houses lined up, mountain shadows overlapping, and peculiar stones standing out. Thick branches twist around the pavilions, and the first signs of rouge are beginning to bloom. Although it is not yet summer, the spiritual lotuses in the lotus pond have already bloomed, each one standing out amidst the mist, exuding spiritual energy and fragrant scents throughout the manor. In a waterside pavilion leaning against the pond, an old man in a purple robe reclined on a brocade couch. He closed his eyes, listening to the musician's performance on the zither. His right hand lightly rested on the railing, fingers twisting a jade-like elixir. This elixir, worth 30 lower-tier spiritual stones, was gradually crushed by the old man in purple robe, causing colorful koi fish in the pond to scramble and create countless splashes. Suddenly, the old man in purple robe abruptly opened his eyes. A murderous aura flickered in his gaze. He loosened his fingers, and the remaining half of the elixir fell. A dragon-whiskered black carp leaped out of the water, opening its mouth to swallow the elixir whole. Clang! The musician was startled by the sudden oppressive aura. Her delicate fingers misplayed a string, causing a discordant note. She immediately turned pale, her pretty face going white. The old man in purple robe smiled slightly. It's nothing. You may leave. The musician, as if granted a great reprieve, hurriedly bowed and retreated. Serving a master is like serving a tiger. This seemingly kind old man in purple robe is more terrifying than any fierce tiger. After the musician left, the expression of the old man in purple robe gradually darkened. He tapped on the table with his fingers. A sturdy man in green attire silently appeared. Master. The old man in purple robe said in a deep voice. Ronger might be in trouble. You go quickly to investigate. And, after a pause, he added, sell that sheep made to the Rui Pavilion. The man in the green robe bowed. Yes. The old man in the purple robe closed his eyes and took a deep breath, waving his hand. Go ahead. When he opened his eyes again, a fierce light flickered in his gaze. The Yin family had been in Yinshan for 150 years. Evolving from a small family of 7 practicing qi into the renowned Zifu family, it was today, thanks to Yin Honghu's countless efforts and hard work. For the sake of the family, he even gave up his position as an inner door elder with real power. Under Yin Honghu's control, the Yin family was thriving. Although the Yin family could not involve itself in every business in Yinshan City that earned spirit stones, the profit from a year was more than enough to offer to a golden core master. However, in the past 2 years, Yin Honghu felt that something was wrong with the family's operations. Many things were not as smooth as before, and some businesses were becoming harder to manage. The pressure on Yin Honghu was increasing day by day, but as a person who had experienced great storms, he could bear it completely. However, the strong sense of ominous premonition just now nearly broke him. Father. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a green dress rushed along the corridor. Her face, like a lotus flower, was filled with tears, her sorrow evident. Behind her followed a thin middle-aged man. Shishua. Just as Yin Honghu stood up, the woman in the green dress threw herself into his arms and cried, Ronger's soul tablet has shattered. Yin Honghu's vision went black, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around the woman's slim waist. I understand. He gritted his teeth as he said those 3 words. Everyone knew that Yinderong was Yin Honghu's most beloved grandson. Now, the soul tablet of this 7th young master of the Yin family had shattered. Yin Honghu felt as if he had received a heavy slap to his old face, the pain reaching to his bones. The woman in the green dress wailed. Ronger was such a kind and sensible child. Who could be so cruel to hurt him? Looking at the tearful woman in his arms, Yinderong also felt immense heartache. This Zifu master let go of the woman and stepped forward to slap the cowering middle-aged man in the face. How did you take care of Rome? You're simply useless. The middle-aged man was slapped so hard that he nearly fainted, his face instantly swelling like a cow's head. Yet, he did not dare to speak in rebuttal. Looking at his son's pathetic state, Yinderong was filled with disgust. Get out. If it weren't for this son marrying a good wife, he would have kicked him out of the Yin family long ago, letting him fend for himself. After comforting the woman in the green dress for a moment, Yinderong hurriedly left the Yin residence. He boarded the 6-horse carriage that had long been waiting at the door. The carriage quickly left Yinshan City, heading north along the main road, speeding up continuously. Along the way, Yinderong received a letter via a hawk. His expression darkened even further. After traveling nearly 200 miles at high speed, Yinderong took out a smoke mist artifact and threw it into the air. He leaped up, stepping onto the artifact and flying toward a towering mountain peak in the distance. After a stick of incense, Xianxiadrama landed in front of an elegant courtyard on the mountaintop. He straightened his expression and bowed. "Brother Zhuge, it's presumptuous of me to visit. Please forgive me." The wooden door in front creaked open on its own. In the courtyard, under a peach tree, an old monk in gray robes was playing chess alone. He raised his hand, holding a black piece, and looked up with a smirk. "Junior Brother Yin, you truly are a rare guest, caught up in worldly matters." "I can't help it." Xianxiadrama smiled wryly and stepped into the courtyard, sitting directly across from the gray-robed monk, saying straightforwardly, "Brother Zhuge, my grandson has just been murdered, and the murderer is nowhere to be found. Please help me divine a clue." This gray-robed monk seemed unremarkable, yet he was one of the few Zifu masters in the Yunyang sect who mastered the Heavenly Secrets technique. The Heavenly Secrets technique was incredibly profound, tracing causes and consequences. If used to investigate clues about the murderer, the closer the time of the incident, the higher the accuracy of the divination. This was why Xianxiadrama hurriedly came to the inner door to seek him out. Seeking revenge for his grandson was one reason, but maintaining the Yin family's honor and dignity was even more important. Otherwise, if news got out, the Yin family would become a laughingstock. However, Brother Zhuge immediately shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I no longer assist others in divining the Heavenly Secrets. The Heavenly Secrets technique is powerful, but it requires one's cultivation and lifespan as a price for its use." How could he agree to that? Xianxiadrama was prepared and took out a storage bag to offer. "Brother, I trouble you." Brother Zhuge casually accepted it and opened it. Upon seeing the contents, he was taken aback. He wanted to refuse, but the offer was simply too generous. Xianxiadrama then handed over a jade pendant. "This contains a trace of my grandson's aura." Brother Zhuge straightforwardly took the jade pendant and placed it on the Heavenly Secrets chessboard in front of him. This chessboard was round on the outside and square on the inside, containing 361 black and white pieces, each carefully crafted as a magical artifact. The chessboard itself was a second-tier spirit tool. As Brother Zhuge infused his spiritual energy, the hundreds of pieces on the chessboard suddenly emitted a faint glow. They began to move automatically around the jade pendant on the board, vaguely forming the shape of true seals and runes. Brother Zhuge stared at the Heavenly Secrets board, his eyes shining with divine light. Suddenly, a look of horror and shock appeared on his face, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Uft! The next moment, this Sifu cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. He trembled and raised his hand, pointing at Xianxiadrama across from him, his voice hoarse. That. Xianxiadrama was already stunned. "What?" Brother Zhuge spat out another mouthful of blood. His hair turned completely white in an instant, as if he had aged decades in a moment. Fueled by a surge of grief and anger, Brother Zhuge finally shouted out his current thoughts to Xianxiadrama. "That. Your mother." Chapter 93, Doubting God and Ghosts. "That. Your mother." When Brother Zhuge's blood-spattered spit hit Xianxia's face, he was completely dumbfounded. In Xianxia's memory, this fellow disciple had always been known for his elegance and amiability, embodying the qualities of a gentleman. He would never speak harshly even when angry. He never expected that today he would be subjected to such coarse and vulgar insults. Speaking of which, after Xianxia opened his aperture and established his estate, he hadn't been scolded like this face-to-face for decades. He couldn't adapt for a moment, standing there in a daze. Crack! The Heavenly Secrets board made a crisp sound on the sandalwood table, with countless spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. Anyone could see that this precious second-tier spirit tool had been rendered useless. The jade pendant placed in the center of the Heavenly Secrets board also shattered into pieces. Brother Zhuge spat out a third mouthful of blood, his spirit utterly depleted, and the wrinkles on his face deep as ravines. "Brother." Only then did Xianxia come to his senses, hurriedly taking out healing elixirs from his storage bag. His heart sank heavily. The scene that had just unfolded clearly indicated that Brother Zhuge's divination had gone terribly wrong. Moreover, it was closely related to the target he wanted to pursue. What kind of person had Xianxiadrama provoked? Even for someone as deep-thinking as Xianxia, he couldn't help but feel like his thoughts were in disarray at this moment. Enough! Brother Zhuge rejected the healing elixir Xianxia offered, sighing deeply. "It is my greed that has led to this calamity." Xianxia. He immediately raised his palm as a blade, cutting off a piece of his robe and tossing it to Xianxia. "From now on, our ties are severed." Brother Zhuge's heart was bleeding. Because of his greed for Xianxia's generous gift, he ended up paying at least 30 years of lifespan and 2 levels of cultivation. He even sacrificed the Heavenly Secrets board. He felt as if he had lost everything. If possible, he truly wished to slap Xianxia to death, not just sever ties. Xianxia said solemnly, "Brother, even if I die, please let me die understanding." Brother Zhuge laughed bitterly twice, closing his eyes and saying, "If you want to die, feel free." In Honghu was left speechless. He understood. He stood up and deeply bowed to Brother Zhuge, then exited the small courtyard. In Honghu was very clear. It's useless to say anything now. The friendship with the other party after so many years is completely over. But that's not the main point. The woman in the green dress hurried over upon hearing the news. "Father." She opened her pair of watery peach blossom eyes and asked hopefully, "Have you found out who the real culprit is?" In Honghu felt a wave of annoyance. "What are you investigating?" "It's because you spoiled Ronger too much that he caused such a catastrophe. It's already a blessing from our ancestors that we are not implicated." He had already sent a message to stop the investigation, preparing to swallow his anger and blood. The woman in the green dress was extremely shocked. So, Ronger died in vain. When it came time for a decision, this man from the purple mansion revealed his cold and ruthless side. The woman in the green dress wanted to cry out, but a sharp glance from In Honghu made her tremble and shut her mouth. Having lived in a deep courtyard for a long time, she knew what kind of person he was and understood the consequences of being spoiled. All her grievances could only be swallowed down. After sending the woman in the green dress away, In Honghu let out a sigh of relief. He recalled the process of his senior brother Zhuge's divination. His hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. What kind of powerful existence could make a high-level purple mansion cultivator pay such a heavy price from afar? Achu! In the underground secret chamber, Wang Chen suddenly sneezed loudly. Heavenly Merit 1. Huh. The sudden message prompt in his vision stunned him. What the heck? He inexplicably lost 1 point of precious heavenly merit from sneezing. Wang Chen quickly called up the cultivation panel. As a result, he found that his heavenly merit had indeed dropped from 32 points to 31 points. This is bizarre. Wang Chen was puzzled. He hadn't performed any point allocation actions just now. Why did he lose heavenly merit for no reason? Could it really be because of sneezing? Just thinking about it made him feel uneasy. Gritting his teeth, he took out a wolf hair talisman brush and tickled his nostrils. If he didn't test it, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Achu! Achu! Oh no! Wang Chen secretly thought it was bad to sneeze too much. However, the cultivation panel showed no response, and the heavenly merit did not decrease further. Wang Chen stubbornly tickled his nostrils again. Achu! 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 He felt like an idiot. But the fact proved that the sudden loss of 1 point of heavenly merit had nothing to do with sneezing. Could it be that the cultivation panel automatically deducted an annual fee? Speaking of which, until now, Wang Chen's understanding of the data panel still remained at a surface level. It was understandable that he encountered things he couldn't comprehend. He didn't force himself to find out the truth. Instead, he spent 10 heavenly merit on his physique attribute. Physique, 10. In the previous fierce battle, Wang Chen had consecutively killed 4 Qi refinement cultivators. He earned a total of 27 points of heavenly merit. Since his root bone, comprehension, and spirit attributes had all been allocated points twice, the subsequent attributes had turned gray, leaving only the physique attribute available for allocation. Although he had considered saving up to 100 heavenly merit to enhance his root bone, he was currently facing a tremendous threat, with his life and fortune not guaranteed. At this moment, even a slight increase in strength was beneficial. Therefore, Wang Chen did not hesitate. The moment he completed the allocation, the vital energy and blood within him suddenly lost control and surged at an astonishing speed. His muscles bulged, and veins throbbed violently beneath his skin. As if he were in a furnace of purgatory, his skin turning a reddish color. The surging vitality and blood caused his height to shoot up several inches in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a thunderous sound erupted from his abdomen. Every cell in his body was transmitting a craving for nutritional energy. This situation was completely unexpected for Wang Chen before he allocated points. Increasing the physique attribute from 9 to 10 seemed to have produced a qualitative change, making him feel both stronger and quite weak. Wang Chen quickly took rice balls and jerky from his storage bag and swallowed them in large bites until his stomach was completely full. He then took out a bottle of Vajra ghee and smeared it all over his body, activating the Heavenly Dragon Vajra technique to refine it, balancing the surging vitality and blood. After a stick of incense, Wang Chen adapted to the changes in his physique and regained control of his body. His posture returned to normal, and his vitality at least increased by 10, continuing to rise at a slow pace. Chapter 94, Master S Enlightenment. Inside the quiet room, Wang Chen sat cross-legged. A whole day had passed, and the immense pressure of having killed a descendant of the Purple Mansion, which could lead to a life-and-death situation at any moment, not only failed to destroy Wang Chen's will, but rather solidified his immature Dao heart. He hid in the underground secret chamber, not sitting idly waiting for fate's judgment. Instead, he seized every moment to improve himself. At this moment, Wang Chen was reviewing the battle from yesterday. Although he had achieved a great victory against 4 opponents, it didn't mean there were no lessons to be learned. Remembering the past serves as a teacher for the future. First was the opponent's underestimation. When he was intercepted by the gray-clothed cultivator at the beginning, he feigned weakness, using the concealment technique to disguise himself as a chi refinement cultivator at the 4th level, which made the opponent not overly vigilant. The 3 others, including the descendant of the Purple Mansion, were even more arrogant and looked down on him. So when Wang Chen suddenly attacked, he caught them off guard. Otherwise, victory would have been impossible. The lesson Wang Chen learned from this experience was, never underestimate any enemy, even if they appear weak. The Spirit Eye technique must reach master level, and the concealment technique must also reach master level. In summary, he must not allow the opponent to see through his details, while he must be clear about the enemy's strength. Secondly, talismans are very powerful in battle, especially effective for sneak attacks. Among the 4 cultivators, 3 were killed by the falling fire talismans. It was proven that Wang Chen's use of talismans to compensate for his lack of combat strength was completely correct. However, the drawbacks of talismans were also obvious. Once encountering powerful protective magical artifacts, they would appear very ineffective. If Wang Chen had a flash of inspiration at that time to use master-level mudstone technique to break through the opponent's protective rock armor, he would have likely fled to the outer domain by now, being pursued and hunted by the Purple Mansion family and the Yunyang sect. Yet in the area of primary talisman crafting, he had already raised his skills to a high level. The power of the talismans carried by talisman paper was nearing its limit, leaving little room for improvement. Higher-level talisman crafting required chi refinement at the peak or Purple Mansion cultivation to master and utilize. So was there really no way out? Not at all. Although Wang Chen had not practiced talisman crafting for a long time, relying on the cultivation panel as a cheat, he had already reached an extremely high level. A master, a teacher who establishes a sect, is certainly not comparable to a craftsman. Wang Chen's biggest problem was that his skill levels were rising too quickly. And in order to cope with the constantly emerging crises, he focused on boosting his proficiency without taking the time to settle down and research. Now, however, being confined in the secret chamber allowed him to calm down and begin to explore the mysteries of master-level talisman crafting. With his mind focused, brilliant ideas about talismans flashed in Wang Chen's mind, presenting countless thoughts that he had not truly utilized until now. At this moment, Wang Chen completely forgot about his situation. That kind of enlightenment, where one can die by dawn after realizing the Tao, made him feel ecstatic and intoxicated. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Wang Chen's enlightenment as a master lasted for a full 3 days. As a result, not even a rat came knocking. Wang Chen deduced from this that he probably, maybe, might have escaped a calamity. Otherwise, with the power of the Purple Mansion family and the Yunyang sect, once they discovered a clue, it would be impossible for them to remain silent for such a long time. Realizing this, Wang Chen quickly went out at dawn to clear the weeds from his spiritual field. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with the yield of his 10 acres of spiritual land, but if people discovered that his spiritual field had not been tended to for a long time, the neighbors would inevitably report it to the garrison. At that time, the garrison would send someone to investigate, even using a soul token to find his whereabouts. That would be troublesome. Fortunately, Wang Chen only had 10 acres of spiritual land, and now his strength had made a significant leap. Although the weeds had grown for 4 days, it didn't take him too much effort to deal with them. After a few more days, all was still peaceful. Wang Chen finally confirmed that he had not been exposed and could still be a small outer disciple farming the spiritual field, without having to abandon everything and flee to the outer realms. As for Lu Defeng, after this incident, Wang Chen felt even less afraid. Meanwhile, his understanding of the mastery had begun to bear initial results. Still in the secret chamber, Wang Chen focused his mind, raised his right arm, and brought his index and middle fingers together, stabbing forward like a sword. His fingertips glimmered with spiritual light. With the rotation of his arm and wrist, he quickly drew a true talisman in the air. 3 characters formed a hook shape, virtually drawn into a talisman. Swiftly, in the next moment, Wang Chen opened his hand into a palm and suddenly slapped forward. The talisman he had just drawn instantly transformed into a fiery ball, roaring and crashing against the wall in front of him. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the sturdy secret chamber shook violently, causing a lot of dust to fall. It worked. This falling fire talisman, drawn entirely relying on his own magical power without needing talisman paper, talisman brush, or talisman ink, had been successfully cultivated by Wang Chen, and its power was quite impressive. Drawing in the void and condensing energy into a talisman was a unique spell-casting technique of talisman cultivators. Those who could master this method were all exceptionally gifted geniuses. Wang Chen was not a talisman cultivator specializing in talismans, nor did he have a mentor or elder to consult. He had completely relied on the spiritual thoughts generated from the master-level talisman-making technique to comprehend this astonishing skill. Because it did not require a medium, theoretically, the power of the finger talisman had no upper limit. only restricted by the caster's cultivation level. The fireball Wang Chen had just cast had far greater lethality than a paper-drawn fire talisman. The rock wall that had just been shattered on the surface was the best proof. Of course, the finger talisman also had its drawbacks. For example, the initial preparation time was a bit long, and only one could be cast at a time. But its stronger power was enough to make up for these shortcomings. And there was still room for improvement. In fact, apart from the finger talisman, Wang Chen had also researched the technique of blood talismans. However, the power of blood talismans was even stronger and not suitable for casting in the underground secret chamber. At that moment, the sound of the ding-yong bell from the stargazing pavilion in Yunshan City entered Wang Chen's ears. Dong, dong, dong. Even though he was 30 zhang deep underground, he could still hear the sound emitted by this third-tier magical artifact. Although it was not as clear as hearing it on the surface, he could still understand it clearly. However, unlike usual, this time the ding-yong bell did not convey the time information and rang continuously 24 times. The continuous ringing revived Wang Chen's hidden memories. He suddenly realized that the annual ancestor worship ceremony of the Yunyang sect was about to begin. Chapter 95, Circumventing Joy. The sunlight in March shone on Wang Chen's face, bringing a long-lost warmth. Having hidden like a mouse afraid of being seen for nearly 10 days, he could finally appear openly in his spiritual field. So much time had passed, and it was clear that Wang Chen was safe. Speaking of which, Wang Chen believed that he had done a thorough job of destroying the corpse and erasing traces, only fearing the unreasonable heavenly secret technique. After all, he had killed a direct descendant of a purple mansion master. Yet the matter ended without further incident. Having been hiding at home and not in contact with the outside world, Wang Chen was quite cut off from news lately and was unaware of what was happening in Yunshan City. However, he thought that such a significant loss to a purple mansion family would certainly not be let go easily. It was just that the cost of using the heavenly secret technique was too great and no one was willing to take action. That was why he had escaped a calamity. For some unknown reason, Wang Chen suddenly remembered the inexplicably vanished 1 point of heavenly merit, and he surprisingly detected a hint of disdain. Strange indeed. Wang Xiaogu. He turned around and waved to a middle-aged man in the neighboring spiritual field, Uncle Han. This middle-aged farmer was Wang Chen's new neighbor, surnamed Han, with the given name Deshur. He had taken over the house and all the spiritual fields from the old farmer Sunday. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Although they usually had little interaction, their relationship was decent enough. They would greet each other when they met. Tired? Uncle Han was quite warm. Come under the shade of the tree to rest for a while and have some tea to cool off. Okay. Wang Chen nodded, took his hoe, and sat down on a stone by the roadside under a large tree. He pulled out a gourd to drink water. Here. Uncle Han took out 2 lotus leaf rice balls and handed one to Wang Chen. Try my wife's cooking. Thank you, uncle. Wang Chen politely declined. I have my own. He knew that the other party originally lived in the 7th garrison and had moved here after the family split. Many families of spiritual planters had similar situations. They had been farming spiritual fields for generations, raising children and branching out. Uncle Han's family had a total of 5 members, the couple, 2 young boys, and a little girl with a runny nose. As the saying goes, a half-grown boy eats his father out of house and home. For families like theirs, relying on 30 acres of spiritual land, it was impossible to have spiritual rice for every meal. Wang Chen felt embarrassed to take the other party's spiritual rice ball. Just then, a group of several people hurriedly came along the small road. Judging by their attire, they were clearly from the garrison. Wang Chen immediately grew vigilant. From a distance of several dozen steps, the leading young cultivator called out loudly, Wang Chen? Uncle Han. Uncle Han quickly stood up, nodding and bowing to the other party. Deputy Zhang, what can I do for you? Wang Chen rose quietly as well. This young cultivator was the 2nd deputy of the newly appointed village chief of the Yishir garrison. Wang Chen had seen him once before. Compared to his predecessor, Zhang Tu, this deputy Zhang was not so arrogant and overbearing. He probably feared a sudden death in the line of duty. The bounty notice for Lu Zhizing was still posted on the city wall of Yunshan, enduring the wind and rain. You are all here, saving me the trouble of running around. The Zhang cultivator walked over quickly and said, this year's ancestor worship ceremony is being given special attention by the higher-ups, requiring us lower-level garrisons to clear the roads and repair the ditches. If the master sees any dirt or filth, then we all can forget about our positions. Wang Chen and Uncle Han exchanged glances, both feeling a terrible sense of being caught off guard. The annual ancestor worship ceremony of the Yunyang sect usually lasts for 7 days. In addition to the regular ceremonies, the master would also inspect the mountain gate areas, including Yunshan, Yunhu, and Yunhai cities, to understand the grassroots situation. But that was the official statement. In fact, Wang Chen, or rather the original owner, had been farming spiritual fields here for 5 years and had never seen the master-esque grandeur. How could a dignified golden core master, who was also a sect leader, have so much free time to wander around the countryside? He wasn't a hermit. What kind of expressions are you all making? Deputy Zhang said angrily. Do you think I'm lying to you two? We wouldn't dare. Uncle Han hurriedly denied. Deputy Zhang, what do we need to do? Deputy Zhang snorted. Each family sends one person, brings storage bags and tools, and come to clean the road and repair the ditches at the time of the snake on the day after tomorrow. Moreover, he waved his hand, and a garrison cultivator took out 2 paper packages and handed one to Wang Chen and Uncle Han respectively. This is the seed of purple xianxiao. Each person is responsible for planting 30 plants along the path, ensuring that when the sect leader passes by, all the flowers must be in full bloom. A cultivator with the surname Zhang asked, have you mastered the withering and flourishing technique? Han Dashi nodded vigorously. I have mastered it. Wang Chen hesitated. I haven't. The full name of the withering and flourishing technique is the technique for the withering and flourishing of flowers, grasses, trees, and plants. A spell that sounds very much like it belongs to a spirit planter. In fact, those who learn this technique are not just spirit planters. The withering and flourishing technique can rapidly mature flowers, grasses, and trees, and when cultivated to a high level, a seed can grow into a large tree and bear abundant fruit in just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Cultivators who have mastered this technique can carry a seed with them during expeditions. If they run out of food, they can use the withering and flourishing technique to quickly obtain sustenance. However, the technique is only meant for emergencies. It is absolutely not suitable for farming spirit rice, as the fruits produced have very little spiritual energy. They are merely enough to fill one's stomach. Therefore, many spirit planters are reluctant to learn this technique. If there isn't enough spirit rice to eat, they can just buy cheap tribute rice, which tastes even better. The original owner was one of them. You got a deal. The cultivator with the surname Zhang was not surprised and immediately took out a jade slip with a technique. Comprehend the withering and flourishing technique 5 times. But you must remember, if you fail to complete the task, you will have to find a way to deal with it yourself. Otherwise, you will be fined 30 spirit stones. Wang Chen silently took out 5 spirit stones, quietly accepted the jade slip, and placed it against his forehead to comprehend, until a new spiritual light seed condensed in his sea of consciousness. For a spell, 5 spirit stones is really quite cheap. Additionally, Han Dashi nodded in agreement, looking eager and proud. Chapter 96, Observing the Rising Storm. Cleaning Technique Experience 1. Cleaning Technique, Minor Accomplishment 0-300. Wang Chen looked at the spotless path beneath his feet and found it hard to complain. He had never deliberately practiced this minor spell for proficiency. It had been slow to gain experience points through normal use. He didn't expect that after half a day's time, he would actually break through to the minor accomplishment level. Or perhaps it was to repair the ditches beside the path. Some people were also scattering flower seeds by the roadside, using the withering and flourishing technique to stimulate growth. It was a scene of bustling activity. Wang Chen did not rush to plant the purple xianxiao, but instead sat down to rest in the shade of a tree. He wasn't actually tired. He just felt that this task was a bit absurd and couldn't muster much enthusiasm. As long as he could meet the requirements, that was enough. There was no reward for doing a good job. Nearby, a few cultivators also sat down, huddled together and whispering. They didn't bother to control their voices. And since Wang Chen was downwind with particularly keen senses, he managed to catch most of their conversation. You guys say, what is the garrison doing? Cleaning the path and ditches is one thing, but why are they planting purple xianxiao flowers? This person was clearly full of complaints and couldn't help but express them. The cultivator beside him chuckled and said, you don't know, do you? The purple xianxiao is the sect leader's favorite flower, and there are quite a few planted inside the inner sect. Is that so? Otherwise, what do you think? I heard that the sect leader likes purple xianxiao because of a childhood sweetheart. They promised to meet again after going their separate ways. But when the sect leader reached success, he went to find that sweetheart, only to discover she had passed away, leaving behind only the beloved purple xianxiao. I see. There is such a story. I didn't expect the sect leader to be so sentimental. Yes. Shoo. Be careful with your words. Don't speak ill of the honored one. MMM. He took out the flower seeds from his storage bag and threw one on the ground. Using his finger to plant it, Wang Chen activated his spiritual power and cast the withering and flourishing technique, which he had only just begun to learn yesterday. The level of this technique is not very high. With his current understanding, it didn't take much time to get started. As the spiritual power circulated, a clear blue light radiated from Wang Chen's fingertips, enveloping the seed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, several tiny roots broke through the shell and burrowed into the soil below. Shortly after, the seed sprouted and began to grow upwards. In less than half a cup of tea's time, it had already grown into a tall and elegant seedling. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen such a scene, Wang Chen still felt a wonderful sensation in his heart. Compared to the cleaning technique and spells like the cloud and rain technique, The withering and flourishing technique undoubtedly showcased the cultivator's extraordinary ability more. In this world, the lower-level cultivators and the common folk of the mundane world were not much different. Wang Chen thought that his spells should not be used to gloss over difficulties. On March 16th, after the hour of Chun had passed, when Wang Chen left home and arrived at the newly decorated path, he found that men, women, and children were already standing by the roadside. The villagers were all dressed in new clothes, their faces beaming with excitement and joy. The children chattered happily, making it feel like a festival. At the same time, they were distributing rice ears to those who came to watch the ceremony. Wang Chen also received a bundle. The rice ears, along with the stalks, were golden and seemed to have been enchanted by some spell, looking particularly festive. According to the garrison cultivators, this was a tribute offered to the founding master, the grand ancestral ceremony of the Yunyang sect. The tribute was for the Yunyang master who founded the Yunyang lineage 1500 years ago. Although a bundle of spirit rice is insignificant, it represents the disciples' admiration and reverence for their predecessor. Countless elegant purple xianxiao flowers bloomed along the path. However, as time passed, the excitement and joy of everyone gradually faded, leaving only the boredom of waiting. In the end, they either had their mouths covered by their parents or received a harsh lesson on their backsides. As the hour approached, the newly appointed village head of the Yishur garrison hurried over, shouting loudly, "Hurry, everyone! Go to Yinshan City. The sect leader is not coming this way." The crowd was in an uproar. After working hard for 2 or 3 days and standing under the scorching sun for over an hour, it turned out the sect leader was not coming. They said to go to Yinshan City, which is 50 miles away. Most people lost interest, but they could not resist the urging and even threats from the village head. So they had no choice but to run toward Yinshan City, with some even using a horse talisman for themselves. Wang Chen actually didn't want to go. He felt like he was being treated like a monkey. However, with the village head watching and the garrison cultivators supervising, and since he wasn't old or weak, he had no reason to back out. So Wang Chen followed the crowd and also used a horse talisman, making his way straight to Yinshan City. Upon arrival, he saw that the sides of the path outside the city were already packed with people, and he didn't know how many outer sect cultivators the garrison had mobilized to attend the ceremony. Those who arrived late, like Wang Chen, couldn't squeeze in at all and could only stand farther away from the city gate, acting as a tool holding rice ears. After half an hour, a grand horn sounded from the north. The crowd of onlookers was immediately stirred. Everyone craned their necks to look in the direction of the sound. Soon, a long line appeared in people's sights. At the front of the procession were 16 knights holding ceremonial weapons. They wore black iron lion-headed helmets, colorful robes underneath, and golden armor on top, riding azure-scaled dragon horses. Each one was extraordinary. Behind the knights, 8 giant-toothed white elephants pulled a luxurious cloud carriage. The sect leader of the Yunyang sect, Ji Guantao, sat majestically atop it, appearing as imposing as a mountain, attracting the attention of the masses. 6 elders from the Purple Mansion followed alongside the cloud carriage, and hundreds of inner sect disciples marched proudly to guard the sides. Behind them, 36 green oxen pulled several carts. The people standing on both sides of the path respectfully offered rice ears to the royal youth, in reverence to the Yunyang ancestor. At this moment, the sun blazed overhead, flowers adorned the scene, and the grandeur of Yunyang surpassed that of previous generations. Boom! When the ding-yong bell in Yinshan City rang, the 8 treasure cloud palanquin carrying the sect leader came to a halt. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, and thousands of cultivators held their breath. At that moment, a figure suddenly sprang out from the crowd and knelt in front of the procession. Chapter 97. Let him speak. In front of Yinshan City, a sea of people gathered. The number of cultivators attending the ceremony reached tens of thousands, including a large number of outer disciples and many scattered cultivators from other regions. When the 8 treasure cloud palanquin stopped, everyone's attention was focused on Ji Guantao, the Golden Core sect leader. No one expected that someone would dare to emerge at this time to block the way. Truly, it was an act of utmost boldness. A young cultivator knelt down, bowed his head, and knocked his forehead 3 times on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. He clearly exerted all his strength, causing his forehead to strike the hard ground with a heart-wrenching sound. When this cultivator lifted his head again, his forehead was not only a bloody mess, but also caved in. Crimson blood flowed over his eyes, mixing with tears and dripping to the ground. With the real person above, the small cultivator Zhao Huayan risks his life to plead. The Yinshan Purple Mansion's disciple is committing atrocities. Hunting humans is against the heavenly principle. His voice was like thunder, tearing at the heart, and all the nearly 10,000 cultivators present heard him clearly. Everyone was stunned. This is going to shake the heavens. Bolt! A Purple Mansion elder who came to greet the procession shouted angrily. Which small person dares to speak recklessly and insult our Yunyang? This elder was the head of the outer gates guard hall. Although the incident happened suddenly, not a single one of the hundreds of elite disciples from the guard hall managed to detect and stop the accuser in time, which was a complete dereliction of duty. As the head of the guard hall, he could not escape blame either. However, what truly terrified this Purple Mansion elder was the identity of the person being accused and the reason behind it. This person must not be spared. The guard hall master immediately raised his right palm, a fierce look in his eyes. The accuser was merely a chi-refining 7th-layer cultivator. With his strength, he could easily crush him with a single palm. Moreover, he believed that the other elders present, as well as the sect leader, would not stop him. Otherwise, where would the dignity of Yunyang sect lie? Where would the face of the golden core real person be? But what this Purple Mansion elder never expected was that just as he raised his hand, a vast and mighty power suddenly descended, suppressing him on the spot. Ji Guantao, seated in the 8-treasure cloud palanquin, spoke. Let him speak. The simple 3 words felt like a bucket of ice water poured over the guard hall master's head, a chill running through him from head to toe. The entire person felt thoroughly cold. And those who felt the same were the 37 Purple Mansion elders lined up to greet the procession at the city gate. They represented all the upper-tier cultivation families in Yinshan City, the actual controllers of this immortal city, occupying most of the interests. Yet at this moment, these normally high and mighty Purple Mansion elders all seemed to have a sharp sword hanging over their heads, ready to be executed at any moment. And this was not merely an illusion for the Purple Mansion elders. Yin Honghu's face turned pale, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. This was because the object of the accusation from the kneeling cultivator included him. Yin Durong's misdeeds were something Yin Honghu had known about long ago. But this Purple Mansion elder did not pay much attention, thinking that allowing his grandson to see blood was not a bad thing. Besides, the one who died was just a lowly scattered cultivator from another region. Yin Honghu even provided his grandson with a defensive magical artifact and sent an old servant from the family to accompany and protect him. As a result, not only did Yin Durong get into trouble, but now it was also implicating him. Yin Honghu's earlier ominous premonition had now come true. At this moment, Yin Honghu truly regretted it immensely. He regretted not throwing this scourge into the well when Yin Durong was just born, but it was too late to regret. Yin Honghu found himself unable to struggle at all, because a sharp sword intent hung above his head, carrying a strong killing aura. This was a warning not to act rashly and to quietly remain a spectator. Yin Honghu believed that all the elders around him were under the same threat. Mu Qingxiu. Only Mu Qingxiu, known for suppressing the heavens with a single sword, could achieve this. This golden core real person, the top sword cultivator of the Yunyang sect, had already hidden nearby. Yin Honghu's mind went blank. It's over. At this time, Zhao Huayan had finished recounting his grievances. However, along the way, he was attacked and captured. His storage bag taken, his leg meridians sealed, and he was thrown into the wilderness to serve as prey for a group of disciples from the Yunshan City Purple Mansion families to hunt for fun. I seek justice from the real person. The reason Zhao Huayan risked his life was that his only relative had died under these people's arrows. He had no other way to seek revenge. Zhao Huayan's blood-crying accusation was clearly heard by all the cultivators present. Outside Yinshan City, it was silent, and the Purple Mansion elders were drenched in sweat. This was a tremendous scandal. The Yunyang sect had always regarded itself as a prestigious faction. How could they maintain their face after such an incident during the ancestral worship ceremony? Many cultivators simply could not understand why Ji Guantao would give the other party the opportunity to speak. But a few had an inkling of the truth. After hearing the recounting, Ji Guantao, with a blank expression, asked, "Is there any evidence?" "Yes, evidence." Many people immediately perked up. Surely he couldn't just say whatever he wanted. "Right? I have." Zhao Huayan raised a crystal-clear crystal stone high. This recording stone captured the scene at that time. The crowd erupted in exclamations. The recording stone was a special magical artifact made from mid-grade or high-grade spirit stones, used to record and store sound and images, and it was quite valuable. A mere outer region scattered cultivator actually possessed such a magical artifact, which was quite astonishing. But this was not inconceivable. Perhaps he had obtained a fortune. Ji Guantao said, "Play it." As soon as the real person's command was given, Zhao Huayan immediately infused the recording stone with spiritual power. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the crystal, projecting an image in the air above Zhao Huayan. Although the image was not very clear and the scene shook violently, it was enough for everyone to see the entirety of the event. The light and shadow changed. Spilling blood and fierce deaths, the wails of the scattered cultivators treated as prey, and the triumphant laughter of the hunters fiercely impacted the souls of the cultivators present. Many were enraged, especially those scattered cultivators who had come to join in the fun. Their faces turned pale as they clenched their fists. The atmosphere on site became heavy and oppressive. Meanwhile, some Purple Mansion elders standing at the city gate turned ashen, because they saw familiar faces in the images, with the real person above. After Zhao Huan finished playing the recording, he knocked his head heavily again. The small cultivator swears to heaven and earth. If there is even half a lie, I would willingly suffer 1,000 cuts. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fainted, covered in blood. Chapter 98. A terrifying reflection. On the cloud palanquin, the real person sighed softly. He grasped the feather duster resting in his arms and gently waved it towards Zhao Huan, who had collapsed on the ground. Instantly, a radiant spiritual light appeared around him, and the wound on his forehead healed at a visible speed. The blood on his face disappeared in an instant. The next moment, this scattered cultivator, who bore deep-seated grudges, opened his eyes in confusion, bowing his head to await the final verdict. At this time, thousands of gazes focused on Zhao Huan, filled with admiration, regret, resentment, and pity. No one knew what fate awaited this audacious, scattered cultivator. Surely many wished for his death. A person with a face like a heavy jujube immediately stepped forward and bowed. I am here to serve. This person was Meng Han, the master of the inner gate of the Yunyang sect, who had always been by the side of the royal entourage. Transmit my decree, Ji Guantao said in a deep voice. Immediately seal off Yinshan City. Allow entry but not exit. You are to investigate the truth. Anyone involved in the matter of the human hunt, whether from the Purple Mansion or not, is to be captured and questioned. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. When the master of the sect uttered the last 4 words, all the cultivators present fell silent, as if struck by frost. Meng Han solemnly bowed his head. As you command. Ji Guantao continued, protect this child well. If there is any mishap, you will be held accountable. He threw down a jade token. Meng Han received it and bowed again. Yes. Ji Guantao looked around, his indifferent gaze sweeping over every cultivator present. Those whom the master's gaze fell upon all lowered their heads in awe. Under his imposing presence, all cultivators bowed their heads. Ji Guantao's gaze swept over Yunshan City ahead, then looked up at the vast sky. He coldly declared, to hunt humans is to act like evil spirits. The Yunyang sect will not tolerate it, and neither will heaven and earth. As long as the city is not cleared, I will not step in even half a step. The resounding horn sounded again, and the massive ceremonial procession turned back at the city gate. However, Meng Han, along with 3 elders from the Purple Mansion and over 100 inner disciples, remained behind. Meng Han led the team to the front of the Yunshan City Purple Mansion, shaking off a pile of ancient bronze locks. These were spirit-sealing locks specifically used to capture cultivators. Once locked on, they could not condense their spiritual power, making them no different from ordinary people. The inner guard leader said in a deep voice, fellow cultivators, I have offended you. It was highly unlikely that all 37 Purple Mansion cultivators were involved in the human hunt case. There must be innocent ones among them. Therefore, as long as these cultivators cooperated voluntarily, Meng Han did not want to make a big scene. A group of Purple Mansion cultivators exchanged glances. Some looked lost and helpless. Some were filled with unutterable anger. Some were despairing and regretting, while others gritted their teeth in fury. Regardless of guilt or innocence, being captured and locked in front of everyone, where would the face of the cultivators be? Meng Han waited for a moment, and his expression gradually darkened. At that moment, a Purple Mansion cultivator let out a long sigh and reached for a lock. With a click, it snapped onto his waist. His Qi Si and Dantian immediately closed off, and he could no longer muster a trace of spiritual power. With this Purple Mansion cultivator taking the lead, the other cultivators obediently followed suit, each locking themselves up. This included In Honghu. In fact, if the 37 Purple Mansion cultivators united, they could put up a fight even against Golden Core cultivators. The problem was that they had no possibility of uniting. Some were guiltless, some harbored luck, some had lost all courage. Of course, there were also those who attempted to fight to the death, just as most of the Purple Mansion cultivators had donned the locks. A grim-faced cultivator suddenly unleashed a beam of spiritual light, darting out of the crowd at lightning speed, fleeing southward. However, he had barely escaped 100 steps when a dazzling sword light descended from the sky, instantly cleaving him in two. Bang! 2 halves of the corpse fell to the ground, suddenly bursting forth with a large amount of spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts, covering an area of 8 feet square. It was the fierce sword energy that had severed the storage bag the Purple Mansion cultivator carried, causing all the items inside to fall to the ground. White spirit stones, bottles of elixirs, stacks of talismans, and over a dozen magical artifacts shimmering in the sunlight attracted the attention of countless cultivators. But not a single person dared to go pick them up. With this Purple Mansion cultivator as a warning example, the remaining cultivators hesitated no more, fearfully sealing themselves with spirit-locking chains as quickly as they could. Don't. As the ding-yong bell rang in Yinshan City, a semi-transparent light curtain slowly rose, enveloping the entire city. The protective array of Yinshan City was activated. The bells rang one after another, but no one knew for whom they tolled. After a number of Purple Mansion cultivators were taken away, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. Everyone had witnessed a grand spectacle today. Some cultivators were worried, fearing that the violent upheaval at the top would cause tremors below, making future days even harder to endure. Meanwhile, some wandering cultivators from outside gathered together, whispering to each other, not knowing what they were discussing. Such a significant event would surely not only affect the Yunyang sect. It wouldn't be long before the entire Tianyan mountain range and surrounding areas would hear of it. The reputation of the Yunyang sect was undoubtedly going to suffer a severe blow. What schemes did the great master Ji Guantao have in mind? Wang Chen thought to himself. Having arrived late, he stood a bit far from the city gate, and due to the throngs of people on both sides of the road, he did not see Zhao Huayan blocking the way to report the situation at the first moment. However, he clearly heard the accusations from this wandering cultivator and saw the footage that followed. Wang Chen almost broke out in a cold sweat. He had not expected that what happened that day would be exposed and even recorded. It was well known that videos were not allowed. Fortunately, he had been far away at the time, so he did not appear in the footage. Otherwise, it would have been a big problem. To be honest, he had never thought of such a thing as a recording stone, akin to a camera. And the oddities that permeated this matter were evident to anyone with a bit of sense. A small chi-refining cultivator could actually confront a golden core cultivator, and even carried a recording stone as evidence. Dozens of Purple Mansion cultivators surrendered without a fight. The fierce sword light that descended from the sky even stirred up memories hidden deep in Wang Chen's soul. The absence of Master Mu Qingqiu, who had already been lurking here, suppressed all resistance. Everything was interconnected and meticulously planned, and upon reflection, it was terrifying. Fortunately, this major incident clearly had no connection to low-level cultivators like Wang Chen. Moreover, a certain Purple Mansion cultivator had evidently fallen into misfortune. Thinking of this, Wang Chen felt a sense of relief, as if he had shed a weight of 10,000 pounds. Chapter 99. The Hearts of the People Stirring. That night, Meng Han, the inner guard leader of the Yunyang sect, led 300 inner disciples in a citywide search. They captured over 100 disciples from the implicated Purple Mansion families in one fell swoop. The next day, the number of captured suspects surged to nearly 1,000, with the scope of involvement growing wider. 5 days later, Yinshan City was unsealed. Sect Master Ji Guantao issued a decree. 7 Purple Mansion cultivators had all their assets confiscated due to their crimes and were imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Cave for 100 years, with no possibility of pardon. At the same time, 12 Purple Mansion cultivators were punished by being sent to the frontier camp to serve 3 years and earn merit for their crimes. As for the family disciples and affiliated cultivators who directly participated in this case, those with serious crimes were to be executed, while those with lesser offenses would be sent to hard labor. Additionally, the inner guards discovered that the instigator of the human hunt case was a death soldier from the Guiyuan sect. Ultimately, they had orchestrated the human hunt tragedy. Their goal was to tarnish the reputation of the Yunyang lineage and undermine the foundation of the Yunyang sect. Most of these death soldiers committed suicide during the capture, while a few surviving ones could not withstand the torture and revealed the truth. The truth was finally out. The Guiyuan sect and the Yunyang sect were situated to the north and south, with power and strength nearly equal. For centuries, the two had often clashed over hunting grounds and mineral deposits, leading to several conflicts. 3 sect wars had erupted, although the Yunyang sect had won all 3 battles. Earning the reputation of being the #1 sect in Tianyun, they had not gained significant advantages over their opponents. In recent decades, the Guiyuan sect had been behaving itself in the north. Who would have thought they would pull such a stunt? Once this sect notice was issued, the entire Yunyang sect erupted in anger. Everyone's attention immediately shifted from the human hunt case to the age-old enemy in the north. Calls for war grew louder. However, the upper echelons of the sect maintained considerable calm and restraint. As the saying goes, to drive out the external, one must first stabilize the internal. How could they unite against the outside when there was unrest within? The sect leader Ji Guantao dispatched flying ships to send relevant evidence, including several death warriors from the Guiyuan sect to the Kanglan sect. The higher-ups of the sect would negotiate with the Guiyuan sect, seeking justice for the Yunyang sect and the innocent scattered cultivators who were harmed. When Wang Chen returned to Yinshan City, he noticed that many shops along the street had changed their signs, and the atmosphere in the city was significantly different from before. There was a feeling of things being different and people having changed. In a tea house, Wang Chen met Wei Xiong. It was a prearranged meeting. "Brother Wei," Wang Chen said with a smile after taking a seat, "you look good." The last time they met was several months ago when Wei Xiong was severely injured, depleted of energy, and in a miserable state. Now, this innate martial artist looked radiant and full of vitality, Not only had his injuries healed, but it seemed his cultivation had also improved. However, the scars on his face remained, though they were not as prominent as before. Wei Xiong touched the scar on his face and smiled. It's okay. He poured a cup of spirit tea for Wang Chen and asked, Master Wang, how have you been lately? In fact, the two had been in contact frequently and were not unfamiliar with each other's situations. Just getting by, Wang Chen replied. Taking a sip of tea, did the Xia family get involved this time? The human hunting case had caused such a stir that many Purple Mansion families in Yinshan City were implicated. The Xia family, where Wei Xiong and his sister resided, was one of the top Purple Mansion families in the city, boasting 5 upper-level members. The Xia family is okay, Wei Xiong said frankly. There has been some turmoil, but the impact is minimal and no direct descendants have been punished. Since he had a deep relationship with Wang Chen, he revealed much of what he knew. The Xia family had 5 members in the Purple Mansion, with 3 serving in the inner sect, so their connections were naturally very deep. Furthermore, Xianxiaaudiobooks was a golden core disciple. Even if Meng Han, the head of the inner guard, had a harsh temperament, he wouldn't dare to take drastic measures against the Xia family. Of course, the Xia family couldn't have major issues. Otherwise, under the sect leader's pressure, who would dare to act with favoritism? However, a large family inevitably has some branches that go astray, and the Xia family, while having weathered this major storm, still paid a price. But compared to several other deeply implicated Purple Mansion families, their situation was much better, especially the Yin family, where 2 upper-level members, including the clan leader Yin Honghu, were punished and imprisoned in the demon suppression cave for 100 years, with nearly all their assets confiscated, leading to the family's collapse. His grandson Yin Durong was the most deeply involved. If he hadn't died unexpectedly, he would have faced execution. Speaking of the unfortunate Yin family, there was a hint of schadenfreude in Wei Xiong's words. This was quite normal, as Wei Xiong was originally a scattered cultivator and harbored strong hatred for the second-generation cultivators like Yin Durong, who hunted humans. They deserve 1,000 cuts. At that moment, excited shouts came from the street outside the tea house. Wang Chen, sitting by the window on the 2nd floor, leaned out to see a common-clothed cultivator running and shouting. The sect leader's decree: reduce this year's rent for outer sect farmers by 30%, and rice seeds will be free, with grain weighing at collection. The pedestrians on the street, upon hearing this, immediately had spirit farmers blocking the way. Is that true? How could the sect leader's decree be false? The common-clothed cultivator widened his eyes. The announcement has been posted outside the city gate. You can go see for yourself. Several spirit farmers immediately dashed towards the city gate. Reducing rent, free rice seeds, weighing grain at collection. These matters were irrelevant to the cultivators in Yinshan City. But for those farmers outside the city who relied on spirit fields for their livelihood, it felt like a huge windfall from the heavens. How could they not be excited? Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen and Wei Xiong exchanged glances. When Wang Chen bid farewell to Wei Xiong and arrived at the city gate, he saw that the area in front of the city wall was already surrounded by layers of cultivators, many of whom were scattered cultivators from outside the domain. Everyone's eyes were focused on a decree announcement with a cloud pattern and golden edges. Because this announcement was posted quite high and was large in size, it was clear to those standing on the outskirts. This sect leader's decree not only targeted the outer sect's spirit farmers. Most importantly, it was a compensation plan for the victims' families of the human hunting case. Direct relatives of the victims, limited to 5 people, could move into the Yunyang outer sect, receive 30 acres of farmland, and be exempt from rent for 3 years. Additionally, there was 1 outer sect disciple quota. At the end of the announcement, there was also a placement for the scattered cultivator Zhao Huayan, who had sought help by the roadside. He would directly advance to the inner sect and enjoy the treatment of a true disciple. Wang Chen felt that at this moment, the people's hearts were like boiling water, churning violently. Chapter 100, The Sect Leader's Wisdom. Dawn. When the bell rang at the hour of the unmarked time, a group of disciples from the law enforcement hall, with grim expressions, escorted dozens of guilty cultivators out of the city gate, one by one, onto the execution platform outside the east gate. Following closely behind were executioners wielding large knives, bare-chested. The crowd outside the city, who had been watching the sect leader's decree, immediately shifted their attention to the new spectacle. After all, an announcement was nothing compared to a public execution. However, this time, the guilty cultivators were quite special. Most of them were young, some in their teens or early 20s. Although they looked disheveled, it was evident that they had grown up in comfort and had a stark contrast with ordinary low-level cultivators. Among them was a young girl. The crowd was first taken aback, then someone recognized the identities of these guilty cultivators. They were all Purple Mansion disciples from Yinshan City. The crowd erupted in excitement. These second-generation cultivators had relied on their family's power, acting arrogantly and recklessly, often racing on the roads outside the city, injuring or killing many pedestrians, yet had never faced appropriate punishment. Countless people hated them to the bone, but were helpless. Now, heaven had opened its eyes. Bang! An egg flew through the air and smashed into the head of a guilty cultivator who had just knelt down. Die! A cultivator dressed as a farmer gritted his teeth. A close elder of his had unfortunately been struck and killed by a speeding second-generation cultivator's carriage on the road. When he reported it to the outer sect's law enforcement hall, he was only compensated with 200 spiritual stones. Now seeing these guys about to be executed, he could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately pulled out a few more eggs from his storage bag. Nearby cultivators saw this and began to make offers. Friend, sell me 2. I'll offer 1 broken spirit stone for 1. 2 broken spirit stones for 1. I want 50. Smash these bastards. However, the farmer cultivator generously refused to take even a broken spirit stone and gave away all the eggs in his storage bag. The next moment, eggs rained down on the execution platform. The guilty second-generation cultivators were in a pitiful state. The disciples from the law enforcement hall in charge of monitoring the execution turned a blind eye, pretending not to see. An egg hit the face of a female guilty cultivator, instantly exploding. The clear yellow egg liquid flowed down her fair chin, and she seemed to awaken from a dream. The only girl among the guilty cultivators was very beautiful, around 17 or 18 years old, the prime of her youth. However, her pretty face was now completely twisted in fear. Daddy, Mommy, please save me, I don't want to die. For some reason, the girl's voice was not sealed, or it accidentally broke through. She cried out loudly, desperately seeking help from the crowd below. Her cries were heart-wrenching. However, no matter how pitiful she sounded, all she received were glares of hatred, disgust, ridicule, and spit, and even more eggs. Someone recognized the girl. She's the daughter of the Chun family from the Purple Mansion. But what could the daughter of a Purple Mansion family do? The sect's iron rules could not be violated. Public execution served as a warning to others. The time had come, and an elder from the law enforcement hall stepped onto the execution platform, opening the scroll in his hand as he shouted loudly. As he began to read out the crimes, several old men and women sneakingly approached the execution platform with children in tow, pulling out spirit stones in an attempt to bribe the disciples of the punishment hall overseeing the execution. They wanted to make things easier. However, they were met with a stern reprimand. Get out, you foolish men and women, unable to discern right from wrong and believing in rumors. If you dare to do this again, you will all be expelled from the mountain. The old men and women immediately fled in panic, their rice balls in their storage bags no longer appealing. They did not notice that both the disciples of the punishment hall and the executioners above had already changed. Chop, chop, chop. Heads rolled, pushing the crowd's emotions to a higher peak. The sect leader is wise. It was unclear who started it, but countless cultivators followed suit and shouted in unison. Long live the sect for thousands of years. The splattering blood fell to the dirt, drop by drop, like flowers just blooming. Hundreds of miles away, at the peak of Taihao Mountain, the clouds were light and the breeze gentle. Countless purple xianxian orchids bloomed in succession, surrounding an elegant bamboo pavilion, vying for beauty and fragrance. Inside the bamboo pavilion, Ji Guantao, the sect leader of the Yunyang sect, was sitting opposite a beautiful lady in palace attire, playing chess and chatting leisurely. He casually placed a piece on the board and smiled. Junior sister, you've worked hard this time. It's my duty, the lady in palace attire replied thoughtfully. The 2 real people have accepted the gifts, but I feel they are quite unhappy. No need to care, Ji Guantao said coldly, putting away his smile. Dividing a portion to them is entirely for the sake of our shared cultivation. Otherwise, the real people of the upper sect will conspire with the lower sect to pocket their own benefits. If this gets out, they will be the ones who lose face for their golden core. These lowly individuals will all turn to ashes when the calamity comes. He pushed the chessboard away, stood up, and looked towards the sea of flowers outside the pavilion. Junior sister, the spiritual tide is about to rise. We cultivators must strive to seize the moment and not waste this beautiful time. The lady in palace attire gazed at his back, a hint of admiration flashing in her phoenix eyes. Although she was ostensibly Ji Guantao's junior sister, in reality, he was both a brother and a father figure to her, providing her countless support and assistance in her cultivation. She had always trusted the sect leader's schemes. She was willing to be the sharpest sword in his hands. By the way, the lady in palace attire suddenly recalled something and said, that scoundrel Yin Derong, son of Yin Honghu, was killed by someone. He had previously requested Zhuge Mingyi to use the heavenly mechanism technique to track the murderer, which resulted in Zhuge Mingyi being backlashed by the heavenly mechanism, losing both cultivation and lifespan. This was the only variable in the plan. I am aware of this matter. The lady in palace attire nodded. Setting aside this rather peculiar event, she had more important tasks to complete. Although the plan was progressing smoothly, the deep-seated issues accumulated over 1,000 years in the Yunyang sect were not so easily resolved. Brother, I will take my leave now. The next moment, The lady in palace attire transformed into a beam of sword light, rushing out of the bamboo pavilion and vanishing into the sky. Ji Guantao looked at the vast expanse of purple Jinxian orchids, a trace of mockery appearing on his face. Everyone said he loved purple Jinxian orchids the most, but few knew that the story of the green plum was one he had deliberately spread while pretending to be drunk. The green plum was real, and the agreement with the purple mansion was also real. But Ji Guantao did not like purple Jinxian orchids at all. Without the story of the childhood sweethearts and the agreement with the purple mansion, how could he attract the attention of the former sect leader's beloved daughter? A foolish and literary woman. In the end, he successfully won her love, became a disciple of the sect leader, practiced the 9 transformations of the cloud dragon, and achieved his current position. Chapter 101. This path is blocked. After a month had passed, the impact of the human hunting incident gradually subsided for the Yunyang sect. The layout of Yinshan City and the outer sect of the Yunyang sect underwent significant changes. The lower-level cultivators in the sect and the wandering cultivators from outside generally held a positive attitude towards such changes. A group of high-ranking individuals from the Purple Mansion had fallen, and the second-generation cultivators who used to act tyrannically were now on the execution platform. The outer sect's main hall had been thoroughly cleaned, and the disciples of the punishment hall and the guard hall were no longer arrogant. Most importantly, many old customs and bad rules had been abolished, bringing some tangible benefits to everyone. Although they were not much, happiness comes from comparison. Work became more invigorating. Naturally, the entire sect began to flourish. Ji Guantao's prestige reached an unprecedented peak, with everyone praising and worshipping him. Some foolish men and women even secretly set up longevity tablets for Ji Guantao at home. However, there were also a few petty individuals who secretly slandered Ji Guantao, claiming he plotted against others to eliminate rivals and clear away the influence of the former sect leader, fattening himself like a pig. Such defamatory words were not believed by anyone. Anyone who heard them wanted to beat up the rumor-mongers. The call for battle grew louder. However, the upper echelons clearly had no intention of provoking sect wars at this time. Thus, this wave of fervor rose quickly but also fell quickly. By the time summer arrived, the spirit herb farmers of the outer sect were busy in the spirit fields, looking forward to a bountiful harvest at the end of summer. Everyone's life had completely returned to calm, with a bit more hope. One morning, Wang Chen arrived at the Jiawu guard station. The Jiawu guard station was over 100 miles away from Wang Chen's home, much farther than Yinshan City. He had taken a cart after spending 50 spirit fragments to come here. The cart stopped at the door of a household, and Wang Chen jumped down with gifts in hand. He approached and knocked on the courtyard door. Who is it? After a moment, a sturdy young boy opened the door and curiously looked at Wang Chen. Who are you looking for? Wang Chen politely asked. May I ask if Uncle Tu is at home? The sturdy boy turned his head and shouted loudly, Grandpa, someone is looking for you. Let him in. A rough voice came from inside, so the sturdy boy casually opened the door wide. Come in. When Wang Chen entered the main room while carrying his bags, he saw a muscular old man with a tiger-like build sitting in a grand chair, slicing ham on the table with a sharp dagger while drinking. His hair and beard were all white, but his imposing presence did not show any signs of aging. He must have been a strong warrior in his youth. Wang Chen bowed and said, Junior Wang Chen, greetings to Uncle Tu. Wang Chen. Uncle Tu put down the dagger. Scratching his head in confusion, I don't think I've seen you before. Wang Chen explained, I am from the Yishu guard station. Today I have come uninvited. So please forgive me, Uncle. Cough. Uncle Tu waved his hand. Visitors are guests. Just sit down and talk. No need to be so polite. It gives me a headache. Wang Chen chuckled, placing the 2 jars of spirit wine and 2 bags of candies and pastries on the table. He sat down on a guest seat nearby. Uncle Tu glanced at the gifts Wang Chen brought, blinked, and said, Young friend Wang, I'm a straightforward person. Just tell me what you need. Wang Chen stated directly, Uncle Tu, I would like to ask you to take me into the trade. This Uncle Tu was a well-known butcher at the Jiawu guard station, renowned for his skill in slaughtering demon beasts. The Jiawu guard station was the place in the outer sect area with the most demon beasts raised. In the world of cultivation, various skills, including animal husbandry and slaughtering, were included. Among the 100,000 outer sect disciples of the Yunyang sect, many were engaged in farming, weaving, fishing, and animal husbandry, and they were divided by regions. For example, the Yishu guard station, where Wang Chen was, had the majority of spirit herb farmers growing white jade rice. The Jiawu guard station also had spirit herb farmers. They grew pasture feed to supply local livestock households. There was also a large slaughterhouse at the Jiawu guard station, which was one of the sources of demon beast meat sold in Yinshan City. Although the meat from raised demon beasts contained less spiritual power and blood energy than their wild counterparts, it was favored for its rich flavor and relatively low price, making it very popular among cultivators. Wang Chen did not come to be a butcher out of craving for meat, nor did he intend to change careers. He wanted to see if he could quickly accumulate some virtue points through this method. Ludfang did not appear again. It was as if the immense threat he once posed to Wang Chen was merely an illusion of the latter. However, Wang Chen did not let his guard down and continued to diligently improve his strength. Several spells were upgraded to master level by him, but a new problem arose. His virtue points were nearly exhausted. In fact, the skill Wang Chen most wanted to upgrade was the Metal Finger of Gong. This spell, combined with the Rui Golden Needle, had the strongest killing power and was most suitable for ambushing evil beings. However, the Metal Finger of Gong had already been upgraded twice before, and the third time would likely require 100 virtue points. He was currently stuck at the pinnacle of the great accomplishment level and unable to break through. Under such circumstances, Wang Chen wanted to take a shortcut. He had visited the Jiawu garrison once before, and after inquiring about various aspects, he came to meet the famous old butcher before him. Speaking of which, Wang Chen had previously entertained the idea of becoming an executioner to level up his heavenly skills. However, after inquiring, he realized he did not meet the criteria at all. The executioner of the penal hall was not someone anyone could just become. Firstly, one had to be a practitioner of the penal hall, with an age requirement of over 30, having a wife and children, and a clean background, preferably someone who cultivated martial arts. Wang Chen met none of these criteria, so he naturally gave up on the idea. In contrast, sneaking into the slaughterhouse to kill beasts and gain virtue points seemed much more feasible. The premise was that Wang Chen had to win over the old man in front of him. Old Master 2 was the boss of the slaughterhouse in the Jiawu garrison. It was said that his ancestors had made a living this way for generations, even changing their surname, truly a family legacy. Additionally, Wang Chen wanted to learn some techniques and experiences in handling demon beasts. Who knows, he might be able to use them in the future. You want to be a butcher? Upon hearing Wang Chen's request, Old Master 2's brows furrowed into a frown, and he said with difficulty, "Sorry, our family's craft is traditionally passed down to sons, not daughters. Unless you become a son-in-law." Saying this, he looked at Wang Chen with a professional gaze. My youngest sister would be a good match for you. Wow. As soon as Old Master 2 finished speaking, the tiger-headed boy who was playing nearby exclaimed joyfully, "Is my little aunt finally getting married? That's great." Wang Chen immediately stood up, clasped his fists, and said, "I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." Chapter 102. All beings suffer. Speculating in stocks until becoming a shareholder. Speculating in real estate until becoming a landlord. Dating until becoming a husband. The three great foolishnesses of life. Wang Chen had no intention of dating. He merely planned to follow the old man to gain some experience. What was this nonsense about being a son-in-law? What a joke. Furthermore, although he had never seen Old Master 2's youngest daughter, he had heard during his earlier inquiries that this old butcher had an unmarried daughter named Yuning, who looked just like her father. Seeing the tiger-headed boy so excited, as if he had transcended the sea of suffering, made Wang Chen's heart tremble. He prepared to make a quick exit. He would find someone else to help with the slaughtering. But wait, just as Wang Chen was about to escape, he was grabbed by Old Master 2. "I was just joking." Without the latter half of that sentence, Wang Chen's Vajra fist would have already struck out. Old Master 2, completely unaware that he had just danced on the edge of death, let go of Wang Chen and said with a smile, "You young people are just too impatient. Let me finish speaking first." After a pause, he continued, "The two family's craft cannot be passed on to you, but it's still possible to guide you into the trade. How about this afternoon? I'll take you to the slaughterhouse to take a look." Old Master 2 had a very good first impression of Wang Chen. Although Wang Chen was not particularly handsome, his features were well defined, and his demeanor was clear and polite, far surpassing the average child from a common family. So the earlier mention of being a son-in-law was half joking, half serious. However, seeing Wang Chen's decisive reaction, Old Master 2 temporarily extinguished that thought, intending to cultivate a good relationship with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother to pay attention. Since Old Master 2 was so perceptive, Wang Chen naturally could not show a long face. "Thank you, senior." At noon, Old Master 2 invited Wang Chen to his home for a meal. The two family had over 20 members, and they were quite rule-abiding. The men had a table set in the main hall, while the women and children gathered at a side room. Wang Chen did not see the legendary youngest sister of the two family, thus avoiding an awkward situation. After finishing the meal and passing noon, Old Master 2 took Wang Chen to the slaughterhouse. This slaughterhouse in the Jiawu garrison was said to be owned by a certain Purple Mansion family in Yinshan City. According to Old Master 2, the slaughterhouse had to slaughter about 200 spotted pigs every day, then skin them, disassemble the bones, and divide the meat to be sent to shops and workshops in Yinshan City. The spotted pig was a low-level demon beast with a long history of domestication. Because the yield of pork was high and its taste was good, it was the most commonly raised by livestock farmers in the Jiawu garrison. In this slaughterhouse, Old Master 2 was undoubtedly a prominent figure. He swaggered in with Wang Chen, and every practitioner they encountered greeted them warmly. No one inquired about Wang Chen's identity. However, the environment inside was far worse than Wang Chen had imagined. His soul attribute was very high, and his perception was extremely sharp. As soon as he entered the slaughterhouse, it felt as if he had plunged into a blood pool. The strong smell of blood was overwhelming, and the faint murderous aura prickled his skin, as if he could hear countless demon beasts wailing in his ears. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Old Master 2 noticed Wang Chen's unusual reaction and smiled. It's like this in the slaughterhouse. You'll get used to it. Wang Chen was not the first young man Old Master 2 had brought into the slaughterhouse. In fact, Wang Chen's performance was the most outstanding. He neither turned pale with fear nor vomited on the spot. His mental will was commendable. Old Master 2 brought Wang Chen to the slaughtering platform, rolled up his sleeves, and put on a leather apron. Then he pulled out a pig slaughtering knife. The knife was about a foot long, with a blade that appeared an eerie dark red, as if soaked in blood. Pig coming, Old Master 2 shouted, and immediately 2 practitioners brought over a massive spotted pig. This fat pig weighed around 400 to 500 pounds, with all 4 hooves tightly bound. Knowing it was facing death, it struggled and squealed desperately. However, when the spotted pig was placed on the slaughtering platform before Old Master 2, it immediately lost control of its bowels from fright and was too scared to move. Kid, watch closely. Old Master 2 plunged the knife into the area below the pig's neck, the blade piercing through its chest to stab the heart. Instant kill. After draining the blood, the dead pig was dragged away for processing. The spotted pig could be said to be a treasure all over. Even the fermented pig dung could be used as fertilizer for enriching the fields. There was a complete processing plan in place. Old Master 2 then killed 2 more pigs and explained to Wang Chen the secret of a quick kill. In simple terms, it was 3 words: fast, accurate, ruthless. When the 4th spotted pig was brought up, he asked Wang Chen, "Want to give it a try?" Without hesitation, Wang Chen nodded, "Sure." That was exactly why he was here. So Old Master 2 had someone bring a new pig slaughtering knife for Wang Chen. His own knife was like a wife. He would never lend it to anyone else. Wang Chen held the knife in his hand, recalling Old Master 2's earlier movements and the techniques he had described. Just then, the fat pig under his knife suddenly shed large, glistening tears. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He could feel the despair and helplessness of this spotted pig, as well as its yearning to live. A wave of compassion arose within Wang Chen. No wonder a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. He cannot bear to see life taken. All beings suffer. Then he thrust the knife out, nearly perfectly replicating Old Master 2's technique. Instantly, he pierced the heart of the spotted pig, ending its suffering. Virtue 0. Damn. The information that flashed across his vision nearly made Wang Chen lose his composure and curse out loud. After struggling for several days, is this the result? Wang Chen had thought before that killing the tamed monster beasts would yield much lower human virtue points than wild beasts. However, he never expected to get absolutely none. Even adding just 1 point would have been better. This 0 made Wang Chen deeply feel the ruthless mockery from the cultivation panel. Want to cheat? No way. His quick plan to gain points had just begun and was already declared a failure. What's wrong? Uncle 2 noticed that Wang Chen looked a bit dazed and asked, "Are you okay?" Wang Chen had performed quite well earlier, and even he couldn't find any faults. Truly talented in butchering. For a moment, Uncle 2 even considered taking him as a disciple. "I'm fine." Wang Chen shook off his daze and said, "Let's go again." 1 pig isn't reliable. He needed to kill a few more to know the true result. Then he went on to kill 3 more pigs, all yielding human virtue 0, without exception. Now, Wang Chen was completely disheartened, but he had already started thinking about leaving. Although this path was a dead end and a waste of effort, he wasn't discouraged, because Wang Chen still had a plan. Chapter 103, The Plan. Dust returns to dust, soil returns to soil, and the souls return to the thick earth. Wang Chen was performing a ritual for the 4 spotted pigs he had slaughtered himself. He knew that Uncle 2 was surely laughing at him, laughing at his naivety. Uncle 2 had butchered fat pigs for hundreds of families, killing countless creatures year after year, and his aura of blood and slaughter had almost solidified. Ordinary evil spirits might be obliterated upon contact, so he naturally didn't believe in karma. Wang Chen didn't really believe it either. It was just for his own peace of mind. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but after completing the ritual, he felt much more comfortable. Uncle 2 personally sent Wang Chen out of the slaughterhouse. "This young man has a bright future," he said, patting Wang Chen's shoulder. "If you change your mind, come find me." Uncle 2 genuinely felt a sense of cherishing talent, thinking it wouldn't be bad to take on an exceptionally talented disciple. In the cultivation world, the master-disciple relationship is often closer than that of father and son. If the master has no children, then the disciple is responsible for supporting them in their old age. Wang Chen respectfully bowed. "Thank you, uncle." Entering the profession was impossible. He had clearly stated before that this place really wasn't suitable for him. What could he do with 0 human virtue points? If it were back when Wang Chen had just crossed over, being a butcher apprentice would have been great. At least he would have meat to eat every day. He was definitely a bit disappointed, but this small setback was far from enough to affect him. After dinner, Wang Chen routinely went to the underground chamber to cultivate. After the hour of the dog passed, he quietly made his way to the outskirts along the long tunnel. Then, under the cover of night, he left the mountain gate and entered the outer realm, finally stopping at a wild hillside. Ahead was a graveyard. The plan of butchering monster beasts to gain human virtue had failed, so Wang Chen's plan was to hunt evil spirits. This plan sounded unbelievable and was incredibly daring. Are evil spirits easy to deal with? Others would rather avoid them. But Wang Chen had the confidence to formulate this plan. He then discovered 2 nests of evil spirits. An evil nest refers to a place where evil spirits dwell. Many evil spirits have fixed territories, unless there are special reasons or they are attacked. They won't leave their nests easily. This is similar to many monsters. He consumed a large amount of monster meat daily, and there were various materials on monster beasts that could be sold for spirit stones. Hunting wild monster beasts was a win-win. Unfortunately, there were no signs of monster beasts within hundreds of miles. Even ordinary small beasts like foxes and rabbits were few and far between. If any monster beasts appeared, they were either just passing through or were driven by someone. So, to hunt monster beasts, one would have to risk their life and delve deep into the endless Tianyun Mountains. Every year, countless cultivators die or go missing because of this. For Wang Chen, who lacked hunting experience and wasn't very strong, this was a terrible choice. In contrast, hunting evil spirits became the preferred option. Of course, Wang Chen cherished his life. He certainly wouldn't provoke powerful evil spirits. He wasn't an old man wanting to hang himself. But for relatively weaker ones, like gray or white level evil spirits, it was definitely worth a try. One of the 2 nests of evil spirits Wang Chen previously discovered was located in a ruined city several miles southeast. This ruin, abandoned for who knows how many years, was mostly covered in vines and weeds. During sunset, many evil spirits would emerge. However, Wang Chen felt it was very dangerous there. He had observed it from a distance before and decisively retreated without any thoughts of courting death. The second nest of evil spirits, located half a mile away at an ancient graveyard, was different. Wang Chen had explored this nest several times. He found that the ones active inside were mostly night wanderers and lantern puppets. The former were the lowest level gray evil spirits, while the latter were a bit higher, white level, corresponding to cultivators. That meant initial and mid-stage chi training. With Wang Chen's current combat capability, suppressing these 2 types of evil spirits was completely within his means. He had 500 talismans for dispelling evil stored in his waist talisman and storage bag. All were crafted by a master, along with other talismans, pills, and magical tools like the soul-dispelling bell, autumn water sword, and wishful golden needle. Wang Chen was fully armed. Even so, he didn't intend to charge directly into the graveyard. Monster hunting requires strategy. Wang Chen's first target was the night wanderers drifting around the edge of the graveyard. These spirits were the transformed souls of the deceased, relying on the earth's energy or the moon's shadow to maintain their existence. They can erode and absorb a person's spirit and yang energy, even possessing and causing trouble. 1 or 2 night wanderers are not scary. Even strong, ordinary martial artists can resist them. But in large numbers, ordinary chi training cultivators would find it troublesome. And in the evil nest, there were hundreds or even thousands of night wanderers. It was impossible to estimate their number just by sight. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can kill an elephant. Wang Chen didn't want to make the mistake of underestimating them. He first cast the breath-holding technique on himself to contain his aura and prevent it from leaking, so as not to be discovered by the evil spirits early. Then Wang Chen stealthily approached the graveyard for about 100 steps, finding a concealed position to crouch. At this moment, the nearest night wanderer was only about 100 steps away. Wang Chen formed hand seals and cast a cloud and rain technique. His cloud and rain technique had already reached the minor success level, and in an instant, the surrounding moisture rapidly gathered, forming rolling clouds in the air. Drizzling rain began to fall. At this time, Wang Chen pierced his middle finger with the wishful golden needle, letting a drop of bright red blood seep out. He flicked his finger upwards, and this drop of blood instantly flew into the air and exploded silently, merging with the rainwater. Wang Chen was a chi training 6th-layer cultivator, and his dual cultivation of the heavenly dragon diamond law had reached the golden body realm. Plus, his yang energy was still intact, making the yang energy in his blood extremely pure. After being diluted and dispersed by the rainwater, it immediately produced a great attraction to the nearby wandering night spirits. These low-level evil spirits were very sensitive to pure blood and yang energy, thinking they had found a delicious meal, so they floated over to Wang Chen's hiding place. There were 7 of them. When the distance between these night wanderers and Wang Chen shortened to 20 or 30 steps, he suddenly stood up and swiftly clapped his palms forward. Thousand Illusions hand, dispelling evil talismans, a wave of 10 talismans. In the next moment, clusters of pure yang spiritual light instantly exploded, hitting the 7 night wanderers that had just floated over.